All the mutant beasts I've dissected are worth millions. Yet, I can't afford medical treatment for my seriously ill mother. Simply because I'm just an ordinary laborer. All those priceless organs belong to the martial artists. Just as I was troubled and worried about this, I unexpectedly unlocked the infinite ability system and gained the ability of dissection rebate. I can obtain vitality points simply by dissecting mutant beast corpses. The vitality that others painstakingly cultivate for 10 years to grow, I can surpass in minutes by simply killing a mutant beast. In an instant, I transformed from a cultivation good for nothing mocked by everyone into an unparalleled genius. Even supreme masters would be amazed by my growth speed. Chapter 01 Mutant Beast Dissector. Son, can you lend Dad 1,000 yuan? Dad. I'll pay you back when I get paid this month. On Feishin software. Zhang Yang saw the somewhat awkward smiling emoji and couldn't hold back. He never dreamed that his father would one day be so cautious. Nor did he imagine that his mother, after just a few days, would be in the intensive care unit, on the verge of becoming a vegetable. If it weren't for his childhood friends secretly telling him about this, he would still be in the dark. He hated himself, for not even being able to come up with 1,000 yuan. This was his first month after dropping out of school. His first entry into society, having dropped out of high school, he couldn't find a job. When he left home, his father gave him 2,000, which he had long since spent. He knew very well that his father probably desperately needed that 1,000, but the heart-wrenching pain, like an acupuncture needle, left him unable to calm down for a long time. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly typed a few words into the input bar. The boss paid in cash last month. I'll send it to you after I get off work later. Just as he was about to click send, a thick arm reached out and snatched his phone. Give it back. Zhang Yang stared blankly at the tall man, immediately reaching out to snatch it, but was pushed to the ground by the other party. I told you to hand over your phone, are you deaf? I'll hold on to it for you. Let's go now. Zhang Yang was stunned. I just need to send one last message. Fine. Either take your phone and send whatever you want, or come with me into the team now, you choose. If you don't go this time, plenty of others will. The man looked menacing, giving him no opportunity to refuse. Zhang Yang's expression changed, and in the end, he didn't choose to take his phone, because this job was too important. This was a job his childhood friend had painstakingly found for him through connections, helping martial artists dissect, dismember, and transport the corpses of mutant beasts. A single mutant beast could fetch several hundred, and a high-value mutant beast could be worth 1,000. To know that a summer job barely paid 100 or 200 for a day of hard work, this single trip was almost equivalent to a week's pay at a factory. Go! Zhang Yang no longer asked for his phone and obediently followed along into the car. He thought to himself, as long as he could get the money this time, all the difficulties at home would be resolved. Soon, the car drove out of the city and arrived at the ruin zone where mutant beasts were active. This was a dangerous area for mutant beast activity, but also a land of opportunity, full of gold. Zhang Yang jumped down from the cargo truck, looking at the distant city ruins. He felt no fear of encountering mutant beasts. Instead, he was a little excited. The journey there had taken 3 or 4 hours, and he felt a strong urge to urinate, so he quickly ran off to relieve himself. But as he passed a huge wreckage, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind a large rock. Are a dozen people even enough to fill that beast's teeth? Kane? Kane was the burly man who had snatched his phone. He was also a martial artist, but he was a level 1 martial artist, the lowest realm. Martial artist was just a general term in reality. There were realm divisions. There were a total of 5 realms, and each realm had 10 levels. Level 1 was the lowest, and level 10 was the highest. The 5 stages are Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint. Zhang Yang drew closer, curious, and pricked up his ears. That's enough. The last guy was full after 7 or 8 human lives. This time should be similar. If there's anything left, just have them keep hauling for us. When we're almost back to the city, find any place to feed them to the mutant beasts, another chilling voice sneered. Zhang Yang's mind exploded with a boom. Even if he were incredibly dull, he understood what they were saying. These martial artists were going to feed all of them, the mutant beast porters, to mutant beasts. Why? How could this be? Zhang Yang's first reaction was anger, but that was quickly followed by panic and despair. He panicked because, as an ordinary person, even knowing the truth, he couldn't fight back. As for escaping, that was even more impossible. It was a 3 to 4 hour journey from here to the city. How could he get back without a car? Any random mutant beast he encountered could devour him until not even a bone shard remained. Thinking of all this, he felt a wave of despair, but the most despairing thing was, his mother was still in her hospital bed, and his father was waiting for his reply. For a moment, Zhang Yang felt the world spinning. Kane and the other person didn't chat for long before hurriedly leaving. He saw the other person, who was the captain of this operation. The two of them were laughing and talking as they left, acting superior. Zhang Yang slowly clenched his fists, a glint of determination in his eyes. I absolutely cannot die here. Find a chance to escape. If I really can't run, I'll fight them. He touched the scalpel at his waist, calmed himself, and rejoined the team. He was now full of vigilance. Everything about the team seemed normal. The martial artists occasionally barked orders at them, and everyone else just kept their heads down and worked. After all, from the perspective of these ordinary people, they weren't martial artists, and their social status was low, so they could only earn this humiliating pay. Seeing this, Zhang Yang grew even more furious. These martial artists were man-eating devils, truly detestable. Hopefully, they all die here and are buried with everyone else. Not long after, their team was attacked by a mutant beast. It was a snake den, and every snake inside was 2 to 3 meters long, with dark green patterns that looked terrifying. There were 4 martial artists in the team, and under Captain Lu's leadership, they quickly slaughtered the beasts. Captain Lu alone killed 5. Kane, being the lowest realm, was in a sorry state, and everyone else laughed at him, making his face look rather unpleasant. Thwack! He slapped the nearest porter across the face and cursed loudly. What the hell are you looking at? Don't you know how to work? You! And you! Hurry up and get to work, you damn bastard! If you don't finish in 15 minutes, I'll kill you! He cursed, finally pointing a finger at Zhang Yang with a hint of malice in his eyes. He had noticed early on that Zhang Yang was different from the others. They were all ordinary porters, but this kid showed no awe towards him. Instead, he seemed a little dissatisfied. Zhang Yang felt that snake-like gaze and his fists unconsciously clenched. He knew very well that if he wanted to get back alive, now was definitely not the time to act on impulse, so he led the other porters to work on the mutant beast corpses. Although Kane didn't make any further moves, Zhang Yang could tell that the guy was close to unleashing his plan. He didn't have many chances left to escape. It's just, could he truly survive by escaping? Damn it! If only I were a martial artist. Zhang Yang was filled with resentment. It was at this moment that faint text appeared before him. Ding! Host detected. Unlocked infinite ability system. Unlocking new ability dissection rebate LV1. Received LV1 ability reward. Vitality increased to martial artist level, vitality reached 100 points. Chapter 02, gained rebate ability, became a martial artist. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 160 points level 1 martial artist. Current ability, dissection rebate LV1. Dissection rebate, gain a certain amount of vitality points when dissecting a mutant beast corpse. Currently available abilities to master. Dissection rebate LV2, gain an additional plus 50% vitality points when dissecting a mutant beast corpse. Promotion conditions, dissect 10 mutant beasts. Cooking LV2, cooking mutant beasts makes them more delicious and captivating. Promotion conditions, taste an entire mutant beast. Predator LV2, All attributes doubled when facing mutant beasts, including but not limited to strength, reflexes, comprehension, mastered abilities, etc. Promotion conditions: kill 10 mutant beasts. Ability reward granted again: 1 random potion. 1 random combat skill book. Hint: host can only choose 1 ability per level. This choice is irreversible. Please consider carefully before deciding. Hint: each time the host gains an ability, a random reward will be granted. Along with the status screen, a warm current surged from inside Zhang Yang's body. He broke through. He became a martial artist. Zhang Yang felt the power in his body with disbelief, his pupils widening in shock. Protagonists in novels always experience a turn for the better after hitting rock bottom. It truly didn't disappoint me. The cheat ability. You are my god. Now that he possessed the power for self-preservation, he might be able to survive this mission. But it's only level 1. It's still far from enough. That's right. He was only a level 1 martial artist now, at most capable of dealing with Kane. The other party had 3 martial artist teammates, and even the terrifying level 4 martial artist Captain Liu. To successfully survive, he needed to become stronger. He focused his gaze on the description of the dissection ability, and his eyes lit up when he saw that dissecting mutant beasts could grant a certain amount of vitality. What he had no shortage of right now were mutant beast corpses. Zhang Yang removed a black internal organ, and as it was successfully peeled away, the virtual status screen before him changed. You successfully dissected the black serpent mutant beast's internal organ, vitality points +2. It really works. Just 1 organ can increase vitality by 2 points? Zhang Yang's breathing quickened, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. What does this mean? Before he dropped out of school, the most talented person in his school was the campus belle of his academic year. Increasing vitality by 3-5 points a month was already a school record. Dissecting 1 corpse almost rivaled a month's effort from the genius campus belle. Zhang Yang stopped talking nonsense and buried himself in the work. You successfully dissected a black serpent mutant beast's internal organ, vitality points +2. You successfully dissected a black serpent's spine, vitality points +4. You successfully dissected a black serpent's gallbladder, vitality points +3. 15 minutes passed. He dissected 3 black serpent corpses, acquiring vitality of 16 points, 18 points, and 12 points respectively. A total of 46 points, added to the previous 160 points, directly broke through to 204 points, which means Level 2 Martial Artist. Level 2 Martial Artist. He now completely had the strength to crush Kane. Just as he rejoiced, Kane's voice suddenly came from afar. Good, good, good. Are you all treating my words as farts? There are still so many mutant beasts not dissected. It seems I need to teach you all a lesson. Kane shouted as he walked over from not far away, full of menacing intent. His gaze was fixed fiercely on Zhang Yang, a faint, brutal smile on his face. That's right, he was staring at Zhang Yang. During the previous rest period, the more he thought about Zhang Yang's gaze, the angrier he got. After much consideration, he decided to teach this ungrateful fellow a lesson. He deliberately walked slowly towards Zhang Yang, then suddenly stopped when he passed the nearest middle-aged man. At this moment, Zhang Yang was less than 10 paces from Kane. He clearly saw Kane giving him a cruel smile, which contained killing intent. Before Zhang Yang could respond, the man next to Kane suddenly bolted, his eyes filled with terror. This man was the one who had been slapped earlier, nearly 40 years old with graying hair. It was unclear whose father he was. He likely misunderstood Kane, clearly badly shaken, running frantically towards Zhang Yang. Stop him. Everyone, stop him. If anyone lets him get away today, I'll break their legs. Kane saw the direction he was running in and suddenly flashed a cruel, playful smile that sent shivers down one's spine. The middle-aged man became even more terrified. Ever since he was slapped, he had vaguely sensed something was wrong. Kane was different from other martial artists he had encountered. This guy was extremely ruthless, and what he said, he would actually do. He ran like a startled horse, galloping wildly into the distance. It was clear he was determined to fight Zhang Yang to the death. However, However, he ran past Zhang Yang smoothly, without any obstruction. Zhang Yang didn't move, allowing the man to run past him. But although Zhang Yang didn't stop him, the other porters did. The middle-aged man was pinned to the ground, trembling and despairing. Unexpectedly, Cain didn't immediately go for him, but instead slowly walked up to Zhang Yang, his expression suddenly becoming incredibly twisted. "Why the hell didn't you stop him?" The atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Zhang Yang, their eyes complex. There was relief, fear, and even schadenfreude. Just when everyone thought Zhang Yang would kneel and beg for mercy, Zhang Yang actually raised an eyebrow. "Am I your goddamn father? You tell me to stop him and I stop him?" Dead silence. The porter's eyes widened, faces full of disbelief. "Is this kid crazy? What did you say?" Cain was stunned at first, then a blush spread across his ferocious face. This time, Zhang Yang didn't answer the question but swung his fist and smashed it forward. "You're asking for death." Cain's eyes turned cold, and he also raised his fist to meet the blow. His fist whistled through the air, clearly holding nothing back. The others subconsciously turned their gaze away, their faces showing discomfort. They could even already imagine the scene of Zhang Yang's arm breaking. Tragic. Too tragic. Crunch. Ah! The crisp sound of bone cracking and a scream rose and fell, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone was silently mourning and praying for Zhang Yang, but gradually they realized something was off. That scream, why did it sound like Cain? They instinctively looked up, and immediately witnessed an incredible scene. Cain was lying on the ground, clutching his completely dislocated arm, moaning and writhing in pain. Zhang Yang stood coldly by his side, completely unharmed. What happened? You're a martial artist. You're actually a martial artist, you motherf. Cain's face was filled with shock and panic. If people like you can be martial artists, why can't I be? Zhang Yang's eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. You dared to lay a hand on me and injure me. You're dead. Captain, quick! He turned around and shouted towards the transport vehicle in the distance, where the remaining 3 martial artists were. He had only one thought now, and that was to kill this guy. What if he was stronger than him? After all, he was just one person, and there were 4 of them in total. Once the captain and the others arrived, they would definitely dismember this guy. He heard footsteps from afar, and the smile on his face began to grow smug. But just as he was fantasizing about what would happen next, he heard the panicked shouts of the porters behind him. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. Zhang Yang, holding a blood-stained dissection knife, was almost touching his face, emitting a hoarse, beast-like sound from his throat. "Are you killing me, or am I killing you?" Chapter 03, Kill when necessary, show no mercy. Zhang Yang considered himself a very clear-headed person. So when he realized he couldn't become a martial artist, he chose to drop out of school. Now, he realized that once he started a fight with the other party, it would be a fight to the death, so he wasn't going to hold back. A knife strike without hesitation, it was the strike of an 18-year-old filled with anger. "Save me! Captain Liu, save me!" Cain shrieked in terror. He was scared. Truly scared. His only hope now was the 3 teammates rushing over. The transport vehicle was not far from their position, only 30 or 40 meters, and the few people who had already heard the commotion had gotten out of the car. Captain Liu, who was leading the group, saw Zhang Yang raising the dissection knife again, and his expression changed dramatically. "How dare you!" Put. Zhang Yang plunged the knife into the opponent's neck until the opponent stopped breathing, his body already covered in blood. Perhaps it was his first time killing. Zhang Yang felt his stomach churning, but his powerful will made him appear unusually rational. You actually dared to kill him." Captain Liu's eyes, seeing the corpse lying in a pool of blood, held a murderous chill. Facing such a terrifying gaze, others might have long since averted their eyes, but Zhang Yang did not. He knew very well that he absolutely could not panic at this moment. Zhang Yang calmly shook the blood off his knife, then said placidly, "What if I killed him?" "What you lack is combat power. I am clearly stronger and more ruthless than him. Moreover, I need money." Captain Lu, who had been furious, surprisingly calmed down upon hearing these words. Indeed, they were short-staffed. So, after staring at Su Tian for a moment, he slowly asked, "What's your name and what's your realm?" "Zhang Yang, level 2 martial artist." "Excellent. From now on, you're a member of our squad. You take them to deal with the bodies here, then get in the car and leave." Captain Lu gave him a meaningful look, then turned around and got into the car with the remaining 2 people. As for Kane, he didn't even spare him a glance. "Captain, are we just going to let him go?" "He killed Kane." Back in the car, another martial artist looked displeased. "What else can we do? Didn't you see that kid was already in a killing frenzy? Fighting him now would only deplete our own combat power. Don't forget what our purpose is for being here." Captain Lu's face was livid, a look of displeasure etched upon it. "So we're just letting him off the hook?" The martial artist was unwilling. Captain Lu shook his head and sneered, "Don't worry, the road ahead has many more mutant beasts than usual. Since he's so good at fighting, let him take the lead. He can clear the path for us." The 3 let out triumphant laughter. The laughter filtered through the car window and eventually reached Zhang Yang's ears. His teammates had just died, and they were already roaring with laughter. As expected, they were not good people. Fortunately, he was safe for now. Next, he just needed to follow the team and improve his strength. No matter what their purpose for coming here was, he would look for an opportunity to catch them off guard and escape at the next stop. Captain Lu was a level 4 martial artist, and the other 2 he brought were also 2-star. A direct confrontation was definitely out of the question. Thinking this, he began to lead the others in dealing with the remaining bodies. Captain Lu, in the transporter, saw everything in his rear-view mirror. Seeing Zhang Yang obediently beginning to dissect the mutant beast corpses, a hint of a playful smile curved on his lips. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang finished dissecting the last body, and his body let out crackling sounds. Dissecting 8 bodies increased his vitality by 146 points, bringing his total vitality to 352 points, reaching level 3 martial artist. At the same time, his status screen popped up again. You have successfully dissected 10 mutant beast corpses. You can learn the dissection rebate LV2 ability. Do you wish to learn it? Learn? Give up? Zhang Yang didn't make an immediate decision, lowering his head in contemplation. First, according to the system's prompt, only one LV2 ability can be acquired, so any opportunity to learn must be seized properly. Undoubtedly, based on the abilities, the best LV2 ability is Predator. Killing 10 mutant beasts is undeniably difficult. Even the lowest level mutant beast possesses superior physical attributes and strength compared to a martial artist of the same realm. He thought for only a moment before decisively giving up on learning dissection rebate LV2. He couldn't guarantee a smooth escape, and if there truly was no chance to run, he would have to face the mutant beasts here. Given Captain Lu's style, he would surely be sent to the front to lead the charge as cannon fodder. Predator could perfectly adapt to the battlefield and also complement the combat skill reward from the second ability acquisition. Having given up the reward, Captain Lu and the others' urgings came from afar. Get things done and let's go. Zhang Yang was practically forced into the car seat by Captain Lu and 2 others. The 3 glared at him, clearly wary. They had brought 2 cargo vans this time. There were 2 rows in the front of the vehicle, and Zhang Yang sat in the back, with a martial artist on each side. He didn't know how long the car had been driving until it slowly stopped as the sun began to set behind the mountain. They arrived in front of a dense forest, from which a strong smell of blood continuously wafted. The secluded surroundings made one feel in vague unease. Zhang Yang, you go lead the way and explore. Captain Lu, with the other 2, suddenly blocked his retreat and spoke in a cold, abrupt tone. Their eyes were full of malice, as if they would immediately take action if Zhang Yang refused. They want to use him as a spear to clear the path, right? Zhang Yang sneered inwardly, just as he had expected. All right. If I have to go, I'll go. Chapter 04, Another Reward, Golden Legendary. The group forced Zhang Yang into the forest, not even giving him a decent weapon. Seeing his figure gradually disappear, the martial artist next to Captain Lu said, "Boss, do you think this kid will really die at the hands of a mutant beast?" The somewhat corpulent martial artist had a slender martial artist behind him raise a hand and slap the back of his neck. Isn't that obvious nonsense? This kid is clearly a rookie, and this area has frequent mutant beast activity. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. Then you and I will go in and finish him off. Since we've decided to act, we absolutely cannot let him live. The two of you secretly follow him and lead a pack of mutant beasts his way. Captain Lu's cold face now held a hint of ferocity. You must wait until he's completely exhausted before you two make your move. Absolutely do not give him any chance to live. I don't like surprises. The two martial artists made an okay gesture and left without further ado. Captain Lu suddenly recalled Zhang Yang's appearance when he killed Kane, and, still uneasy, grabbed the man Zhang Yang had saved. Under the man's terrified gaze, Captain Lu surprisingly pulled a pistol from his pocket and thrust it into his hand. If Zhang Yang makes it out alive, you find an opportunity to shoot him from the shadows. Ha! The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and his legs trembled. He wanted to refuse, but seeing Captain Lu's murderous glare, he dared not utter a sound. Don't try any tricks with me, or you know the consequences. Having done all this, Captain Lu sat on the ground and began sharpening his knife, all his attention fixed on the woods not far away. Inside the woods, Zhang Yang shivered. He felt a chill rise up his back, as if something was watching him from the shadows. He instinctively looked back, but there was only emptiness. He could vaguely see the path he had come from in the distance, but due to the swaying branches obstructing his view, he could no longer see Captain Lu and the others. It was as if he had been abandoned by the world, a lone figure in the wilderness. This feeling of unease intensified, and he gripped his dissecting knife tightly. The dissecting knife was specially designed for dissecting mutant beasts, about 30 centimeters long, similar to some fruit knives. As a weapon against ferocious mutant beasts, it was completely inadequate, but its sharpness at least offered some reassurance. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps echoed from behind him. Accompanied by the rustle of fallen leaves, Zhang Yang's body sank. He twisted his waist clockwise towards his back, forcefully swinging the dissecting knife behind him. Due to the excessive force, the palm holding the dissecting knife trembled slightly, and the veins on his arm bulged. Poochie! A cold glint flashed. Zhang Yang felt the knife sink into flesh, getting firmly stuck with a gush of foul-smelling blood, and he himself was pressed to the ground by a massive black shadow. Zhang Yang finally saw the creature's appearance. That was a gray wolf, or more accurately, a mutant beast. Its appearance was indistinguishable from a gray wolf, the only difference being its immense size, like the alpha of some wolf pack, and the fangs in its mouth reflected a cold gleam like two steel blades. Dire wolf. This was one of the most common types of low-level mutant beasts, ranging from second to third tier. They evolved from ordinary gray wolves, with the only changes being their sharp fangs and powerful, robust bodies. Logically speaking, his chances of defeating this mutant beast should be 7-3, because mutant beasts have lower intelligence and often suffer disadvantages in confrontations at the same level. But this was Zhang Yang's first time facing a mutant beast, and his lack of experience cost him dearly. It was this pounce that made Zhang Yang realize how dangerous mutant beasts were. The dire wolf seemed to have been hungry for a long time, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Zhang Yang's neck. Zhang Yang could even smell the stench. Zhang Yang forcefully pulled out the scalpel embedded in the beast's shoulder-neck area and plunged it directly into its neck. He was familiar with this movement, so his action was extremely swift. Put! 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 Zhang Yang brandished the blade in his hand, again and again, preventing the mutant beast's deadly attacks from succeeding. The dire wolf's neck slumped limply against his body, foul-smelling blood flowed from its mouth, and its eyes had completely lost their luster. Zhang Yang gasped for air, the initial fear of fighting a mutant beast for the first time gradually disappearing, replaced by excitement. That was a physiological reaction brought on by a surge of adrenaline. He had overcome his fear of mutant beasts, and if he encountered another one, he would be able to handle it with ease. He climbed up from the ground, realizing that fighting mutant beasts required fearlessness. He absolutely could not retreat in such a battle. Retreating meant certain death. After calming down slightly, he cut off the creature's ear. You successfully dissected one ear of a dire wolf, vitality plus 2 points. You successfully dissected one ear of a dire wolf, vitality plus 2 points. He did not continue dissecting but slowly rose and walked deeper. His stamina was limited, and he had to use it wisely until he had killed 10 mutant beasts. That was his only way out. The two martial artists, one fat and one thin, hidden nearby, exchanged glances, and a look of regret could be seen on both their faces. I didn't expect this kid's combat talent to be quite good. He managed to kill a mutant beast so smoothly. It seems the captain was right. We should be more careful and try to attract more mutant beasts, the fat man said with a hint of resignation. The thin man nodded in agreement but was clearly displeased. Damn it, what bad luck! Let's go, let him jump around a bit longer then. Let's see how he dies in a moment. 40 minutes later. Put. Zhang Yang once again hacked a dire wolf to death, then plopped down onto the ground. His body was covered in many wounds, big and small, but fortunately none were fatal. His stamina was mostly depleted. If he hadn't become a martial artist, he would probably be collapsed on the ground by now. Fortunately, it was all worth it. You have successfully dissected the corpses of 10 mutant beasts. You can now learn the Predator LV2 ability. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. After he made his selection, the status screen before him suddenly erupted in golden light. Along with the golden light, a humanized exclamation from the system sounded. Received a learning ability reward again, drawing randomly. Wow! Golden Legendary. Chapter 05, Acquired LV2 Ability. You have acquired an ability again, random draw reward critical hit. Reward, 1 bottle of Dragon's Blood Potion. Reward, 1 volume of the intermediate combat skill, Mount Tai Fist. Mastered ability, Predator LV2. Predator LV2, all attributes doubled against mutant beasts, including but not limited to strength, reflexes, comprehension, mastered abilities, etc. Host's current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2. Currently available abilities to master. Analysis LV3, can observe the species and abilities of mutant beasts. Conditions for achievement, kill and dissect 100 mutant beasts. Cross rank LV3, can absorb 1 mutant beast bloodline power, perfectly inheriting it. Conditions for achievement, individually cross rank Predator 1 mutant beast. Beast Slayer LV3, gain 100% instant kill power against targets not exceeding your own realm. Kill 100 different kinds of mutant beasts and complete the mission. Dragon's Blood Potion. Intermediate combat skill. Zhang Yang breathed heavily. Although he wasn't a martial artist before, he had heard of these two things. Dragon's Blood Potion could be said to be the hottest potion product in the martial artist circle. It was said that no matter the situation, taking it could quickly restore a martial artist's depleted state within a dozen seconds, 100% effective within the martial artist level. Not only that, it could also quickly stop bleeding in a short time, and enhance adrenaline promotion, allowing for 120% combat power during the 10-minute duration of its effect. Unfortunately, it was only useful for martial artist level individuals. Perhaps it could be called the greatest invented drug, but even so, 1 bottle was hyped up to an astronomical price of hundreds of thousands, making countless martial artists dream of it. As for intermediate combat skill, that was even more incredible. Combat skills could be understood as skills in martial arts fighting games. Learning them could demonstrate very powerful might. The classification of combat skill levels was relatively simple, with only 4 levels: low, intermediate, high, and special. Because most combat skills evolved from ancient martial arts, they were extremely rare. It was said that a single low-level combat skill could sell for hundreds of thousands, and an intermediate combat skill already cost millions, and one might not even grasp its essence. He actually obtained an intermediate combat skill. Just how powerful was this? Let me put it this way. A martial artist of the same rank with a combat skill would definitely defeat one without a combat skill. An intermediate combat skill would also certainly defeat a low-level combat skill. Its value directly exploded. The Mount Tai Fist combat skill directly entered his mind's memory. Zhang Yang vaguely saw a thin figure. The figure lightly raised a fist, exerting force from his waist and legs simultaneously. His body made a popping sound as he threw a punch. This punch carried the momentum of Mount Tai, the air whistled, and vaguely, one could almost see the flowing chi taking shape. Boom! The low thud allowed one to feel the power of this punch, seemingly possessing the weight of 1,000 pounds. The figure gradually disappeared, and Zhang Yang's vision slowly returned. He stood in place, bewildered, a blood-red potion bottle now somehow in his hand. Zhang Yang felt as if he was the person from just now. The combat skill felt as familiar in his memory as if he had studied it for many years, ready to be used at any moment. He didn't expect this combat skill to be imprinted in his memory. One must know that a regular intermediate combat skill, without a year or a half of guidance, wouldn't even allow for entry-level understanding, yet he had directly mastered it. Zhang Yang then looked at the potion in his hand. The bottle was only 3 or 4 centimeters tall, made of transparent glass, clearly showing the blood-like potion inside. He carefully placed it in his pocket, skillfully cutting off the ears of several dire wolves nearby. You successfully dissected a dire wolf's ear, vitality +2 points. You successfully dissected a dire wolf's ear, vitality +3 points. Ha! Dissection also doubles? Zhang Yang was excited, feeling strength surge through his body. In that case, he would soon have the power to deal with Captain Lu and the others. No! He already had the strength to deal with several people. However, to be safe, Zhang Yang still planned to dissect the corpses in front of him to increase his vitality. Now, dissecting mutant beasts received a double bonus, giving him a chance to level up again. After all, he was alone facing 3 martial artists. The double enhancement was very fast. 1 corpse alone could provide him with about 30 vitality. Before the 3 corpses were even fully dissected, his vitality had already surpassed the 400-point mark, reaching level 4 martial artist. His stamina had also recovered somewhat. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a roar from a distance. The chaotic roars didn't sound like a single mutant beast, but more like a small beast tide? Zhang Yang tightened his grip on the dissection knife, his expression subtly changing. How could a small beast tide appear here? Unless it was Captain Lu. Ruthless. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, his eyes growing colder. This Captain Lu was more ruthless than he had imagined. He had thought the other party would use him as a scout to explore the location, but he hadn't expected the other party simply wanted him dead, even going so far as to attract a large number of mutant beasts to form a small beast tide. However, an hour ago he might have felt a headache and despair, but now. Zhang Yang gripped the dissection knife, his gaze becoming sharper. He stared intently in the direction of the shadows until the first mutant beast rushed out. It was a wild boar. A huge wild boar with brown fur all over its body, looking ferocious and malevolent. Crunch! Along the way, tree branches as thick as wrists were easily crushed under its feet, showing the creature's immense strength. Ha ha ha! Dozens of meters away, the thin martial artist, who had already climbed a tree trunk, burst into laughter. He observed Zhang Yang in the distance through his binoculars, a look of triumph on his face. Now he's in for a treat, he gets to enjoy the benefits of over a dozen mutant beasts. The chubby martial artist beside him also observed through binoculars, a similar smile curling his lips. I didn't expect to attract a boar king. This is a mutant beast comparable to a level 4 martial artist. Even the captain wouldn't dare to face its charge head-on. That kid is as good as dead. Both of them had already sentenced Zhang Yang to death in their minds, holding their binoculars and excitedly awaiting the outcome. However, less than 3 seconds into watching, they both simultaneously lowered their binoculars, rubbing their eyes as if doubting their vision, trying to see something. That's right, they must have been seeing things. Otherwise, how could they see Zhang Yang looking even more excited than the Boar King? Shouldn't he be afraid? However, when they looked again, they finally confirmed that they weren't seeing things. They saw Zhang Yang taking large strides, then his jog turned into a run, and he dashed towards the Boar King with great speed. This kid wants to go head-to-head with the Boar King? When the two of them realized this, they almost burst out laughing. Isn't this suicide? Surely no one actually believes they can go head-to-head with a Boar King, right? Surely not. Boom! A deep thud, like a cannon, was heard faintly even from their distance. Then they saw the Boar King fall to the ground like an overturned truck, beginning to convulse. And its skull had completely collapsed. Clatter! Both their binoculars simultaneously dropped to the ground, and they shivered. Were they seeing things? Chapter 06 Slaughtering Mutant Beasts. Yes, it must have been a trick of the eyes. How could Zhang Yang possibly smash the Boar King beast's skull? Even Captain Lu couldn't do that. The atmosphere in the space they occupied was somewhat frozen until it was broken by the skinny martial artist's laughter. Ha! Fatty, how did you lure an injured Boar King beast? Fatty paused, then his eyes gradually lit up. I wasn't paying attention, I didn't expect such a coincidence, which saved this kid's life. Yes. It must have been a coincidence. Zhang Yang couldn't possibly have this level of skill. If he really did, he wouldn't have been forced into the woods by them. The more they spoke, the more confident the two became, convinced that they had simply failed to notice the mutant beast's injuries, which allowed Zhang Yang to exploit the situation and successfully kill it. Yes, that must be it. This kid is just a level 2 martial artist, how could he possibly do something like that? Don't look at how impressive he is now. He might have already sustained severe internal injuries and is just putting on a brave face to deter the remaining mutant beasts. The fat man grew increasingly confident, having completely brainwashed himself. The upcoming battles will be tough for that kid. At this very moment, Zhang Yang shook his numb arm, feeling the tingling sensation, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. With the Predator's boost, his punch just now, combined with a combat skill, might even allow him to contend with a 5 or 6 level martial artist. This is a good chance to get familiar with the power of Mount Tai Fist. He looked up into the woods, where more mutant beasts were rushing towards him. Most of them were like dire wolves, a common species of mutant beast with moderate combat power. There were no mutant beasts like the Boar King. His movements were as fast as lightning, his entire arm swung in an almost full circle, and with every punch that connected with a mutant beast, any part of its body would instantly collapse. He was like someone touching tender tofu, and one mutant beast after another fell at his feet. Put! A cold glint flashed, and the ears of one mutant beast after another dropped to the ground. Then, while the opponent was dazed, he smashed its head with a punch. You successfully dissected one ear of a brute bull beast, vitality plus 3 points plus 3. You successfully dissected one horn of a brute bull beast, vitality plus 3 points plus 3. Zhang Yang's movements became increasingly skillful, and his strength grew stronger and stronger. The dissecting knife in his hand could precisely find the mutant beast's weak points, and with his swings, they fell one by one into pools of blood. He could effortlessly chop off their noses and ears with a casual swipe, which showed how formidable he was. Roar! The last monkey hesitated and began to retreat, its eyes filled with fear. In its eyes, Zhang Yang was no longer a human but a demon. It had never seen a human who could shatter a mutant beast's skull with a single punch. Finally, it could no longer endure the oppressive feeling given by the human in front of it, so it turned and fled as if mad. The fat and thin martial artists watched this scene in shock, simultaneously drawing a sharp breath. They exchanged glances, both seeing shock and fear in the other's eyes. Their earlier speculation seemed to be completely wrong. And he seems to know combat skills. A very terrifying combat skill. What do we do? The chubby man's voice was a little weak, clearly showing signs of fear. In contrast, the skinny man was much calmer. After a brief silence, he actually started smiling again. What do we do? Of course, we deal with him. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity to obtain an intermediate combat skill. Hearing the words combat skill, the chubby martial artist was stunned, then his face flushed red, and he spoke with difficulty. You mean? Of course. The skinny man's face was filled with longing and greed. He clearly knows combat skills, otherwise, how could he deal with so many mutant beasts? Especially that first punch, capable of shattering the Boar King's skull, that must be a combat skill. Not only is it a combat skill, but it's an intermediate combat skill. Hearing his analysis, the chubby man's breathing became rapid, and his eyes also started to show greed. But, are we a match for him? The chubby man, whose nature was somewhat timid, finally spoke with some concern. If Zhang Yang truly possessed such a combat skill, they naturally wouldn't be a match, and the outcome would only be the same as Kane's earlier. Fatty, take a close look at him now. He's not only covered in injuries, but he's also been fighting for so long that he's completely out of spiritual energy and stamina. Forget about you and me teaming up, even Kane could handle that kid now. His combat skill is definitely ours. The chubby man was startled and looked at Zhang Yang not far away. Indeed, Zhang Yang's clothes were tattered, and blood was still seeping from his wounds. His face was pale, clearly due to blood loss and exhaustion, and the hand holding the dissection knife was trembling. In contrast, the two of them were radiant with health. Each of them held a large knife specifically for dealing with mutant beasts, a full half-meter in length. The fatty was trembling with excitement. How could he not be excited? Even Captain Lu didn't have a combat skill. Let's go. Let's go get our stuff. Seeing that the time was ripe, the skinny guy and the fatty leaped down. Zhang Yang swayed unsteadily, standing rooted to the spot, a look of hesitation on his face. He was utterly exhausted now, even standing was a struggle. Should he use the dragon's blood potion? This item was priceless. If he took it back, it would definitely be enough to treat his mother. Just as he was hesitating, a series of footsteps sounded. It was the two martial artists, the fatty and the skinny guy. These two in the team hadn't left much of an impression. Zhang Yang didn't even know their names, only that they were Captain Lu's followers. They blocked his potential escape routes, one on each side, watching him with a mocking expression. Zhang Yang, hand over your combat skill, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll leave you here to feed the mutant beasts, the fatty said cautiously. Combat skill. Zhang Yang first froze, then his eyes grew cold. He immediately understood that these two had been following him in the shadows the whole time, and perhaps those mutant beasts earlier were even lured by them. These people weren't thinking of having him lead the charge, but rather of killing him directly. The skinny guy felt his fierce gaze and recalled the mutant beasts that had just been killed, instinctively taking a step back. However, he immediately realized he had been forced back by a mere youngster's gaze, and a surge of anger welled up from deep inside him. What the hell are you looking at? Still pretending, huh? You probably can't even hold a dissection knife right now, can you? Hand over the combat skill quickly. As long as you hand over the combat skill, we promise not to touch you. Although it's dangerous to leave you here, you at least have a chance to survive, don't you? The skinny guy knew Zhang Yang wasn't easy to deal with, so he tried both soft and hard tactics. However, he never intended to let Zhang Yang go. Instead, he planned to silence him. After all, Captain Lu absolutely couldn't know about the combat skill, or it would surely be taken away. Put. Zhang Yang suddenly smiled. How can you be so sure that I have no strength left? As he spoke, he slowly put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of potion that looked like blood. Chapter 07, Full HP Recovery. Seeing the blood-like potion, the smiles on both their faces froze simultaneously, and their eyes widened. Their realm levels were low, but they usually had access to potions. Although most were very basic, they had heard of the so-called Dragon's Blood Potion. Dragon's Blood Potion? The fat man's eyes widened, his smile completely frozen on his face. Indeed. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, Zhang Yang said with a playful look. Bullshit. If that were really Dragon's Blood Potion, I'd take your surname. If you really had that kind of wealth, would you come out of the city with us? The thin man suddenly burst into curses, acting as if he had seen through everything long ago. "Fatty, stop talking nonsense with him. This kid is just stalling for time, let's both go at him." The thin man charged first. His saber whistled as he swung it, its cold gleam arriving like a meteor chasing the moon. The moment he moved, Zhang Yang also moved. He unhesitatingly poured the dragon's blood potion into his mouth, simultaneously stepping back. The moment the potion entered his throat, his brain buzzed with a hum. The potion seemed to explode the instant it entered his mouth, stimulating his cerebral cortex, making him feel refreshed. It was like the feeling of wasabi. An endless sensation of power surged from within his body. The feeling of being fully revived was simply indescribable. Truly a good thing worth a high price. Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, glancing at the thin man charging up with brute force, and sneered. After battling the mutant beast, he realized that this person was merely a dilettante. Both his movements and strength were far inferior to those life-or-death mutant beasts. If it weren't for the mutant beast's lack of intelligence, this guy probably couldn't even kill the lowest-level mutant beast. He simply tilted his body slightly to dodge the opponent's strike, then cleanly raised his fist and swung it fiercely from left to right, smashing it towards the opponent's head. Mount Tai Fist. The skinny man felt Zhang Yang sway and dodge his knife in a flash, then something like a meteor seemed to fly towards his face. That's right, a meteor. Zhang Yang's fist swung with a rushing sound of air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be compressed, causing a suffocating sensation, accompanied by a low rumble in the air. He subconsciously raised his right arm to block, and as he felt the immense force, he heard the sound of bone breaking. Crack! Zhang Yang's fist, along with the skinny man's arm, slammed into his head. The skinny man fell to the ground, instantly unconscious, and his arm had an eerie curve to it. Instant kill. The skinny man was instantly killed. The fat man finally snapped out of his shock, and his eyes, looking at Zhang Yang, were filled with nothing but terror. That was truly dragon's blood potion. Help! The fat man cried out in panic, turning and fleeing. Zhang Yang didn't chase him, but instead looked down at the unconscious skinny man on the ground. Clearly, the opponent had lost all combat capability. The blood here had already drawn roars from the surroundings, and he believed more mutant beasts would soon come running. He calmly thought for a moment, then prepared to return. He could now deal with Captain Lu. There was no need to venture further into danger. There were still many mutant beast corpses on the cargo truck. As long as he got back the money to treat his mother, it would be enough for now. He stretched his limbs and walked back in the direction he had come from. Captain Lu. It's time for a reckoning. At the entrance of the woods. Seeing that the fat and skinny martial artists had not emerged from the woods for a long time, Captain Lu frowned slightly. Are these two guys that slow? Could it be? He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if that kid can handle the mutant beast, he's probably covered in injuries and completely exhausted. In that state, he absolutely wouldn't have the strength to deal with those two kids. But if that's the case, why haven't his men returned yet? He quickly stopped thinking about that question and instead pondered another. What if that kid survives? That's right, what if Zhang Yang survived? He sometimes read novels in his spare time, and the protagonists in those novels were always like this. Surviving against all odds, the protagonist's halo allowing them to live through desperate situations wasn't uncommon. Kane dealing with Zhang Yang was already an unexpected event. Another exception wasn't impossible. No. I had him lead the charge, then had Fatty and the others attract more mutant beasts to him, and Fatty and Skinny were at the very back. Even if he got incredibly lucky, he's probably on his last breath by now. In that state, he's absolutely no match for me. Captain Lu muttered to himself. His talent level was considered among the lowest for a martial artist, but he managed to form his own team by being careful and cautious. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his gaze to the middle-aged man dazed in the corner, his eyes full of coldness. He strode over to the man and picked him up. Don't kill me. The middle-aged man was a bit nervous. Captain Lu said with a serious expression, if Zhang Yang comes out later, you shoot him when he's not paying attention. He's already killed one martial artist. If he manages to come out, it means he's killed 3 martial artists, and he definitely won't spare you guys. But if you do it well, not only can I take you back, but I can also give you enough dragon coins." The middle-aged man seemed to be scared senseless, only able to nod repeatedly. "No, no problem." He nodded desperately, seemingly afraid that Captain Lu would act. Not until the other party completely let go did he huddle back into the corner, but his eyes and expression were hesitant, and the hand gripping the pistol trembled slightly. He was just an ordinary person. Neither Captain Lu nor Zhang Yang were people he could afford to offend. Captain Lu didn't spare him another glance but sat aside, closing his eyes to rest. He knew that no matter who returned shortly, this whole affair should finally have a conclusion. However, in his opinion, there could only be one outcome to this matter, no matter what. That was for him to survive, and Zhang Yang was certain to die. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching from the distant woods. He picked up the binoculars he had prepared earlier and immediately spotted the figure walking back from the woods. It was Zhang Yang. Seeing the familiar figure, he wasn't overly surprised, but after observing carefully, his expression noticeably froze. On the forest path, many of Zhang Yang's wounds had already scabbed over, and his complexion was extremely rosy. How could he look even slightly weak? Chapter 08, A Shot in the Back. Captain Lu was stunned. His heart was filled with dread. The probability of Zhang Yang returning was small, but not impossible. But how could Zhang Yang be in such good spirits? After all, if he truly came out, it definitely meant he had already dealt with the mutant beast he had lured away and the two martial artists, one fat and one thin. A martial artist of this level couldn't have gone through such a brutal battle and still be full of energy. Did he rest for a while inside? No. That's even more impossible. Zhang Yang had only been inside for a short time, not enough to rest at all. As for potions, Captain Lu didn't even consider potions, because low-level potions couldn't have such powerful effects, and high-level potions. Advanced potions were beyond his reach, so how could Zhang Yang possibly have access to them? As for combat skills, there was no need to even consider it. It was much the same principle as with potions, and the more advanced a combat skill, the less likely it was for a kid like Zhang Yang to learn it. His expression kept changing, but finally settled into calmness, emitting a sneer. What if his mental state was good? He is a level 4 martial artist. Not only that, but he had led teams against predator mutant beasts more than once or twice, possessing extremely rich combat experience. No matter how you looked at it, Zhang Yang was absolutely no match for him, let alone the fact that he still had a backup plan? With that, he grabbed the long blade beside him, which glinted with a cold light, and quietly waited for Zhang Yang. Soon, Zhang Yang walked out from the woods. His first glance fell upon Captain Lu, poised and ready, and he frowned. It seemed the other party had anticipated his arrival long ago. Was it because he had seen him with binoculars beforehand? Zhang Yang saw the binoculars placed beside him, his brows furrowing slightly. It looks like you're injured? How about it, do you need me to bandage you up? Captain Lu's words carried a hint of concern, making it seem as if he was genuinely worried about Zhang Yang's injury. A chill ran through everyone present. After all, they had clearly heard him threaten the middle-aged man to shoot Zhang Yang. For a moment, they even felt that the scenes they had witnessed earlier were mere illusions. Zhang Yang paused slightly, then shook his head. You really can put on an act. But at this point, do you still take me for a child? Stop with the unnecessary talk, let's fight. He directly saw through the other party's intention to make him lower his guard, raised his blade, and slashed. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. The blades clashed, producing a clanging metallic sound, and sparks flew. All these strikes were parried by Captain Lu, but Captain Lu's expression was anything but pleasant. You are a level 3 martial artist. He felt the power on the blade and was slightly surprised. However, that surprise immediately turned into disdain. Just a mere level 3. Even if you were level 4 like me, you wouldn't be my opponent. Between martial artists, in basic combat without combat skills, it's experience that counts. He was indeed very experienced. The knife in his hand could easily block Zhang Yang's attacks and even adjust its angle to strike at Zhang Yang's vital points. Their knives briefly clashed and locked, creating a stalemate. Zhang Yang's palm trembled, clearly struggling with that angle. Captain Lu's expression grew increasingly ferocious, and his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He seemed to already envision Zhang Yang being cut down by his blade. But he suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. Yes, something was definitely off. Zhang Yang was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he didn't seem flustered at all, looking at him with calm eyes, as if he was in control. The next second, Zhang Yang suddenly released his grip on the knife, successfully draining the force from the blade, causing Lu's attack to miss. Seizing this gap, Zhang Yang had already raised his fist. Oof! Foolish! To abandon his knife. Captain Lu scoffed when he saw Zhang Yang abandon his weapon for this one punch. He raised one hand to block the punch, while his other hand, still gripping the knife, began to adjust its angle. He could already anticipate what was about to happen. One of his arms would block the opponent's attack, at most causing him to step back, while the knife in his hand would take Zhang Yang's life. However, just a split second before Zhang Yang's fist was about to land on him, he finally realized what was wrong. This punch. Why was it so loud? The air driven by the fist vibrated, accompanied by a deep rumble. Before he could think further, he felt a tremendous force erupt through his arm. The terrifying force, delivered directly through the arm, smashed into his face, and in that instant, his smile froze. Bang! Clang! He swayed from the immense force, the knife he was about to wield dropped to the ground, and finally, unable to maintain his balance, he plopped down on the floor. Mar! Combat skill! Sitting on the ground, he looked utterly shocked, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. I think you're right. Without combat skill, a foundation relies on combat experience, but unfortunately, I have combat skill. Zhang Yang looked down at him, raising his fist once more. Captain Lu, sitting on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted. Knowing that in his current state he couldn't run, he suddenly let out a ferocious yell. Attack! What are you still thinking about? If you don't act now, you won't get another chance. Crunch! Along with his voice, Zhang Yang heard the click of a handgun's safety being disengaged. His movements stiffened, and he instinctively looked towards the sound, his pupils constricting. He saw the middle-aged man who had almost been killed by Cain, now holding a handgun, nervously looking at him, the dark muzzle pointed directly at him. The sudden unexpected turn of events caught Zhang Yang off guard. How could he have expected this? Although he hadn't directly saved the middle-aged man, he had indirectly done so. Now, this man was actually pointing a gun at his head. While a martial artist realm practitioner possesses formidable physical prowess, it hasn't reached the level where their body can withstand bullets. Out of necessity, he could only stop his actions. Ha ha ha! Captain Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Kid, you're still too green. So what if you have combat skill? Once you're dead, all that will be mine. Zhang Yang ignored the arrogant man and looked towards the middle-aged man instead. He noticed that the man's eyes were filled with fear and apprehension, not that murderous chill. Zhang Yang also hesitated. The next second, his halted movements resumed, smashing fiercely into Captain Lu's arrogant face. Put! Captain Lu's voice stopped abruptly, and his entire nose caved in. You dare! Captain Lu was too shocked to speak. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to dare to act at this moment. However, he immediately reacted, practically screaming his throat raw as he roared. Shoot! Bang! A flock of birds startled in the woods, the gun fired. Chapter 09, All die, not one left. The gun fired. But it made a hole in Captain Lu's body. The shot hit his chest, and blood gushed out frantically. Captain Lu's face was filled with disbelief, and blood flowed from his mouth. He never imagined such an outcome. Zhang Yang's clenched fist relaxed slightly, his palms covered in sweat. Although this was the result he had anticipated, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. That's right, he had long foreseen this outcome, because the middle-aged man had no choice. The porters here were ordinary people. They needed a martial artist's help to leave this place, which was an undeniable hard condition. It was now clear that only one of them, Captain Lu or him, could survive. He was now alive and kicking, while Captain Lu lay on the ground, severely wounded, clearly an easier target to shoot. So, even if he hadn't helped the middle-aged man back then, it was highly likely he wouldn't have been shot. Why? Why? Captain Lu lay on the ground, his life force rapidly draining, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Unwilling to die just like that, especially at the hands of a newcomer like Zhang Yang. He had planned everything perfectly, only for it all to come to nothing in the end. Zhang Yang watched indifferently, then suddenly noticed a hint of ferocity in Captain Lu's eyes. This fierce malevolence came quickly, like a desperate struggle to retaliate. So, the moment he saw those eyes, Zhang Yang took a step back. It was this one step that filled him with immense regret. Captain Lu pulled something from his waist, then seemed to pinch it. Buzz! A low hum emanated from the transport vehicle not far away. It sounded like the cry of some mutant beast, but it was mechanically synthesized, very jarring and eerie. None of you will survive, hee hee. Captain Lu chuckled, and then the light in his eyes completely dimmed, before disappearing. However, his eyes still revealed an unwillingness and anger. Shut it off quickly. Zhang Yang immediately snatched the object from Captain Lu's hand and found it was a control switch, likely a remote for some audio equipment. He tried to turn it off, but found it was already broken. He wanted to question Captain Lu, but found that he had closed his eyes forever. Zhang Yang rushed back to the vehicle, found the audio equipment inside, and smashed it directly. Get in the car. Everyone who doesn't want to die, get in the car. He roared at the porters below. He didn't know what effect the audio had, but his intuition told him it would definitely attract mutant beasts, and it might be related to the conversation he had overheard between Captain Lu and Kane. Everyone woke up as if from a dream and scrambled into the cargo truck. Zhang Yang sat in the driver's seat, just about to step on the accelerator, when the passenger door was opened. The middle-aged man with the gun climbed in, his expression a little anxious. Too late. If we leave now, we'll surely die, he exclaimed with startling news the moment he got into the car. What? Zhang Yang frowned. The man took a deep breath, glanced at the rearview mirror, then explained, I've heard that sound before. It's the Azure Tiger. I've heard people say that Azure Tigers generally don't roar unless they're challenging another of their kind, signaling a fight to the death. Lu wouldn't play that roar for no reason. There must be an Azure Tiger nearby. You must have heard how terrifying that mutant beast is. We can only split up and run now. Zhang Yang's mind went blank. Azure Tiger. He knew this mutant beast. No, it wasn't just that he knew it. This mutant beast was practically a household name. Because among all the mutant beasts commonly known and most likely to be encountered by the general public, this was the one. The top-tier mutant beast at the martial artist level, with the strongest capabilities in every aspect, and incredibly powerful and brutal. Every time it appeared, it caused casualties, and at the martial artist realm level, it was like the Grim Reaper. Martial artist Su, I know you're strong, but even with you and the gun in my hand, the probability of surviving against this mutant beast is practically zero. The only chance now is for us to go our separate ways, or abandon the car. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, then shook his head. Abandoning the car is impossible. I've also heard of this mutant beast. It does track, and once it locks onto a target, it won't give up and will kill all related targets. The only chance now is to split into two groups. Zhang Yang immediately got out of the car and then shouted at the transport truck behind him. When the transport truck driver heard about splitting into two groups, his face instantly turned pale. If there were no martial artists with them, and they randomly encountered 2 or 3 mutant beasts blocking the road, they would surely die. This wasn't a small probability. Many large mutant beasts like to intercept vehicles, and if they weren't driven away, the vehicles could easily be damaged by collisions. Zhang Yang didn't pay attention to his reaction. Instead, he immediately returned to his own car. He still didn't rush to drive, but started looking for something in the driver's seat. That's right, he was looking for something. If he remembered correctly, the content he overheard earlier was that Captain Liu and the others had come to find this azure tiger. The realm levels of these people weren't very high, at least they couldn't deal with a normal azure tiger. So they must have had other preparations. It was impossible for them to have nothing prepared at all. If he could find these preparations, perhaps his chances of survival could greatly increase. Soon, he found 2 items. A tattered soft armor. A dilapidated crossbow. That's right. There were only these 2 items, and each of them looked like an antique. If they hadn't been wrapped in exquisite boxes in fine fabric, he would have thought they were just junk. He carefully examined the 2 items and found that although they were tattered, they were exquisitely crafted and seemed to be made of an unknown material, not ordinary metal. After a moment's hesitation, he put on the tattered soft armor, carefully, fearing it might shatter with a slight mishap. Unexpectedly, although the item looked fragile, it was extremely durable. Even a clearly cracked area showed no signs of falling apart. The other crossbow was brown throughout, paired with 2 half-rusted bolts, and Zhang Yang placed it beside him. After making all preparations, Zhang Yang started the car, ready to depart. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Zhang Yang drove towards the city center. Gazing at the ruined road ahead, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. I hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 10, Azure Tiger appears. It would take about 3 hours to reach the city's safe zone from their current location. Inside the car, the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yang hesitantly. Martial artist Zhang, why didn't you help him catch me back then? Zhang Yang was concentrating on driving and subconsciously replied, there's no particular reason. My father is about your age. Of course, the main thing is that I knew Cain wasn't a good person, and I was planning to deal with him anyway. The middle-aged man showed an expression of understanding but still smiled. My name is Chen Gong, as in the Gong for labor. Martial artist Zhang, you're the first martial artist I've met who's so unpretentious. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, not speaking. His mind was currently focused on how to drive faster, as he didn't know when that azure tiger might appear. Seeing him silent, Engineer Chen also wisely didn't speak. However, the silence in the car didn't last long before Engineer Chen broke it again. Is it your decision, martial artist Zhang, that they're following us? Engineer Chen stared at the vehicle in the rearview mirror, asking with some confusion. Following? Zhang Yang was startled and quickly looked up at the rearview mirror. He had been so focused on driving just now that he hadn't noticed the situation behind him, but now that he looked, the other party had indeed been following right behind him. They had been driving for 10 minutes, and the other party showed no intention of splitting up. There's a connected walkie-talkie in the car, contact them. Zhang Yang was a little anxious. Time waited for no one after all. That terrifying mutant beast could run out and attack them at any moment. Engineer Chen didn't waste words and immediately dialed. But they're not answering. Not answering? Zhang Yang's face darkened, and he slammed on the brakes, forcing the transport truck behind them to stop. He quickly got out of the car and walked to the front of the transport truck behind them. At this moment, the driver was looking at him with trepidation. Why are you still following us? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's question, the driver instantly became agitated. Martial artist Zhang, we can't drive away on our own. If we encounter mutant beasts along the way, it's a dead end. That's a load of bull. Zhang Yang slapped the hood of the car, producing a loud sound. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pointed at the other party's nose and furiously said, Don't you know that following us is a dead end? If we split up, at least there's a chance for one carload of people to survive. If we're caught together, it's a dead end. The driver was frightened. However, he immediately pleaded with a crying voice, Martial artist Zhang, I know you're a good person, you're not like Captain Liu and them, please take us with you. Perhaps that mutant beast won't hunt us down after all. It was just a roar played through the speakers. Zhang Yang immediately took a deep breath to calm himself down. He wasn't a bleeding heart. He knew very well that he had to go back, and even more clearly the danger of continuing without splitting up. He opened the car door, grabbed the other person by the neck and lifted them up, his voice filled with killing intent. I'm only saying this one last time, don't follow us anymore, or I'll make you die here just like Captain Lou and the others. If you drive yourselves, you still have a 50% chance of survival, don't insist on seeking death. Bang! He directly threw the person into their car, then turned around, got back into his own car, and started it. However, the car hadn't driven far when Zhang Yang's face completely darkened. Because the car behind suddenly overtook him, went ahead, and then proceeded to lead the way. Whenever Zhang Yang sped up, the other party would speed up, always maintaining a certain distance from them. Damn it! Zhang Yang suppressed the urge to floor the accelerator and ram them, constantly calming his breathing. The next second, he directly stopped the car. Seeing him stop, the car ahead also slowly stopped, but maintained a relatively safe distance. At this distance, if Zhang Yang tried to approach, the other party could immediately start their car. This amused Zhang Yang. It's natural for people to be afraid of death, but he never would have dreamed that these people would dare to stake their lives on him. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he plopped back down into the driver's seat and yawned. Uncle, I'm not going anymore. If you still want to live, go try your luck with the car ahead. Anyway, you have a gun, you can threaten them with it. Engineer Chen's face was a bit grim and a little bewildered. What do you mean you're not going anymore? Zhang Yang spread his hands, literally, those cowards up ahead think they're safe as long as they're with me. But I don't think so, so I'm not leaving. I'll take a gamble when that mutant beast shows up here. If that mutant beast's primary target is the car in front, then I'll have a chance to survive, though the risk is also very high. Engineer Chen gradually understood his words, his face a little pale. You mean, if I threaten them with a gun and go with them, there's a chance I won't encounter a mutant beast? But if I choose to stay here, then it's possible we'll encounter a mutant beast immediately and die right here, Zhang Yang interrupted him, opening the window and sighing. Silence fell in the car. Neither of them spoke, thinking about their predicament. Zhang Yang stroked the crossbow, not saying a word, but the worry in his brows spoke volumes. The people in the car in front were clearly terrified to the extreme and it was impossible for them to just leave and go their separate ways. Now the only chance was for Engineer Chen to go over with a gun. That way, Engineer Chen and his group would have a chance to survive, and so would he. Otherwise, if they really waited for the Dark Azure Tiger to appear, even if there was a chance to escape, the survival rate would be greatly reduced, as they would be facing that terrifying creature directly. It's just... would Engineer Chen be willing? Engineer Chen's face kept changing at this moment, showing that his inner turmoil was very complex and conflicted. He wasn't sure if the chances of survival were greater by going to the front car or by staying with Zhang Yang. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He loaded the bullets into his gun, then opened the car door and got out. Seeing this, Zhang Yang also let out a long breath. This was the best outcome for him. As long as Engineer Chen went over with a gun, the other party would definitely leave. After all, if they didn't let Engineer Chen get close, they would have to keep driving forward and would also lose Zhang Yang's car. So, as long as Engineer Chen got out, everything would be solved. But just as Engineer Chen was getting closer to the car in front, a familiar roar suddenly appeared. Roar! That roar was none other than the Azure Tiger. Chapter 11, Killing the Azure Tiger. Although Zhang Yang had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That sense of savagery couldn't be simulated by speakers. It was definitely a man-eater. Buzz! The engine of the car in front roared to life. They were clearly preparing to escape. Zhang Yang also started his engine but immediately slammed on the brakes, coming to a steady stop in place. It's the Azure Tiger. The Azure Tiger violently crashed into the car in front, flipping it over and blocking their path. Bang! Its massive tiger paw slapped the car door, instantly deforming it. Zhang Yang stared intently at this mutant beast, finally seeing its terrifying full form. Its body was nearly 3 meters tall, its patterns exuded an imposing aura, its fur reflected light, and the hair on its head was even more luxuriant, as it bared its sharp fangs and roared. Is this a saber-toothed tiger? Zhang Yang couldn't help but blurt out, instinctively wanting to turn around. But he immediately realized that turning around would only delay the inevitable, as he'd be caught sooner or later, a pointless move. So he gritted his teeth and grabbed the old crossbow. Damn it! I'm a terrifying upright ape, you think I'm scared of you? Zhang Yang cursed under his breath, standing up from his seat. Running was death, better to fight for his life again. His realm wasn't high enough, so this crossbow in his hand might be his only chance. The beast's attention was completely on the car in front at this moment, which was a rare good opportunity. Wait a minute. Zhang Yang, preparing to act, suddenly noticed something and his eyes widened. He saw a large amount of blood on the beast's body, staining a whole section. The Azure Tiger's right leg and the area above it were covered in blood, which continuously flowed out, almost entirely coloring the leg. There was also some on its lower abdomen, indicating very severe injuries. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. No wonder the Azure Tiger only came for them now. No wonder Captain Lu and his crew dared to try and kill it. It turned out this beast was injured. He had been wondering before, if Captain Lu's target was this Azure Tiger, how could they think they were a match? Now everything made sense. Help! Help! The Azure Tiger had already shattered the windshield of the front car's cockpit, dragging out the driver and tearing him to shreds under his horrified and desperate gaze. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Yang almost wanted to look away, but he ultimately held back, knowing he needed to find an opportunity to act. This was his first time using a crossbow, so to ensure a fatal hit, he had to get closer. Realizing this, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, got out of the car, and began to approach the target. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Not close enough? Still not close enough? Finally, Zhang Yang stopped about 10 meters away from the creature. He could even smell the foul odor from its mouth. Fortunately, the creature's attention was entirely on its food, and it didn't notice Zhang Yang approaching at all. Zhang Yang aimed the long crossbow at the creature's neck, but after a moment of hesitation, he re-aimed it at its wound. At such close range, he could see the horrifying wound more clearly, stretching from the base of its thigh deep into its lower abdomen, with a large amount of blood oozing out, looking extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Zhang Yang decisively fired the crossbow bolt. A grating sound came from the long crossbow as the bolt plunged directly into the flesh of the wound, disappearing completely. This was followed by an enraged roar, though it carried a hint of a shriek. The Azure Tiger, which was devouring its food, suddenly twisted its head, its bell-sized tiger eyes fixed on Zhang Yang, fury surging. The icy killing intent briefly blanked Zhang Yang's mind. In that moment, he had only one thought: he was dead for sure. As a top-tier mutant beast among the martial artist class, it was not to be underestimated even when severely injured. Zhang Yang realized he couldn't sit idly by and once again loaded the last crossbow bolt, aiming it at the creature. The Azure Tiger decisively abandoned the food in its mouth and rapidly charged towards him. 10 meters was but an instant. Zhang Yang watched the pouncing fierce tiger, knowing that fleeing was unrealistic. He could only place all his hope on the last arrow. The moment it pounced, he aimed at its wound. This position was even easier to aim at than before, as the creature had completely exposed its lower abdomen, so this strike was perfectly accurate. Put! The arrow entered the Azure Tiger's abdomen, making it let out another shriek. Its pouncing body lost control, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground, rolling towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang instinctively retreated, but realized it was already too late. The Azure Tiger still landed in front of him. Although it didn't directly tear Zhang Yang apart, it still slapped him across the chest. Zhang Yang felt a tremendous force from his chest, sending him flying backward. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud, his internal organs aching. Thwack! He heard a crisp snap. The soft armor he was wearing had burst open, completely losing its effectiveness. Currently, Zhang Yang had no means left to fight this Azure Tiger. But fortunately, the Azure Tiger's vitality was also clearly waning. If all went as expected, the 2 arrows earlier had already shattered its internal organs. Zhang Yang was confident of this. He had dissected many mutant beasts, so he shouldn't have misidentified the general organ locations. But Roar! The azure tiger suddenly roared, looking as if it were having a final surge of energy, its body moving with extreme amplitude as it seemed to rise with inexhaustible strength. Blood gushed from its abdomen, and Zhang Yang felt it was almost bled dry, yet the beast still vigorously climbed to its feet, and then it charged towards him furiously. Zhang Yang gave a bitter smile. He hadn't expected this creature to have such tenacious vitality. Despite such severe injuries, it could still move. He could have won if he just held on for another minute, or even just 10 seconds. But it seemed too late now. Honk! 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 Just then, a horn blared behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang spun his head around to see a speeding cargo truck. Engineer Chen was in the driver's seat, shouting at him. "Get out of the way!" The moment Zhang Yang saw the cargo truck approaching, his body instinctively rolled to the side. At this point, the azure tiger was less than 5 meters away from him, lunging forward, and in the next second, it collided violently with the speeding cargo truck. The vehicle was instantly crushed and deformed, stopping in place, while the azure tiger, bang, was directly knocked several meters away. This time, it tried several times but failed to get up again. Instead, its head tilted. And it breathed its last. Stopped breathing. Chapter 12, Return to the City. Dead. The azure tiger is dead. Engineer Chen. Are you alright? Zhang Yang, having recovered from the shock, rushed towards the cargo truck that had been crushed flat. The front of the vehicle was completely deformed and shattered. Zhang Yang thought it was a miracle it hadn't exploded. His veins bulged as he tried to pry open his face, continuously calling out to Engineer Chen. Engineer Chen! Engineer Chen, wake up! Uncle Chen! He saw metal had already pierced Engineer Chen's body, pinning him tightly inside. Zhang! Zhang, martial artist! Engineer Chen heard his call and slowly lifted his head, his face covered in blood, and spoke weakly. As he spoke, blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Don't speak! Hold on, I'll get you out right now. Zhang Yang was anxious, mustering all his strength to try and pry open the metal surrounding him. However, the force of the collision was too great, and even as a martial artist, he couldn't expand the entire space. Zhang Yang was burning with anxiety. He hadn't expected Engineer Chen not to flee or hide amidst the chaos, but instead to drive and save his life in a critical moment. Though they had only known each other for a few hours, he didn't want this uncle to die so suddenly. Why did you help me? Engineer Chen suddenly spoke, his eyes already dimming. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't know why he repeated that answer again. You're about the same age as my father. Do you have children? Think about your children, don't sleep. Engineer Chen smiled. It was a forced smile, but that was because his body was rapidly failing. His chest was completely impaled. Even a martial artist would die here, and not even an immortal could help. His voice was weak, as if he had used all his remaining strength to speak. You're about the same age as my son, very similar. He still wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't, his eyes dimming completely. Zhang Yang heard his voice cease, and the body he was pulling stiffened. Engineer Chen was dead. Many people had died outside the city, but Engineer Chen was the only one who had stirred his emotions. He stood there stunned for a long time, not knowing how long it took for him to come back to his senses. Noisy sounds came from the car ahead. There were still a few people alive in it. However, when they saw Zhang Yang, their eyes were filled with fear. They clearly knew that if the front car hadn't stubbornly stayed put, they might not have suffered this azure tiger's attack. Can the car still be driven? Yes. Yes. A few of us can fix it. The car isn't a big problem. We can leave in 20 minutes at most. The remaining people quickly spoke, fearing Zhang Yang's anger. All right, then we'll leave in 20 minutes. Zhang Yang gestured for them to fix the car, while he walked over to the azure tiger's corpse. Looking at the massive corpse, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This azure tiger, only at the level of a 7th or 8th level martial artist, was already so terrifying, its entire body a treasure, capable of selling for a lot of money. He hadn't expected Captain Lu's extensive efforts to ultimately lead to him reaping the benefits. He lowered his head and began dissecting the corpse, preparing to dissect all the valuable parts, and of course, to increase his own vitality. You successfully dissected one ear of the Azure Tiger, vitality plus 7 points plus 7. You successfully dissected one ear of the Azure Tiger, vitality plus 8 points plus 8. You successfully dissected the internal organs of the Azure Tiger, vitality plus 9 points plus 9. You successfully dissected the heart of the Azure Tiger, vitality plus 11 points plus 11. As expected of a top-tier mutant beast in the martial artist realm, every organ provided ample vitality. Zhang Yang's vitality soared, which made him increasingly excited. By the time the car was repaired, he had also successfully and perfectly dissected the entire Azure Tiger's corpse. The entire mutant beast he had dissected before yielded a maximum of 30 vitality, but this Azure Tiger yielded over 160 vitality. Including the additional 160 vitality points given by the mutant beast predator, and the organs he had sporadically dissected before, his vitality directly broke through to 700 points. His status screen at this moment was as follows. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 712 points, level 7 martial artist. Current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2. Dissection Rebate LV1, gain a certain amount of vitality points when dissecting mutant beast corpses. Predator LV2, all attributes are doubled against mutant beasts, including but not limited to strength, reaction, comprehension, mastery, etc. Current abilities available for mastery. Analysis LV3, can observe the type and abilities of mutant beasts. Conditions for achievement, kill and dissect 100 mutant beasts. Tier Transcender LV3, can absorb the bloodline power of one mutant beast, perfectly inheriting it. Conditions for achievement, independently transcend a tier to prey on one mutant beast. Beast Slayer LV3, gain 100% instant kill power against targets not exceeding one's own realm. Achieved by killing 100 mutant beasts of different species. Hint, host can only choose one ability per level, irreversible. Please consider carefully before deciding. Hint, each time the host acquires an ability, a random reward will be received. A level 7 martial artist. Zhang Yang felt the surging power within his body, his eyes glowing. After this experience, he realized how important power was. A level 7 martial artist. At this level, he would even have the power to fight an Azure Tiger. He loaded the valuable organs into the vehicle, then followed the others back. As dusk gradually fell, Zhang Yang sat in the passenger seat, watching the city gradually appear in the distance, a smile playing on his lips. He was finally back. His phone finally had a signal, and he immediately turned it on. With the signal restored, 2 messages flooded in. Seeing the content of the messages, Zhang Yang's expression was complex. The first message was from his father. Son, you don't need to worry, Dad's salary was paid early. The second message was from Xiaomeng. Brother Yang, I've already paid Auntie's hospital fees. Don't worry and prioritize your safety. I hope you come back soon. Xiaomeng's full name is Bai Meng, and she is his childhood sweetheart. The two have always had a good relationship since childhood, and their deep affection goes without saying. After all, when his mother had the accident, his father kept it from him, and it was she who told him. The job he took this time, which felt like a suicide mission, was also introduced by her. He frowned, feeling a headache coming on. Given their relationship, he couldn't bring himself to believe she would harm him, but the facts were undeniable. He didn't know how to face the situation. Perhaps she doesn't know the inside story? Zhang Yang tried to excuse her, then shook his head. He decided to go to the hospital first. Whether the other party intended to harm him or if it was a misunderstanding, he would know once he went there. The car slowly entered the city, and they got out for a safety check. Every team returning from the outside world of Predator Mutant Beast had to go through this step to prevent any mutant beast from entering the city. The check was simple and quick. But just as Zhang Yang got out of the car, he saw a group of people walking towards them. They were wearing unified uniforms, appearing to be from some kind of martial artist organization, and Zhang Yang actually recognized the person leading them. It was Bai Meng's father. Chapter 13. You are a genius seen once in a century. The middle-aged man leading the group looked a few years younger than his peers, dressed in exquisite combat attire, with a special emblem on his chest, the emblem of a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Zhang Yang's face darkened when he saw this person. Why was he here? It looked like he was deliberately waiting for him? No. He was waiting for Captain Liu. Thinking of his deduction, Zhang Yang gripped the long saber in his hand, his entire body's muscles tensing. Could it be? Was everything truly Bai Meng's doing? He didn't run, because he couldn't run from this location. However, he also didn't need to run, because this was a city area. In city areas, martial artist infighting is not allowed. This is the rule of this country. No one can break this rule, no one. Soon, a group of people surrounded him. Bai Jun stood in front of him, scrutinizing him with an appraising look. That kind of gaze made one very uncomfortable, like looking at someone from another world. Zhang Yang, I'm truly surprised you're still alive. Zhang Yang stared intently at him, his eyes cold. It really was you. Why did you do it? He had met Bai Jun rarely before because Bai Jun seldom came home to see Bai Meng. Bai Meng grew up with him, and whenever she mentioned Bai Jun when they were kids, she always said Dad was very busy. It was only in the past 2 years, during high school, that Bai Jun suddenly returned to the city and moved Bai Meng from the old district to the city center. That's when Zhang Yang had the chance to meet Bai Jun a few times. He didn't have a good impression of this man because he was different from other fathers and elders, giving off an air of distant arrogance. But he never expected such a person to harm him. Why? Bai Jun suddenly smiled, a hint of mockery in his laugh. No particular reason. However, what happened this time was an accident, and the reason for the accident is that you and Xiaomeng are no longer from the same world. You ordinary people don't get involved in the world of martial artists, otherwise, even a simple misunderstanding could cost you your life. Understood? Ha, I know your mom. Zhang Yang cursed angrily. What did you say? The martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints around him were ready to act upon hearing this, several of them drawing their weapons. Bai Jun stopped them, his face darkening as he looked at Zhang Yang. Kid. If it weren't for Xiaomeng's sake, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. A person should know their place. Zhang Yang stared back at the other party with the same tone and gesture. Old dog. If it weren't for Xiaomeng's sake, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak to me. A person should know their place. Bai Jun was clearly infuriated. However, he quickly composed himself, looking at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze. He slowly said, I know you and Xiaomeng are childhood sweethearts, and this must be very difficult for you. I know your mother urgently needs money. There's 500,000 in this card, which should be enough for her treatment. Take the money, and don't make trouble for yourself again. Stay away from Xiaomeng. He pulled a black card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. His smile was triumphant, as if he was certain Zhang Yang would take it. That's right, Bai Jun thought exactly that. Because in his view, Zhang Yang had no reason whatsoever to refuse. Slap. Zhang Yang directly swatted his hand away, and the black card fell to the ground. Slap me then offer a sweet date? Do you think I have no shame? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I advise you, don't pretend to be wise just because you're old. You think your current success is solely because you've lived long enough. When you were 18, you weren't even as good as a single hair on my head, and I certainly won't be so inhuman when I reach your age. Bai Jun's smile gradually stiffened, replaced by anger. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Young people's impulsiveness comes with a price. Think about whether you can bear that price, think about whether your parents can bear that price. Without this money, what will happen to your mother? Are you going to rely on the pathetic income from risking your life to transport mutant beast corpses every time? Zhang Yang looked at his confident demeanor and shook his head helplessly. I don't understand where you get your confidence, thinking that being older allows you to anticipate others' lives and futures. What you perceive as seeing through everything is nothing more than an idiot's wishful thinking. I don't want your money, and it's not because I'm being impulsive, but because I, Zhang Yang, don't like that little bit of money. As for telling me to stay away from Xiao Meng, I won't do that either, because I can't let her lose her social life just because she has an unreasonable father. Bai Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and said with extreme displeasure, very principled. I'd like to see how you'll manage it. Then we'll see. Zhang Yang was unwilling to entangle with him any further. After all, his mother was still waiting for him in the hospital. Seeing him leave, a white-haired man beside Bai Jun pulled out a dagger, his eyes glinting. Boss, why waste words with him? This punk is utterly unworthy of Mississippi. Let me teach him a few lessons, beat him until he's convinced. Thwack! Bai Jun's palm slapped fiercely across his face, his expression cold. I haven't even settled the score with you for trying to silence someone, and you still dare to speak here? I told you to teach him a lesson. When did I tell you to kill him? White Hair, deflated by the slap, said somewhat nervously, Big brother, I was also thinking of Xiao Meng. This kid is just a dropout, he won't become a martial artist, and he's nothing among ordinary people. If this continues, he'll only hold Miss back. Bai Jun saw that he was sincere, so he didn't say anything more. Don't worry, he'll soon understand that in this world, without money and strength, he'll be stuck. Soon he'll be begging to see me because of the exorbitant medical bills. Bai Jun seemed to have already envisioned that scene, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand. Let's go. When Zhang Yang returned to the examination area, his mind was full of thoughts about Bai Meng. From the current situation, Bai Meng hadn't harmed him. Although this matter started because of Bai Meng, everything was done by Bai Jun. As for the misunderstanding he mentioned, there was no misunderstanding. The other party did it, and that was the fact. Sigh. Headache. He rubbed his head, momentarily unsure how to face Bai Meng. The two of them were childhood sweethearts, and their feelings had always been very good. They certainly had a mutual affection, that was undoubtedly true. It's just that he later gave up contact with her when he didn't have martial artist talent, but Bai Meng. Thinking of Bai Meng, his heart became much calmer. Never mind, let nature take its course. Zhang Yang thought as he pushed open the door to the examination room. Just as he stepped through the door of the examination area, a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a black bodycon skirt, enthusiastically greeted him. Are you Mr. Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang was slightly taken aback, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. You are? I am specifically responsible for receiving you. Just call me Xiao Zhao. May I ask if the Azure Tiger brought back from this trip was killed by you? I suppose so. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding, deciding to tell the truth. There was no need to hide this, after all, he was still planning to ask the other party if they could directly take the mutant beast. Xiao Zhao, hearing his affirmation, a blush suddenly appeared on her delicate small face. Excited, she grasped Zhang Yang's hands. A talent like you is rare to find in a century. Please, you must join our martial artist guild. We will offer you the highest welfare benefits. Chapter 14, Kicked Out of the ICU? Xiao Zhao was very beautiful, the kind of pure beauty whose looks could be rated an 8 out of 10. Dressed in professional attire, she was both pure and like an older sister figure, very captivating. Almost any man would have his head spin. Zhang Yang, however, frowned, somewhat warily observing her, and withdrew his hand from her soft, small ones. What do you mean, invite me to join the martial artist guild? Seeing that he wasn't swayed by her, Xiao Zhao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She said calmly, yes, you may not know, but we have many martial artist organizations stationed here specifically to wait for and recruit martial artist talents like you. I'm from the city's second martial artist guild. I just heard from your peers about your experience of killing the Azure Tiger this time, so I decided on the spot to invite you. Xiao Zhao assures you, we will definitely give you the most generous treatment for a newcomer. Which guild are you currently with? Zhang Yang carefully observed her appearance. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he slowly spoke, I haven't registered as a martial artist yet. Not registered? That's even better. As long as you're willing, I can process all the paperwork for you right now. Xiao Zhao seemed even more excited. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at the other party even more warily. If it weren't for this trip, he might have agreed without hesitation. But after this trip, he understood the dangers of society. I'll consider this matter first. There's another thing I want to ask you. Please do, Xiao Zhao didn't press, but the light in her eyes visibly dimmed a bit. Can you accept the carcass of my mutant beast? Of course. Normally, an azure tiger can fetch 100,000. Xiao Zhao will give you the highest market price, 150,000. 150,000. Zhang Yang was startled. He knew mutant beasts were valuable, but he hadn't expected them to be so valuable. 150,000. His father worked himself to the bone for others, only earning 8,000 a month. What, you're not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I'll selfishly give you an additional 50,000, making it 200,000. Zhang Yang was startled again. Subsidizing 50,000 privately? Do you have a printing press at home? No need, 15,000 will do. Can it be delivered today? Normally it takes 8 hours, I'll advance it for you. Give me 5 minutes. Xiao Zhao efficiently operated her phone, quickly finishing up with a series of taps, then told him to wait quietly. 5 minutes later. 200,000 was deposited. 50,000 is my subsidy to you. I said you are a talent, and talent should be treated as such. You don't need to feel pressured. If you don't want to join our martial artist guild, just consider it me making a friend with you. Xiao Zhao showed a sweet smile, chuckling. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. He now had only one thought: this girl definitely had a printing press at home. Zhang Yang ultimately accepted this gesture of friendship. After all, he needed money now. As for the martial artist guild, he still needed to carefully consider it. However, Xiao Zhao didn't mind. In fact, she even personally called him a private car and then saw him off. Mr. Zhang, if you ever decide to join, call me immediately. I'll pick you up 24 hours a day, and you'll definitely get the highest registration ceremony. Remember to call me if anything happens. Xiao Zhao's voice gradually faded as Zhang Yang, with the money, headed to Tianhai City First People's Hospital. First People's Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Why are you moving us out of the intensive care unit? This angry voice carried a hint of softness. Even though it was clear the owner of the voice was fuming, it still didn't incite anger in others. People in the corridor instinctively turned their heads, seeing the owner of the voice. Their breathing stalled. The girl was in the prime of her youth, her gentle and delicate features no less stunning than some celebrities. A trench coat swayed gently with her rapid breathing, and a head of long, naturally flowing hair, not meticulously styled, appeared slightly disheveled due to her emotional agitation. How could you do this? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, yet it remained clear and forceful, echoing in the empty corridor, drawing a few curious but hesitant glances from around. The girl seemed to be arguing with a plump nurse about something. The ICU is limited. There are more urgent cases that need it. The nurse felt slightly impatient with the gazes around her. What nonsense are you talking about? We just paid the fees this morning, and Auntie's condition hasn't improved. Transferring her out of the ICU now could very likely leave her in a vegetative state. Xiaoming's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her small face flushed with anger. The nurse looked up at her indifferently, her eyes now holding a hint of disdain. That woman will become a vegetable whether she's in the ICU or not. The ICU needs to be used for those who need it more. Just now, a martial artist arrived. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he might never be able to hunt predator mutant beasts again in his lifetime. Xiaoming froze. She stared at the nurse in front of her in disbelief, her cheeks already burning red with anger. Say that again? Are you saying our patient isn't as important as a martial artist? Believe it or not, I'll complain about you right now. Is this still a hospital dedicated to saving lives and healing the wounded? The nurse was completely exasperated. You're leaving today, whether you want to or not. The paperwork has already been processed. If you insist on staying, we'll just have to push you out ourselves. Xiaoming stomped her foot in anger, but just as she was about to flare up again, a middle-aged man stopped her. Xiaoming, forget it. If we go to the severe ward, then we go to the severe ward. If there's really an emergency, we can come back. Father Zhang sighed, his face filled with helplessness. But before Xiaoming could speak, the nurse suddenly snorted coldly. Excuse me, I think you've misunderstood. The severe ward is full, the regular ward is full. You can only stay in the corridor. Father Zhang froze, dumbfounded. He was so anxious that he held his breath for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Xiaoming was completely enraged. She used her small body to directly block the doorway, shouting with complete disregard for her image. I'll stand right here today. I'd like to see who dares to pass. The nurse seemed completely unfazed by her, casting a disdainful glance before turning and leaving, apparently to find someone. Seeing the person temporarily gone, Father Zhang said gratefully, Xiaoming, we really owe you a lot this time. But you shouldn't get involved in this matter. After all, this is their hospital, and they're all in it together. If this drags you down, Xiao Yang will blame me and your aunt later. Xiaoming's tightly furrowed brows, etched with worry, relaxed as she softly said, Uncle Zhang, you don't need to worry. Like you said, this is a hospital. Do they really dare to forcefully evict someone? Her words hadn't even fully settled when the nurse's arrogant voice echoed from the other end of the corridor. That's the woman, she's standing in your old man's intensive care unit and won't leave. Standing beside the nurse was a man with a feminine face. Hearing her words, the effeminate man glared fiercely at Xiaoming. This person was clearly not an ordinary person, but a martial artist. In a few steps, he reached the door of the ward, staring intently at Xiaoming with an aggressive gaze, his intimidating aura palpable. What do you want to do? Father Zhang tried to shield Xiaoming, but in the next second, he was pushed aside by a wave of the man's hand, falling heavily to the ground. Xiaoming tried to help him up but was immediately grabbed by the wrist. Under the nurse's gleeful gaze, the man suddenly reached out his palm towards Xiaoming's cheek. So it's you, damn it, who won't let my dad get treatment for his leg? Thwack! A sharp sound reverberated, but it wasn't a slap. Instead, someone had grabbed the effeminate man's arm. Zhang Yang gripped the man's arm tightly, his cold eyes gradually tinged with a hint of killing intent. Chapter 15, Do you think you're a martial artist too? Zhang Yang's sudden appearance startled several people simultaneously. Zhang Yan! Zhang Yan! Bai Meng called out twice, a smile blooming on her face like an ephemeral night blooming serious. Zhang Yang also smiled, you two go back inside, I'll handle things here. You handle it? Who the hell do you think you are? The effeminate man violently shook off Zhang Yang's arm and cursed loudly. My mother is in this ward, so who do you think I am? Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with cold light. The man saw the chilling gaze, and his arrogant bluster actually stalled. Martial artists killing mutant beasts don't even have such fierce eyes. How is this kid's gaze so terrifying? However, he immediately realized he had been intimidated by a young whippersnapper, and was instantly shamed into anger. Good. The old fossil in there is your mom, right? I'll give you 3 minutes. Get her out now, or you'll face the consequences. My old man's leg injury is very serious, we can't delay too long. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible. Zhang Yang smiled. He looked as if he had heard a funny joke. The next second, he pressed a scalpel against the other man's neck, swift as lightning. No one expected Zhang Yang to suddenly make a move. The effeminate man felt the cold blade against his neck, and his throat unconsciously bobbed. Zhang Yang didn't say a word, but he made everyone present feel an inexplicable fear. The atmosphere instantly froze, and a nurse nervously ran up to mediate. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. These are all misunderstandings. This matter is actually just a misunderstanding. Everyone calm down, don't do anything irreversible here. She was the one who brought the person, and if anything really happened, she wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Misunderstanding? Using someone with a leg injury to kick out someone from the intensive care unit, you call that a misunderstanding? Or is it a misunderstanding that someone with a leg injury is entering the intensive care unit? The nurse Zhang Yang questioned looked embarrassed and speechless. Sir, please put down the knife first, no matter what, and calm down. You tell me to put it down, and I put it down? Get out of my sight right now. Zhang Yang said lightly. What? The nurse was stunned. Scram! Zhang Yang's gaze suddenly turned cold, filled with murderous intent. It was the murderous look of a real life and death struggle between people, something an ordinary nurse had never seen. She was immediately too scared to utter a sound and actually turned and left. The effeminate man was also sweating profusely at this point. He could see that the young man in front of him was a ruthless character, and he might actually dare to slit his throat. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. Just let just let our mom stay inside. It was indeed presumptuous of me. On the surface, he was submissive, but in his heart, he had already planned everything. Once the other party released him, he would definitely make them pay and experience the power of a martial artist. In the past, Zhang Yang might not have been able to discern this guy's thoughts. But ever since returning from outside the city this time and realizing the treachery of human nature, nothing could truly escape his eyes. He sneered and actually withdrew the scalpel in his hand just like that. The man was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the seemingly ruthless Zhang Yang to withdraw the knife so easily. But he immediately came back to his senses, his expression instantly turning savage. You damn son of a... Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something hit his face. Bang! Zhang Yang punched him in the face, the air whistling slightly. The man felt a sharp pain in his face, then fell backward onto the ground. Blood flowed from his nose, but he looked at Zhang Yang with a terrified expression. He was also a martial artist, but a low-level one, only tier 2. However, when Zhang Yang threw that punch, the power clearly surpassed his own. If he hadn't held back at the last moment. No! If this weren't a public place, the other person would definitely have killed him with one punch. Realizing Zhang Yang's horror, he scrambled and crawled towards the end of the corridor. At the corner, he ran right into the nurse from earlier. The nurse, named Lily, seemed to be specifically waiting for him. The moment she saw him, she rushed forward, a fawning smile on her face. Mr. Zhao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Don't worry, they were unreasonable first this time, so your actions are understandable. Lily seemed a bit excited. Yes, excited. In her eyes, Zhang Yang was just a paper tiger. He could scare her, but he certainly couldn't scare a martial artist. So she thought martial artist Li would definitely teach Zhang Yang a good lesson and get revenge for her. She was waiting here, on the one hand, for good news, and on the other hand, to curry favor with martial artist Li. Others might not know this person's identity, but she did. Martial artist Li was someone close to a very important figure. Brother Li, you don't need to worry. I've already contacted the hospital. This guy is simply too arrogant. You are a respected martial artist. Just pay a little extra, and you can get them kicked out. As for that small amount of money, you wouldn't care, would you? She said with a smile, then suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. Why had Mr. Zhao been silent all this time, and why was his face so grim? Most importantly, why was his nose bleeding? Mr. Zhao, your injury. Thwack! Lily slapped him squarely. You motherfucker, do you still want to harm me? It was all your damn fault for egging me on, otherwise I wouldn't be so unlucky. Lily stared blankly as the other person left, her brain buzzing. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was certain that Zhang Yang was behind it. Her face flushed with anger, and she gritted her teeth. Kid, we're not done with this. I can't afford to offend a martial artist, but can I offend you? On the other side. Seeing the martial artist leave, Zhang Yang's father immediately checked Zhang Yang's body, and after confirming he wasn't injured, he sighed helplessly. Son, you were too impulsive. This is a hospital, and that person is a martial artist. Your mother still needs to continue treatment here. Offending that nurse won't do us any good. Even if we, your mother and I, offend someone, it doesn't matter. But you're still young, how can you afford to offend a martial artist? Those are people of considerable social standing. What will you do if they come looking for trouble later? Seeing his anxious father, and thinking of today's message, Zhang Yang felt very conflicted. Dad, don't worry. He won't dare come looking for trouble. With me here, you don't need to be afraid. Didn't I just drive him away? He won't come back. However, upon hearing him say that, his father's brows furrowed even tighter. Sigh. This is a public place, so he wouldn't act here. Do you really think you're tough just because you landed one punch? Do you think you're a martial artist too? Chapter 16, Get out if you can't pay up. I am indeed a martial artist. I just became a martial artist today, and people from the Second Martial Artist Guild were even vying for me, Zhang Yang said helplessly. He knew what his father was worried about, so he decided not to hide it anymore. His father was stunned, his face turning beet red. You're a martial artist? Other martial artists wore badges on their chests. Do you? Impulsiveness is just impulsiveness. It's not my fault I didn't tell your mom about it right away, you're too immature. Zhang Yang truly couldn't refute him at the moment, because he hadn't officially registered as a martial artist yet. He also knew his father was anxious, afraid that he would offend a martial artist, so he could only avoid dwelling on the matter. Fortunately, at this moment, Bai Meng came up to mediate. She stood between the two of them and said, Uncle Zhang, don't blame Yang Gu. He was just anxious. If he hadn't been tough today, we wouldn't know what to do. Right, Yang Gu, she said, winking playfully at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded helplessly. This was why he didn't believe Bai Meng would harm him after all. No matter what happened since they were little, she would always stand by his side, protect him, and help him. Father Zhang also calmed down and sighed again. It's my fault. It's my fault for not being capable and still making Xiao Yang stand up for himself. If I were a martial artist, things wouldn't be like this. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go check on your mom's condition first. Father Zhang was the first to walk into the intensive care unit. Zhang Yang followed closely, but was pulled back by Bai Meng. Yang Gu, you don't have to worry too much. I can help you figure out the money. Zhang Yang looked at the sincere Bai Meng and slowly said, I know your good intentions, but I have money, you don't need to worry. Being a mutant beast porter indeed has a higher income, but that job is too dangerous. I don't want you to keep doing it. I'll figure out another job for you later. The expenses needed during this time can be considered a loan from me, don't feel too much pressure. Bai Meng continued. Zhang Yang looked at her with complex eyes. It seemed Bai Meng truly knew nothing. Seeing him silent, Bai Meng slightly furrowed her delicate brows, as if something came to mind. But don't be so impulsive next time. Uncle is right, that person is a martial artist. He might not dare to act here, but he might secretly cause you trouble. But you don't have to worry about this either, I'll help you resolve and handle it. As she said this, a hint of undetectable pride flashed in her eyes. Zhang Yang, of course, knew she had the ability to handle it. After all, her father was no ordinary person. It was just that if this matter truly reached Bai Meng's father, he might even be glad to see Zhang Yang bullied. Yes. I promise you. Zhang Yang walked into the room to check on his mother's condition. Zhang Yang's mother, Li Lan, was in her 50s. For all these years, she had been working hard for him. Her dream was for Zhang Yang to become a martial artist. At this moment, Li Lan lay pale on the hospital bed, surrounded by instruments and 4 drips. Your mom was in too much of a hurry on her way to work and didn't notice the incoming traffic. She got hit. Although the other driver slowed down in time, her head unfortunately struck the ground. Father Zhang couldn't continue, his voice catching with a choke. Zhang Yang suddenly clenched his fists, a sharp pain in his heart. What did the doctor say? There's a lot of bruising and bleeding points in her head. For now, she's out of immediate danger, but only temporarily. More bleeding points could appear at any time. And even if she successfully pulls through, she'll probably be a vegetable, right? Zhang Yang's face was pale. Father Zhang nodded heavily. It costs a huge amount every day here, and our family's savings are almost gone. I didn't tell you earlier because you've just started out in society, and I thought it would only make you worry. Plus, with your mom constantly undergoing resuscitation, I wasn't in the right frame of mind, which is why I'm only telling you now. Thank goodness I ran into Xiaomeng at the hospital today. She helped us cover over 10,000 yuan. You need to earn money quickly to pay her back. Zhang Yang didn't speak, only felt even more grateful to Bai Meng in his heart. Uncle, you're too kind. Just focus on her treatment, I'm sure Zhang Yang will pay me back. He has a way, Bai Meng said with a chuckle. Dad, Xiaomeng is right. Just focus on getting mom treated. I'll handle the money, don't worry about it. Father Zhang smiled bitterly. What money could you have? A high school dropout working odd jobs. I'll figure out the money. You just spend more time with your mom. When you went out to work, your mom kept talking about you all day. Even when this happened, she said she wanted to make dumplings for you. Zhang Yang knew his father still didn't believe him and was about to say something when he heard a familiar voice from outside the door. It was the same nurse from earlier. The door hadn't even opened, and he could already hear her irritating voice. Bed 623, please pay your hospital fees promptly. If you don't pay the fees, we'll have to ask you to leave. Li Lily entered the room with her notebook, a triumphant smile on her face as she looked at them. Hospital fees? Didn't we just pay today? I personally went and paid 11,000 dragon coins. I even have the transfer record here. Bai Meng asked, sounding a bit confused. Li Lily sneered, what you paid was yesterday's debt of 1,000 and today's 10,000 dragon coins. Now the hospital has a rule that you must prepay for 3 days or more. Furthermore, many of the medications this patient needs require direct dispensing and payment in advance, so you still owe over 20,000. Counting the 3 days of prepayment and the medications to be dispensed in advance, you need to pay 80,000 dragon coins. However, I can also understand if you really don't have money, you can leave early today, and then you won't need to pay for the prepaid medications. She grew more and more triumphant as she spoke, finally looking at Zhang Yang with some mockery. Poor devil. You made this old lady get slapped. You can cry and beg me later, but I won't give you any leeway. This is unreasonable. How can they ask for so much prepayment? I've never heard of such a thing in my life. Bai Meng was startled at first, then her small face turned crimson with anger. There's no such thing as reasonable or unreasonable. You yourself said you would save the patient no matter what, so all our expenses are incurred in advance with the premise of saving the patient. Is there a problem? This time, Bai Meng was speechless. Zhang's father was distraught and even forced a smile. Can you wait 2 more days? I'll go back and raise money right away. Nurse, you've seen our family's situation, it's really a bit difficult. Whose family isn't difficult? This is a hospital, not a charity organization. The nurse said smugly. If you can't pay, get out, you poor wretches. Chapter 17, Really Rich. She issued the final eviction notice. But the next second, she recoiled 2 steps in fright. Zhang Yang stood in front of her again, looking at her with the same gaze as last time. You, what do you want to do? Li Lily stared at him nervously, afraid that Zhang Yang would make a move. Slap. Zhang Yang slapped her without mercy, making her already somewhat red and swollen face appear even more so. Apologize. Li Lily was slapped again, and she completely lost her temper. You dare hit me? You dare to hit me? If you don't apologize, I'll keep slapping you until you do. Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder. Xiao Yang. What are you doing? Stop it at once. Zhang Fu finally reacted, quickly pulling Zhang Yang back. As he spoke, he chuckled apologetically to the nurse. Nurse, please don't mind him. I'll teach him a lesson for you. This is our fault. We'll go raise the money now. Raise what money? Get the money out now, or get out immediately. Li Lili screamed wildly, her eyes bloodshot. Having been slapped by Zhang Yang, she couldn't contain her rage. This time, she absolutely had to make Zhang Yang pay. Ha! Zhang Yang sneered, it truly is a big world full of wonders. Someone like you can actually become a medical professional. You snobbish dog, why don't you go bother that martial artist? People like you will harm more people sooner or later. Meeting me is an early lesson for you. Isn't it just 80,000? Pay it then, but I need you to prove this is a normal hospital fee. A cunning smile suddenly crept onto Li Lili's lips. Good. You want a receipt, do you? I've already prepared it for you. You're so talkative, let's see if you can actually produce the money. She actually pulled out a few bills and receipts from her embrace and handed them to Zhang Yang. Each item on the bills and receipts was clearly recorded. Zhang Yang checked them and found no issues. Seeing him remain silent, Li Lili became increasingly smug. Are you done checking? You've seen it clearly, everything on it has the hospital's seal, it can't be fake. If you can't come up with 80,000, then get out now. Bai Meng, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back and immediately stepped forward, saying, what kind of attitude is that? We never said we wouldn't pay. She turned and pulled Zhang Yang, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry. I'll call home now. We grew up together, my family will definitely help. Although Bai Meng said this, a hint of worry flickered between her brows. Xiao Meng, let it go. I know you're a good kid, but this is my uncle's family's own business. We can't drag your family down because of your relationship with Xia Yang. Father Zhang sighed, his eyes red. No need to be polite, uncle. Yang Gu will pay me back for all of this later. He's still young and will definitely achieve something great in the future. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly as he listened to their conversation. It seemed they completely doubted his capabilities, which was understandable. After all, he dropped out of school to work, so their disbelief made sense. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Zhang Yang spoke up to stop their conversation. Let's go. Humph. I thought you had more backbone. Aren't you still leaving obediently? Li Lili chuckled. She knew Zhang Yang couldn't come up with the money. After all, Zhang Yang's father always delayed payment, and she'd overheard about Zhang Yang's family situation when changing medications. They'd already used up all their savings. If that young girl hadn't helped pay, they probably couldn't even afford today's medical bills. Yang Gu. Don't be so rash. Auntie's injuries are the most important thing. We can't leave now. I'll call my family right away. Bai Meng anxiously pulled out her phone, ready to dial. But the next second, her hand was pressed down by Zhang Yang. Bai Meng was startled, looking at Zhang Yang in confusion. Zhang Yang curved his lips, revealing a confident smile. Is there some misunderstanding? I said I'm going to pay the fees. Don't you have to go to the payment counter to pay? Seeing his incredibly serious expression, Bai Meng was slightly taken aback. Could it be? Really? Yang Gu, do you really have it? Yes, I had good luck on this trip. 80,000 is enough. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Bai Meng hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay, I believe you, Yang Gu. But if you're really in trouble, just tell me. I'll talk to my family right now. Zhang Yang patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry, then walked towards the door. Humph. What's with the act? I refuse to believe you actually have that much. Li Lili said, arms crossed, following Zhang Yang out of the room. Bai Meng, still worried, eventually followed suit, walking beside Zhang Yang and whispering, Brother Yang, do you really have it? Please don't overexert yourself. Auntie will need long-term treatment, and if you use online loans now. Humph, online loans? With his pathetic look, he couldn't even get an online loan. You really think too highly of him. Li Lili, who was following them, sneered. Bai Meng's face turned crimson with anger at her words, and she glared fiercely. Bitch! Li Lili's expression instantly turned ugly, but she quickly broke into a cold smirk. Because they were almost at the payment counter, Zhang Yang wouldn't be able to keep up the pretense much longer. The thought of Zhang Yang slinking away in shame excited her. Soon, they arrived at the payment counter. The payment counter was very crowded, with lines trailing one after another. Almost everyone in line had a frown on their face. Just as Zhang Yang was about to queue up obediently, Li Lili suddenly ran in front of him, pulling the men and women in line to the side. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way. This gentleman's family member is severely injured and needs immediate payment for treatment. We hope everyone won't fight for a spot." As soon as she spoke, almost everyone's attention was on Zhang Yang. Their expressions were complex. After a brief silence, most people moved aside, signaling that Zhang Yang could go pay first. "What's wrong? Go quickly, little brother, everyone is waiting for you to pay." Li Lili spoke again, a cold smirk playing on her lips. For patients, paying fees is a race against time. So, if he cut the line and couldn't pay, wasting everyone's time, she had good reason to believe Zhang Yang would become the target of public anger. At that point, she wanted to see how arrogant Zhang Yang could still be. Zhang Yang could read trickery from her expression, he just hadn't expected her to teach him a lesson in such a ridiculous way. Ignoring everyone's stares, he walked up to the payment window, then slowly took out his phone and simply uttered 2 words to the staff inside. "Pay up." Chapter 18, A Love Rival Appears? The staff member asked about the payment method, then placed the QR code for payment on the counter, signaling Zhang Yang to pay. Zhang Yang picked up his phone, made the payment, and completed the transaction in less than a minute, without any fuss. "All right. Payment successful, here's the receipt." The staff member handed the printed receipt to Zhang Yang, then looked up at the line behind him. "Next. Next. Next?" Li Lili's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She thought her ears had deceived her. Why next? Zhang Yang actually paid successfully. He really had 80,000. Bai Meng was also stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Yang to actually be able to produce 80,000 dragon coins. Although she knew mutant beast porters made money, she was certain they couldn't earn that much in a single day. But the fact was right before her eyes, and the hospital's cashier wouldn't make a mistake, so Zhang Yang had indeed produced 80,000. 80,000? How did he have 80,000? Suddenly, she seemed to think of a possibility, and her face grew increasingly grim. By this time, Zhang Yang had come to Li Lili's side, his voice icy. "The hospital fees have been paid. If you cause any more trouble, you'll bear the consequences yourself." Hearing the bone-chilling coldness in his voice, Li Lili didn't dare utter another sound. Instead, cold sweat broke out all over her body. Now that her last bargaining chip for negotiating with Zhang Yang's family was gone, if she caused any more trouble, Zhang Yang, with his temperament, would definitely show her no mercy. With a pale face, she prepared to slink away, but at that moment, she saw a familiar figure not far away. It was precisely Zhao martial artist. At this very moment, Zhao martial artist was bowing and scraping to a young man, a fawning smile on his face. Zhao martial artist was pointing at Zhang Yang, who was leaving not far away, seemingly saying something to the young man. Finally, the young man's lips curled into a smug smile, and he slowly followed. Li Lili, who had taken everything in, had a few more streaks of color on her pale face, gloating. "Serves you right. Let's see if you still dare to hit people this time." Outside the ward, Bai Meng cornered Zhang Yang, hands on her hips, looking somewhat angry. "Zhang Yang, didn't I tell you not to borrow from online loan sharks? I know you're worried about Auntie, but didn't I tell you I could help? You insist on being strong, can't you just trust me?" Seeing her distressed expression, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. "I really didn't borrow from online loan sharks." "Oh my God. Did you borrow from loan sharks with exorbitant interest?" "No. Naked loans?" Zhang Yang covered his forehead, smiling wryly. "I earned the money myself. Didn't you introduce a job to me? I killed an azure tiger." Bai Meng's eyes widened. "An azure? Azure tiger? Your team actually killed an azure tiger. Are you hurt?" Let me see quickly, she said, reaching out to check Zhang Yang's body, but then immediately felt something was off. She looked up, earnestly gazing at Zhang Yang. You mean, you killed one? That's right. I killed one, and I became a martial artist. Bai Meng's small face turned grim again, then she said huffily, Zhang Yang, you've changed, you've become a stranger to me. The old you wouldn't spout such nonsense. If you don't tell the truth, I'm really going to get angry. Zhang Yang becoming a martial artist? It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but she couldn't believe he became a martial artist in such a short time. After all, Zhang Yang dropped out because his talent was too poor. Back then, Zhang Yang was a prominent figure in school, even setting a legend of studying for 2.5 years and always ranking last in tests. Therefore, how could he become a martial artist after dropping out? As for killing an azure tiger, that was even more impossible. She had heard her father say that an azure tiger was equivalent to a level 7 or 8 martial artist, only stronger, never weaker. Only those at the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint levels could deal with one. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't know how to explain it. After all, it was truly bizarre, and no one would easily believe it. Just as he was racking his brain over whether and how to explain it clearly, he suddenly saw a man walking over not far away. The man looked to be in his early 20s, but his attire was relatively mature. His face was filled with arrogance and confidence, and he was slowly walking towards them. The reason Zhang Yang noticed him was because the man seemed to be heading towards them, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yang, full of hostility. Who is this person? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, his first thought being that it had something to do with Li Lily. However, he immediately dismissed that idea, as Li Lily was just an ordinary nurse. If it wasn't Li Lily, then it must be the martial artist surnamed Zhao, who he had argued with earlier. Bai Meng noticed his abnormality and instinctively turned her head, letting out a gasp when she saw the man. Wan Li, what are you doing here? Wan Li? Zhang Yang's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He and Bai Meng had known each other for so long, yet this was the first time he had heard of this person. Brother Yang, he's the son of my father's friend. I've only met him once, but my father always wants him to get to know me better. Bai Meng's expression wasn't very good, and she spoke rather cryptically. Zhang Yang, however, immediately understood what she meant. If he wasn't mistaken, Bai Meng's father intended to set her up with this man. Xiao Meng, I finally found you. I was going to have tea with your uncle, and he mentioned you were here visiting a friend, so I just came alone. Wang Li had a seemingly genial smile on his face, but it gave off a strong sense of incongruity. He smiled at Zhang Yang, a hint of provocation in his eyes, then slowly extended his hand. This must be brother Zhang Yang, right? Your uncle mentioned you to me, said you're a very principled person. Since you're Xiao Meng's friend, you're also my friend. From now on, we're all friends, right? Zhang Yang merely glanced at his hand. He was clearly a martial artist. The joints seemed faintly bent, as if he was storing power. He sneered inwardly, looking disgusted. Sorry, I find your hands dirty. I can't shake them. Wan Li clearly hadn't expected Zhang Yang to say that. He was startled for a moment, then his expression gradually darkened. It seems brother Zhang Yang is not only a principled person but also an ill-mannered one. Stop your damned nonsense, I hate you, now get lost. Zhang Yang waved his hand, directly snapping at Wang Li. Wang Li's already somber face seemed capable of dripping water at this moment. He practically squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. I was originally going to give you some face for Xiao Meng's sake, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for not showing you mercy then. Chapter 19, Who do you think you are? Wang Li, what do you want to do? Bai Meng nervously stood between the two, yelling. Seeing her shield Zhang Yang, Wang Li's expression grew even more sinister. Zhang Yang, you certainly have backbone. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't retort, but instead looked at the other person with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. Does he really think this is a novel plot, and he's going to challenge him to a duel or something? If a dog bites him, he can't very well bite the dog back, can he? Wang Li was feeling very frustrated right now. He had briefly heard about Zhang Yang's personality from Bai's father, initially thinking he was a simpleton who could be easily provoked into a fight and taught a lesson. But now it was clear he wasn't, and with Bai Meng protecting Zhang Yang here, the idea of teaching Zhang Yang a lesson today was basically out of the question. He looked at the calm Zhang Yang, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Zhang Yang, I heard your mother was in a car accident? That's truly unfortunate. I heard that your aunt's condition will require endless follow-up treatments. I wonder if Brother Zhang Yang is prepared for that." He paused here, revealing a look of sudden realization, as if remembering something. "Oh, I forgot. Not only are you a useless person with no talent to become a martial artist, but you've also dropped out of school and are stuck at the very bottom of society. You couldn't possibly have such a large financial reserve. How about I offer you a solution?" "You have a solution?" Zhang Yang feigned surprise, though he was sneering internally. He genuinely wanted to see what kind of wicked idea this guy had. "Of course. As long as you promise to never appear before Xiao Meng again, I can cover all your mother's subsequent treatment costs. And I can even send you to study at the Martial Artist Guild. Although your talent is poor, the Martial Artist Guild is professional, and there's still a chance for you to become a martial artist." A smile played on his lips, growing more smug with each word. He didn't believe Zhang Yang would refuse such conditions. After all, for any ordinary person, such terms would be accepted immediately without a second thought. "Brother Yang, you don't need to argue with him," Bai Meng interrupted him, speaking quickly. "Just focus on treating Auntie. I'll definitely sort out Auntie's follow-up treatment costs for you. If you want to become a martial artist, I'll have my dad teach you. You don't need him to worry about it." Wang Li suddenly smiled. He said helplessly, "Xiao Meng, are you sure you can help Zhang Yang? I heard from Uncle that he cut off your expenses, and he doesn't like Zhang Yang, does he?" "Shut up. You shut up. What's it got to do with you?" Bai Meng became agitated. She looked at Zhang Yang somewhat nervously, clearly getting anxious. Because, what Wang Li said was true. Just the day before yesterday, her father had a big argument with her over Zhang Yang. Bai's father knew Zhang Yang's mother was hospitalized and directly cut off her expenses. He also explicitly told her that she was still young, that she didn't know better, and to stay away from Zhang Yang. But then why arrange an engagement for her? "Xiao Meng, you are my fiancé, of course it concerns me," Wang Li said slowly. Zhang Yang was stunned. "Fiancé?" He looked at Bai Meng, saw her pale and unpleasant expression, and his head buzzed. He admitted he had never thought about this. He and Bai Meng had always been childhood sweethearts, and they were still young, always getting along as best friends. But hearing something like this, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "Fiancé." He took a deep breath, composed himself, and looked at Bai Meng. "Is it true?" "It's true, but my marriage was my own decision, no one else's say." Bai Meng was silent for a few seconds, looking at Zhang Yang, her eyes incredibly resolute. In that instant, she felt as if she had returned to the past, to the small, unvisited village where a young boy always stood by her side, helping her solve every problem, no matter what. Although they were the same age, Zhang Yang was always like a brother and a father to her. "Zhang Yang, do you see? Xiao Meng can't help you. Your only hope is me. Do you still need to think about it?" "Indeed, no need to think. That's right, a wise man submits to circumstances. Right now, I'm the only one in the world who can save your mother." Wang Li smiled smugly. "Are you done talking? If you are, you can get lost. I still need to take care of my family and don't have time to waste here with a self-important idiot like you." Zhang Yang spoke slowly, a look of disgust on his face. "Huh?" Wang Li was stunned. "What did you say? Don't you understand? Then I'll explain it clearly to you. It means your self-important conditions don't impress me, and who I meet is my freedom. Does it have anything to do with you?" Zhang Yang sneered again. Wang Li's expression twisted with anger, but then he suddenly remembered something and calmed down again. "Zhang Yang, you probably don't know that with ordinary means, your mother's condition is a terminal illness. No amount of money is guaranteed to save her. However, with the methods of the martial artist world, there's still a chance for her to be treated and become a normal person. It's just not something ordinary people or ordinary martial artists can access. Let me tell you, I was just admitted to the second martial artist guild these past few days, and I was even directly promoted to a captain candidate through special admission. You might not quite understand this concept, but it means I will definitely be cultivated to become a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, no matter how many resources it takes to train me. So, do you choose to let me use this identity to help you obtain treatment medicine, or do you want to offend a future martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint? His grin widened as he spoke these words. Martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Martial artists already hold a high position in society, and martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints are an even higher echelon. He refused to believe that this kid, Zhang Yang, would dare to offend a martial master. However, the shocked expression Zhang Yang had anticipated didn't appear. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm rather curious, how are you so sure that I'm not a martial artist? Zhang Yang's words were astonishing, leaving Wang Li stunned. Put. Wang Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? You're just a dropout good for nothing. A dropout good for nothing working odd jobs, becoming a martial artist? Don't make me laugh my teeth out. Zhang Yang watched him laugh so hard he was doubled over, a smile playing on the corners of his lips. Not only am I a martial artist, but I was enthusiastically invited by your so-called second martial artist guild. So, the superior things you speak of are within my reach. Why would I need to make a deal with an arrogant person like you? As for offending you, Zhang Yang slowly revealed his pearly white teeth, a sneer gracing his lips, his voice calm yet full of contempt. What the hell are you? Chapter 20, then let's make a bet. You sure have a lot of nerve. If you really are a martial artist, and if you've been invited by the second martial artist guild, then I'll cover your medical expenses for free. Wang Li was deeply annoyed by Zhang Yang's insults. He really wanted to lay a hand on Zhang Yang, but due to Bai Meng's presence, he had no opportunity. He looked at Bai Meng, who was protecting Zhang Yang, and suddenly thought of something, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Zhang Yang, you say you have ability, how about we make a bet? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Wang Li said, if you can prove that you are a martial artist, and that the second martial artist guild really invited you, no, as long as you can prove that any guild invited you, I'll retract what I just said. And not only will I cover your medical expenses, but I'll also give you all my resources in the martial artist guild? But if you can't prove it, then from today onwards, you'll completely leave Bai Meng, and you'll kneel down, kowtow to me, and call me grandpa 3 times, saying I was wrong. Not. How about it? Wang Li smiled proudly, genuinely happy. He laughed at Zhang Yang, saying he was digging his own grave. If Zhang Yang agreed, he would undoubtedly lose, and Bai Meng would see his spineless side. If he didn't agree, it would prove that everything earlier was just a fit of pique, and Bai Meng would still see the boy's incompetence. No matter what, his words were a degrading attack. Alright, we'll do as you say. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang agreed directly. Wang Li's smile deepened. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang, this fool, to agree so easily. Perfect, Xiao Meng is here. She can be the witness, right? No problem. What are you gambling on? Bai Meng finally interjected. Her expression was agitated, and she fiercely pinched Zhang Yang, completely ignoring Wang Li's green face. What are you gambling on? When did you become a martial artist? How come I don't know? Did you register? Where did you register? And the second martial artist guild invited you? Do you know what kind of organization that is? They have a limited number of invitation spots each year, basically for top talents from prestigious universities. No gambling. Can't gamble. Zhang Yang, however, nodded seriously. I want to gamble. A man's word is his bond, like a nail driven into the ground. Good. Wang Li quickly interrupted, afraid Bai Meng would continue to interfere. That's spirit. So how will you prove you're a martial artist now? What's your martial artist badge number? I'll check it on the official website right now. As long as it can be found, I'll call the Second Martial Artist Guild now to inquire about the invitation. Other martial artist guild organizations have phone numbers too. As long as they confirm, you win. He kept talking, as if luring Zhang Yang into a trap. Zhang Yang actually followed his line of thinking, but I become a martial artist, but I haven't registered yet. As long as I want to register, I just need to make a phone call to the Second Martial Artist Guild, and they'll personally come to pick me up. Ha ha ha. Wang Li burst out laughing. Do you know that even top-tier talented elites from universities wouldn't get personally recruited like that? You really talk big without any basis. Alright, now fulfill your bet. Kneel down and call me Dad. Zhang Yang showed an expression like he was looking at an idiot and slowly said, Why are you in such a hurry? How can you confirm I'm lying when I haven't even made the call yet? Wang Li was stunned. Bai Meng was also stunned. The former was because he found Zhang Yang too erratic. Calling him a clown, but sometimes he seemed to be telling the truth. It made him somewhat unable to distinguish what was real from what was fake. The latter was because she thought Zhang Yang was talking nonsense, but how could it seem somewhat real? But it couldn't be real. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Yang had said about the Azure Tiger. Could it be Zhang Yang met a senior from the Second Martial Artist Guild during this trip? That senior and Zhang Yang got along very well, and it was someone of the opposite sex? If that were the case, then everything would make sense. The other party had the ability to kill an Azure Tiger. There were many such people. She had seen several around her own father. And then giving Zhang Yang some money to come back and treat Aunt Bai's illness, that wasn't impossible either. And now Zhang Yang was going to call that person for help? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and for a moment, she felt a strange taste in her mouth. Zhang Yang ignored the two people lost in their wild thoughts. At this moment, he had already taken out his phone and called Xiao Zhao. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang? I've finally received your call. Is there anything I can help you with? The other party chuckled, and her voice actually had a hint of a damn sweet quality. Yes. I need to register as a martial artist at your guild, but I hope to feel your sincerity. Can you come over and find me now? After a brief silence on the other end, a shy voice came through. What kind of sincerity do you want? Too much is not allowed, you know. Zhang Yang was stunned, his old face instantly flushed. He hadn't expected Xiao Zhao to even make such jokes. Anyway, I'm at the first hospital in the city center. Come over quickly. He hung up the phone and coughed awkwardly. He had clearly seen Bai Meng suddenly glance at him when Xiao Zhao was joking just now. Bai Meng stood by, puffed up with anger, her small hands clenched into fists, her eyes showing a coldness that was no less than Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang, don't think you can fool your way through by hiring a few actors. High-realm martial artists can discern low-realm martial artists, so don't try any tricks. He looked at Zhang Yang and sneered continuously. That's right. He couldn't discern Zhang Yang's depth at all, which could only prove that Zhang Yang was an ordinary person. Clearly an ordinary person, yet he acted so convincingly just now. If he weren't a 6th-level martial artist, he would have truly been deceived. Indeed, becoming a 6th-level martial artist at his age was already 1 in 1,000. Therefore, he was highly valued and had some status within the Second Martial Artist Guild. He could confirm that Zhang Yang was not a martial artist, and he could also confirm that he had never heard of this matter in the Second Martial Artist Guild. Thus, he was 100% confident that Zhang Yang was merely pretending earlier. And so, the three of them waited quietly in the corridor. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yang, have your actors still not arrived? Is it because temporary actors are hard to find? Wang Li taunted. They'll be here soon. Zhang Yang looked at the time and replied. Xiao Zhao had already sent him a message with an approximate time, and by his reckoning, they should be arriving shortly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of an elevator reaching the floor echoed from afar. Ding! The distinct sound made several people unconsciously shift their gaze, and the atmosphere began to grow tense. Chapter 21, The Guild's Young Miss. All three stared at the end of the corridor. Wang Li had been observing Zhang Yang's expression, and seeing his confident demeanor, he had an ominous premonition. Could it be? No! Absolutely impossible. How could the martial artist guild actively invite someone to their door? He must have thought of it himself. He reassured himself, then sneered, "Zhang Yang, I'd like to see how this play unfolds." No sooner had Wang Li's words fallen than a woman with an excellent figure appeared. Although she was wearing loose casual clothes, her perfect figure could still be vaguely discerned. Xiao Zhao entered the corridor, scanned left and right, and immediately spotted Zhang Yang and the others, then broke into an incredibly excited smile. "Mr. Zhang!" She waved her hand and quickly came to Zhang Yang's side, grabbing his hand. She was just as excited as last time, seemingly eager to devour Zhang Yang. "You finally contacted me. I now represent the Second Martial Artist Guild and assure you of the most generous and sincere treatment. Once you become a registered martial artist of our guild, you will directly become a reserve captain." Xiao Zhao had been holding him with both hands while speaking, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her body leaning closer and closer. Zhang Yang could even smell her perfume, feeling a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Even though he had experienced life and death, he was still just a virile young man after all. Is this older sister the representative from the Martial Artist Guild? I can't believe what Brother Yang said was true. You can really register as a martial artist at home. Bai Meng suddenly interjected, stepping between the two of them with a brilliant smile on her face. However, Zhang Yang couldn't shake the feeling that there was something chilling about that smile. Xiao Zhao scrutinized Bai Meng from head to toe, then looked at Zhang Yang's awkward expression, instantly understanding something. She also gave an embarrassed cough, then said seriously, "Of course not, Mr. Zhang is a special case." She directly pulled out a badge from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. This badge was extremely distinctive. Behind it were crossed swords, and in front was a black silhouette. This was a martial artist badge. While martial artist badges come in many designs, most of them are like this, with weapons on the back and a fighting silhouette in front. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang Yang, from today onwards you are a member of our Martial Artist Guild. After this, you only need to go to the Martial Artist Guild to register, and you can directly collect the Martial Artist Guild's monthly benefits. Zhang Yang took the badge with a complex expression. He never imagined on the day he dropped out that he would become a martial artist so quickly. It even made him feel somewhat unreal. Just then, a round of applause broke out. Wang Li looked at the three people with a sarcastic expression, slowly clapping his hands. Splendid! Absolutely magnificent! What a stirring performance, what a genuine invitation! A smile was on his face, but it quickly faded into coldness, his voice tinged with anger. Zhang Yang, do you take me for an idiot? You tell me she's from the Second Martial Artist Guild, but how come I've never seen her? I've seen too many registrations at the Second Martial Artist Guild, but I've never seen one like this. If you're going to hire an actress, at least find one that looks the part, right? How dare you hire such a common extra? Zhang Yang frowned. He had personally seen Xiao Zhao walk out from the reception of the Second Martial Artist Guild, so there could be no mistake there were many staff members at the time. Before he could speak, Xiao Zhao stepped forward. Are you also from the Second Martial Artist Guild? Since you are, you should recognize the Second Guild's emblem. This item can never be faked. As for why you haven't seen this kind of service, perhaps it's because you're not qualified enough? I am Hao Zhao, specifically responsible for direct invitations, only inviting potential talents qualified to become martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, martial saints, or higher. She spoke very clearly, but Wang Li obviously didn't believe her, pulling out his phone. Pretend. Keep pretending. I'm calling the Second Martial Artist Guild right now to thoroughly investigate you. Hao Zhao, if you are not from the Second Martial Artist Guild, then you will face the guild's sanctions. And Zhang Yang, do you know the consequences of impersonating a martial artist guild member? You're all going to be in deep trouble. he said, not waiting for anyone to speak, and directly dialed the number, putting it on speakerphone. As the phone's ringing began, the few people present tacitly fell silent. Bai Meng nervously tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Yang, are you really a martial artist now? Is this woman reliable or not?" She was very nervous. If Zhang Yang really became a martial artist, she would naturally be happier than anyone else. It's just... was this really possible? After the conversation between Hao Zhaozhao and Zhang Yang just now, she had always thought that Hao Zhaozhao was a decent person from the martial artist guild, helping Zhang Yang because she was attracted to his looks. But now it seemed. She seemed a bit unreliable. "Don't worry," Zhang Yang signaled for her to relax. The call finally connected. "Hello, this is the second martial artist guild of our city, how may I help you?" A polite and courteous inquiry came from the phone, causing Wang Li's mouth to involuntarily curl up. Because he knew the person who answered the phone. Although he wasn't very familiar with this girl, they always greeted each other when they met at the guild, so there absolutely couldn't be any problems. "I am guild martial artist Wang Li, and I want to report someone impersonating a guild member." Impersonating? The voice on the other end immediately turned serious. Impersonating a guild member is a very serious matter. "If the matter is true, Mr. Wang Li, we hope you will cooperate and take action. The guild will be responsible for any casualties." "No problem, I will naturally cooperate." Wang Li's smile on his face became a bit more sinister and smug, as he stared intently at Zhang Yang and Hao Zhaozhao. Now, these two were his prey. However, facing this guy's naked gaze, neither of them changed their expression. Zhang Yang even looked like he was enjoying a good show, which annoyed Wang Li. "Damn it! I'll let you pretend. Now I'll make you cry. Hello, I currently have a woman named Hao Zhaozhao here, impersonating a guild member. She claims to be a direct recruit of the guild, even faking our guild's emblem and privately recruiting personnel. Although this is clearly a shoddy scam, I called to confirm just in case." As he spoke, he began to approach Zhang Yang and Hao Zhaozhao. He kept moving his body, a series of crackling sounds accompanying him. "Zhang Yang, even with Xiaomeng protecting you this time, you won't escape. The sanction from the Martial Artist Guild is final. Even if I don't deal with you today, you still won't get away." He was like a mutant beast ready to explode, looking as if he would strike at any moment. But just then, a bewildered voice suddenly came from the phone. "Hao Zhaozhao. Wang Li, that's the guild master's daughter." Chapter 22, Glimmer of Hope for Treatment. "Mr. Wang Li, have you met Miss Hao Zhaozhao?" The corridor instantly fell silent. Dead silence. Wang Li, who was about to act, looked bewildered and shocked. What did you say? The guild master's daughter? That's right, there are indeed direct recruitment spots, but our guild's general members don't have this qualification. Only the direct relatives of the guild master do." Wang Li was dumbfounded. He stood frozen, his brain buzzing. So, Hao Zhaozhao wasn't impersonating anyone. What impersonating? She's the guild master's daughter, so she naturally has the right to direct recruitment. As a member of the guild, Mr. Wang Li, please fully cooperate with the guild master's daughter when you encounter her to help her complete her mission. Do you have any other questions? No, thank you. Wang Li hung up the phone, his expression uglier than if he'd eaten SHT. He had never dreamed that Zhang Yang could climb such a high branch. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at Zhang Yang. If looks could kill, he would have already struck. Zhang Yang was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Hao Zhaozhao to have such a high identity and status. Feeling the change in their gazes, Hao Zhaozhao playfully covered her smooth forehead. Sigh. I originally wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was doubt. Oh well. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying it all out. I'm the guild heiress. Zhang Yang's expression was strange. No wonder Hao Zhaozhao was so eager to recruit him into the guild. It turned out to be her family's business. No. This is impossible. Zhang Yang, How could you possibly be directly recruited? You're clearly just a dropout and a good-for-nothing. Wang Li shook his head somewhat frantically, unwilling to accept what was happening before him. He didn't understand how a dropout good-for-nothing who worked odd jobs could suddenly transform into a genius in the guild heiress's mouth. And even be directly recruited? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A dropout good-for-nothing? Hao Zhaozhao was taken aback. Wang Li, you're a member of the guild, right? I've heard your name before and that you had good potential, but why is your character so poor? Do you really hate to see others do better than you? Zhang Yang, on the other hand, led a team alone to slay an azure tiger. Can you do that? Her words exploded like a bomb. Wang Li stared at Zhang Yang in shock, his face full of disbelief. Az. Azure tiger. How is that possible? Is he really a martial artist? Does he really have that ability? After a brief shock, he seemed to recall something and suddenly shouted at Bai Meng, who was also in shock. Xiao Meng! Didn't Zhang Yang just drop out a few days ago? Wasn't he always at the bottom of his vitality class year before? Yes, you absolutely know, he can't possibly become a martial artist. Bai Meng. Bai Meng was also a bit stunned at this moment. Brother Yang, did you really do it? Did you really become a martial artist? Did you really kill an azure tiger? Zhang Yang showed a helpless smile, and after a brief silence of a few seconds, he nodded slightly. After I dropped out of school, I never gave up on improving my vitality. That day, after seeing the mutant beast, I don't know how, but my vitality surged and I broke through to become a martial artist. Impossible, these are all just excuses. Wang Li interrupted Zhang Yang again, and this time he actually rushed over. You're just using Miss Hao's connection to put on a show here, trying to humiliate me in front of Xiao Meng, aren't you? You're asking for death. Wang Li finally couldn't hold back and made a move. He had to teach Zhang Yang a lesson to vent his anger. Zhang Yang, a guy who couldn't even scrounge up medical fees, was somehow always suppressing him and making him so embarrassed. He absolutely couldn't let it slide. As a level 6 martial artist, his reaction was incredibly fast. Before the two girls could react, he was only a step or two away from Zhang Yang. His fist was already swinging, aiming for Zhang Yang's face. He was determined to smash this pretty boy's face today. He could already imagine Zhang Yang's disheveled appearance, covered in blood. But... bang! A faster fist smashed into his face, and with a tremendous force, he flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Yang shook the nosebleed from his fist, his face expressionless. Wang Li struggled to get up from the ground, but he only felt the world spinning, failing several times. Advanced martial artist? He stared at Zhang Yang in shock, as if struck by lightning. So-called high-level martial artists are those above level 7. By the same logic, a level 7 martial master is also called a high-level martial master. Because no matter which realm, after level 7, there would be a leap-like improvement. Zhang Yang looked down from above, his expression icy. What else did you expect? Wang Li, you lost the bet, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Li shivered, his face looking grim. What bet? What do you think? Zhang Yang's expression instantly turned cold as he slowly approached him. I couldn't do anything. I can't even get my hands on the medicine to treat your mother, let alone me, even the martial artist guild might not be able to get it. I'll give you the treatment costs, I'll give it to you. Wang Li cried out when he saw him approaching. He was scared. He was truly scared. Zhang Yang's eyes were too terrifying, like a wild beast. Those were definitely the eyes of someone who had killed. Zhang Yang saw his reaction and realized he wasn't speaking the truth, his heart sank. This damn guy actually lied to him. Who cares about your stinking money? Get lost. Get lost quickly, and don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Wang Li was thoroughly scolded, his face changing continuously. But he knew he was no match for Zhang Yang, and eventually slunk away, but at the end of the corridor, he turned back and glared fiercely at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with malice. Zhang Yang didn't see this, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Since he dared to act, he wasn't afraid of others' revenge or threats. Now he had his cheat, so he wouldn't lack power or resources. It's just the resources to save his mother would probably require inquiries at the Martial Artist Guild. Thinking of this, he looked up at Hao Zhaozhao, only to find her staring back at him. Hao Zhaozhao was shocked. Although she had some guesses because of the Azure Tiger incident, she estimated Zhang Yang to be around a level 3 to 5 martial artist. But she never expected Zhang Yang to be a high-level martial artist. Zhang Yang, I never thought you were so formidable. It seems I underestimated you. I originally thought about having you join the guild to train, but now it looks like you can directly lead new recruits to hunt mutant beasts. She paused, then said with some excitement, how about this? To show our welcome, I can apply for some special benefits for you from the guild. Do you have a friend injured in the inpatient department? The guild is willing to help you cover the treatment costs. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up at the words. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? His mother was saved. Chapter 23, officially joining the Martial Artist Guild. In the intensive care unit. Father Zhang carefully placed the water cup next to Hao Zhaozhao, then stepped back. He looked at Zhang Yang, who was standing there and whispering something to Hao Zhaozhao, with complicated eyes, appearing exceptionally nervous. Uncle Zhang, don't be too nervous. Brother Yang is a martial artist now, and he will definitely cure Auntie's illness, Bai Meng reassured him from the side, revealing a beautiful smile. Father Zhang sat in his seat, still looking somewhat dazed. Even now, he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Zhang Yang. How did he become a martial artist? Xiaomeng, there's something Uncle wants to ask for your help with. Bai Meng's gaze was currently fixed on Zhang Yang and Hao Zhaozhao. They were too close for her liking, which made her a little unhappy. Hearing Zhang's father's words, she paused slightly. Uncle, tell me. Xiaomeng. Zhang Yang heard Bai Meng and her father whispering something not far away, but he didn't quite catch it, because Auntie's condition requires incredibly advanced potions, and each medicinal ingredient is a rare find. The Martial Artist Guild can provide you with clues and channels, but to truly acquire what you need, you'll have to rely on yourself. Tomorrow, there happens to be a mission outside the city. At that location, there's a medicinal herb called flesh flower that can be used to make a potion to treat your aunt. Would you like to give it a try? Zhang Yang nodded with a solemn expression. Go! However, Zhang Yang, I must warn you beforehand, I only said it's possible for it to appear. If you go and don't find it, you can't blame me. Furthermore, there might be mutant beasts of Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint level there. I can arrange a team with Martial Masters, Grandmasters, Martial Kings, or Martial Saints for you, but this trip will still be very dangerous, as you should well know. Don't worry, I'll report to the Second Martial Artist Guild first thing tomorrow morning. Alright, then I'll await your good news. Hao Zhaozhao left. Zhang's father stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Son, what did your guild say? Mom's situation is a bit complicated and might take some time, but don't worry. I'm a martial artist now and can handle the problems. You just focus on staying with Mom, and I'll figure out the money. Zhang's father started to say something, but hesitated before nodding. You've grown up. Just decide things for yourself, but don't push yourself too hard. As he spoke, he fumbled under the hospital bed and pulled out 2 pairs of insoles. Your mom bought these for you after her accident. She knows you young people usually prefer style over warmth, so she specifically prepared them for you since it's getting cold. Zhang Yang looked at the woman lying on the bed, a bitter feeling in his heart. He handed the remaining money to Zhang's father, then, under Bai Meng's gaze, went outside the ward. Brother Yang, how long have you and her known each other? As soon as they stepped out, Bai Meng looked at him with a pitiful expression, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Yang didn't react immediately. She? Who is she? Hao Zhaozhao, are you two together? As expected, young guys fresh out of school just can't resist the allure of a mature woman. Zhang Yang looked mortified. What are you talking about? I just met her today, we merely know each other. Even if I join the martial artist guild tomorrow, at most we'd just be colleagues. You must be dating her, otherwise how did you become a high-level martial artist so quickly? Bai Meng said disbelievingly, growing angrier as she spoke. Zhang Yang didn't know how to answer anymore. Indeed, for him to directly become a level 7 martial artist was simply unbelievable. Brother Yang, actually, I can also help you become a martial artist, I definitely can. Bai Meng suddenly became serious, even raising her small hand as if making an oath. Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. I believe you, but I really just met her, and becoming a martial artist wasn't with her help. Really? Really? Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Bai Meng smiled again. However, she immediately frowned again. Brother Yang, you need to be careful of Wang Li. Wang Li's family seems to be in the business of martial artist weaponry, and they have extensive connections. Although not comparable to the martial artist guild, they're not far off. He's such a vindictive person, I don't like him at all. If it weren't for my dad having dealings with his family, I wouldn't even bother looking at him. Zhang Yang was silent. He wasn't thinking about Wang Li's matter, but rather about Father Bai's matter. The thought of almost dying in there last time made his teeth itch with hatred. But then, remembering Bai Meng's help to him and his mother, he felt a bit at a loss. Brother Yang, don't worry, I know he's in the same guild as you now. I'll find a way to make sure he doesn't bother you. It's getting late, I should go back. I won't stay with you and Uncle. As she slowly got up, she seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, oh, by the way, the school class will have a practical training class these days. The teacher is taking us to the edge of the city ruins to see predator mutant beasts with our own eyes. Maybe we'll even run into each other. Those people looked down on you so much back then, I really wonder what expressions they'll have when they see you. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, falling into a brief memory. Because of his extremely poor talent during his time at school, he was despised by all the teachers. Plus, with a beauty like Bai Meng by his side, he attracted even more attention. He was one of the most famous students in the school, known as Waste Brother. He dropped out of school partly because he truly lacked the potential and talent to become a martial artist, and partly because of the verbal abuse from those people. After all, no one could tolerate hearing others talk about them every day. With such harsh words, it was basically a form of cyberbullying. He smiled slightly and said with a sense of relief, in a martial artist's eyes, there are no ordinary people. What they say or how they say it has nothing to do with me. Bai Meng nodded, seemingly understanding yet not fully. The two didn't say anything more. After a simple farewell, Zhang Yang went back to take care of his mother. His father hadn't slept well for several days, so he needed to take over. That night, Hao Zhaozhao added him to a group chat. There were a total of 7 people in the group chat, including him and Hao Zhaozhao, leaving 5 others. The group posted the next day's itinerary and informed them that everyone in the group, except Hao Zhaozhao, was part of a team. They hoped they could get to know each other in advance so they could successfully complete the mission tomorrow. The mission location was District 13. The areas of mutant beast activity outside the city were divided into 39 districts, and District 13 was one of them. Just as he was about to meticulously examine the specifics of District 13 to make early plans, his Feishin notification rang again. He saw the sender was Bai Meng. This type of message had a pop-up function, so Zhang Yang could instantly see a portion of what she sent. The words written in that content immediately caught his eye. Brother Yang, it's District 13. Chapter 24, Team Members. What a coincidence. Zhang Yang subconsciously clicked on that Feishin message and felt a bit helpless after seeing the full content. Bai Meng, Brother Yang, District 13, our practical training is scheduled for District 13. For the next week, we'll be going to District 13 at fixed times. I wonder if we'll run into you. Zhang Yang hadn't expected them to actually run into each other. What a coincidence this world held. For a moment, it reminded him of some unpleasant things during his school days, but he quickly shook them off. He was already a martial artist and had no desire to dwell on old-school grudges. People needed to look forward, look far, and look high. However, he still, as if by some divine intervention, opened a Feixing group chat with the remark Senior Year Class 1. Chat records were scrolling inside, and Zhang Yang just wanted to glance casually, but he really saw his own name. Homeroom teacher at everyone, be prepared for protection tomorrow. No one should be late. Especially those students with relatively low vitality, be extremely careful and do not act alone. Ah, Dachuan, did you hear that? You better prepare well, don't fall behind. I wonder if the few most talented people in our class can handle it if we really encounter low-level mutant beasts. The class beauty can. She's about to become a martial artist. It's a good thing Zhang Yang isn't here, otherwise he would be in danger. I heard that mutant beasts in District 13 are quite active and like to pick on isolated weaklings. Why bring him up? He dropped out almost a month ago. Who knows which factory he's working at now? Looking at the lines of text, Zhang Yang turned off his phone and gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, he went to the Second Martial Artist Guild early. The Second Martial Artist Guild has its own building in the city center. People came and went, and it looked extremely luxurious. After communicating with a guide, he was immediately led to a room. Ms. Hao has some matters to attend to today, so she won't be able to personally guide you. But Mr. Zhang, rest assured, the relevant personnel inside have already been informed of your situation. Just proceed with the normal registration procedures. Your teammates will find you shortly. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and pushed open the door. It was a large room, nearly 200 square meters, filled with many tables, chairs, benches, and some counters. The registration was quick, completed in less than 10 minutes, and he also received some resource items. 5 bottles of hemostatic healing potions, 1 bottle of vitality restoring nutrients solution, and a suit of soft armor. The soft armor was exquisitely made, pure black, felt very textured and looked beautiful, but when he touched it, it didn't feel as secure as the soft armor he received from Captain Lu last time. It seemed that old soft armor wasn't ordinary, it was just damaged. Just as he was about to leave, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was a man in his early 20s, with a close-cropped haircut and a rascally demeanor, and some inexplicable tattoos on his arms. Kid, hand over your potions and soft armor, or don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Yang frowned tightly. He subconsciously glanced around and saw that everyone avoided him, indicating that this wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred here. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't speak, the man's brows showed a hint of impatience. Just as he was about to speak again, his face changed. Bang! His fist collided with Zhang Yang's, and he retreated 3 or 4 steps. Damn it! That's brutal! He frantically shook his aching fist, unable to help but complain, only to hear a low, roaring rumble. He subconsciously looked up and saw a fist rapidly growing larger. Zhang Yang's punch was exceptionally powerful, clearly not an ordinary blow. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a combat skill, and not just any ordinary one. A gasp of surprise immediately rippled through the surroundings, mixed with both awe and horror. If that punch landed, even if the man managed to block it, he would be seriously injured, because Zhang Yang clearly wasn't holding back. Thwack! A large hand firmly caught Zhang Yang's fist, pinning him in place. The large hand didn't even tremble. Zhang Yang's face changed, and he instinctively tried to pull his hand away, but it was firmly held by the opponent's vice-like grip. It was a muscular man, 1 meter 90 tall, with a scraggly beard, looking like an unkempt uncle who had never settled down. You must be Zhang Yang, right? You're a fierce one, kid. Indeed, not just anyone. My name is Joe Faken, and I'm your captain. Zhang Yang was startled, and only after sensing that the other party wasn't lying did he release his grip. This is Tian Yi, you can just call him Xiaoye. He insisted on testing you, so he deserved to get beaten. Joe Faken pointed at the yellow-haired man, a look of ridicule on his face. Tian Yi coughed awkwardly, continuously scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. If I had known you were so formidable, I wouldn't have fought you. Zhang Yang put away his hostility but kept replaying the other party's strength in his mind. He had used all his strength, yet Zhou Feiken had casually blocked it. It seemed the gap between martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, and martial artist was not insignificant. Then, does he have a chance to kill a martial master realm mutant beast? He considered this question very seriously, because he wanted to choose an advancement within his LV3 abilities, and the condition for achieving this ability was to kill a mutant beast of a higher realm. This advancement ability allows one to acquire the bloodline of a mutant beast. It's important to know that the reason mutant beasts have strong physical abilities is due to their diverse and strange bloodlines. The types of mutant beasts he had encountered before were not very powerful, so in the same realm, humans were stronger than mutant beasts. However, this was limited to lower realms. Once a mutant beast's realm reached martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint or above, they would only be stronger than human martial artists. Like lightning and thunder. Like uprooting mountains with strength. Like toxins. If he could acquire the bloodline power of a mutant beast, he would truly become invincible in the same realm. The predator ability can double my combat power when fighting mutant beasts. If I reach level 10 martial artist, perhaps I'll have a chance to fight. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the two people talking to him. The two exchanged glances and called out several more times before Zhang Yang reacted. Zhou Feiken looked at the young man in front of him with a slight headache. His intuition told him that Zhang Yang might be a difficult character. Zhang Yang, I heard your main purpose for this mission is to find something, is that right? Yes, I need it very much. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, I know, but I need to tell you in advance that our squad's mission is mainly to hunt predator mutant beasts. So no one will go with you specifically to search. Do you understand? It's fine, I'll handle it myself and won't delay everyone's schedule. All right. In that case, let's set off now. Chapter 25, Representative of the Martial Artist Guild. District 13. As a mutant beast active zone also bordering a city-safe area, this place was somewhat different from other zones. Most other mutant beast active zones bordering city-safe areas were relatively short distances, and the mutant beasts active there had a relatively average, lower realm. District 13 was also relatively low level, but occasionally some martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint realm mutant beasts would be mixed in, and there were quite a few high realm martial artist realm mutant beasts as well. The sprawling area here is also more extensive, and the environment is more complex. Relatively speaking, it's a more challenging place for martial artists above level 4. At this moment, a modified minivan was slowly driving along the road. There were 6 people in total in the minivan. 4 men, 2 women. A girl with a high ponytail suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat serious. In another hour, we will completely enter the mutant beast active zone. There, teachers from urban universities will lead teams to have a simple exchange with us. If possible, it would be best to help them kill a mutant beast before leaving. As she spoke, she looked towards Zhang Yang in the corner. Zhang Yang, did you hear that? Why? Zhang Yang looked at Tian Tian. That's right, the girl in front of him was Tian Tian. She had been explaining the itinerary and tasks the entire way. But he really didn't understand why they were going to hunt predator mutant beasts, yet they had to do such free labor for others. Tian Tian, just like her name, wasn't outstanding in appearance but was a sweet girl. Hearing his question, she immediately replied, because we need to build a reputation for the guild. Over the years, our martial artists' second guild has been increasingly suppressed by the first guild. Only by continuously recruiting talent from universities can our second guild possibly turn things around. That's not right. Talent doesn't necessarily only come from universities. For example, Zhang Yang dropped out of school to become a martial artist. Tian Yi suddenly interjected. That's a rare occurrence. In any case, this is the arrangement, and you must obey. Especially you, Zhang Yang, as a newcomer, you must cooperate with the team's actions to integrate faster. Today, you must lead the team to help those classes kill a mutant beast. If possible, hook up with a few junior schoolgirls. You look good, I believe you have the ability. Laughter erupted in the car. Zhang Yang looked helpless, but couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Could it be that, by some strange coincidence, he'd be assigned to Class 3 of Senior High Year 1? No. He heard there were several schools, and so many classes. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He stopped the idle talk and chose to close his eyes and rest. The car bumped along the road for an unknown amount of time before finally becoming stable. The car door opened, and he could already hear the noise he would typically hear on a school playground outside. We are responsible for the third-year classes of City Number 1 Middle School. There are 8 classes in total for the third year. The captain and I will each take 2 classes, and the rest will each take 1. Zhang Yang, you take 1 class, and the rest will follow suit. Zhang Yang, who had just gotten off the car, heard Tian's voice and rubbed his forehead with a hint of helplessness. He really didn't want to go back to that class and show off, but now it seemed he had no choice but to do so. He just wondered what kind of expressions his former teachers and classmates would have when they saw him. Be punctual, everyone. We'll regroup in 2 hours. No one is allowed to be late. Tian spoke again, and then the crowd dispersed. Zhang Yang oriented himself and walked towards the direction of the city's first high school. It was only then that he realized how lively the place was, with students from various schools gathered together, sectioning off an area. And within the schools, classes were being divided, each occupying a different spot. Most of these students had excited looks on their faces, appearing eager and ready to go. They chatted amongst themselves, gazing at the distant dense forest, where faint shadows of some mutant beasts could still be seen. However, with so many humans present, those low-realm beasts dared not come out casually, only hiding in the woods and the distant ruins. Suddenly, he stopped and looked towards a certain spot. Damn it! You big idiot! I told you to take all the money from home, and you only brought this much? Are you trying to fob off a beggar? He saw a portly boy leading several others, punching and kicking a curly-haired classmate. Shu Hu. He was the class bully. With good physical fitness, he was always in the top 3 of the class for vitality assessments every year. He was said to have many brothers under him, not only domineering in class but also quite influential in school. He had caused him a lot of trouble in the past, even beating him to the infirmary twice. Later, because Bai Meng was quite good and always looked after him, this guy changed his strategy, bringing people to taunt him with sarcasm all day long. In short, in this guy's eyes, he was just someone to be bullied whenever he was in a bad mood. The classmate being beaten was named Hu Dachuan, who was a bit foolish, and thus always picked on. He hadn't expected that after he left, all these people's aggression would be directed at Dachuan. He sighed and slowly walked forward. At this moment, Dachuan was already covered in blood from the beating. Looking at the situation now, it's highly likely there's no way to go watch the predator hunt beasts with them. But even so, Shu Hu had no intention of letting him go, his fists growing increasingly fierce. Suddenly, he felt something was off. It seemed to have grown quiet around them. He shivered, his first thought being that the teacher had arrived. He quickly got up and looked around, noticing that everyone nearby was watching them, which made him feel even more eerie. But, where was the teacher? He didn't see the teacher, but he did see a familiar figure. Seeing that familiar face, he paused, quickly rubbed his eyes, confirmed it several times, and then, with a strange expression, called out a name. Zhang Yan? It was indeed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood a few steps away from him, quietly watching them. I'll only say this once. You can all get lost. Shu Hu was full of questions, wondering why Zhang Yang was here, but upon hearing his words, he immediately became enraged. What the hell did you say? Try saying it again, I dare you. I was wondering why the hell you stopped studying, turns out you transferred schools. That's right, he thought Zhang Yang had transferred because he was currently in front of another school's squad. He originally intended to prevent other classmates from tattling, but he never expected to run into Zhang Yang here. He rolled up his sleeves, motioned for a few people next to him to follow, and approached Zhang Yang step by step. The men and women who witnessed this scene from a distance all shook their heads and sighed, seemingly sighing for Zhang Yang. After all, those guys looked fierce and clearly weren't to be trifled with, whereas Zhang Yang looked clean-cut and was clearly not in the same league. Just then, someone in the crowd watching the commotion suddenly spoke up. "Ha! Am I seeing things? That kid seems to be wearing a martial artist badge?" Chapter 26, Adversaries on a Narrow Path. The smiles on the faces of the men and women who had initially been enjoying the spectacle froze, and they quickly looked over. Only upon closer inspection did they realize that Zhang Yang indeed had a martial artist's badge on his chest. Such a young martial artist? Am I seeing things? He's about our age. No, you're not seeing things. Damn it, this guy actually dared to touch a martial artist. These people were still some distance away from Chu Hu and his group, and since they weren't discussing loudly, Chu Hu and his friends couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. Chu Hu was furious now. He had wanted to deal with Zhang Yang for a long time but never had the chance. Now that Zhang Yang had transferred schools, it meant there was no one to protect him. This was a golden opportunity. He had waited a long time for this day, and he couldn't believe it was finally happening today. I see Bai Meng isn't by your side. Who else can save you now? Prepare to face my long-accumulated wrath. Brothers, beat him to death. As long as he doesn't die, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. He waved his hand, signaling his followers to act. Several people swarmed forward, surrounding Zhang Yang. The leading male student was also in Zhang Yang's class. Whenever Chu Hu caused trouble, this guy was always the first to rush forward, always aiming for lethal blows. It was likely he was the one who injured Dick Chun's head just now. If this were at school, Zhang Yang would definitely have run by now. It wasn't out of fear, but rather that a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, as his vitality was relatively low, and he was no match for these guys. But this time was different. He stood rooted to the spot, watching the leader charge at him. The opponent was a bit bewildered, wondering why Zhang Yang had become so assertive after transferring schools. As he pondered, he saw the martial artist's badge on Zhang Yang's chest, and his eyes instantly widened. He suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, looking at Zhang Yang with a pale face, momentarily speechless. The few people who followed behind, ready to strike, became momentarily confused when they saw him suddenly stop. They stood together, looking bewilderedly at their pale-faced classmate, full of questions. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? The man's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Yang, his voice filled with fear. His chest, look at his chest. The others looked over in confusion, wondering what was wrong with his chest. How could Zhang Yang be so scared after only a few days apart? But when they all saw the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest, they were dumbfounded. One of them even desperately rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. For a full 6 or 7 seconds, the three stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. And, of course, they didn't utter a word. They stood numbly, feeling the icy look in Zhang Yang's eyes, their scalps tingling. Are you dead men walking? I told you to make a move, why are you standing still? Chu Hu immediately became enraged when he saw them not acting. He huffed and walked up to them, only to notice their expressions were off, seeming to be afraid. Afraid? Afraid of what? Zhang Yang was the only one here. Were they afraid of Zhang Yang? Ridiculous, what was there to be afraid of about Zhang Yang? He was a useless person whose vitality didn't meet the standards, the last-place student in the entire school. Zhang Yang, no, martial artist Zhang. Martial artist Zhang. We were momentarily misguided, please, in your greatness, overlook our foolishness and don't take offense. Finally, a few students couldn't suppress the panic in their hearts any longer and stammered. Their gazes towards Zhang Yang were pleading, revealing a smile uglier than a cry. Martial artist. That was a martial artist. And a martial artist who was here to lead the team. Not to mention that offending a martial artist would bring them no good, the school wouldn't forgive them either. Which school wouldn't want to be on good terms with the Martial Artist Guild? If they knew they had offended a martial artist from the organization, the school would undoubtedly be furious. Given their usual mischief, it's highly possible they'd be expelled directly. What? What the hell are you guys talking about? Did a donkey kick you in the head? He can be a martial artist? If he's a martial artist, I'm his dad. Chu first burst out laughing, but halfway through, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he also saw the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest, which was absolutely real, definitely not fake. You are. He stared at the martial artist badge on Zhang Yang's chest, unable to utter another word for a long time. Chuhu's expression kept changing, looking very conflicted. There was terror, panic, and more disbelief, which eventually turned into mockery. Zhang Yang, are you brain dead? Do you really think finding a lifelike badge makes you a real martial artist? Let me guess, you're not still dwelling on things from your old school after transferring, so you seized this opportunity to create a fake badge, wanting to show off in front of your old classmates, right? Seeing this guy's brilliant look, Zhang Yang really wanted to praise him as a genius. It's not fake, I am a martial artist. And speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence, the class I'm going to is the original class 1. Hearing this, Chu burst into laughter again. Judging by his expression, it was as if he had guessed everything. Sure enough, a good-for-nothing like you is a good-for-nothing everywhere. I'm going to beat you up right now, then hand you over to the Martial Artist Guild for handling. Who knows, if the Martial Artist Guild is pleased, they might make an exception and directly admit me. He said, and without further ado, raised his fist and slammed it towards Zhang Yang's chest. However, in Zhang Yang's eyes, this punch was incredibly weak. Thwack! He just casually swung his hand, easily blocking the opponent's fist, and then slapped the opponent hard across the face. The slap was so loud, incredibly crisp, and the red handprint was left on the opponent's face, and even. My tooth! You bastard, give me back my tooth! He still wanted to make a move, but Zhang Yang kicked him to the ground. The kick wasn't light, sending Chu directly to the ground, screaming in pain. The other students who hadn't made a move trembled all over, their faces filled with fear. Even like this, he's not a martial artist? Let whatever idiots question. They, for sure, would never question him. Take them and return to class. Zhang Yang looked coldly at Chu who couldn't get up, and a few male students. The few of them exchanged glances, hurriedly helped Chu and Dachuan up, and followed behind Zhang Yang towards the classroom. As they walked, they secretly mumbled about Zhang Yang. They all knew that this time back, senior class 1 would completely erupt. Zhang Yang had become a martial artist. Chapter 27, Holding One's Head High. Senior Class 1. The students were all chattering noisily at this time. The homeroom teacher was a portly, corpulent man with plastic black-rimmed glasses, his brow deeply furrowed. The accompanying martial artists scheduled for other classes had all arrived, but theirs, Class 1, had not. He had never encountered such a situation before. It was common knowledge that no matter how the assignments were distributed, Class 1 should always be the one assigned an accompanying martial artist. He hesitated for a moment, then dialed Tian at the second martial artist guild. Hello. I wanted to inquire why our accompanying martial artist from the guild hasn't arrived yet? Oh, alright, then I'll wait patiently for a while. What's the name? What did you say the name was? He suddenly asked with some surprise. Zhang Yang. Is there a problem? Tian's impatient voice came from the phone. And no, nothing. After hanging up, a layer of sweat appeared on Teacher Chen's forehead. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence. How could that child possibly become a martial artist? He's just a good-for-nothing. That's right, his first reaction upon hearing the name was Zhang Yang, who had just dropped out of school not long ago. He certainly didn't hold back his sarcasm and ridicule towards the school. In fact, it was he who repeatedly urged Zhang Yang to drop out, the reason being that if Zhang Yang remained in his class, it would definitely affect his class's promotion rate. When he successfully persuaded Zhang Yang to withdraw, he even couldn't help but have a celebratory drink that evening. Teacher Lee, why isn't our class's leading martial artist here yet? Exactly. I saw some classes are already preparing for the predator mutant beast. Exactly. My great saber is already raring to go. Students, don't worry, I just contacted the Martial Artist Guild, and they said the leading martial artist will be here shortly. He calmed everyone's emotions, forcing a smile. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard an exclamation of surprise from an unknown student in the class. Ha! That person looks like Zhang Yang. This question, surprisingly, drew a burst of laughter. Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang dropped out of school ages ago, why would he be here? Exactly. He's making money in a factory now, why would he waste so much time here? Yeah, you must be seeing things. Director Lee was already sweating. If the same name was just a coincidence, then someone seeing Zhang Yang here would be hard to explain. Really, right there. Everyone looked in the direction the girl pointed, and indeed, they saw a few people approaching from a distance. The figure at the very front did somewhat resemble Zhang Yang, but it was too far to see clearly. Everyone, please don't discuss this randomly. Students should be friendly with each other. Zhang Yang has already dropped out, so we shouldn't discuss him casually, he quickly said, his voice now a little more serious. The reason Teacher Chen suddenly acted this way was because he saw Bai Meng's expression. How good Bai Meng and Zhang Yang's relationship was common knowledge throughout the school. He had just observed her while these people were discussing Zhang Yang. The girl looked displeased, and when she looked at the distant figure, she even had a hint of anticipation. Could it be? Is it really Zhang Yang? He turned his head, staring intently at the figure not far away, waiting for them to gradually come into view. As the faces of those dark figures became clearer and clearer, Teacher Lee's expression also grew increasingly grim. It really was Zhang Yang. It really was Zhang Yang, the one he had personally persuaded to leave. Zhang Yang's sudden appearance made the noisy classroom instantly fall silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Yang, and murmurs began. Why is he here? Did he hit a wall trying to find work, and now he's back? I think so, look at our class beauty's mouth, it's practically touching her ears. You guys, with such good conditions, why did our class beauty fall for a good-for-nothing? Facing everyone's chattering discussions, Teacher Lee's face suddenly turned serious at this moment, and he let out a sudden shout. All of you, quiet down. Didn't you hear what I just said? Don't secretly gossip about your classmates behind their backs. Even those who dropped out, it's not allowed. Have all those years of schooling gone to your stomachs? He appeared unusually serious, and everyone was stunned by his scolding. They rarely heard their homeroom teacher speak so righteously and sternly, and for a moment, they were a bit bewildered. When Zhang Yang was here, weren't you the happiest one discussing him? If I'm not mistaken, you once used Zhang Yang as a negative example in front of everyone. Someone in the crowd retorted to Teacher Lee, making his face turn even uglier, clearly losing his composure. However, at this moment, he couldn't retort either, because Zhang Yang was already very close. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon hear their discussions. Zhang Yang drew closer. But before Zhang Yang could even speak, Xu Hu spoke up. Teacher Lee, you must uphold justice for me. Zhang Yang, I don't know what methods he used, but his vitality increased a lot, and he beat me up. Xu Hu clung to this like a lifeline, standing aside and launching a tirade against Zhang Yang. That's right, even now, he didn't believe Zhang Yang was a martial artist. In his mind, Zhang Yang couldn't possibly be a martial artist. He must have used some method to increase some vitality, and then took a fake martial artist badge to show off. It wasn't that he was stupid, but Zhang Yang, as someone he knew relatively well, suddenly bounced back from rock bottom one day and reached an unattainable height, which was truly unbelievable. Many things in the world are like this: if you're unwilling to believe something in your heart, no amount of evidence placed before you will be useful. Zhang Yang. I'll have the homeroom teacher take you to your new homeroom teacher right now, and I'll see how your school punishes you. Shut up! Teacher Lee suddenly roared. His voice carried obvious anger, startling the students. While they often saw Teacher Lee get angry, this was the first time he'd gotten so furious. Teacher Lee. He stared blankly at Teacher Lee, his face filled with fear. The other students were the same, wondering why their homeroom teacher was going crazy today. Then, under everyone's gaze, Teacher Li coughed. Let me formally introduce everyone. Zhang Yang is this time the representative of the Second Martial Artist Guild, and also the leading martial artist for our activity. Everyone, a warm round of applause. Silence. After he finished speaking, the classroom was briefly silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Yang with shocked expressions, mouths agape. Only Bai Meng stood in the ranks, a smile in her eyes, looking genuinely happy. Seeing that no one else was clapping, Teacher Li quickly led the applause. This time, the students also reacted and finally started clapping. Listening to the warm applause and the fawning faces of the crowd, Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. Soon, Teacher Li came closer. Zhang Yang, oh no, martial artist Zhang, I knew you weren't ordinary. The knowledge at school is too shallow, it truly isn't suitable for you. And today, it's clear that's the case. He smiled obsequiously, then his gaze fell on Chu Hu, who stood pale-faced beside him. Chu Hu, did you talk back to the leading martial artist? Are you saying you don't want to continue studying anymore? Chu Hu trembled with nervousness, his whole body going limp. Teacher Li, I was wrong. Zhang Yang, I was wrong. I won't cause trouble again in the future, please don't tell the school. Zhang Yang didn't speak, but glanced at Di Chun, who was injured nearby. With just a glance, Teacher Li understood Zhang Yang's meaning. Chu Hu, you actually hit a classmate. Your qualification for the practical training is now revoked, and student Di Chun will be taken to the medical vehicle for care. If there's even one mistake, don't blame me for going straight to the principal. Chu Hu looked ashen. Having done all this, Teacher Li looked back at Zhang Yang. Martial artist Zhang, you see everyone has arrived, shall we start this practical training now? Zhang Yang's gaze swept across the distant woods, and he nodded slightly. Begin! Chapter 28, Target, Icefire Alpha Wolf Beast. Bang! In the woods, Zhang Yang flashed between the trees like lightning. The force of his punches roared like Mount Tai. The chest of a 2-meter-tall black bear instantly caved in, then it fell heavily to the ground. Under the shocked gazes of the other students, he began dissecting the mutant beast. It was incredibly shocking. The mutant beasts, which seemed incredibly dangerous to them, were mere powerless toys in front of Zhang Yang. No matter how terrifying a mutant beast looked, Zhang Yang would lean forward and charge, then smash its heart with a single punch. The woods were silent, with only the sound of Zhang Yang quietly dismembering corpses. His imposing figure, his cold face, and the blood-splattered corpses sent shivers down everyone's spine. Most people in the class had insulted Zhang Yang before. From his initial non-participation to later treating him as after-class gossip, many had made it a habit. But now, seeing Zhang Yang remain silent from the moment he appeared until the class began, was truly chilling. That's right, Zhang Yang didn't speak the entire way, and he handled the mutant beasts cleanly and efficiently. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Bai Meng couldn't help but cheer from the side, her face full of excitement. Her voice, though somewhat out of place in the silent environment, brought a smile to Zhang Yang's face. In this class, everyone else had changed, but Bai Meng's attitude towards him had remained constant. It was the same before, and it was the same now. He glanced at the time, slowly stood up, and walked over to Teacher Li, his expression reverting to its usual indifference. I killed all these mutant beasts. Is it okay to credit them to Bai Meng? I remember there are rewards for these, and they can also be freely given away. No, no problem. Teacher Li forced a smile. He was afraid of people like Zhang Yang. Since returning, Zhang Yang hadn't mentioned the past once, acting as if nothing had happened, which was unsettling. Zhang Yang said no more. He simply exchanged a few words with Bai Meng before hastily leaving. He was going to find the flesh flowers. He was the last one back to the car. Tian smiled in satisfaction when she saw him return. Excellent, Zhang Yang is back too. Now, I'll explain our specific mission for entering the activity zone. Our target for this predator mission is called the Icefire Wolfhead Beast. It's a mutated martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beast with a rather special bloodline, capable of wielding a trace of fire and ice power. Its intelligence is estimated to be around that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Its physical prowess is estimated to be at the bottom tier of the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level, or a max-level martial artist. Its overall strength is roughly at the level of a 2nd or 3rd tier martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. If confronted directly, it's no match for the captain's 4th tier martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Tian's expression became solemn here. But the trickiest part is that this fellow seems to be leading over a dozen mutant beasts, all of which are high-level martial artist mutant beasts and possess a certain sense of unity. So, for this mission, the most important thing is to absolutely not get separated. We must fight together. Hearing her words, everyone's gaze turned towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frowned. I must go search for the medicinal herbs. Zhang Yang, Tian means that once we've entered the opponent's territory and started acting, you shouldn't act alone anymore. Tian Yi said with a serious face. As long as no clues are found, I won't act alone. Why are you so stubborn? You certainly have some skills, but I know. You've only been through a mutant beast active zone once. You're still too green. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm going to find it. If there are no clues, I'll help you predator mutant beasts. A brief silence filled the car. Several people looked at him with a hint of displeasure. Tian spoke again. No problem, that's your choice. However, when we need you, you must obey orders. I agree. I will complete the tasks you assign. Tian nodded without saying anything further, and so did the others. The journey continued in silence as they gradually ventured deeper. Found a relatively hidden spot, completely concealed themselves, and then started walking. This was a derelict town, permeated by the stench of decay. Mutant beasts had suddenly appeared centuries ago, and at that time, many cities had already fallen. These small towns and the ruins of those past cities were all remnants. They had barely stepped into the town when they heard a noise not far away, followed by several roars. About 7 or 8 mutant beasts emerged from the ruins, their eyes blood red, and they charged quickly. They were like beasts that had been starved for over 10 days, their eyes fixed solely on the group as food. Zhang Yang personally witnessed a black bear, which could have easily avoided a dirt wall in front of it, instead crashing into it as if insane, without any attempt to avoid it. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of collapse and flying dust, it charged forward like an armored vehicle. This mutant beast, even if it wasn't as strong as an azure tiger, it was certainly not far off. This mutant beast's target was none other than Zhang Yang. Feeling the pressure from the opponent, Zhang Yang clenched his fists and rushed forward. Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. Tian immediately cried out in alarm when she saw Zhang Yang preparing to take on the black bear head-on. However, everything happened too fast. Before her voice had even faded, Zhang Yang had already collided with the black bear. Bang! The black bear's claw slammed heavily onto Zhang Yang's fist, and after a brief stalemate of a few seconds, it was actually repelled. That's right, it was repelled. Zhang Yang felt his arm tingling, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could do it! With his predator ability, all his capabilities doubled when fighting mutant beasts. Although he was currently only a level 7 martial artist in Realm, he could exert the power of an 8th or even 9th realm. This level was enough to deal with a true azure tiger, let alone a black bear that was not as strong. The black bear, having been knocked back by a single punch, was clearly enraged. Its eyes blood red, it let out a terrifying roar, seeming to whip up the surrounding winds. The cold, eerie wind carried the bloody stench from its mouth, and Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to help but close them. It was too smelly. How could it be so smelly that it stung his eyes? This wasn't a metaphor, it was a physiological stinging of the eyes. After enduring for another second, Zhang Yang finally couldn't hold on and closed his eyes. But the moment he closed them, his heart sank. Damn it! He immediately retreated, wanting to open his eyes, but found he couldn't open them at all. And just then, as he backed away, he stepped on something, slipped, and fell backward. Zhang Yang now had only one thought in his head, which was, Chapter 29. It's smarter than imagined. Put. The sound of flesh tearing was clearly audible. Zhang Yang was covered in blood. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, abruptly opening his eyes to see the black bear just a step away from him. Its eyes stared at Zhang Yang with reluctance, its heart and its chest already pierced by a thick fist. Zhou Feiken retracted his fist and slowly said, "Not all mutant beasts are like the small fry in games, with single attack patterns. They are smarter than you imagine, and mutant beasts in the martial artist realm can also possess special bloodlines." Zhang Yang's face was a little grim. It wasn't because he was almost killed by a mutant beast this time, but because he clearly saw the gap between martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, and martial artist. Zhou Feiken was able to instantly kill this black bear. Looking at it this way, it would be incredibly difficult for him to complete the advancement mission. He was pulled up by Zhou Feiken, and the surrounding roars gradually faded. Zhang Yang stared in astonishment at the mutant beast lying in a pool of blood not far away, gradually realizing a problem, which was, this team is stronger than he imagined. Although the remaining mutant beasts were not as strong as this black bear, they were definitely at the level of a martial artist level 5 or 6. All of them were killed in less than a minute, which really surprised Zhang Yang. Compared to Captain Lu's team back then, this team was like heaven and earth. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates. Only by cooperating can you defeat more powerful mutant beasts. Sometimes, perhaps you just need to call out, and you can gain infinite security. Otherwise, if a situation like the one just now happens, you'll be dead for sure. Zhou Feiken said with a smile, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder, then loudly addressed everyone. These mutant beasts still have some value. Those who need it can simply dissect some small organs and take them away. But be quick, we only have 3 minutes. We'll continue moving forward. Zhang Yang, this black bear corpse is yours. Your strength is not weak. Later, I hope you can help others as much as possible. Zhang Yang looked at the black hole and felt a lot more goodwill towards this captain. He saved his life and gave him the corpse. He asked himself how many captains could do that. Zhang Yang wasted no time and lowered his head to begin dissecting. As the number of dissections increased, he became more and more skilled, even thoroughly understanding the anatomy of certain types of mutant beasts. Coupled with his great strength after becoming a martial artist, even such a large mutant beast could be easily dissected by him. You successfully dissected the black-heart bear's liver, vitality plus 6 points plus 6 points. You successfully dissected the black-heart bear's ear, vitality plus 4 points plus 4 points. You successfully dissected the black-heart bear's paw, vitality plus 7 points plus 7 points. This black bear gave him 80 points of vitality directly, allowing him to break through to an 8th level martial artist. At this rate, he might reach a 10th level martial artist before encountering the Icefire Headwolf. 10th level martial artist. Will there be a chance? He shook his head slightly. Judging by the combat level just now, even with his 10th level strength and the Predator's ability, he still couldn't deal with a full-strength Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint level. It seems this mission might not be completed this time. Since he couldn't complete this mission, he began to shift his current goal. Following the team, he began to observe the environment, looking for the so-called blood-flesh flower mentioned in the intelligence. The so-called blood-flesh flower isn't red, it's flesh-colored. It's like a flower formed from human flesh and blood, growing on the corpses of mutant beasts or humans. If cut open, a large amount of fresh blood will flow out, possessing the ability to restore cells. As for how it forms, according to explanations from scientific researchers and professionals, vitality is something with form and power. Even though a person dies, their vitality still exists, so it's possible for it to entangle with surrounding vitality to form this object. Therefore, Zhang Yang observed all the corpses and decaying flesh very carefully. Hey! Zhang Yang, stop looking around. You're making me really nervous. Tianyi complained from the side, a helpless expression on his face. Why is your attention on me? I'm not into guys. Zhang Yang continued to observe his surroundings, speaking without turning his head. Damn it! You think I'm gay? I'm going to marry Tian in the future. Don't you think Tian is adorable when she's serious? It's completely opposite to her personality, hee hee. Zhang Yang stopped, looking at him in surprise. Shouldn't you like a mature woman? A mature woman? Sexiness is nothing compared to cuteness. Tian Yi pouted. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. He was about to end the conversation and refocus his attention on the surrounding corpses and debris, but he was interrupted by Zhou Feiken's low shout. Watch out! Everyone, be careful! His voice was very tense and particularly serious. Zhang Yang even detected a hint of panic in it. His heart sank with a thump as he looked up. He wanted to see what kind of situation could make the captain so nervous. Right in front, about a dozen steps away from Zhou Feiken, on a collapsed house, lay a giant wolf, fully 2 meters long. Its fur was yellowish-brown, but from the neck up it was white and red. It had 2 heads on its neck. Although its face was delicate like a dog's, the proportions of its features were overly large, giving people a spine-chilling feeling. The most terrifying thing was that this mutant beast just lay there motionless, its eyes lazily scanning the group, seemingly full of wisdom. The oppressive feeling was immense. That was Zhang Yang's first impression of it. Silence. This was Zhang Yang's second impression of it since encountering mutant beasts. He had never seen one so quiet. Terrifyingly quiet, as if this mutant beast had known they would come here all along, lying in this spot, quietly waiting for them. A martial master level mutant beast. More terrifying than he had imagined. What about the martial master level? What about above martial master? Zhang Yang didn't dare to think, getting ready for battle. But just then, he suddenly saw on top of this mutant beast's head a flesh flower. Flesh flower. Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breathing quickened. However, he quickly calmed down, knowing that it was not something he could touch at the moment. Something's not right. This guy is too smart. It seems different from what the intelligence said, Tian couldn't help but say, deliberately lowering her voice, as if afraid of startling the other party. There are other mutant beasts around. Zhang Yang also couldn't help but speak. Because he had been observing the surroundings, he was quite familiar with the environment in a short amount of time. Just a few seconds ago, he noticed something slowly moving in various positions. It's a mutant beast. He saw black-haired bear beasts like the one before, but these were clearly larger and stronger than the one they had just killed. He also saw an azure tiger slowly approaching to block their path. And other mutant beasts, all very formidable beings, totaling nearly 10, each one an advanced mutant beast. The most terrifying thing was, they, like the Icefire Alpha Wolf Beast, made no sound, silently encircling them. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yang's forehead. The situation seemed to have exceeded expectations. Captain, what should we do now? Tian Yi was a bit nervous, her voice trembling slightly. Even though they were seasoned veterans, facing such a number and strength of mutant beasts, they absolutely had no chance of winning. People might die. No. People will definitely die. Realizing this problem, everyone panicked a little. Zhou Kunfa took a deep breath, his expression also somewhat solemn. These mutant beasts are led by that wolf. If we kill that wolf, we'll have a chance to get out. I'll go for the main attack to kill that wolf. Everyone attack together. As for the other mutant beasts, we'll ignore them for now. Jiang Yiming and Zhang Yang, your combat power isn't weak. Assist me in the attack. Now, we can only fight with our backs against the wall. It's either life or death. Zhang Yang and one of the men in the team nodded simultaneously, their expressions extremely grim. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and their muscles tensed. This battle between the mutant beasts and the team was about to ignite. Chapter 30, Captain's Death. Under the dim sky, a layer of sweat appeared on everyone's skin, and Zhang Yang's brows were tightly furrowed. Who could have imagined that their first mission with the team would encounter such a hell-level start? Leaving aside the numbers, just considering the team members capable of dealing with high-level martial artist mutant beasts, there were only Captain Zhou Feiken, Jiang Yiming, and himself. Jiang Yiming, in his early 30s, was a martial artist at level 10. Besides Captain Zhou Feiken, he was the strongest presence, though he rarely spoke and didn't have much presence throughout the journey. Zhang Yang hadn't seen him make a move, but during their first encounter with a mutant beast, when Zhou Feiken was helping him, it's likely Jiang Yiming handled the mutant beasts then, so his combat power should be very strong. Prioritizing the killing of that Icefire Alpha Wolf is key. Zhang Yang considered the ability of the three of them to kill this mutant beast in a short time, feeling uncertain. From the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint levels they had encountered so far, he and Jiang Yiming would have limited impact in a 3-on-1 fight. So, it seemed like 3-on-1, but in reality, it was still 1-on-1. Only Zhou Feiken could gain an absolute advantage in a solo fight, only then could he and Jiang Yiming potentially help speed up the battle. Otherwise, the two of them might not only fail to wound this mutant beast but could also be killed in the process. But what if he didn't help in the fight, but instead? Zhang Yang squinted slightly, scanning the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on a gap. There were mutant beasts on both sides of this gap, but the two mutant beasts were quite far apart. If one of them could be killed in a short time. Attack! The battle didn't give him much time to think. Zhou Feiken, as the captain, had already signaled the start of the fight. He immediately charged towards the Icefire Alpha Wolf, and Jiang Yiming, who was beside him, also rushed forward with the long spear in his hand. Zhang Yang's movements were noticeably a bit slower due to his contemplation. He saw that Zhou Feiken, who was charging at the front, was very fast, closing in on the Icefire Alpha Wolf in just 3 to 5 seconds. Zhou Feiken instantly slid up from the ground, dragging his broadsword, and fiercely brought the blade down towards the Icefire Alpha Wolf. It was called sliding up because he had been dragging the sword. As he jumped, the blade curved in a strange arc, bringing up dirt into the air like water flowing against a current. The strong visual impact created the illusion that both man and sword were sliding up into the sky. Elegant. Powerful. It was on a completely different dimension from the martial artist realm. If this strike truly landed on the wolf, it might indeed be possible to kill it before other mutant beasts could react. At that moment, everyone who witnessed this scene had the same thought. The captain can win. Zhang Yang thought so too, but only for a moment, because he saw the Icefire Alpha Wolf's movement. The moment Zhou Feiken jumped up, Zhang Yang, being acutely aware of his surroundings, saw very clearly that the Icefire Alpha Wolf also jumped up. The beast's movements were incredibly fast, swift as lightning, despite being the simplest actions. Karaf! Zhang Yang immediately sensed something was wrong and prepared to shout a warning. Put! Before Zhang Yang could shout the full word, he heard the sound of blood splattering. Then, to his and Jiang Yiming's disbelief, Zhou Feiken's arm was completely severed. The gushing blood flowed out relentlessly as the Icefire Alpha Wolf bit down on Zhou Feiken's arm and began to chew directly. It didn't attack immediately but watched Zhou Feiken, who had lost an arm, with great interest. Captain! Don't come over! Zhou Feiken stopped Jiang Yiming, who was preparing to rescue him. Zhou Feiken's face was ashen due to the loss of an arm. His arm, which had been dragging the great saber, had vanished without a trace, lost in that brief instant. His forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat, and he looked at the two of them nervously, saying, "I was careless. You can never truly gauge the depth of this guy until you face him directly. This time, my negligence caused you and everyone else to fall into such a miserable situation. Now I will block them. The two of you, lead everyone and break out as quickly as possible. This is an order." As he spoke, he immediately charged towards the Icefire Alpha Wolf, unleashing an aura Zhang Yang had never witnessed before. The moment he felt this aura, Zhang Yang made a decision. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, then used that force to pivot, heading towards the gap he had spotted earlier. He knew very well that it was impossible for all of them to get out alive. Now, his and Jiang Yiming's mission had changed. The plan to kill this wolf was clearly impossible to succeed. So, if they couldn't kill it, there was only one other option left: break through the encirclement and escape. Only then would they not all die here, and Zhou Feiken would not have sacrificed himself in vain. At this moment, Zhou Feiken's arm was veined, the long saber in his hand continuously dancing with extremely tricky angles, each strike aimed at the opponent's vital points. But in the face of such a fierce offensive, the Icefire Alpha Wolf calmly evaded. It appeared to move slowly, but in reality, it was frighteningly fast. Looking at Zhou Feiken, who had completely fallen into a disadvantage, Zhang Yang knew he couldn't last much longer. 30 seconds at most. If they didn't successfully break through within those 30 seconds, everyone would die here. Realizing this problem, Zhang Yang's previously hesitant movements became resolute. Everyone, follow me. This is the last chance the captain bought for us. Zhang Yang knew he couldn't let down the captain's good intentions and took the lead, heading towards the gap. He had observed earlier that the closest to that gap was an azure tiger, truly a case of enemies on a narrow road. Zhang Yang's legs pushed off forcefully, and his entire body moved as swiftly as lightning. His roaring voice hadn't even faded before he was already within attacking range. The muscles on his arm tensed, veins bulged on his forehead, and his waist rotated his body, swinging his arm in a half-moon arc. Mount Tai Fist. The strength of an 8th-level martial artist combined with a combat skill, along with the double attributes of a predator, gave him absolute confidence that he could injure this guy. This wasn't luck. He had encountered this mutant beast once before, and it was too arrogant. So it would never believe that he, a human, would initiate an attack. By the time it came to its senses, Zhang Yang's fist had already slammed hard into its head. Boom! The terrifying force directly struck the opponent's skull, and amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a crisp sound of bones cracking was heard. Crunch! This sound awakened all the team members and other mutant beasts present. Zhang Yang brutally knocked down the azure tiger with his body, and his roaring sound brought everyone back to their senses. Run! Chapter 31, Only Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang instantly killed the azure tiger. The scene was too impactful. The shocked team members were awakened by Zhang Yang and immediately ran outside. Other mutant beasts roared in anger and began to surround them, but because there was already a gap, they couldn't completely encircle the team members and could only watch them run. This brat, he really can do it. Zhou Feiken looked at that retreating figure, a hint of a smile appearing on his pale face. Put! A gaping maw bit into his neck, and blood spurted. His eyes gradually dimmed, eventually losing the breath of life. The running Zhang Yang seemed to sense something and subconsciously turned his head to look at the battlefield in the distance. Vaguely, he saw that tall figure collapse to the ground. Captain! Zhang Yang felt something blocking his throat, and the feeling was unusually uncomfortable. Last time, the martial artist he encountered resorted to unscrupulous means to kill him. This time, the person he met sacrificed their life for him to live. Facing mutant beasts twice, these two experiences brought completely different states of mind to him. Staring at the ice firehead wolf in the distance, a blazing fire ignited in Zhang Yang's heart. He wanted to kill this wolf. Even without the so-called blood-flesh flower, he would never let this beast go. Scatter! Scatter and run! If we continue like this, we will definitely be caught. Scattering is the only way out. Everyone gather at the hidden vehicle. In the chaos, Tian began to direct the battle. Zhang Yang finally understood why all commands in the team were given by Tian. Tian was a girl who remained calm in a crisis. Only such a person could make the most correct choices in life or death situations and lead the team to survive. Now, Tian was doing just that. Although everyone was panicking, hearing Tian's voice brought a sense of reassurance, and they actually began to disperse. However, while the 5 of them dispersed immediately, their numbers were no match for the quantity of mutant beasts. Essentially, each person had to deal with 2 high-level mutant beasts. This seemed to increase the chances of a successful escape, but in reality, it lowered the possibility of survival. Zhang Yang, can you help attract more attention? Tian watched as things headed in the worst possible direction, sweating profusely with anxiety. She was extremely nervous. She knew very well that at this moment, only Zhang Yang and Jian Yiming could change the tide of battle. The 2 of them were considered the top combatants in the team, even possibly capable of killing high-level mutant beasts in a one-on-one situation. But this was a matter of life and death. Would these 2 really make a choice in such a difficult time? Jian Yiming didn't answer her question. His escape speed slowed slightly but immediately picked up again. As expected, it's not going to work. Tian smiled bitterly, helpless. She wasn't surprised at all. Because with Jiang Yiming's skill, as long as he didn't stop, there was a good chance he could leave here. The ones truly affected were those of them who couldn't deal with high-level mutant beasts alone, so she was the only one who could ask for help. Not everyone in the world would be like Captain Zhou, extending a helping hand to anyone. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Just as she thought everything was set in stone, a deep muffled thud accompanied by the roar of a mutant beast reached her ears. Boom! Zhang Yang punched a robust bull mutant beast to the ground, stopping in his tracks. 2. I can at most help you lure away 2 more. When Zhang Yang said this, he felt that there must be something wrong with his head. Even with his predator ability, dealing with 4 at once was life-threatening, and a very significant danger at that. His reason told him so, but he didn't believe in reason. Because Joe Fakin's voice, for some reason, echoed in his ears like a Bible. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates. Only by working together can you defeat stronger mutant beasts. Sometimes, perhaps you just need to call out to gain infinite security. Sometimes, perhaps you just need to call out to gain infinite security. Just consider it returning a favor. Zhang Yang slightly clenched his fists, watching the 4 mutant beasts charging towards him, slowly began to retreat, and then started running. With Zhang Yang having led away 4 mutant beasts, only 4 mutant beasts remained chasing Tian Tian and the other 2. Tian Yi jumped out to draw away too, leaving the remaining 2 to chase Tian Tian and the last girl. This girl was named Lu Bing, roughly the same age as Tian Tian, and didn't speak much along the way. Under Tian Tian's direction, she ran towards another position. She scurried frantically through the woods with a look of terror, appearing to be under immense psychological pressure. The mutant beast chasing her from behind roared madly, seemingly eager to devour her immediately. I can't die. I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. The car is not far away. As long as I get in the car, I can survive. That's right, as long as I get in the car successfully, I will definitely survive, she muttered to herself, her eyes gradually brightening. At the same time, Zhang Yang swallowed a bottle of stamina potion in one gulp, then threw the bottle aside. Behind him were 4 mutant beasts. The closest to him was a black bear, and the farthest was the azure tiger whose skull he had shattered. That guy's physical condition was really good. His skull was shattered, yet he was still bouncing around. Fortunately, he was still somewhat affected, his speed growing slower and slower, and within minutes Zhang Yang could no longer see him. Although the black bear chasing him was faster than the other 2 mutant beasts, its endurance was clearly lacking, and it also started to fall behind, eventually stopping its pursuit altogether. Now there were only 2 mutant beasts left, one a sheep covered in black spots, and the other a python the color of dead leaves. The black-spotted sheep was called the Lost Sheep Beast. Legend has it that this creature had an incredibly hard head, its emotions unaffected by any external factors, and it felt very little pain. Its realm was probably around level 7 or 8, making it quite formidable. The dead leaf-colored python, just like its appearance suggested, was named the Deadleaf Python Beast. This creature possessed great strength but no venom, and its realm was probably above a level 9 martial artist. They followed leisurely behind Zhang Yang, clearly waiting for him to exhaust himself. Once Zhang Yang ran out of stamina, they would easily be able to take him down. Zhang Yang noticed this and found a small path with complex terrain, into which he ducked. The moment he entered, he took out his dissection knife, flipping it in his hand. The knife spun a few times on the back of his hand before being firmly gripped. A cold gleam shimmered elegantly, merging with the chill in his eyes. At this moment, he was like a precious sword ready to be drawn, preparing for a single, fatal strike. It's coming! Zhang Yang. He heard the sound of pursuit. Chapter 32, Desperate Situation, Abandoned. Could Zhang Yang take on a high-level mutant beast alone? Clearly, he could, so he prepared to fight back instead of fleeing. Because he had to consider whether the fleshy flower on the head of the Icefire Alpha Wolf was the only one he would encounter in a short time. If he missed it, it might be very difficult to find another. Not only was he not planning to run, but he was also preparing to go back and kill that Icefire bicolor wolf. The veins bulged on his arms as he heard a rustling sound not far away. He knew his chance had come. It was the dead leaf python beast. It tracked prey by temperature and scent, so after losing sight of Zhang Yang, its tracking speed was noticeably faster than that of the other lost sheep beast. Only, it hadn't anticipated that Zhang Yang had stopped to confront it. Surprise and overconfidence caused it to misjudge Zhang Yang's combat power. It was knocked unconscious with the first blow and then dispatched with a single strike to its 7-inch vital spot. Zhang Yang emerged menacingly from his hidden position, quietly waiting for the lost beast. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yang began dissecting the mutant beast corpses, silently waiting for the last remaining black bear and the injured azure tiger. You successfully dissected the liver of a withered leaf python, vitality plus 7 points plus 7 points. You successfully dissected the hide and bones of a withered leaf python, vitality plus 11 points plus 11 points. You successfully dissected the horn of a dying ram beast, vitality plus 8 points plus 8 points. You successfully dissected the heart of a dying ram beast, vitality plus 7 points plus 7 points. He expertly dissected with each cut, simultaneously boosting his vitality. If anyone were to discover him here, their jaws would absolutely drop in shock. This man's movements were simply too skilled and superb. With every cut, he could clearly separate the flesh and bones of a mutant beast, like an expert butcher dismembering an ox. Crunch! From the ruins, just as they entered the woods, came the sound of branches being continuously snapped. The massive blackheart bear ran wildly, constantly using its huge nose to catch surrounding scents while tracking. It was this guy. This guy killed its playmate. He's nearby, it must tear him apart. Indeed, at this very moment, the blackheart bear's mind was filled with thoughts of tearing Zhang Yang to shreds. In its eyes, this food was the worst it had ever encountered. Not only was it hard to catch, but it also caused the death of its companion, so it absolutely had to be caught and made to die a painful death. It had decided that it would absolutely not let him die until his flesh had been completely gnawed away. Almost there. It could smell him now. Right nearby. It rushed into the path immediately and saw a figure not far away. It charged excitedly, but suddenly sensed that something wasn't quite right. This food seemed to be gnawing on the corpses of other mutant beasts. The glinting object in his hand gave it a huge sense of danger, and even made it feel a touch of fear. The blackheart bear and the human in front of it subconsciously locked eyes, and it saw an extremely cold gaze, filled with intense hostility, a hostility it had only felt from that icefire alpha wolf. Put! Bang! The blackheart bear collapsed heavily to the ground, feeling its life draining away, with only one thought in its head. Food! Why is it so dangerous? Zhang Yang was completely covered in the mutant beast's blood at this moment. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power, and squinted slightly. Blood, it's hot. Dissecting 3 mutant beasts directly boosted his vitality by nearly 300 points. Vitality reached 1050 points. He successfully reached level 10 martial artist. The goal for the next realm is to become a martial master. A level 1 martial master's vitality is double that of a level 10 martial artist, which is 2000 vitality points. Each level requires an increase of 2000 vitality. Zhang Yang felt a terrifying power emanating from within his body, even generating the illusion of being invincible. He knew this was the confidence brought by the sense of power, and took a few breaths to calm himself down. Now was not the time to challenge the icefire dire wolf alone. At least he couldn't go by himself. He needed to bring Jiang Yiming, who had equally astonishing combat power, and the strategic Tian Tian. Without any hesitation, he ran towards where they had hidden the car earlier. I hope everyone is okay. The hidden car's location. Lu Bing sat in the driver's seat, looking extremely nervous. She kept scanning the outside scenery, her eyes bloodshot. It was incredibly quiet outside, with no mutant beasts in sight, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that at any unseen corner, a high-level mutant beast might suddenly pounce on the car. Her expression became increasingly troubled, and the blood vessels in her eyes grew denser. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she began to frantically search the car with her hands. Quickly! Almost there! Suddenly, she shivered, hearing a sound from not far away. Tian Tian and Tian Yi were seen running towards the car, frequently looking back with tense expressions. Tian's gaze had been fixed on the car's hidden location, so their eyes met instantly. The former showed a joyful expression, waving at her at the same time. "Help open the door, get ready to go." Tian called out happily, picking up her pace. "Roar!" Almost at the moment she shouted, angry roars echoed from a distance. That was the Azure Tiger. Lu Bing, about to open the door, shivered, her face turning ugly and pale. She started muttering to herself, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." As she spoke, she directly pressed the start button, then stomped on the accelerator while wildly turning the steering wheel. The car had no intention of picking them up. Instead, it immediately turned around and sped off in another direction. Just like that, under Tian's stunned and horrified gaze, it completely turned away, moving further and further from the two of them. "Lu Bing, what are you doing?" Tian's face was pale with fright, screaming. "I'm sorry. You all get in the car. The mutant beast will eat us all. Only if you stay behind for the mutant beast to eat, can I leave." Lu Bing yelled, his voice trembling with self-reproach, but his foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a buzzing sound, the car sped away in an instant. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Tian stood rooted to the spot in despair. She and Tian's strength had reached their limit. It was impossible to run any further. And having made such a loud noise, the other party had already caught up. That's right. They had already caught up. A massive figure emerged from the woods. It was an ape covered in messy fur, over 2 meters tall, and entirely muscled. Martial artist, level 10. Ape King Beast. It ran and leaped dozens of meters, approaching in the blink of an eye. Its massive, towering body let out a terrifying roar as it leaped, finally landing steadily in front of the two. In the shadow blocking the surrounding light, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Tian with an extremely primal greed. Chapter 33 Ask the mutant beast if it fears me. Tian felt the gaze of the Ape King and gave a tragic smile. If there was one martial artist-level mutant beast with the biggest reputation, it would definitely be the Azure Tiger. After all, its strength and ferocity coexist, and its threat and harm to martial artists are also top-ranked. But when it comes to the strongest mutant beast in the martial artist realm, at least in the periphery of their city area, it's the Ape King. The Ape King beast not only possesses the same ferocious physique as other mutant beasts but also has agile limbs and a clever mind. They set traps to deal with humans, and can even use various tools and terrain to ambush them. What they love most is to capture human females for forced mating, satisfying the absolute darkness within them. Tian, run! I'll hold them off here. Tian stood in front of her, his expression equally grim. His realm was only a 6th level martial artist, while the Ape King beast in front of him was a full 10th level, and possessed the special physique inherent to mutant beasts. The outcome of a battle between the two was utterly obvious. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Bang! A thick arm smashed into Tian's body. With an enormous force, Tian's entire body flew to the right, sweeping several meters away to a tree trunk under the Ape King beast's thick arm. Tian's head directly hit it, instantly breaking open and bleeding, and he lost consciousness. Tian slumped to the ground, completely losing the will to fight. Tears finally welled up in her desperate eyes. Save me! Who can save me? She screamed frantically, but a pair of large hands gripped her body tightly. The next second. Rip! Her collar was torn to shreds, a large expanse of white skin exposed to the air. The Ape King beast actually let out a hideous laugh. It pressed Tian directly to the ground, its brutal strength causing a lot of blood to appear on her fair skin. Tian struggled in terror, but found it utterly impossible. Her terrified, sharp screams grew higher and higher, and the Ape King beast's expression became increasingly ferocious and excited. Suddenly, it stopped moving. Because it felt a cold sensation on its back. It instinctively touched its back. There was a very viscous liquid. It was blood. Along with the blood, there was an intense pain coming from its chest, as if something had pierced through its back and into its chest cavity. It instinctively turned its head, seeing a gradually enlarging fist. Boom! Zhang Yang's fist was pressed against its cheek. Due to the terrifying inertial force, it momentarily adhered to its cheek for 3 seconds, before the force carried its head directly to the ground. Boom! The enormous power made the ground tremble. Zhang Yang straddled its head and swung his fist again. Boom! Still a loud bang, but this time the Ape King beast's entire body twitched. It finally reacted, wanting to reach out and grab Zhang Yang immediately. But Zhang Yang's fists kept falling, not giving it a chance at all, each punch faster than the last. Lying on the ground, Tian's eyes widened, staring at Zhang Yang, who was riding on the Ape King's back, her mind completely blank. Was she seeing things? Zhang Yang was unilaterally pummeling the Ape King beast? Even Jiang Yiming, who was also at the peak of a martial artist, couldn't do that. Zhang Yang was even stronger than Jiang Yiming? At this moment, she suddenly realized that everyone present, didn't know Zhang Yang's true strength, only that he had killed an azure tiger. Boom! With the last punch, the hard skull was shattered, blood mixed with flesh flying everywhere, until the head was completely pulverized. Zhang Yang stood up, threw his clothes, and it landed precisely on Tian's body. She thought Zhang Yang would come up and ask about her condition, about the team's condition, but Zhang Yang's first words made her freeze on the spot. I'm going to kill that Icefire direwolf, I need your help. Tian stood there, utterly shocked for a moment. The moment Lu Bing drove away, she knew their small team was completely finished. What awaited them next was the pursuit of mutant beasts and fleeing through the forest. If they were lucky, they might escape, but she never wanted to enter this predator mutant beast again. No, not just her, probably everyone in the team was thinking about escaping, but Zhang Yang was completely the opposite. Her first reaction was that Zhang Yang must have gone mad. How could he kill that mutant beast? That was the terror that had killed even their captain. Are you crazy? That's a mutant beast that even the captain couldn't handle, how could you deal with it? Tian, who had just experienced death, was somewhat agitated. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. I just heard the car start, did someone abandon us? If we don't have a car, we'll definitely be caught if we leave on foot. That guy won't let us go. Tian was startled, her face turning grim. That's right. Without a car, the possibility of them surviving by running back through the forest was too low. Moreover, that martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beast definitely wouldn't let them go and would absolutely chase after them. But kill that martial master. She let out a desperate laugh. It's impossible. The gap between a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint and a martial artist is too big. You can't deal with it. We're doomed. That's why I need your and Jiang Yiming's help. You don't have the ability to fight, so I'll fight for you. Zhang Yang interrupted her, his expression serious. No matter what, I won't just sit here and wait to die, and I won't die here. I'm going to kill it. If you decide to run, I respect your choice, but I will definitely turn back. I'm a man. Even if I die, I'll die with backbone. Zhang Yang's words touched Tian. She knew that every word Zhang Yang said was the most correct choice. They had no other path to take. Looking at Zhang Yang's serious face, she suddenly asked curiously, Zhang Yang, aren't you afraid? I was scared to death just now, but when I watched you fight the mutant beast, you weren't scared at all. It seemed like you weren't afraid of it hurting you at all. Are you a battle fanatic? Afraid? Zhang Yang smiled confidently. Why should I be afraid? They have strength, and so do I. They have legs and feet, and so do I. Why don't you ask them if they're afraid of me? Tian's eyes widened, feeling immense shock. It seemed they had always been afraid of mutant beasts, but she had never thought that mutant beasts would be afraid of humans. Was it because they were too smart? She looked at Zhang Yang's confident face and shook her head slightly. No, they just thought they were smart. All right, I agree. Since we can't escape anyway, let's fight them head-on. Avenge the captain. Tian was a bit excited, seemingly influenced by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled, about to continue speaking, when he suddenly heard a noise. He shook his head sharply, staring at the darkness not far away. Is there more? Could it be, the Icefire direwolf has caught up? Chapter 34, Prey and Hunter. Zhang Yang and the other person's heart sank to the bottom. Although they had just been full of high spirits, confronting that mutant beast unprepared would only lead to their demise here. Great! You're all alive. Zhang Yiming emerged from the woods, his face filled with excitement. Zhang Yang's tense nerves relaxed, and he felt a surge of joy. With Zhang Yiming safe and sound, their chances of defeating that mutant beast increased by a few points. But before he could fully register the surprise, Zhang Yiming's words silenced him. Where's the car? Where's our car? Zhang Yiming looked grimly at where the car had been hidden, finding it empty. Lu Bing drove the car away, Tian said with a somber expression. If we want to go back now, we can only walk. What kind of joke is that? Walking back would be suicide. Zhang Yiming's face turned ashen. Exactly, going back now would also mean being hunted by that mutant beast. We might as well fight it here and kill it. Zhang Yang stepped forward again, his expression serious. Zhang Yiming's face grew even uglier, staring at Zhang Yang incredulously. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't you see that the captain died at the hands of that mutant beast? If the captain wasn't a match, do you think we are? Not to mention, it can also command so many high-level mutant beasts. He shook his head frantically, his voice serious. If that's the case, I'd rather try walking back. Although the dangers along the way are considerable, at least there's a possibility of returning. Even if we all go back together, that guy will still ambush us. If that's the case, we'll have no initiative, and the chance of winning will be even lower. Zhang Yiming shook his head. Zhang Yang, aren't you just after that blood-flesh flower? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Zhang Yang was stunned. What did you say? Zhang Yiming continued, I've made it very clear, everyone knows you're here to find something. I saw it during the battle. Your gaze at that flesh and blood flower was completely different. Anyway, I'm leaving, you guys do whatever you want. Zhang Yiming stopped with the idle talk, turned around, and looked for tire tracks to leave. Zhang Yang, I think Zhang Yiming is right, your actions were still too impulsive. No matter how you look at it, it's better to leave this place first. Let's follow Zhang Yiming. Tian was also persuaded, her face full of difficulty. Zhang Yang shook his head, I'm not leaving. If you're going, take Tian Yi with you. That's right. He absolutely wouldn't leave. Without Zhang Yiming's help, his chances against that Icefire Alpha Wolf were indeed much smaller, but not zero. With the two abilities he had gained, he had a complete chance to slay that mutant beast. Tian, hearing his words, also showed a troubled and hesitant expression, standing still without a word. After a while, she took out a vial of potion from her embrace and placed it in his hand. This is a stamina recovery potion. It can restore half of your stamina in a short time. You saved my life, so consider this returning the favor. Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I can't stay here and die with you. Tian gritted her teeth, walked past Zhang Yang, and slowly departed with the unconscious Tian Yi. When they caught up with Zhang Yiming, he saw that Zhang Yang wasn't with them and sneered. Good words can't dissuade a ghost determined to die. Zhang Yang is too overconfident, throwing his life away for a bit of money. With his current level, let's see if he can even get to that mutant beast first. Tian followed behind him, her expression hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Her mind was filled with the image of Zhang Yang killing the Ape King beast. Zhang Yang easily killed that terrifying mutant beast. Does he really have no chance against the Icefire Alpha Wolf? Did she really not make the wrong choice by following Zhang Yiming? Gradually, the end of the small path fell silent. The desolate ruins quieted down, and the sky slowly darkened. Zhang Yang rose from the corpse of the Ape King beast, stretched his limbs, and heard a series of crackling sounds. Without Tian and the others by his side, he wasn't as anxious anymore. He focused entirely on dissecting the corpse, and his vitality reached 1100 points. Zhang Yang looked at the sky, which was quickly turning dark, his expression subtly serious. Night is when mutant beasts are active. If I'm not mistaken, it's also when the Icefire Alpha Wolf and other mutant beasts truly hunt. Perhaps now is an opportunity. That's right. Now might be the best opportunity. The mutant beasts around the Icefire Alpha Wolf would be largely absent at this time. Even if he were to truly confront that guy now, there wouldn't be as many mutant beasts guarding it. Realizing this, he slowly rose and walked back towards the direction from which he had fled. It's time for the hide-and-seek game to switch. Near a completely abandoned and collapsed house, the azure tiger whose skull Zhang Yang had shattered lay in its den, its breath growing weaker. Although Zhang Yang hadn't killed it instantly, with its head in such a state, it wouldn't survive. In its dying moments, it only wanted a good rest, perhaps hoping that by tomorrow morning, its injuries would heal, and it wouldn't die. Its simple mutant beast mind allowed it to relax and prepare to drift into slumber. But just as it was about to close its eyes, it suddenly heard a sound. It slowly raised its head to look, discovering a dark silhouette scaling over the wall. The figure was gradually approaching its location. The azure tiger felt the other party getting closer and began to grow vigilant. Just as it was wondering who was so bold as to dare enter its territory, it finally saw the face of this dark figure. It was a human? The instant it saw that the other party was human, it experienced a momentary daze. It couldn't fathom how a human could appear in its territory, until it recognized the figure as Zhang Yang, the culprit who caused it such harm. Enraged, it prepared to pounce, but before it could act, Zhang Yang struck first. Roar! In the dark night, an angry tiger's roar echoed through the abandoned town. The other mutant beasts in the abandoned town all heard this tiger's roar, looked up towards the sound, and then roared back in response. Amidst the successive roars, Zhang Yang had already killed the azure tiger. As he skillfully dissected the mutant beast before him, he constantly judged the positions of the surrounding roars, his eyes slightly narrowed. There are about a dozen of them, half of which are high-level mutant beasts. If I kill them all. Calculating the potential increase in vitality, Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder. He had completely adapted to the rhythm of fighting mutant beasts. Tonight was his time to go on a rampage. He slowly rose, thought about the direction he needed to go, then gradually faded into the night. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. But this time, the roles of prey and hunter would be reversed. He, Zhang Yang, was the true predator of the night. Chapter 35, The Reward God Gives to the Brave. In the darkness, the roars of mutant beasts echoed continuously from the abandoned town, one after another. Although it was always like this here at night, tonight felt different. Zhang Yang sat on a rock, yawning, eating a pack of compressed biscuits, then stretched his limbs. His clothes were torn and damaged, with blood seeping through in some places. If he were to strip naked and stand there now, one would find many large and small wounds on his body. Counting the first time he joined a team as a martial artist, he now had at least nearly 20 wounds on his body. Fortunately, these were all superficial wounds. After drinking 2 bottles of hemostatic agents, they quickly scabbed over. Coupled with the fact that a martial artist's physical recovery speed is many times faster than an ordinary person's, it didn't affect him much. I've rested enough. It's time to act, Zhang Yang murmured, his eyes shining as he stared at the system status screen in front of him. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 1,880 points, level 10 martial artist. Abilities, Predator LV2. Host's current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2. Currently available abilities to master. Beast Slayer LV3. Conditions, kill and dissect 100 mutant beasts. Cross Tier LV3. Conditions, independently predator a mutant beast of a higher tier. Beast Breaker LV3. Kill 100 different kinds of mutant beasts and complete the mission. Vitality has reached 1880 points. Combined with his predator ability, it's still possible to deal with a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. As for why he wasn't waiting to further increase his vitality, it was because his stamina was insufficient. A day of rushing around had consumed too much of his stamina, and a short rest wouldn't be enough to recover. Although he still had one bottle of stamina potion, he needed to save it for that Icefire head wolf. Also, he's been causing such a commotion here for so long that most of the surrounding mutant beasts have been cleared out. He speculated that the Icefire wolf beast had also discovered his whereabouts. Originally, his realm was relatively low, so only by taking the initiative now would he have a chance of success. But the real reason he made up his mind to act was that he sensed a threat. Who wouldn't want to delay further? But his instinct told him he had to take a gamble. After causing such a big stir, why hasn't that Icefire Alpha Wolf shown up? What is it doing? Zhang Yang didn't know he didn't have enough experience dealing with this type of mutant beast. But he was very sure it had something to do with the flesh flower. Either the flesh flower was causing some kind of change, leading to a transformation in the mutant beast, making it an even stronger entity. After all, this Icefire Alpha Wolf was originally a mutant beast with a mutated bloodline, most likely due to that flesh flower. Or, this guy is in bad shape, it's my best chance. That's right. How Zhao Zhao had told him in detail about the flesh flower. This was something that usually only appeared on dead mutant beasts. Now growing on a living creature, could it possibly be a good thing? Absolutely not. This was also one of the factors that made him decide to stay. He picked up the stones and quickly sketched the town's outline on the ground. Zhang Yang didn't want to die here, so his actions weren't as reckless as they seemed. To get the flesh flower and achieve his goal of transcending his rank, he had been thinking about how he could win the moment he saw the Icefire Wolf beast. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang marked several locations on the map, a smile playing on his lips. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Indeed, after Zhang Yang finished drawing the map, he was even more certain that the mutant beast was hiding. As for why it was hiding, most likely, it was the best-case scenario for him, meaning the Icefire Wolf beast was currently experiencing physical problems. He hurried into the night, walking and thinking about the 3 locations he found on the map. The first location was the one they saw today. There were several ruins of large houses there, and the terrain seemed wider. The rapid gathering of mutant beasts before indicated that the location was easily accessible from all directions. The second location was a corner of the town, bordering the area that led deeper into the wilderness. The third location was also where Zhang Yang thought it was most likely to be. This was a shantytown area here, and the shanties there had barely collapsed. He had passed by it before. The reason he thought so was because when he was slaughtering mutant beasts earlier, none of them had approached that location, and he hadn't heard any mutant beast roars from that direction either. The mutant beasts in this area were all martial artist level. The only mutant master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint realm mutant beast was that wolf, so there was a high probability it was in that location. After clarifying this issue, Zhang Yang immediately stopped, changed direction, and ran towards it. He had to race against time now, even regretting not having run there sooner. If a problem really arose due to a mere few minutes, he absolutely would not be reconciled. Shantytown area. Due to years of neglect, the ground here was covered in wild grass over half a person's height. Zhang Yang, clutching the dissecting knife, cut rapidly, then stopped in front of an old small courtyard. The wild grass here clearly showed signs of being trampled, and it seemed not just once tonight, but many times by the mutant beast entering and exiting. Zhang Yang looked inside by the moonlight, and at first glance, he saw the Icefire Alpha Wolf. It lay on the ground, seemingly in a deep sleep, and the fleshy flower on its head emitted a faint red glow. The Icefire Alpha Wolf seemed to sense his presence, slightly raising its head to look at him. Its 4 eyes, on 2 heads, seemed unable to fully open, staring at him with exhaustion. Zhang Yang could tell it desperately wanted to open its eyes, but its state was like being in a sleep paralysis, unable to get up at all. Crunch! A sound of bones came from its body, and its flesh and skin slowly began to writhe, as if the bones and flesh inside its body had their own thoughts, struggling to break free. The fur on its body began to grow at a visible speed, sprouting out little by little. Only one thought was in Zhang Yang's mind, a piece of knowledge he had seen in his textbooks. Evolution. Mutant beasts absorb vitality faster than humans, so they have what is called evolutionary ability, which, in simple terms, are certain atavistic forms. Once they evolve, their strength and abilities will advance by leaps and bounds, but most of the time they are very vulnerable, so they hide. Perhaps that's why it took the initiative during the day to attack and kill their team, wanting to drive them away. Unfortunately, it never dreamed that among this group of food, there would actually be a human daring to return. It also didn't expect that this human, after circling around the town so many times, still wouldn't leave, but quietly came knocking on its door. Zhang Yang weighed the dissecting knife in his hand and walked into the courtyard without a word. Chapter 36, Slay, Gain New Abilities. Zhang Yang knew this was the best opportunity and walked towards the Icefire Alpha Wolf. Roar! One of the Icefire Alpha Wolf's heads finally lifted, emitting a threatening, savage growl from its throat. In the past, it would do this when encountering other humans and mutant beasts, and usually the opponent would hesitate, at least buying it some time. Only this time, it found this trick failed. The human in front of it didn't hesitate for a moment, but rather quickened his pace. Zhang Yang was a self-aware person, and also a person with conviction. He knew that any opportunity in the world was fleeting, so he would never let other factors influence his original purpose. Before he found the Icefire Alpha Wolf, his purpose was to find it, kill it, and get the fleshy flower. Now that I've found it, it's time to strike while it's down and finish it off. Woo! Woo woo! Seeing that Zhang Yang was not affected, the other head of the Icefire Alpha Wolf let out a mournful cry. Tears streamed from its eyes, and the other wolf head, which had been roaring, also became sorrowful like it, transforming from fierce to tragic, beginning to shed tears and wail. The sound was full of pleading and immense grief. Zhang Yang even saw its body begin to convulse, clearly a physiological tremor brought on by fear. This mutant beast was terrified after feeling its life threatened. He clenched his fists and picked up his dissection knife. After countless battles, this knife had completely become his weapon. He could precisely identify which blood vessel was a vital spot, capable of delivering a fatal blow. The next second, Zhang Yang moved. His arms crossed, one arm's veins bulging, ready to unleash Mount Tai Fist at any moment, while the other arm gripped the dissection knife tightly, preparing to immediately sever the opponent's windpipe. Seeing that it couldn't deceive this human, the Icefire Alpha Wolf stopped pretending. It let out a howl and pounced fiercely towards Zhang Yang. However, this time, its speed was very slow, even slower than some high-level martial artist mutant beasts. Zhang Yang swung his arm to unleash Mount Tai Fist, opening the opponent's head with a roar to prevent its foul-smelling maw from biting him. The dissection knife in his other hand tumbled and spun, then flipped to directly cut open the opponent's throat. One hit, one kill. Foul-smelling blood splattered across his face, but Zhang Yang didn't hesitate to follow up with more blows. A moment later, he stopped. You have successfully killed a mutant beast beyond your rank. You can learn over rank LV3 ability. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Zhang Yang chose to learn without hesitation. As the status screen glowed golden, a new prompt appeared on his status screen. You have successfully mastered the Overrank LV3 ability. Overrank LV3 can absorb one mutant beast bloodline power, perfectly inheriting it. Detecting currently absorbable bloodline, mutant bloodline. Mutants will have infinite possibilities. As your mutant bloodline concentration increases, you will randomly gain improvements in physical attributes, including but not limited to physical healing ability, stamina, mental power. Hint: bloodlines cannot be replaced, but they can be replenished and absorbed. When absorbing other bloodlines, they will transform into this bloodline, and the bloodline's abilities will be strengthened and enhanced. Absorb? Seeing the prompt before him, Zhang Yang hesitated. The absorption and ability upgrade characteristics of this bloodline were unique. He could only choose once. For long-term consideration, it would certainly be better to absorb a stronger bloodline, preferably the legendary saint-level mutant beast bloodline. But when would that be possible? Although the mutant bloodline wasn't as powerful, it had infinite possibilities. Most importantly, it was the strongest bloodline power he could currently access. This was already the limit. Absorbing a saint-level bloodline isn't my style. Making my bloodline saint-level is my style. Zhang Yang chose to absorb. He saw a burst of colorful blood emerge from the corpse of the Icefire headwolf, then instantly enter his glabella. The next second, he felt a series of crackling sounds from the bones in his body, his muscles tightened, and it felt like he had grown quite a bit taller. Is muscle strength the first thing to increase with the mutant bloodline? Zhang Yang clenched his fists, feeling his strength double. This meant that if he used his predator ability against a mutant beast, his physical strength would be 4 times that of an ordinary level 10 martial artist. His current unarmed combat ability could be described as extremely abnormal, but unfortunately, he only had a worn-out dissecting knife in his hand. As Zhang Yang was lamenting, the status screen before him began to flicker again. Received a learning ability reward again, drawing randomly. Ding! Reward acquired, 1 advanced weapon, dissecting knife. Advanced weapon? Zhang Yang was stunned, his face flushing with excitement. Advanced weapon. The soft armor he was wearing was low grade, offering limited protection against martial artist level mutant beasts. What level could an advanced weapon reach? He had heard that they could damage martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and even martial saints. As for supreme grade weapons, he had never even heard of them, rumored not to be made of ordinary metals found on the market, but rather from rare metals. The light faded, and a mutant beast dissecting knife appeared before him. This knife was about 40 centimeters long, neither too long nor too short. The entire blade was about 4 centimeters wide, a uniform bluish color, simple in style, and looked somewhat striking. However, while called a dissecting knife, it also somewhat resembled a hand knife. Regardless, this was good news for him. After this battle, he understood that dealing with high-level mutant beasts couldn't rely entirely on physical strength. He held the knife in his hand with satisfaction, sweeping his eyes over his latest status screen once more. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 1,900 points level 10 martial artist. Current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2, Surpassing Ranks LV3. Currently available abilities to master. Demon King LV4, all acquired ability effects are doubled. Conditions for achievement, kill 100 mutant beasts of the same rank. Kingslayer LV4, can acquire the mutant beast slaughter intent, capable of instant killing mutant beasts below its own rank. For mutant beasts higher than its own, the effect turns into doubled abilities. Conditions for achievement, challenge and kill 100 mutant beasts of the same rank but different bloodlines. Overlord LV4, mutant beasts will acquire a portion of your abilities. You will possess a certain deterrent ability when facing mutant beasts. The deterrent effect depends on the strength of the tamed mutant beast. Conditions for achievement, tame 1 mutant beast. Looking at the latest LV4 level abilities, Zhang Yang gasped. Setting aside how powerful these abilities were, just completing them wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, these abilities are no longer as simple as they were at lower levels. They've started to have upper and lower limits. Indeed, it seemed he had more choices. Simply choosing abilities based on difficulty no longer seemed feasible. Forget it. I won't consider this problem for now. Let's dissect the corpse first. Soon, I'll be able to break through to Martial Master. Chapter 37, Rescuers? Or Bandits? With a gentle slice of the dissecting knife in Zhang Yang's hand, flesh and bone separated. You have successfully dissected the ear of the mutated two-headed wolf, vitality plus 15 points plus 15 points. You have successfully dissected the liver of the mutated two-headed wolf, vitality plus 18 points plus 18 points. You have successfully dissected the hind leg of the mutated two-headed wolf, vitality plus 21 points plus 21 points. Each time a part was dissected, Zhang Yang felt the blood within his body surge. This mutant beast brought him over 500 vitality points, allowing his vitality to break through to 2,550 points, successfully reaching the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint levels. Zhang Yang wasn't overly excited about breaking through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the forehead of the corpse's head, where a flower made of flesh and blood had congealed. Ever since the beast died, this flesh and blood flower had grown increasingly vibrant red, and it constantly writhed, as if desperately trying to break free from the corpse. Zhang Yang carefully cut it off. Blood continuously streamed from its root, and with a gurgling drip, it gradually changed from bright crimson to a normal skin color, finally turning pale white. Zhang Yang examined its appearance, and after confirming there were no issues, he put it away. He then began to pack up the corpse of the Icefire Head Wolf. This was a mutated martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint realm mutant beast, its entire body a treasure, easily worth tens of thousands of yuan. But just then, he suddenly heard the sound of human voices in the distance. Zhang Yang paused, thinking he had misheard. After all, it was already night, and generally, no one would be in a mutant beast activity zone. Even if a team was planning to spend the night in a mutant beast activity zone, they wouldn't wander around aimlessly. "Is anyone there?" A voice came from afar, clearer this time. Zhang Yang confirmed it was the voice of the first man. Why would there be anyone here? Judging by the sound, the other party was even more brazen, completely unafraid of the surrounding mutant beasts. Zhang Yang! Zhang Yang, are you there? A voice came from afar once more, but this time it was a voice Zhang Yang was familiar with. Tian Tian? Zhang Yang was a little bewildered. That's right. This voice belonged to no one else but the departed Tian Tian. Hadn't she left? Why was she still here? Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment, then slowly got up and went to the front of the courtyard, wanting to hear more clearly. Zhang Yang! Where are you? Are you still alive? I've brought people to rescue you. Tian Tian's voice grew closer, finally allowing Zhang Yang to clearly understand her purpose. It seemed that Tian Tian had returned to save him. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, then called out in the direction of Tian Tian. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Zhang Yang saw a familiar face. Tian Tian appeared before him with two men, one in front and two behind. Great! Zhang Yang, you're all right. I knew you'd be fine. Tian Tian excitedly rushed to his side, constantly checking his wounds, afraid he might have a fatal injury. Why did you come back, and who are these two? Zhang Yang looked at the two men, his voice somewhat serious. Of the two men, one was older, perhaps 33 or 34, with a slightly bloated physique, while the other was in his early 20s, appearing somewhat introverted. Both were wearing identical uniforms. The uniform looked somewhat similar to theirs but was distinct, appearing more flamboyant. On my way back, I happened to run into people from the Martial Artist Guild, the first martial artist guild I usually tell you about, so I brought them to rescue you. The first Martial Artist Guild. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew about this because their guild was the second martial artist guild in the city. He heard that the first martial artist guild had been established longer and had more resources, constantly pressuring the second martial artist guild. Normally, their guilds were in competition, so he hadn't expected them to come to help this time. Ha ha! Kid, you're quite lucky to be alive. I thought you'd already been torn apart by the mutant beast. The man with the bloated physique suddenly laughed, but for some reason, Zhang Yang always felt there was something off about the man's gaze. There was an inexplicable condescension. Don't worry, Big Brother Chu, even if I hadn't made a move, I would still fulfill the conditions I promised you, Tian Tian quickly interjected from the side. Yes. That's a must, after all, I still rushed over. Although I didn't encounter the mutant beast, I still took on the risks involved, the man nodded slightly. Zhang Yang understood by this point. He knew these guys wouldn't be so kind as to help out for free. It turned out Tian Tian had made a deal with these two men. He looked at Tian Tian with deep meaning, feeling a sense of gratitude. Thank you, I didn't expect you to bring reinforcements to save me. His words were heartfelt. After all, there were several other teammates who had gone back, and the others hadn't thought of coming to save him. It's fine, as long as you're safe. Didn't you save me once too? Tian Tian waved her hand indifferently. Let's leave here first, it's not safe. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, then turned back to deal with the corpse. The two men behind them also approached the courtyard. Seeing him handling the corpse, the introverted man who had been silent suddenly spoke up with a hint of surprise. Brother, it looks like that wolf. Zhang Yang, who was packing the corpse, frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Brother, it really is that wolf. That fur is unmistakable, it's the wolf with the blood flesh flower. This kid actually killed that wolf. The introverted man grew more and more excited as he spoke, his tone almost suggesting he would leap up. The man surnamed Chu also took 2 steps closer at this point, and after a careful observation, suddenly laughed excitedly. It really is. Kid, did you kill this wolf? Zhang Yang hesitated, re-evaluating the man in front of him. This man gave off a significant sense of oppression, probably similar to Captain Joe Faken, perhaps a bit weaker, but definitely at the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint level. At this moment, his eyes were full of greed and ill intent even as he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the corpse in Zhang Yang's hands. Zhang Yang hesitated, no, it wasn't me. When I arrived, it was already dead, but I was the one who found it. He made it very clear that this mutant beast was discovered by him, Zhang Yang, and thus it belonged to him, Zhang Yang. However, the other party seemed completely unfazed by what he said, chuckling, since you didn't kill this thing, it's ownerless. My brother and I risked our lives to save you, and we'll be taking you back soon, so I'll reluctantly accept this item. What? Zhang Yang slightly narrowed his eyes, not expecting this person to be so brazen. No. This was taking advantage of others. Before Zhang Yang could speak, the man actually waved his hand and called out to the introverted man. Hurry! Pack up our things. It's so dangerous here, let's leave early. Chapter 38, Apologize to him. From the sound of this person's words, he had completely taken the corpse as theirs. Brother Chu, this is Zhang Yang's item. I've already promised you the reward you wanted. Tian couldn't help but step forward. What do you mean given to me? Brother Chu frowned, clearly somewhat displeased. That's what you promised me, not this kid. I came to save him, taking such a big risk, shouldn't he show some appreciation? Upon hearing him say this, Tian's face grew even uglier, and for a moment, she couldn't utter a single word. Put. Zhang Yang suddenly laughed. He was amused by this divine logic. Tian, where did you find this bandit? This was no longer taking advantage of others, it was outright robbery. What else could it be but a bandit? He hadn't expected someone from the martial artist first guild to be so shameless, wanting to claim good things for themselves. Truly despicable. Tian was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Brother Chu is a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level expert, just as strong as our captain. It's already a great favor that he's willing to come and rescue people. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Hurry up and apologize. She said, winking at Zhang Yang, looking somewhat anxious. Before Zhang Yang could speak, the man following novice brother interjected with a look of displeasure. Robber? We came to save you out of the goodness of our hearts, don't you dare be ungrateful, don't you dare be foolish, understand? I understand your mom. Zhang Yang sneered. What? You dare to curse? The man stared at him in shock, then rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, slapping Zhang Yang across the face. The speed and power showed he was putting all his might into it, with absolutely no intention of holding back. With just that one move, Zhang Yang sensed his approximate level, only that of a 7th or 8th level martial artist, like crap. Zhang Yang swung his hand back, forcefully deflecting the opponent's palm and slapping him hard across the face. The blow made the opponent's body reel, and blood gushed from his mouth. Before the opponent could react, Zhang Yang lifted his leg and kicked him in the chest, knocking him directly to the ground. Bang! Ouch! It hurts like hell. Brother Chu, he hit me. He lay on the ground, screaming in pain, looking extremely distressed. Chu Gu was enraged. UFING dare to hit my man? I think you're looking for death. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll quit the guild. Tian panicked. She knew very well the strength of the man in front of her, killing ordinary martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beasts was very easy for him. What about Zhang Yang? Although Zhang Yang was a level 10 martial artist and seemed very strong at this level, he was ultimately not a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. If they really fought, and the opponents seriously injured both of them, there would be no way for them to return. As for the corpse of that martial master level mutant beast. Anyway, these were all Zhang Yang's opportunistic gains, nothing to regret. She quickly forced a flattering smile and pulled the opponent back. Brother Chu, don't stoop to his level. He's just a newbie, young and ignorant. If you like these things, just take them. I'll talk to him. Chu Ji's expression was originally ferocious, but it improved slightly after hearing her words. A smug smile played on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered, "That's more like it, but this kid hit my man, so he must give me an explanation." Tian hesitated, about to speak, but didn't expect Zhang Yang to speak first. "Give you an explanation? Do you want a slap from me?" Zhang Yang looked at him with an equally sarcastic expression. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. How are you here to save people? You're clearly here to bully people. If I'm not mistaken, if we really encountered a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beast today, you absolutely wouldn't act either. You're just using the pretense of saving people to swindle and deceive. Zhang Yang, say less, are you trying to enrage me to death? I wouldn't have come back to save you if I had known this." Tian's face turned crimson with anxiety, and she couldn't help but shout. She saw Chu Ji's face growing uglier and uglier, even seeing it chill in his eyes. If this continued, there was a high probability that the two of them wouldn't make it out today. She had thought that her anger would make Zhang Yang sober up and restrain himself, but to her despair, Zhang Yang showed no sign of remorse. Not only that, he actually took 2 steps forward and pointed at Chu's nose. "Get lost. Get out right now, and I can pretend that what just happened never did." Tian was utterly despaired. She never expected that she would encounter such a situation because she came back to save Zhang Yang. Now she only hoped for one thing, that Chuj was a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint with a bottom line, at least one who wouldn't kill and dump bodies. But is that possible? She smiled helplessly. "Zhang Yang, I won't worry about you anymore. Consider it me repaying you a life." Zhang Yang knew very well that Tian meant well, so he didn't take her words to heart. He gave a faint glance at Chuj, who was already red with anger not far away, and his voice became a little colder. "I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I really gave you too much face, and you dare to start counting first." Zhang Yang's actions completely enraged Chuj. Chuj stomped his foot and rushed towards Zhang Yang. His movements were swift, throwing a punch towards Zhang Yang's temple. It was clearly a killing blow. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and placed his hand on his waist. That was where his newly acquired scalpel was, securely tucked into his waistband. "Die!" Chuj roared, fiercely swinging his fist. This move was clean and crisp, without any fancy tricks, only raw power. Because in his view, the realm gap between him and Zhang Yang was vast, so there was no need to use anything elaborate. Just one punch would be enough to take down his opponent. Accompanied by Tian's gasp, she took a step back. Accompanied by the henchman's cheers, shouting excitedly. Accompanied by Chuj's disdainful gaze at Zhang Yang, he increased the power in his arm. Zhang Yang. He instantly drew that dissecting knife. The color and luster of the dissecting knife were top-notch, and the moment it was drawn, everyone felt a flash of reflected cold light before their eyes. Everyone's brain went momentarily blank upon seeing this knife. There were 2 reasons for this blankness. One was that the knife itself clearly wasn't an ordinary weapon, but more like an item in the hands of some elite, upper-class individual. The second was Zhang Yang actually pulled out a knife directly. What was he going to do? Was he going to kill someone? In that instant, everyone present felt their throats go dry, and a chilling sensation welled up in their hearts. Put! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being cut, a human scream echoed through the night. Chapter 39, You've become a martial master. Chuj clutched his arm, screaming, his expression twisted. No one expected Zhang Yang to be so decisive, drawing a weapon at the very beginning of the fight. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? Zhang Yang's face was like frost as he flicked the knife in his hand. That's right, if that blow had truly struck his temple just now, he would have died on the spot. That was a full-force punch from a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint-level individual. He wasn't foolish enough to think he could withstand it. It seemed the other party was completely infuriated, turning from open robbery into murder for treasure. Chuj didn't know why Zhang Yang's aura had suddenly changed. It suddenly became frenzied, giving off a sense of crisis that made communication impossible. It was as if once provoked, there was only the illusion of fighting to the end. No, he recognized this feeling, and he often encountered it. That's a mutant beast. That's right, it was the sense of crisis one felt only when fighting a mutant beast. That fear that once you harbored killing intent, the mutant beast would absolutely not let you go either. However, he mostly didn't feel it in normal combat, as mutant beasts were usually the ones being hunted, but this time he genuinely felt it. An inexplicable fear emerged, causing him to instinctively take a step back. However, the pain and numbness from his arm brought him back to consciousness instantly, turning his fear into agony. That kid cut off one of his arms, he has to die. Killing intent flared in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, closing the distance between them by lunging into Su Tian's embrace. At this range, the knife in Zhang Yang's hand was useless. The only thing he could do was clash physically with him. With his martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint realm physique, he could definitely knock out Zhang Yang with one punch and tear him limb from limb. The next second, he successfully closed the distance, and Zhang Yang indeed didn't pull back the knife in his hand. Damn it! I'll make sure you die a terrible death. Chuj's face already showed a hint of anticipation, and he threw a punch at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, expressionless, used his other hand to block, without even a backward movement. It seemed he intended to use that hand to defend. Ha ha ha. Morons. How dare he block Chuj's attack with a single hand? Does he think he's a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint? The seemingly introverted man had now recovered his senses, and upon seeing this scene, burst into laughter. Tian, who had been watching the battlefield intently, also had a grim expression. She knew very well that once Zhang Yang made a move, there was no turning back. It was now a life or death situation. If Zhang Yang had kept his distance and used his weapon, he would have had a chance, especially since his opponent was already severely injured. But at this moment, he actually wanted to take it head-on with his body. Wasn't this digging his own grave? No one favored Zhang Yang, but... Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Zhang Yang took the first punch, and then took several more within a few short seconds. He looked nonchalant, completely unbothered. Chuj, who had thrown the punches, was also stunned. For a moment, he wondered if it was because he had lost an arm, causing excessive blood loss and a lack of strength. Just as he was about to make another move, he heard a deep whistling sound, followed by the sensation of a small mountain crashing into his face. He was sent flying directly, his head heavily striking a rock on the ground, blood gushing out. You are a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. His voice trembled with fear and unwillingness. Chuj struggled to writhe on the ground, his life force rapidly draining away. Half of his face was already disfigured. It seemed he wouldn't live much longer. Martial master. Chu Ji's lackey was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the rookie lying on the ground, then scanned Zhang Yang, who was completely unharmed, his expression gradually turning to horror. Then an unpleasant odor wafted from his pants, and his voice was filled with extreme terror. Don't kill me. It was him, he forced me to do everything. I didn't want to follow him at all, he forced me to find lone martial artists to kill. I told him this would bring retribution, but he wouldn't believe it, he just wouldn't believe it. He cried out in terror, clearly scared out of his wits. Tian, not far from him, looked utterly shocked. She hadn't yet recovered from the shock that Zhang Yang was a martial master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint, and had defeated the rookie. Now this person gave her another shock. So, you two specialize in doing this? So it wasn't just plotting against me and Zhang Yang, you've done this so many times. How many people have you killed? Tian's voice trembled. She was indeed a martial artist and had witnessed death and killing, but she was still a young girl after all. She could accept mutant beasts killing people, and she could accept mutual killing, but she absolutely could not accept such deceitful murder. Her face turned pale, and she was speechless. Let this kind of person fend for himself here, let's go. Zhang Yang had by this time finished looting the potions from the opponent's body and slowly stood up. The potions carried by those at the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint levels were simply better than theirs. Several bottles of stamina potions and hemostatic agents were also high-grade goods. He indifferently glanced at the follower, took the potions from his body as well, and then ignored him. The area was already drenched in blood, and mutant beasts would soon swarm around. If that Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level mutant beast hadn't died, it could have deterred them. But now that it was dead, a second mutant beast lord would soon appear here. The newbie's follower was of average skill and definitely wouldn't escape. Tian had also composed herself by now and followed him as he left. Wait. Wait for me. Take me with you, I'll do anything. The man, seeing the two about to leave, suddenly awoke as if from a dream. He desperately tried to lunge at Zhang Yang but was kicked away. Get lost. Come closer again and I'll kill you. Zhang Yang still carried the smell of blood, and this time, the man truly didn't dare to move, watching Zhang Yang disappear into the night. He stood rooted to the spot, trembling all over. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept by, and he shivered. After several seconds of dazed silence, a sinister look suddenly appeared on his face. Damn it! What's so great about you? You're all going to die. When I get back to the city, not one of you will escape. He said, trembling, and ran back to his previous position, picked up a bottle of potion from the ground, and ran to the dying newbie, administering it to him. As the potion was administered, the newbie actually slowly opened his eyes. Newbie! Newbie, you're finally awake. That's great, I'll take you to a safe spot to rest now, and we'll leave once you recover. His words were cut short, and his smile froze on his face. He saw many pairs of cold eyes appear in the darkness, and then shadowy figures slowly emerged from within. Chapter 40, I'll take good care of our parents. Until agonizing screams echoed from within the town area. Zhang Yang and Tian had just left. On the way back, Tian suddenly stopped. Many people saw me with Brother Chu. Now that they're dead outside, the first martial artist guild will definitely investigate us. The guild will definitely not protect us. We're done for. Her face was pale, and her whole body was trembling. Zhang Yang frowned. It can't be that bad, can it? Fighting among martial artists is common, isn't it? Otherwise, why would that guy called Brother Chu be so reckless? Tian shook her head. No, it is that serious. They are repeat offenders and were bound to be dealt with sooner or later, so they weren't afraid of punishment at all. Zhang Yang realized the seriousness of the situation. What are the consequences if we're found out? All martial artist benefits and rights will be stripped, and you'll have to return the resources and money the Executive Martial Artist Guild invested in you. Your family and relatives will also be implicated. They will no longer be able to access anything related to martial artists. That's serious? Zhang Yang's brows furrowed. How Zhao personally recruited me. Can't that protect me? Tian smiled bitterly. Unless you can reach the martial master realm, but how many martial masters are there in a single city? That's harder than climbing to heaven. So far, the youngest martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints I've seen are all over 40. If we don't have that strength, then we can only gamble that the two of us can fool everyone. Zhang Yang had a headache. He hadn't expected things to blow up this big. He originally thought that fighting among martial artists was normal behavior, but now it seemed it wasn't. That makes sense. After all, if this rule weren't so strict, then martial artist infighting would become the norm, which is definitely something society wouldn't want to see. Then it seems my first time was pretty lucky I killed someone and wasn't discovered. Zhang Yang gave a helpless smile. Indeed, if he had been discovered the first time, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to become a martial artist. Zhang Yang, quickly think of something. We absolutely must come up with a complete lie, otherwise we'll be easily exposed when we go back. Tian's forehead was beaded with cold sweat from anxiety, and she stamped her foot in frustration. This girl was truly anxious after all. At her age and skill level, she was just starting out and didn't want it to end like this. Put. Zhang Yang thought of something and chuckled. Zhang Yang, what time is it, and you're still laughing? We're both doomed, you and I, our lives are going to be over. I really don't know how your brain works. Everyone else laughed, but you insisted on staying here. Now look at this mess, what do we do? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her small face turning red with urgency, and tears even welled up in her eyes. Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. I'm laughing because I think this isn't a problem at all, yet it's making you sweat so much. Zhang Yang said, shaking his head with a smile. Ha? Tian was stunned. What did you say? Not a problem? You've thought of a perfect lie? She looked at him with skepticism. In her heart, Zhang Yang was a reliable teammate, but not a smart person. Well, at least not as smart as her. No need. Why think about lying? Once you lie about something, it requires countless more lies to cover it up. Problems will arise sooner or later, it's not a good idea. The best way is for me to become a martial master. As long as I become a martial master, the martial artist guild will protect me, right? Tian stared at him in astonishment, and after a few seconds of silence, she reached out and touched his forehead. Are you poisoned? Putting aside whether you have the potential to become a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, you'll be interrogated soon after you go back. How long can you hide this? And don't you naturally need to think of a lie first to give yourself a chance and time to improve? Zhang Yang shook his head again. I said there's no need to lie. I just need to cultivate in this mutant beast active area until I reach martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, then I can return to the city. Tian? What did you say? You want to stay here all the way, until martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint realm? Tian was dumbfounded. She seriously suspected she had misheard. Is this realistic? This is too unrealistic. Are you kidding me? No, as you said, lying and getting away with it is impossible. I don't have the time to wait until I'm a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. The best way is for me to stay here and advance to martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Tian thought Zhang Yang had gone mad. Do you know how long it takes for a martial master to become a martial master? Even if you're a genius, and can advance 3 to 4 levels in a year, it would still take almost 3 years. And that's assuming you're a genius. I know many martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints around me took 5, 6 years, or even longer to break through back then. Do you think we can survive that long in the mutant beast area? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. Not we, I. Your level isn't enough, staying here would mean death. And like you said, this is a long process, and I need your help with a few things. Zhang Yang took out the flesh blossom from his clothes and handed it to Tian, then weighed the carcass of the icefire head wolf. My mother is currently bedridden and needs this material, the flesh blossom. Please keep it safe for me and periodically check on my parents. In 3 months, at the shortest, or half a year, at the longest, I will definitely return as a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. If anyone asks about today's events, you can simply say you got separated halfway and ran back by yourself. That way, it's foolproof. Tian was incredibly shocked. She never dreamed that someone would try to solve the problem in such a way. No. This wasn't a solution, but rather, Zhang Yang was going to sacrifice himself so she could live. Yes. How could he possibly survive in the mutant beast activity zone? Tian's tears instantly welled up and poured out. She wanted to say something but couldn't, finally just gripping Zhang Yang's hand with both of hers. With a serious expression, she said, "Zhang Yang, don't worry. From now on, your mom is my mom, and your dad is my dad. I'll take good care of our parents." Zhang Yang's eyes were vacant, and his mouth twitched. "Huh? Wait a minute. How did that sound? A little off." Chapter 41, Brother Yang, I'm coming to save you. Edge of the mutant beast activity zone. A modified car sped into the checkpoint. Hao Zhaozhao immediately rushed into the waiting lounge and saw Tian, covered in injuries, among the crowd. "Why did only you come back? Where are Zhang Yang and Captain Zhou?" Tian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she lowered her head. "Captain Zhou has been confirmed dead. As for Zhang Yang, I couldn't find Zhang Yang." Hao Zhaozhao's expression grew even more distraught. "You didn't make it in time, did you?" Tian nodded again, then shook her head slightly. "It wasn't that I didn't make it in time. When I led people over, we were attacked by mutant beasts again, and I got separated from Brother Chu and the others. I was trapped in there for several hours before finally leaving." Hao Zhaozhao clenched her fists, her face full of self-reproach. "It's all my fault. It was me who arranged for you to go with insufficient intelligence. I didn't expect to lose so many talented people. There are mutant beasts there that even 3-star and 4-star martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints can't handle. I'm afraid they won't even leave behind their bones." Tian also looked sad, murmuring, "Yes, not even their bones will be left." She looked up at the mutant beast area, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. City Center. Villa area. In the luxurious living room, Bai Meng sat on the sofa, her brows tightly furrowed. However, she immediately relaxed and said with a smile to her father, "You shouldn't look down on Brother Yang. Brother Yang is already a martial artist, and he even earned the family's medical expenses. Your so-called poor boy, who isn't from your world, has already far exceeded your expectations. You should understand the proverb 30 years the river flows east, 30 years the river flows west. Don't bully a young man for being poor better than a little girl like me." Father Bai paused slightly, then chuckled, "Even if you want to make me angry, you should find a better reason. I heard that Wang Li went to the hospital, and he and Zhang Yang should have already met, right?" A beautiful smile played on Bai Meng's lips as he nodded slightly and said, "Of course we met, but Wang Li didn't get the upper hand. Although they are both martial artists, Brother Yang is clearly superior." "Ha?" Bai Fu saw that Bai Meng didn't seem to be lying, and he was taken aback. "Impossible. I know that kid's family situation best. I even saw his talent when he was little. You saying he'd become a martial artist at 30 is more believable." Bai Fu was a million times unconvinced, but seeing Bai Meng's solemn expression, he frowned slightly. No one knew his daughter better than him, at least when it came to Zhang Yang. This foster daughter never lied. Could it be? Is it true? Shocked, he immediately pulled out his phone and called Wang Li. "Wang Li, what's the situation with Zhang Yang? I heard you got the short end of the stick in your last conflict with him?" There was a brief silence on the phone, followed by Wang Li's embarrassed voice. "Uncle Bai, that's indeed the case. I'm investigating. I suspect he took some banned substance, so I've been looking into the truth of the matter these past few days." "So, did he or did he not take illicit drugs?" Bai Fu immediately pressed. We haven't found any records of that yet. I'm still working on it." Bai Fu, holding the phone, was stunned. He knew very well that with Wang Li's family background, it would be very easy to find out if someone had taken banned substances in a short period. If even he couldn't find anything, then it meant none. He just didn't take any banned substances. How is this possible? He asked himself, having been in the martial artist industry for so many years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? He had encountered too many geniuses, wastes, and mediocre individuals, but this was the first time he'd seen a young person like Zhang Yang. Late bloomer? Can a person bloom so late to this extent? No. Perhaps it's hiding? But what reason is there to hide? No reason. Given Zhang Yang's family background, he should be showing his capabilities in entering better schools and organizations to get resources. Just thinking about Zhang Yang's manner that day, arguing back at him, made him feel a bit embarrassed. Isn't this a huge slap in his face? How about that? I told you your old eyes were failing. Bai Meng chuckled. The girl's cheeks were flushed with triumph, as if showing off her most cherished possession. Seeing her triumphant look, Father Bai's face grew even darker, and his voice held a hint of displeasure. Wang Li, I have something going on here, so I won't talk to you any longer. Father Bai almost gritted his teeth, ready to hang up the phone, but just then, an anxious voice came through the receiver. Uncle Bai, wait. I have something very important to tell you. Is Bai Meng with you? If possible, I'd like her to hear it too, as this matter should be very important to her. His voice was very serious, and it even carried a hint of joy and anticipation. Father Bai didn't know what he was up to, so after a moment of hesitation, he turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the speakerphone was on, Bai Meng frowned slightly, surprised. Uncle Bai. Here's the thing, I just heard some news in the guild. It turns out that Zhang Yang's martial artist team encountered a mutant beast far beyond their team's strength due to incorrect intelligence, resulting in the tragic death of Zhou Feiken, their martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint captain. As for Zhang Yang, and another martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint who went to rescue him, their whereabouts are unknown, and they haven't returned yet. With a bang, Bai Meng stood up. What did you say? Wang Li, what nonsense are you talking? Wang Li sighed regretfully. Xiao Meng, I have no reason to lie to you. This incident caused quite a stir, so almost everyone in the guild at the same time knows about it. If you don't believe me, ask around yourself. Zhang Yang is indeed a talent, and I feel sorry for him too. Wang Li spoke with regret and feigned regret, but anyone who knew him could hear the triumph and glee in his tone. He was indeed triumphant and gleeful, having never imagined that Zhang Yang would just kick the bucket like that. This was all too satisfying. Oh? Father Bai raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Such a thing actually happened. Zhang Yang is usually a bit impulsive. I even advised him last time we met, but I didn't expect him to still get into trouble in the end. Hearing Father Bai's words, Bai Meng, with a hint of schadenfreude, angrily stood up. Stop pretending to be a good guy here. You're pretending to be a good guy now, but where were you when I was hurt? Where were you when I was bullied? Everyone treated me like trash since I was little, only Brother Yang held me in the palm of his hand. You're not worthy to speak of him. Bang! Father Bai slammed the phone, shattering it. I'm not worthy? I am your father. What is he? Someone who struggles even to become a martial artist, who can't even protect his own life. What right does he have to be with you? How old are you too? Bai Meng's chest heaved with anger, her cheeks flushed. She spun around abruptly and slammed the door, a wail of tears echoing from outside, gradually fading from a faint whisper to a roaring tsunami and then back to a faint whisper. Whoa whoa! Yang Gu! Yang Gu! I'm coming to find you now. Wait for me. I'm coming to save you now. Chapter 42. I saw a naked man? In the abandoned city. A wisp of smoke slowly rose. Zhang Yang skillfully dissected the mutant beast's corpse, then placed it before the bonfire to char, his eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed at the mutant beast flesh before him. By his calculations, Tian had been back for a week. Everyone who knew him probably thought he was dead now, right? Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint Realm. It really wasn't easy to get here. He sighed and slowly opened his status screen. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 4,200 points. Level 2 Martial Master. Current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2, Surpassing Ranks LV3. Current abilities available for Mastery. Demon King LV4, all acquired ability effects are doubled. Conditions met, killed 100 mutant beasts of the same rank. King LV4, can gain mutant beast slaughter intent, capable of instantly killing mutant beasts below the same rank. For mutant beasts higher than himself, the effect transforms into doubled ability. Conditions met, challenged and killed 100 mutant beasts of different bloodlines of the same rank. Super Shin LV4, mutant beasts will acquire a portion of your abilities. You will possess a certain deterrent ability when facing mutant beasts. Deterrent effect depends on the strength of the tamed mutant beast. Conditions met, tamed 1 mutant beast. After this week of intense fighting, he had only reached Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level 2. Only when he truly lived in this ruined zone, filled with mutant beasts, did he realize how incredibly difficult it was. First, he had to maintain sufficient vigilance. Although this was the outermost mutant beast activity zone, relatively close to the city, there were still many Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint level mutant beasts active. With the experience from the previous Icefire Alpha Wolf Beast, he dared not act rashly before clearly understanding the surrounding environment and the distribution of mutant beasts. At the same time, he also had to guard against attacks from these mutant beasts. Second, he had to constantly maintain his physical strength. After all, this was a mutant beast activity zone, and even when resting, he had to keep his wits about him. Considering these factors, he couldn't easily upgrade by long-term predatory hunting of mutant beasts. So, this past week, he spent most of his time adapting to life here. While an increase of 1 level in a week might seem astonishingly fast to others, he felt it was too slow. He knew very well that those who cared about him must be worried and heartbroken at this moment, so he wanted to return to the city as soon as possible, no matter what. Too bad. Since killing the Icefire Alpha Wolf, I've only encountered 1 mutant beast with a bloodline. Otherwise, if my bloodline ability had been enhanced, I would be able to kill mutant beasts more easily. That's right. After he gained the advanced LV3 ability, the absorbed ability allowed him to improve a random physical attribute each time he absorbed a mutant beast bloodline. The previous muscle enhancement, this ability also made his strength far surpass Martial Masters, Grandmasters, Martial Kings, and Martial Saints of the same realm, giving him an advantage when dealing with mutant beasts of the same realm. He originally thought that by relying on this ability, he could kill more bloodline-bearing mutant beasts, enhance his own strength, and at the same time fulfill the conditions for achieving the King LV4 ability. However, he found that the number of bloodline-bearing mutant beasts here was too small. This week, he only killed 1 bloodline mutant beast, and the random enhancement he received was still strength. His current strength was 3 times that of Martial Masters, Grandmasters, Martial Kings, and Martial Saints of the same level, essentially the muscle strength of a mutant beast of the same realm. It wouldn't be wrong to call him a humanoid mutant beast. However, while increasing muscle strength, it wasn't entirely a good thing, because chewing on the roasted mutant beast flesh and then wolfing it down, Zhang Yang revealed a wry smile. My strength is 3 times stronger, but the stamina consumed to use that strength is also 3 times that of others. No wonder mutant beasts are either hunting or on their way to hunt. If the next bloodline enhancement could boost my stamina, that would be great. He knew that this couldn't go on, so he decided to take a risk and venture deeper into the mutant beast activity zone. The current location is District 13, which is still connected to the city's safe zone. He intends to go deeper, to District 21. There, the number of active Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint level mutant beasts is greater. Even the martial artist level mutant beasts are mostly high-level martial artists, equivalent to martial artists above level 7. There, he can collect more vitality and bloodlines. After all, he is currently only 1% of the way to achieving the progress for his King LV4 ability. If I could acquire the King's instant kill ability, wouldn't vitality be as good as free? He thought of the effect of the King's ability, filled with anticipation. Instantly kill all mutant beasts of the same rank. If he truly obtained that ability, his future realm would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would even achieve financial freedom. Just imagine, at that time he could stand in the active area of mutant beasts, frantically dissecting vitality, dissecting until his hands cramped without finishing. Thinking this, he ravenously devoured the roasted flesh in front of him, then stamped out the fire and slowly stood up. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting. It was the sound of humans fighting, on another street, estimated to be less than 100 meters away from him. He frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation on his face, and finally walked towards that direction. He didn't consider himself a bleeding heart, but no matter what, he wanted to inquire about something related to himself. Even if he couldn't inquire, he could exchange for some supplies. The environment here was too harsh. He was truly a savage in every sense now. His clothes and pants had long been torn to shreds by mutant beasts. No, a section of his pants remained, somewhat resembling loose shorts, unable to ward off mosquito bites, which was quite uncomfortable. On the other side of the street, 2 men and 1 woman were surrounded by a pack of spotted hounds. The 2 men were in their mid-20s, and the girl was a teenager, around 13 or 14. At this moment, they were covered in wounds and looked exhausted. In contrast, the spotted hounds surrounding them were all full of energy, eager to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Spotted hounds, as the most typical pack animals in this area, even general high-level martial artist mutant beasts become their food. They are extremely brutal, and prey they target rarely manage to escape. Damn it! These dogs have such a good sense of smell, they can find us even here. I'm really fed up. Among the 2 men, a tall man couldn't help but curse when he saw these mutant beasts. Another man, wearing glasses, pushed them up, a bitter, desperate smile on his face, which was already pale and now looked utterly ashen. Hey, guess what? I think I saw my great-grandmother. If 2 of them could more or less maintain a fighting stance and give it their all, the other girl had completely broken down. She was trembling all over, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly terrified. However, upon hearing the 2 men's words, she forced herself to calm down. She abruptly closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, then slowly opened them. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had seen something incredible. She quickly rubbed her eyes hard, confirmed she hadn't seen wrong, then pulled the bespectacled man, showing a desperate, wry smile. Brother! I see a naked man running. Chapter 43, Take Off Your Clothes. Old Joan, what? Man, huh? A naked man? Xiao Yu. I really see a naked man. He's running, he's jumping, he's darting and weaving. Xiao Yu rubbed her eyes hard, confirming it wasn't an illusion. It really was a man, looking disheveled like a savage, his almost completely nude body exceptionally pale and tender under the moonlight. She gazed blankly into the distance, momentarily forgetting the mutant beasts surrounding them. Roar! Careful, they're coming! Accompanied by roars and a shout from all around, Xiao Yu was jolted awake from her daze. She shivered all over and quickly drew a short sword to face the pouncing spotted hounds. However, she was ultimately a beat too slow. At this moment, 3 massive spotted hounds had already reached her and were lunging at her simultaneously. In a panic, she slashed one spotted hound on the head, but due to insufficient force, though she split its head open, it wasn't fatal. The spotted hound, wounded by the sword, smelled blood and immediately went feral, letting out a low growl from its throat, pouncing on her like a demon to tear at her. 3 brutal beasts pinned her to the ground, blood splattering. The terrified Xiao Yu couldn't break free at all and could only immediately protect her face and vital areas. Her clothes were instantly torn to shreds, revealing her fair skin, but in front of man-eating mutant beasts, these were merely delicious food. Ah! Help! I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. Xiao Yu! Old Zhang's face turned pale when he heard the scream, and his first instinct was to rush to her rescue, but he was fiercely surrounded by the nearby spotted dogs. The other man was also preoccupied, and both could only watch helplessly as the girl was mercilessly torn apart. Put! The next second, a cold gleam flashed. 3 dog heads fell to the ground, blood spurted like a fountain, drenching the girl. 1 second, Xiao Yu felt agonizing pain all over her body. The next second she found that the mutant beast was no longer attacking her. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a bare, muscular upper body. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her mind momentarily unable to process what was happening. Ah, ah! A sharp scream echoed through the entire street, instantly attracting the attention of old Jiang, the other man, and the pack of mutant beasts. For a moment, both the mutant beasts and the humans instinctively looked towards Xiaoyu, their gaze finally settling on Zhang Yang. Holy crap! Is there really a naked man? Old Zhang, did we trigger some hidden instance in this world? The tall man mumbled in shock. Just as the bespectacled man was about to say something, he felt a cold glint flash past him. The cold gleam streaked across his vision, flying past his neck, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. Put! A spotted hound behind him was directly pierced through the brain, dying on the spot. Zhang Yang slowly walked towards the two, stretching his limbs, exuding a giant-like oppressive feeling. Roar! A spotted hound immediately pounced, full of momentum. It was noticeably larger than the other spotted hounds, nearly 2 meters long, with red eyes glowing like a movie special effect. Its gaping maw was filled with a putrid slime and smell, incredibly pungent. Zhang Yang quickened his pace, stepping directly into the opponent's attack range. He clenched his right fist, abruptly drew it back, his body leaning back with the punch, and the next second, he slammed it forward. Mount Tai Fist. Boom! A low sonic boom seemed to shatter the air. The triple strength created after images in his arm, striking the opponent's chest with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Put! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zhang Yang's fist directly pierced through the opponent's body. Accompanied by the gushing sound of blood, Zhang Yang expressionlessly shook his arm, effortlessly flinging the mutant beast off his arm. It crashed heavily onto the ground nearby, also emitting a considerable thud. Dead silence. The three people present, including the remaining mutant beasts, made no sound. All living beings present stared wide-eyed, their pupils trembling with shock. Oh! The remaining spotted hounds immediately let out terrified screams and scattered, fleeing in all directions. This human is too terrifying. Their king was killed so easily, he's practically a demon. Bloodline detected. Extract and merge into mutant bloodline? Extract. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected bonus. Host's bloodline has been upgraded, gaining a stamina boost. Gained stamina. Zhang Yang was even more delighted. This was the boost he needed most right now. He closed his eyes slightly, excitedly feeling the noticeable increase in his spirit, as if all his muscles were cheering. A smile unconsciously curled at the corner of his lips. Hello? You? Can you understand us? An anxious voice asked. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two men in front of him. No, more accurately, Old Jiang. Old Jiang instinctively pushed up his glasses, looking at him with extreme nervousness, forcing a friendly, timid smile. My name is Jiang Wenming. These two are my teammates. May I ask if you are from this city? Zhang Yang didn't answer, but stared intently at him. Take off your clothes. Huh? Jiang Wenming was stunned, his face instantly turning extremely grim. Take them off. Zhang Yang's eyes were cold. Jiang Wenming's head buzzed, and he couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. He shot a pleading glance at the tall man next to him, who turned his head away, looking as if to say, I'm sorry, but you'll have to suffer. Jiang Wenming forced a smile uglier than crying, Brother, no, Dad. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you, but this one thing I cannot do. What's with the nonsense? I saved your lives, and you can't even spare clothes? Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a hint of anger. Jiang Wenming flinched, startled by his imposing aura, but immediately realized something and broke into an obsequious smile. Here. So, benefactor, you wanted clothes. You should have said so sooner. Didn't I say that already? Zhang Yang fumed, genuinely puzzled by what young people nowadays were thinking. Jiang Wenming chuckled, then quickly took off all his clothes and pants, revealing the soft armor underneath, before handing it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang didn't stand on ceremony. After putting on the clothes, he felt much more comfortable. He came to the corpse, took his scalpel back into his hand, and then walked in one direction. If you don't want to die, follow me. I have something to ask you, and it's not safe here. Seeing Zhang Yang walking away without looking back, the few people exchanged glances and quickly followed. Here it comes. Chapter 44, District 21. On the ruined street. The three people following Zhang Yang were whispering among themselves. Jiang Wenming nudged the tall man, winking. Xiao Yaya, you say, who is he? Your dad's name is Yu Fei, don't call me something so disgusting. The tall man cursed. How would I know who he is? In any case, he's not someone we can afford to provoke. Following him is the right thing to do. That's right, he was the strongest among the three, and only a level 7 martial artist. Jiang Wenming was a level 6 martial artist, and the girl Jiang Yu was only a level 1 martial artist. The three of them combined probably wouldn't be able to withstand one punch from that naked man. I think he's a bit dangerous. What good person doesn't return to the safe zone when it's already dark, but wanders around here? It's very likely he's one of those legendary people doing black business outside. Such people can't return to the safe zone and just engage in dog-eat-dog activities in the mutant beast activity area for a long time. So we must not displease him. Jiang Wenming said cautiously, signaling the two not to act rashly. Hearing his speculation, the two's expression subtly changed, clearly becoming nervous as well. All right. We're here, come over and sit. Zhang Yang had led them to the earlier bonfire spot, where there was still some barbecue. He was very familiar with the surrounding terrain, and the mutant beasts had also been cleared out, so there shouldn't be too big a problem. The three sat obediently to the side, maintaining a certain distance from Zhang Yang, clearly quite nervous. Zhang Yang sat on a rock, wanting to speak but hesitating. Because, he didn't know how to inquire about his situation. Such a direct inquiry would definitely expose clues, and if he was already wanted in the city, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Although he could deal with these few people, he wasn't a serial killer. He couldn't just kill these people for exposing his identity, could he? As for trying to extract information little by little, that would be even more troublesome. He wasn't someone who liked trouble either. After much thought, he sighed, a helpless look on his face. With your level, why didn't you return to the safe zone before dark? Jiang Wenming nervously rubbed his hands. What should I call you, big brother? Zhang Li. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, not revealing his true name. Brother Zhang, we came because of what happened in Luoyang town. We didn't expect to encounter fierce mutant beasts there. When we fled, our teammates drove off first, so we had no choice but to walk back. Luoyang town? Zhang Yang was stunned. That name was all too familiar, wasn't it the town where they had their mission? He had only briefly glanced at it in the mission brief, never expecting to accidentally stumble upon it again. Yes, haven't you heard, big brother Zhang? No, tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenming actually looked a bit excited. He kept rubbing his hands and said, they say a genius martial artist from the 2nd Martial Artist Guild went missing there. His family and relatives, along with the guild, are offering a high reward. As long as he can be found, the reward will be given. 300,000 for a deceased person. 600,000 for a living person. This is just what his family is offering, not counting what the guild provides. This is no small sum for a martial artist. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt uneasy. He knew very well that his parents couldn't afford that much money, they must have sold their house. Even then, it wouldn't be enough, they probably had to borrow a lot more. He subconsciously touched his chest, feeling a pang of discomfort. At the family's most difficult time, as a martial artist, not only could he not help, but he was also causing them worry. Zhang Yang made up his mind, he had to return as soon as possible. Yes. So that's what it was. I heard about it, but didn't pay much attention. Missing in a mutant beast activity zone, what else could it be but death? The body has probably long become mutant beast droppings. Jiang Wenming nodded in strong agreement. We actually all think that, but brother Zhang, you know people always like to try their luck, just like they know the chances of winning the lottery are slim, but they still like to try. I just didn't expect to run into a group of teammates like this. If it weren't for you, brother Zhang, helping us out today, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Exactly. Brother Zhang, thank you so much this time. If there's anything we can help with, just say the word. My name is Yu Fei, you can just call me Xiao Fei. Yu Fei? Zhang Yang's expression was odd. Brother Zhang, this time, thank you very much. Xiao Yu, who had been silent, slowly stood up and spoke to him with great respect. No need to thank me, it was a fair trade. Didn't I also take your clothes? I've pretty much cleared out all the mutant beasts here. You can rest and regain some strength before you leave. Zhang Yang slowly stood up and walked deeper without waiting for them to speak. Brother Zhang, where are you going? Seeing him about to leave, Zhang Yu hesitated before speaking. Can we follow you? The girl looked pitiful, and the other two weren't much better, looking pale and clearly exhausted and frightened. But I'm going to District 21. Do you want to come? Zhang Yu shivered, almost thinking she had misheard. Xiao Yu, don't be rude. We would only be a burden to Brother Zhang. Come back quickly. Zhang Wenming called out to her, pulling her back, then gave Zhang Yang a smile that conveyed, we won't bother you. Zhang Yang didn't say much, just turned and left. He had already obtained what he wanted, there was no need to get further entangled with the three of them. This bloodline enhancement gave him double stamina, so traveling didn't feel strenuous, and his speed also increased. Early the next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Zhang Yang entered District 21. As soon as he stepped into District 21, he saw several dire wolves not far away. However, these dire wolves were clearly much larger than the ones he had seen for the first time. They all looked strong and robust, probably at least at the strength of a 5 or 6 level martial artist. One should know that this level of strength would make them top-tier experts in a wolf pack in District 13, yet here they were commonplace. He excitedly stretched his muscles, his eyes glowing as he stared at the wolf pack. The wolf pack in the distance also noticed the human's appearance. The morning's fresh meal was particularly tempting to them, and without hesitation, they surrounded Zhang Yang. But something seemed off today, as they noticed the human in front of them showed no fear at all. The next second, Zhang Yang instantly charged into the wolf pack, his dissecting knife continuously flying. For a moment, howls and wails filled the air, and Zhang Yang saw his vitality rapidly increasing. More! Even more! I want more vitality! District 21, Zhang Yang, have arrived. Chapter 45, Chain Reaction. Early morning. The mutant beasts living on the edge of District 21 smelled blood early in the morning. That aroma in the air made them incredibly obsessed. Thinking that the early bird catches the worm, the mutant beasts shook off their groggy sleep and headed in the direction of the blood scent. They arrived at the edge of District 21, but when they saw the scene before them, they all stood trembling in place. An aura of death enveloped them, driving them to despair. There were 20 to 30 mutant beast corpses on the ground, all dismembered, with every organ precisely separated, looking as if meticulously designed by someone. Although they, the mutant beasts, lacked intelligence and lived daily amidst slaughter and gore, they had never witnessed such a hellish sight. Some mutant beasts turned and fled, letting out howls. Some mutant beasts stood frozen in place, unable to move for a long time. Of course, some mutant beasts were bolder, directly rushing in to enjoy their feast. The scent of blood here continuously dispersed, even attracting mutant beasts from the edge of District 13 to enter. The bloody smell in the air drifted far, far away, all the way to beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Seeing the gradually clearer scenery in the sky and feeling the appearance of sunlight, Zhang Yang, squatting beside the stream, wiped his face and looked down at his reflection in the water. The youthful innocence on his angular face had gradually faded, replaced by a touch of firmness. Though not outstandingly handsome, he still had some distinctive features. He had dimples, 2 of them, giving him a unique boyish charm when he smiled. The bloody smell is finally washed away. This time, I killed a bloodline mutant beast, and my stamina has been strengthened again. I can now perfectly control 3 times my strength. Vitality has reached 6,028 points, reaching level 3 Martial Master. It was indeed the wisest choice to come to District 21. This is just the beginning. I believe I can quickly become a Martial Master, Grand Master, Martial King, and Martial Saint. He muttered to himself, then tidied his clothes and hair, preparing to find a place to rest. Although he gained a large amount of vitality from each battle, recovering his physical strength was an extremely troublesome matter. Unfortunately, the enhancements gained from absorbing bloodlines were random. Otherwise, he would definitely prioritize adding all points to physical strength. There weren't many places to rest peacefully in an area full of mutant beasts, and the best resting spots were naturally hidden caves. However, caves were rare and hard to come by, so Zhang Yang could only settle for the next best thing, finding tall trees, preferably those with tree hollows. He found a tree 6 or 7 meters high, skillfully climbed up, used a knife to carve a simple opening, and then lay down inside. Of course, although he was resting, he remained vigilant, in a state of light sleep. From time to time, roars of mutant beasts could be heard, but for Zhang Yang, who had long grown accustomed to them, he could easily distinguish the approximate distance of the mutant beasts. About 20 minutes of rest? Or an hour. In any case, Zhang Yang didn't have a clear concept when abnormalities appeared around him. He could clearly feel that the roars of mutant beasts in this area were becoming more frequent and numerous. Why are there so many mutant beasts? Zhang Yang sat up with a solemn expression. Based on the sounds, there were at least 20 to 30 mutant beasts within a kilometer radius, which was a lot considering that usually 6 or 7 within a kilometer was already numerous. He had been a martial artist for so long and had only encountered such a situation twice. The first time was when Captain Lu's team attracted a small beast tide gathering. The second was facing the Icefire horned deer. This was District 21, and if a large number of high-realm mutant beasts gathered, it would be troublesome. He was still in this area once discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Yang felt he had grown much stronger, but he wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible. At his current level, dealing with 2 opponents of the same realm was already difficult. Of course, this was what he thought. If this idea were heard by other martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, or martial saints, their eyes would surely widen, as mutant beasts of the same realm were generally stronger than martial artists of the same realm, as long as they hadn't reached the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm. No, I can't rest here. Zhang Yang jumped directly from the tree, preparing to cautiously leave. But at this moment, he heard a deafening roar. The sound rumbled, and he couldn't make out the species, but he could discern the power and anger within it. The owner of this voice was definitely a powerful martial master realm mutant beast, at least a level 5 or 6 martial master. Zhang Yang hadn't expected such big trouble to arise just after he arrived in District 21, and for a moment, he hesitated whether to return to District 13. After much thought, he still walked towards the depths of District 21. The deepest part of District 21. On a cliff face, numerous metal frameworks were erected around it, with a cave entrance in the very center. The area around the cave showed signs of artificial excavation, appearing extremely smooth, and a steel ladder connected the ground to this point. At the very end of the entrance was a modern hall, where everything but the Syrian-style walls had been carefully decorated. Many men sat on the sofas in the hall, led by a man with a scar on his face, who was holding a walkie-talkie with a grim expression. "What did you say?" "Boss, that guy has been angered, and the mutant beasts in District 21 are rioting now. Many of our brothers got injured outside. Should we investigate the cause?" The scar-faced man's expression was cold. "It must be those guys from the city. Are they trying to kill me this time instead of just putting me back in jail? Fine, since you've thrown caution to the wind, don't blame me for being impolite. Notify all brothers to return. On the way, if you see one, rob them. If you see one, kill them. Since they won't let us live, then we'll fight them. Damn it, they won't even let people stay in the mutant beast zone. You forced my hand," he said, hanging up the phone, and looked at the others. Everyone's expression was the same as his, full of rage. If there happened to be police officers here, taking a list of wanted fugitives from any unit and calling out names, not a single person would be absent. They were all heinous martial artists, wanted fugitives, who, facing punishment if they returned to the city, simply established an organization here. Originally, the city had always turned a blind eye to them, but recently, things had become stricter. From the looks of it, just as Big Brother and the others said, it seems a reckoning is coming for them. If that's the case, then there's nothing left but to go to war. As for the martial artists caught in the battlefield, let them tremble for their lives. District 21 will completely become a battlefield. Chapter 46, The First Initiative. Chapter 46. Zhang Yang's escape was not smooth. Because there were too many mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were different from usual. They seemed to have gone mad, running rampant everywhere. Their movements were illogical. He deliberately took a long detour, thinking he had shaken them off, only to find those mutant beasts suddenly turn around and surround him again. He wanted to turn back and re-enter District 13, but found himself drifting further and further away, instead heading deeper. At this moment, he stood before a small hill, scanning his surroundings to survey the terrain. Going deeper is definitely not an option. There are even existences at the Advanced Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint levels there. I can't deal with them now, so I can only go to an adjacent area. He had to leave District 21 first. Although he didn't know why the mutant beasts were in a rampage, he absolutely couldn't stay any longer. Zhang Yang oriented himself and headed towards the nearest District 17. Check carefully, don't miss anyone. A rough shout suddenly came from a distance, making his eyes light up. About 70 or 80 meters away from him, there was a 6-person martial artist team. Each of them held weapons, and they looked very combat capable. Especially the previous roar, judging by its full-bodied tone, it must have come from a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yang would never have approached a martial artist team, as he didn't want to expose his identity. But the situation was different now. Being with a reliable martial artist team would greatly enhance his safety. Zhang Yang took a step, ready to initiate his first social interaction since becoming a martial artist. He headed straight for the leader of the martial artist team, who was a bald man. Although bald, he appeared to be the strongest among the group and was likely the leader. The bald man, whose real name was Xiao Chang, had killed over a dozen ordinary people and 3 or 4 fellow martial artists in the year since he became a martial artist. Such crimes would typically result in immediate capture and execution in his city, with even martial artists connected to him being thoroughly investigated and purged. Therefore, he fled to the mutant beast activity zone, where he lived a carefree life. The best thing about this place for him was he could kill people at will. If he disliked someone, he could kill them. If he saw a pretty girl, he could force himself on her. In short, this was his paradise. As for fighting mutant beasts, what good were those beasts? He was pretty much a beast himself. Damn, my hands are itching. I haven't seen a single person yet. My broadsword is getting restless, the bald man thought, full of frustration. His only desire now was to find someone to hack, but due to the mutant beast riot, most people had long fled, and no one could be found. Just as he was itching with impatience, he suddenly saw a person rushing down a distant hillside. The bald man thought he was seeing things, but after a closer look, he realized it was indeed a person, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Dozens of meters quickly vanished. Hello, I'm lost. Can I join you? Zhang Yang offered what he thought was a warm smile. Yes, of course, you can. Brother, we are a special rescue team from the city. I'm Xiao Chang, the captain, a level 3 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. We're looking for lone martial artists like you. Just follow us. Don't worry, with a powerhouse like me around, you'll definitely get out safe and sound. The bald man chuckled, putting on a serious face. The others joined in the laughter, seeming very enthusiastic and happy. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Really? If that's the case, it would be wonderful. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. I'll leave as soon as we reach the border area. Zhang Yang also smiled. However, his brow subtly furrowed. He felt that these people were not right. The way they looked at him was wrong. No one understood that looked better than he did. It was the same way he looked at mutant beasts. No, to be more precise, it was the way a martial artist looks at their target prey. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, and he, in their eyes, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Also, these people all carried the scent of blood. It wasn't the blood of mutant beasts, but the blood of humans. Don't ask him how he knew he was familiar with it. These people are definitely not the rescue team from the city. Zhang Yang maintained a calm exterior, but his guard was up internally. In this martial artist squad, Xiao Chang was the only martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint realm individual, and only a third-level martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. He was no match for Zhang Yang, who possessed 3 abilities. Shall we go now then? Yes, let's go now, together to find the others. Xiao Chang gave a look to the other several people, who then suddenly surrounded Zhang Yang from front and back. He walked at the very front with a sinister smile, the others followed behind. It was clear they were in high spirits. Zhang Yang naturally noticed these people subtly surrounding him, presumably to prevent his escape or to be ready to act at any moment. His eyes betrayed a faint chill, and he had only one thought in his mind. If they dared to make a move, they would all die. But now was not the time to act. If they truly encountered a mutant beast attack, these people could still help deal with the mutant beasts. Fortunately, these people also seemed worried about the appearance of mutant beasts, constantly moving towards the edge of District 21. As Zhang Yang followed, he pondered the purpose and identity of these people. Firstly, there's no doubt that they are just like him, people living in the mutant beast district. As for their purpose, Zhang Yang saw that their equipment was all strange and varied. Some looked quite exquisite, while others were crude. There was even a pink dagger among their weapons, clearly customized by some girl-hearted martial artist. These things definitely didn't belong to one person, which proves that they originally belonged to many people, not to them. Robbers? Or murder and robbery? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, speculating on their next move. Ha ha! Are you all trying to escape from here? It looks like you're quite badly injured, how about coming with us? Xiao Chang's voice came from the front again, catching the attention of several people. Su Tian looked up slightly and saw Xiao Chang stopping 3 people. These 3 people were 1 man and 2 women, all around 30 years old. The leading man's lower abdomen was scratched by a mutant beast, and he appeared to be seriously injured. On his chest hung 2-star badges for Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint, showcasing his strength and that familiar attire. People from the First Martial Artist Guild? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, lowering his head a bit to try not to let the other party see his face. Although there aren't that many coincidences in the world, who can be 100% sure that the First Martial Artist Guild hasn't pursued the matter of Chu Gu, and who can be sure that these 3 people don't know Chu Gu? He hoped these people wouldn't provoke him otherwise. He wouldn't mind killing to silence them. Chapter 47. Am I awesome or what? Which guild organization are you from? The man was very cautious, protecting the 2 women behind him, his voice full of vigilance. Questioned by the man, Xiao Chang wasn't nervous. Instead, he stroked his bald head, revealing his white teeth. Me? I'm Xiao Chang from the Self-Inspection Society. Something happened here, and I happened to organize a rescue. Hey, have you heard of the Self-Inspection Society? The man's face showed a trace of doubt. I'd been with the First Martial Artist Guild for 3 years. I've heard of all the large and small martial artist organizations in the city, but why have I never heard of yours? Xiao Chang continued, it's normal that you haven't heard of this organization, because it's responsible for supervising those martial artists who have made mistakes. The people within the organization beat and kick those martial artists who have made mistakes every day, treating them like punching bags, and even chop off the arms of those who are defiant in front of everyone. They play with those women who have made mistakes however they want their expressions. Oh, they're simply ecstatic. And. He spoke with increasing excitement, his whole being seeming a bit deranged. The man's face grew uglier and uglier, and the other 2 women were ready for battle. They all noticed that this guy seemed a bit abnormal. Xiao Chang also suddenly stopped speaking at this moment, the smile on his face gradually fading, becoming calm. My apologies, I forgot that you aren't those who have made mistakes. You must be laughing at me. His change in attitude was so swift it felt somewhat unreal. However, just as everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his smile suddenly reappeared. That eerie, that brutal smile. But you aren't people who have made mistakes, yet I am someone who has made mistakes. Now I also want to experience the joy of those self-inspection committee members. Can you satisfy me? He said, laughing loudly, then charged directly at the three people. Seeing his sudden attack, the leading man was a bit panicked, but still counterattacked immediately. However, he was too heavily injured, and the force of his knife swing was noticeably slow. Clang! The two blades intersected, and the knife in the man's hand was directly knocked flying over 10 meters away, then deeply embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. Bang! The man was kicked to the ground, and the other two women were also pinned down and subdued by him. The three of them were subdued in an instant. Zhang Yang saw everything, staring intently at the metal steel knife, which was half embedded in the distance, and slightly narrowed his eyes. This person. So strong. At least twice as strong as an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, this guy seems to know combat skills? Ha ha. Well done, boss. The boss's strength is #1 in the world. The combat skills are awesome. The few followers nearby laughed loudly, beginning their flattery. Xiao Chang thoroughly enjoyed the praise, a look of triumph on his face. Although this mountain roaming fist is the lowest level combat skill, I've mastered it to perfection. In this realm, I am invincible. He said, squatting in front of the man, slapping his cheek hard with his palm, a cruel smile on his face. How about it? Can you withstand this technique honed over more than 10 years? Am I awesome or not? Ha! Speak up. The man remained silent, seemingly stunned by the blows. Perhaps Xiao Chang found it uninteresting. He grabbed the man's hair and lifted him, then forcefully dragged one of the women over, roughly asking her the same question. The woman, knowing she was trapped, could only agree with him, making him laugh wildly with excitement. He asked everyone, one by one, like he had consumed some addictive drug, becoming increasingly crazed. Another woman was slapped to the ground, losing a tooth, simply for speaking a second too slowly. Not to mention the captured women, even his own men would be harshly slapped in the face if they spoke a second too slowly. He continued his questioning, finally turning his gaze to Zhang Yang. Unsurprisingly, he asked the same question. Am I awesome or not? Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's eyes were somewhat dazed at this moment. Because he was contemplating a problem just a few seconds ago, he began pondering an issue and had become quite absorbed in his thoughts. That is, this guy Xiao Chang is too abnormal. Should I give up on using them as cover for escape? Now that he was far from the core area and moving closer to the edges of other areas, and he had witnessed Xiao Chang's methods, he could say he knew his enemy and himself. He didn't expect Xiao Chang to interrupt him at that moment, which led to such a reaction. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Chang's laughter suddenly grew louder, and his smile became increasingly sinister. He suddenly changed his grip from the man's hand to the back of his neck, and veins began to bulge on his arm. Clearly, there was something wrong with this person's mind, as his current rage was becoming even more violent and aggressive. The man whose neck was gripped felt as if his neck was about to be snapped, and his eyes revealed an expression of horror and bewilderment. Horror, for the ultimate fear of life. Bewilderment, because he saw Zhang Yang's face clearly. Ha ha! Die! All die! All go to hell! Xiao Chang laughed furiously, squeezing the man's hand and the woman's arm with insane force. He wanted to strangle both of them to death. After these two died a tragic death, and after Zhang Yang was scared out of his wits, he would then torture Zhang Yang to death in agony. The other cronies were also perverts, or rather, they didn't dare not be perverts, and they all cheered and shouted. But suddenly, for 1 second, their laughter died. Because everyone saw a cold glint, a flash of cold light as swift as lightning, as swift as a dragon. Zhang Yang cleanly drew his dissecting knife, reversed his grip, and fiercely thrust it towards Xiao Chang. Put! The blade pierced through the other's arm, and blood splattered. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, not expecting this guy's reaction to be faster than he had imagined. The opponent's fist whistled through the air, and Zhang Yang lightly stepped back to create distance. I didn't expect you to be a martial master too. Ha ha ha. Too bad you lost your only chance. Next will be my one-sided crushing of you. Xiao Chang released the two people, pulled out the dissecting knife from his arm, threw it aside, and charged forward like a tank. His sinister expression was like that of a ghost, and his fists, thrown like cannonballs, went straight for Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang lightly swung his fist, clashing with the man's fist in full view of everyone. Crunch! Xiao Chang's wrist was deformed, and his pupils gradually contracted to pinpricks. The fist within his line of sight gradually enlarged. The fist Zhang Yang swung actually created constant ripples of air being pushed aside, then it heavily smashed into the opponent's face. Boom! Xiao Chang was instantly sent flying backward, but in the next second, a hand firmly grabbed his clothes and then, in a 360-degree over-the-shoulder throw, slammed him hard onto the ground. Boom! A loud thud resounded again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Yang straddled him, his fists appearing as blurs as he punched down, one after another. Each time, the earth seemed to tremble. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 48, My name is Wang Li. By the time everyone recovered their senses, Xiao Chang had already stopped breathing. Zhang Yang slowly rose from the ground, emanating a dangerous aura. Bang! Xiao Chang's henchmen plopped down on the ground, too scared to utter a single word. They weren't fools, they could tell that Zhang Yang was the same kind of person as them. No, not exactly the same kind of person. Zhang Yang was stronger than them. If they were merely bad, Zhang Yang was demonic. Not someone who would punish them, but someone who stood at their apex. Perhaps only their boss could deal with this guy. Who exactly are you? Someone finally couldn't help but speak, their voice trembling. Zhang Yang looked up at the man who spoke. He had an ordinary appearance, but he was very close to Xiao Chang. All along the way, any issues Xiao Chang had were communicated with this man first. What's that got to do with you? The man felt the chill emanating from Zhang Yang, and couldn't help but shiver. But he still forced down his fear and said, someone like you is definitely not an unknown person. Since you dare to kill here, then openly state your name. Our boss is Black Tiger, the gang leader of this District 21. We'll remember this debt. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. A gang leader? It seemed his guess was correct, these people were all desperate outlaws. He had heard long ago that many people lived in the mutant beast zone, all of whom had blood on their hands and were extremely difficult to deal with. Because they helped the city contain mutant beasts in that area, the martial artists responsible for management in the city often turned a blind eye. He hadn't expected it all to be true. What? Someone as arrogant as you, now you don't even dare to give your name? The man pressed him, seeing his silence. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? The man waved his hand, confidently saying, If we scatter and flee in different directions, even you won't be able to kill all of us. Zhang Yang was speechless and stunned. However, he was someone who disliked being secretive and preferred to be straightforward. What's the big deal about telling a name? Alright, since you've asked so sincerely, I'll mercifully tell you. I am Wang Li from the Second Martial Artist Guild, the Genius Wang Li. Wang Li? The man nodded slightly, seemingly engraving the name deeply into his mind. Good. Wang Li. We'll take the fall for this incident today. This matter isn't over between us. Even if you return to the city, we'll come looking for you. He said aggressively, then turned and ran. He didn't care about anyone else. Many hadn't even reacted when he took off. The remaining few also looked terrified and scrambled to escape, fearing that Zhang Yang would catch up and kill them in the next second. The two captured women saw that Zhang Yang had no intention of chasing them and instinctively wanted to escape, but a cold voice stopped them. You can't leave yet. The women's faces instantly turned pale, and they could only stare at Zhang Yang with forced smiles. The man, however, was not very panicked. He slowly stood up with the support of the two women, looking at Zhang Yang with complex eyes. Zhang Yang also stared at the man without saying a word, seemingly pondering something. Because at the moment Xiao Chang made his move, he noticed that the man's gaze towards him was unusual, filled with both surprise and bewilderment. Clearly, this person knew him. Perhaps. He knew his appearance and his identity. Wang Li, I swear I won't say anything about today's events. We have no grudges, and you saved my life. If you can let me go this one time, I will absolutely remember this kindness. He coughed repeatedly, his expression serious. Zhang Yang still didn't speak, instead pondering in silence. The person in front of him was from the First Martial Artist Guild. Since he recognized Zhang Yang, he must know about him in Chugu. Was it for the bounty offered by his parents, or did the First Martial Artist Guild internally suspect Chu Ji's death was unusual, and their investigation led the man to learn about him? Seeing his continued hesitation, the man gritted his teeth and said, I'll be direct. I know Tian Tian. Tian Tian even had dinner with me when I first entered District 21. We have a good relationship. Zhang Yang finally looked up again, carefully observing the man in front of him. The man looked somewhat like a frail scholar. The expression between his brows didn't suggest he was lying, nor did his character seem cunning or sinister. No matter who you are, since you know Tian Tian, you are my friend. The man visibly relaxed, a warm smile spreading across his face. Wang Li, just call me Zhang Yisong. Thank you so much for your help this time. Is there anything I can help you with? His words were interesting, as he had already witnessed Zhang Yang's strength. In this mutant beast-infested area, he certainly couldn't help Zhang Yang, so he was referring to other matters. Zhang Yang hesitated slightly and asked, how is Tian Tian recently? I mean, what has she been doing lately? After all, there were outsiders here, so he couldn't say too much. Zhang Yisong thought for a few seconds, then carefully replied, Tian Tian has been going to a friend's house a lot recently. There's another woman there, and they don't seem to get along very well. I've also advised her not to take these things too seriously, but she doesn't seem to listen. He spoke vaguely, leaving the other two women confused, but Zhang Yang understood. He helplessly massaged his forehead, letting out a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected Tian Tian to truly believe he had died to save her life. Was she planning to repay his parents for the rest of their lives as an act of gratitude? And was she now competing with Bai Meng? But if Bai Meng didn't know his current situation, she would probably be very sad. Zhang Yang's eyes dimmed slightly. This feeling was truly uncomfortable, making everyone who cared about him worry. It was genuinely unpleasant. Looks like I need to step up my game. Mei Chem, I know. Although this place is already far from the core area of the mutant beasts, it's still not safe. We should leave as soon as possible. I'm heading to the adjacent area. If you're willing, you can follow me for a while. Zhang Yisong hesitated, then finally nodded. Then we'll trouble Brother Wang Li. We'll follow you for a while, and once the situation improves, we'll leave immediately. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and led the group towards the more peripheral areas. Night. Bang! Scarface slammed his fist against the wall, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the rock, startling the man beside him. Boss. Scarface's voice was chillingly cold. I want all information on this person called Wang Li right now. Go find out for me. Chapter 49, Wang Li's Good News. Hospital. Inpatient ward. Uncle, what are you saying? If you don't mind, I'll be your daughter from now on. It just so happens my parents passed away early, Tian Tian said with a smile, peeling an apple, then forcefully handing it to Father Bai. Father Bai took the apple, his smile tinged with bitterness. That little scoundrel is never serious for a day, only knows how to run wild outside. His mother is in this state, and he still hasn't come back. With his wife lying in bed and his son missing, essentially dead outside, how could he not be heartbroken? That kind of sorrow was, needless to say, overflowing from within his body. Tian Tian felt a pang of sadness seeing him like this. Uncle, don't worry, aren't we all looking for Zhang Yan? He's a genius in our guild, and the guild will absolutely not give up on him. Genius, if you don't have the ability, don't try to be a hero. His mother and I would rather him be an ordinary person, Father Zhang said with a bitter smile. Tian Tian was about to say something more when she suddenly turned her head to look. Outside was a slender girl as beautiful as a celebrity, though her face was very haggard at the moment, her condition overshadowing much of her beauty. Bai Meng gazed silently at Tian Tian, then exited the room, and the latter, understanding, walked out. In the corridor, the two women exchanged glances. It was Bai Meng who spoke first. "I don't care what your relationship is with Brother Yang, right now I just want to know where he is. Is he really missing? Or something else? I know sometimes you martial artists can be very cruel, but right now I just want to hear the truth." Tian Tian looked at the haggard Bai Meng and sighed. "I didn't lie to you, Zhang Yang disappeared there." "You're lying." Bai Meng's voice was a little agitated. "I've had people search that area so many times. Forget Brother Yang, not even a body was found." "You're lying." Tian Tian looked at her with complex eyes and sighed. Being women, she could see how important Zhang Yang was to the girl in front of her. Seeing Bai Meng's anxious state, she wished she could immediately tell her the truth, but she couldn't. Because she wasn't even sure if Zhang Yang could survive, and once the girl in front of her knew that part of the reason Zhang Yang wasn't coming back was because of her. "Calm down. At least Zhang Yang's body hasn't been found, has it?" Bai Meng was also pulled back by this sentence, realizing her lapse in composure. Indeed, there was still no definitive news of Zhang Yang's death. After calming down for a while, she re-examined Tian Tian in front of her, a hint of something unusual revealed in her beautiful eyes. The girl in front of her was about the same age as her, perhaps 1 or 2 years older, but her entire style was sweet and cute, and she spoke with a kind of little adult demeanor. Coupled with her not bad looks, she was indeed likable. "I have another question. When did you and Brother Yang get together?" "Huh?" Tian Tian was stunned for a moment. This girl, who looked like a celebrity, turned into a composite bomb whenever Zhang Yang was mentioned. Thinking back to the first time she came to see Zhang's father, her smile turned a little ugly. She swore it was the first time she'd seen a girl with a look that wanted to devour someone, and deep despair and sorrow. That day, when the girl came, her face was covered in tears, to confirm Zhang Yang's condition. That day, when the girl left, she was also tearful, also to confirm Zhang Yang's condition. "Zhang Yang, the mess you've left me with is just too big. Don't you dare actually die out there, come back to me safe and sound." Tian Tian grumbled in her heart, putting on a serious expression. She sternly addressed Bai Meng, "Sister, let me explain this to you properly. It's just that there's really nothing between us, we're just temporary teammates, but he saved my life when I was in great danger. As for the relationship you're talking about, we absolutely don't have one. Even if we take a step back and say he has some feelings for me, I have absolutely no feelings for him." That should be the right way to put it, shouldn't it? After all, Zhang Yang risked his life to take the blame for her. He must have had some feelings, right? You really have no feelings at all? Bai Meng's emotions eased a little, and she looked at her earnestly. None at all. Tian Tian swore emphatically. Bai Meng smiled. Then maybe I misunderstood, but thank you for taking care of Uncle Zhang. That's what gave me time to go find Brother Yang. No problem, we're all friends. Tian Tian chuckled. But, for some reason, she always felt a little guilty about what she had just said. Why? Maybe it was because she lied to Bai Meng. It must be because she lied to Bai Meng. She doesn't like to lie, especially to beautiful women. The two chatted a few more times, then Bai Meng went into the house to visit Father Bai and Mother Bai before leaving. Just as she reached the stairwell, a slightly regretful voice emerged. Xia Meng, why are you so fixated on that Zhang Yang? That trash, he's already dead. He's dead, so his family has nothing to do with you. And that guy even found other girls behind your back, aren't you angry? You two were childhood sweethearts. Wang Li stood there with an expression of indignation on her behalf, but his words clearly carried an undisguised hint of joy and mockery towards her. Bai Meng gave him a cold glance, took a deep breath, and said, Wang Li, this is my business. I know Uncle has a good relationship with my dad, and you've been good to me, but please don't make sarcastic remarks here. Otherwise, I won't talk to you again. Hearing her say that, Wang Li didn't get angry, he just nodded slightly. You really misunderstood me. I'm here to tell you some good news. The reason for the riot in District 21 has been found. Someone deliberately slaughtered a large number of mutant beasts, causing the mutant beast overlord there to go berserk. I've been sent by the guild to help encircle and suppress the mutant beasts and to capture the perpetrator. This time, I've been promoted to captain and will lead many people. I can totally help you search for Zhang Yang. Even if he's a corpse, I'll definitely bring him back to you. Although he said that, when he mentioned the word corpse, the corners of his mouth clearly curved into an uncontrollable arc. Bai Meng's emotions were clearly starting to fray. She simply ignored him and took the elevator to leave. Xiao Meng, I'll see you off. Wang Li quickly ran into the elevator and closed it. Just before the elevator closed, he could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Heh, Zhang Yang, if you're not dead, don't let me run into you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 50, Ghost Masked Lion. Edge of District 20. Zhang Yang punched a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beast to death, then moved slightly aside to reveal a small path. This path is the relatively safe one you mentioned, right? Let's part ways here. Zhang Yisong nodded slightly and slowly walked away, supported by the two women. He stopped just before leaving. The reason for the riot in District 21 is that someone deliberately killed a large number of mutant beasts, causing them to lose control. Next, the first and second martial artist guilds might send in even more martial artists. So as long as you're careful, you can ensure your own safety. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, watching the three of them leave. He understood that Zhang Yisong was reminding him not to always use the fake name Wanli, otherwise he might be exposed if he met someone he knew. He composed himself and continued walking deeper into District 20. For the next 3 days, he operated in this area. While familiarizing himself with the region, he also found that everything here was exactly as Zhang Yisong had described, with wave after wave of martial artists pouring in. To be safe, he still tried his best to avoid encountering martial artists from the city. Although the influx of these people reduced the time he had to kill mutant beasts, it made him safer. After all, many powerful mutant beasts had been cleared out, leaving behind only some solitary, hidden ones. On the 11th day of entering the mutant beast region, Zhang Yang's realm broke through to level 5 martial master. He had now killed 11 mutant beasts with bloodlines. His LV3 class ability had increased his strength 5 times and his stamina 6 times. His physical strength was now sufficient to deal with any mutant beast below a high-level martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented sense of power. He was certain that if he were to encounter the Ice-Fire Alpha Wolf again, it would be an instant kill. No. He no longer paid much attention to ordinary mutant beasts. In fact, he had a vague feeling of invincibility. To possess such power now, I truly wonder what it feels like to reach martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint, Zhang Yang muttered to himself, finally understanding what Tian had said back then. As long as he reached martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint, even if the first martial artist guild knew about the incident, they wouldn't bother him. Zhang Yang was currently squatting by the stream, washing his face. He only came out to move around at night when there were no humans. The thought of reaching martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint made him clench his fists in excitement, eagerly anticipating that day. But when he looked up, he froze in place. Because opposite him, on the other side of the stream, a mutant beast had appeared at some unknown time and had also just looked up and seen him. Was that a lion? No, there were no lions in Dragon Kingdom. It must be some kind of feline mutant beast that had mutated and increased in size. Its body was nearly 3 meters long, probably even larger than an azure tiger, with robust muscles all over and a distinct thick mane around its neck. Its facial features were somewhat grotesque. It wasn't that its expression was grotesque, but rather that its face itself grew that way. Under the moonlight, it looked like a horrifying ghost mask. Man and beast stared at each other, and the air above the stream instantly solidified. The next second, both man and beast shivered simultaneously. Holy crap! Zhang Yang immediately sprang up, turned, and ran, his forehead covered in dense beads of sweat. Was this ghost-face lion real? Wasn't it a mutant beast of legend? He had often heard people chatting about this mutant beast even before he became a martial artist. It could be said to be a household name. Within the mutant beast activity zones bordering safe city areas, there are some mutant beasts that are notoriously famous, as they are all mutant beast lords with vast territories. They have all, at one point, led mutant beast tides in audacious attacks on urban areas and survived. Currently, there are 7 such beasts, and this ghost-faced lion is one of them. Legend says it possesses the strength of a peak martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. However, being a mutant beast with a unique bloodline, even human powerhouses of martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint levels are unwilling to encounter it in mutant beast territory. Zhang Yang couldn't believe his luck was so bad. Out of so many mutant beast activity zones, he had to run into one of the only 7 mutant beast lords. He dodged and leaped frantically, completely disregarding the noise he was making from running. Even if he attracted other mutant beasts now, he couldn't slow down. Furthermore, he was instinctively running towards the city. If he could encounter other martial artists, perhaps they could help him deal with this terrifying mutant beast. Crunch! The sound of snapping branches and the footsteps of the massive beast echoed behind him, making Zhang Yang's scalp tingle. He subconsciously turned his head to look and felt his soul practically leave his body. This terrifying ghost-faced lion was now steadily perched on a tree branch. After pushing off with its legs, its massive body flew towards a tree trunk 3 or 4 meters away. It could actually fly through the trees? Zhang Yang felt his hands and feet go numb. He knew he was absolutely no match for such a terrifying mutant beast. He was probably done for. Crunch! Just as despair rose in his heart, the massive body, upon landing on the second branch, failed to steady itself. After a brief and clumsy stumble, it crashed heavily to the ground along with the snapping branch, emitting a thud. It was a very hard fall. The sound made Zhang Yang wince in pain. The ghost-faced lion tried to get up several times but failed repeatedly, appearing even clumsier. Is this guy so clumsy? Zhang Yang suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. This creature didn't seem as terrifying as he'd imagined. Its movements appeared extremely clumsy and uncoordinated. And when this ghost-faced lion saw him by the stream, it seemed to have been startled. This was a lord among mutant beasts, a king of its territory, so how could it? This appearance? For some reason, this familiar demeanor made Zhang Yang feel as if he had seen it somewhere before. Such dullness, such awkwardness. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yang's mind, and the image of a mutant beast he had once seen in his memory continuously overlapped with it. It's the azure tiger. But it wasn't an azure tiger of this breed. It was the injured azure tiger he encountered for the very first time. After that azure tiger suffered severe injuries, its appearance was almost identical to this ghost-faced lion in front of him. This guy is injured. Zhang Yang's heart swelled with joy. That's right, exactly. Only if the ghost-faced lion is injured could it adopt such a posture. Otherwise, with its realm and combat prowess, it would have captured and killed him long ago. Realizing this, Zhang Yang felt much more relieved. His mindset began to steady, and the rhythm of his steps quickened, almost as if he was flying through the forest. He had been in this District 20 for a few days now and knew the area like the back of his hand. Leveraging the terrain, he wasn't without a chance to shake off his pursuers. He was very familiar with this kind of scenario. Isn't this just like Temple Run? Catch me if you can. Chapter 51, Is a mere phone worth it? The sounds behind Zhang Yang grew fainter until they finally vanished. He stood panting, realizing his clothes were completely drenched. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Yang felt dizzy this time. He had used every trick in his book, and another second later, he would have been food. He didn't think he was a match for the ghost-faced lion. After all, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The last time he faced the azure tiger was in the martial artist realm, and the gap between martial artist realms isn't as vast as between martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint. He was confident, not arrogant, so fleeing was naturally his priority. Sounds like something over there? A man's voice suddenly came from a distance, and Zhang Yang's expression stiffened. Really? I didn't hear anything? Definitely. That big guy is smart. It's heavily injured now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us, another man spoke. So they were indeed after the ghost-faced lion. Zhang Yang mumbled to himself. It seemed the reason the ghost-faced lion was startled when it saw him was probably because it had been ambushed before, surrounded by a group of human martial artists, which made it so sensitive. He looked around, then found a hidden tall tree and leaped onto it. Soon, accompanied by a flickering of lights, he saw 4 or 5 people gathered together. Each of them was extremely vigilant, indicating good combat proficiency, and they were wearing the uniforms of the First Martial Artist Guild. For martial master level beings. Seeing such a configuration of personnel, Zhang Yang was even more certain that these people were the culprits who had injured the ghost-faced lion. The average realm of these few people was at level 3 Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint, and they were all on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. After a quick search yielded no traces, the leading man looked somewhat puzzled. Strange, did I miss here? It's not impossible, after all, this isn't a safe zone. There are snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere. It's possible I misheard. Another person nodded, but with obvious regret. This time, our first and second guilds are cooperating to encircle and annihilate a mutant beast. It's a great opportunity to get rich. If we can really take down that ghost-faced lion, we'll hit the jackpot. They say that beast is already close to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level. The vitality content in its internal organs is extremely high. If we can consume its internal organs, we might even break 2 levels in the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint realm. Really? Of course it's true. The group didn't leave immediately. Instead, they chatted heatedly on the spot. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he heard the conversation. He had heard that the flesh and blood of Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level mutant beasts had special effects, but he hadn't expected the effects to be so good. Can taking it at the Martial Master level raise my level by 2? This was a massive temptation. No wonder they dared to covet even a terrifying mutant beast like the ghost-faced lion. So that's how it is. Their brief conversation had deeply piqued his interest. He subtly shifted his body to listen more carefully. At this moment, one of them suddenly sighed, sounding very regretful. What a pity! If this mutant beast hadn't appeared here, it would most likely have appeared on the second Martial Artist Guild side. I heard that their Vice Guild Master is leading the siege with that kid who's recently gained a lot of fame. They'll probably take it down if they encounter it. What was that kid's name again? Oh, right, Wang Li. It's Wang Li. That kid is said to have a lot of resources behind him, and his talent is pretty good, but he can't compare to that kid who disappeared some time ago. Are you talking about Zhang Yan? I've heard of that kid too. He supposedly just dropped out of his senior year of high school, and he was already a level 7 or 8 martial artist when he registered. If he hadn't disappeared due to a failed mission, his future prospects would have been limitless. Put. One of the men, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly burst out laughing. The others looked at him curiously, seemingly asking why he was laughing. What mission disappearance? I heard a rumor that Wang Li and Zhang Yang liked the same woman, and as a result, Wang Li secretly played dirty, causing Zhang Yang to disappear. And let me tell you an even more shocking piece of news, Zhang Yang might not be dead. Zhang Yang, hidden in the shadows, became interested as soon as he heard the name Wang Li, listening intently. The more he listened, the more problems he detected, and his brow furrowed at this point. Could Zhou Feiken's death also be related to Chu Gu and Wang Li? No, that's absolutely impossible. This must be false. After all, how Zhao Zhao had always helped with arranging and selecting tasks back then. But how did these people know he was still alive? He felt suspicious and continued to listen. How do you know he's still alive? Of course, I know. These past 2 days, I joined a small group, and that group was started by Wang Li. Guess what he started such a small group for? He wants us to find Zhang Yang. He said that if Zhang Yang is found, dead or alive, he'll give a very generous reward. Of course, if you really encounter Zhang Yang, it's best to contact him directly. He'll give hush money. The man's tone began to change as he spoke these words. His tone implied that those who knew understood the subtle hatred between the two. Having heard everything, Zhang Yang clenched his fists slightly. He really hadn't expected Wang Li to be such a ruthless person. The meaning in those people's words was already quite clear. Wang Li wanted him to disappear forever in the true sense. For Bai Meng? No, not entirely. This person was narrow-minded and held grudges. Or perhaps, coming from a privileged background, he was accustomed to such a life and didn't even notice someone like him, who had no family background. He's just like that man, no wonder he could introduce a scoundrel like you to Xiao Meng. Zhang Yang's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, his eyes growing colder and colder. He turned his head to look at the few people not far away, instantly locking onto the one holding the phone. He plunged the knife into the tree trunk, his body slightly crouched, and his protective muscles tensed up at that moment. His hands gripped the base of the tree trunk, his entire being like a coiled spring, poised for action. The next second, he instantly vanished from his spot, launching out like a hunting mutant beast. Whoosh! 5 times the muscle strength made Zhang Yang as agile as lightning, rushing into the crowd in an instant. At this time, the few people were still looking down at their phones, seemingly very interested in the so-called group chat. Hearing the whistling sound, they almost simultaneously looked up. The person with the phone saw a fist the size of a sandbag gradually enlarging in his line of sight. Bang! He felt a dizzying sensation, then fell straight down. The others immediately tried to react, but were instantly knocked to the ground. Before they could react further, Zhang Yang snatched the man's phone and strolled away. The man who lost his phone stared blankly at the disappearing Zhang Yang, clutching his bruised eye socket, his lips trembling as he stammered. Who the hell is that? If you wanted the phone, just say so. I would have given it to you, was it really necessary? Chapter 52, The Hunter in the Shadows. After Zhang Yang confirmed that no one was chasing him, he opened the phone. Sure enough, he found the content he wanted to see in a group chat. This group chat had no name set, but the group owner was Wang Li. The content inside was all about him, discussing his whereabouts. Occasionally, when someone inquired about his situation, Wang Li always said it was a private matter. He opened the chat history between the phone's owner and Wang Li, and found that Wang Li had indeed said things like wanting to kill him. Very good. Wang Li, since you have such intentions, don't blame me for being impolite. He slightly narrowed his eyes and continued to look for text messages on the phone. The mutant beast activity area almost had no signal, with only occasional reception, but by constantly staring at the phone, there was still a chance to send messages and update the network. So, he saw a lot of team communication and location information on this phone. Wang Li is in District 21, with the Vice President. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. He wasn't sure what level the Vice President was, but he knew that the President of the Second Guild was at the Martial Master, Grand Master, Martial King, Martial Saint realm. If these two were together, he really had no way to deal with them. Thinking of this, he tried to open the phone to find Wang Li's number, but... Click! The phone locked itself due to his daze and couldn't be opened again. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, calming himself down. After careful thought, he knew that going directly to Wang Li now would be an irrational act. He stared at the now dark phone screen, rubbing his temples in frustration. If he were a martial master, Grand Master, Martial King, Martial Saint, he could settle scores with Wang Li now. He really hoped he could advance to Martial Master, Grand Master, Martial King, Martial Saint sooner. I still need to kill some powerful mutant beasts, that way I'll feel at ease. Zhang Yang's voice abruptly stopped as he stared intently at the phone screen. On the now dark screen of the phone, reflected the silhouette of a massive creature. It was a huge ghost face, crouching cautiously on a tall tree less than 4 meters behind him, observing him. It was Ghostface Lion. This guy. It had been hidden here all along. Zhang Yang felt all his pores contract, a sense of terror instantly surging in his heart. The next second, he took off like lightning. But... Roar! A low growl accompanied by a chilling wind buzzed in his ears. Even without looking back, Zhang Yang could feel the massive body approaching. Knowing he couldn't escape, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, twisted around, and threw a punch at the creature. This punch caused the air to thump, accompanied by a low roar. Zhang Yang's muscles all over his body bulged high, like twisting coiled dragons, showing the terrifying power. The ghost-faced lion seemed not to have expected Zhang Yang to turn back. In its panic, it could only slap with its front paw, clearly somewhat clumsy. Although it responded hastily, its eyes, filled with longing, were also full of disdain for Zhang Yang. It was the hunter's disdain for its prey. As if everything Zhang Yang did was just a joke in its eyes. Completely disproportionate limbs collided, and Zhang Yang was instantly sent flying several meters, landing heavily on the ground. However, the moment he fell, Zhang Yang scrambled to his feet and continued to run into the distance. The ghost-faced lion immediately wanted to pursue, but its body stiffened and it couldn't move. It subconsciously lifted the paw it had just used to attack Zhang Yang, and found that its entire paw was numb, making it impossible to run normally. Its expression grew increasingly ferocious, as if it truly were a ghost, staring intently at the spot where Zhang Yang had left. Cough, cough. Zhang Yang ran through the forest, clutching his chest, his face somewhat pale. The ghost-faced lion truly lived up to its name as a mutant beast close to the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint levels. Even with such injuries, it could still unleash such terrifying power. My current physical strength wouldn't be this miserable dealing with a mutant beast below the 7th level martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. That means it can still exert at least the power of a 7th level martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint mutant beast. As Zhang Yang spoke, a hint of confidence suddenly appeared on his face. Since you can't kill me in an instant, don't blame me for not being polite. I'll take your life, consider it a supplement for me. That's right. He had originally thought he had absolutely no chance of killing such a terrifying mutant beast. In fact, if this ghost-faced lion hadn't come looking for him this time, he would have planned to walk around it. But it was this attack that gave him confidence. Just moments ago, during their clash, he had clearly seen the extent of its injuries. The ghost-faced lion's body was covered in numerous bruises and contusions. Under normal circumstances, bruises and contusions wouldn't be noteworthy, but there were large areas of bruising on the ghost-faced lion's body, so much so that even its fur couldn't conceal them. Its abdomen, chest, and inner thighs were a bloody red with bruising, looking extremely gruesome. Some areas even showed obvious swelling and depressions. If he wasn't mistaken, they were injuries caused by immense blunt force. Its internal organs had all sustained minor damage. As for how serious? Zhang Yang gripped the scalpel in his hand, his face full of confidence. Having dissected so many mutant beasts, he could clearly judge the extent of its injuries. Now, every movement the ghost-faced lion made was accelerating its demise. Perhaps if it rested quietly in one place, there might be a chance of survival, but this was a mutant beast activity zone, and there were other humans hunting, so it absolutely couldn't rest. In other words, no matter what, this mutant beast wouldn't survive. It was just a matter of whose presence it would eventually collapse from exhaustion in front of. Such a huge windfall has fallen into my lap. If I give it to someone else, I deserve to be running around my whole life. I'm set on this brazen lion's head. Not even Jesus could stop me. Isn't it just about endurance? I'm a real man. I'll wear you down to death. Zhang Yang coughed a few more times and stood still. After a brief thought, he looked in a direction where several people from the First Martial Artist Guild were. These people weren't good either. They secretly wanted to make a deal with Wang Li, openly putting a price on himself. Since they wanted this large sum of money so badly, helping him with a small favor shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking this, Zhang Yang carefully distinguished the path in the distance. When he saw the ghost-faced lion finally catching up, he immediately ran in the direction he had come from. At the same time, the few people Zhang Yang had attacked earlier were cursing loudly. Damn it, how dare he attack me? If that brat hadn't run so fast, I would have seen who was so arrogant as to dare rob someone from our martial artist first guild. If I find him here, I'll dislocate one of his arms for sure. Doesn't he know where this is? Still dares to be so arrogant. The man suddenly paused mid-sentence, gesturing for a few people to look at the ground. There were the footprints left by Zhang Yang. Chapter 53 The Charm of That Blade. Chapter 53. He. The man suddenly laughed, and the others followed suit. Looks like the one who robbed us is an idiot. He can't even hide such big footprints, maybe he's a newbie. The others looked very much in agreement. I feel super strong right now, I could beat the shit out of him. Ha, better yet, make him eat it. Let's go, brothers. Let him see the might of our guild's 4 swordsmen. They stylishly twirled the weapons in their hands, each exuding an impressive aura. Crunch! Branches snapped, a figure scurrying about. The few people exchanged glances, their eyes filled with even more amusement and anticipation. So that kid didn't go far, he's been hiding there all this time? The leading man chuckled and quickly followed. But when they rushed into the spot where the figure had just been, they couldn't find anyone. The only thing they could confirm was that the person was hiding nearby. After all, there were footprints all over the ground. Damn it! Come out! Come out now and I promise not to chop you to death. If you're a few seconds later, don't blame us brothers for being impolite. You'll suffer terribly if we have to find you ourselves. The roars of several people were incessant. Just then, a sound came from a distance, like the sound of running. The man's mouth twisted slightly, and he instantly sprang into action. His movements were surprisingly subtle and agile, likely a kind of combat skill. A cold gleam flashed from the long blade in his hand, and with a swish, swish sound, a patch of weeds in front of him was easily cut down, revealing the scenery behind. Under the moonlight, he saw a massive creature in the distance, less than a dozen meters away from them, and still charging. Its enormous body stumbled, its terrifying face as hideous as a ghost, accompanied by gusts of foul wind and a pair of eerie green eyes, instantly scaring the wits out of the group. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Mutant beasts not only had a physical advantage over humans but also a bloodthirsty savagery. Anyone in such a situation would find their mind going blank as a first reaction. It's a ghost-faced lion. As the desperate fighting and screams continued, Zhang Yang, perched on a branch dozens of meters away, narrowed his eyes slightly. The 4 individuals' average strengths were at 3-star Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint. In its prime, the ghost-faced lion could be a 70-30 split. In 3 minutes, those few would be eaten 7 times. But considering the ghost-faced lion was injured, severely so, and its injuries would worsen with combat, he figured it was now a 50-50 split. The 4 could last 5 minutes, with a 50% chance of being killed. What about the other 50% chance? That meant 1 or 2 might still survive. No matter what, that's my last chance. If I let the ghost-faced lion escape after fighting these guys, it will surely be taken down by someone else next time. With my abilities to increase stats against mutant beasts, span class equals mention Predator LV2 span, and to boost stats through span class equals mention Overpower LV3 span, my chances aren't too low. Zhang Yang murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes to rest. Next was the waiting game. He silently calculated the time. After about 5 minutes, the sounds of fighting in the distance gradually faded. Replaced by screams of terror, the sounds grew closer and closer. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of unexpected surprise on his face. Those people were actually running in his direction. Indeed, about half a minute later, he saw 2 figures running towards him in a panic. One in front, one behind. The one in front was the strongest man, moving with great speed, somewhat like gliding across ice. Both were covered in blood, seemingly severely injured. Their faces were ashen, and they frequently glanced back, their eyes filled with terror. Roar! With a roar, a huge dark shadow pounced on the person behind, followed by the terrifying sound of flesh being torn. The bloody scene was extremely horrifying, essentially a spray of blood and shredded flesh filling the air. The man who had been using a combat skill was petrified. Already injured, he stumbled and hit a tree trunk, collapsing to the ground. He stared blankly at the hellish scene in the distance, trying to get up several times but failing. When someone is utterly exhausted and extremely terrified, their mind goes completely blank like this. Of course, another emotion preventing him from fleeing was despair. He felt there was no escape. The next second, he frothed at the mouth, convulsed on the ground, and lost consciousness. Zhang Yang squatted in the tree, shaking his head helplessly. This person was simply too panicked. If he calmed down, he would realize that the ghost-faced lion was utterly exhausted right now. It was dazed several times when trying to bite the corpses, failing to even gnaw on them. Indeed. The ghost-faced lion gradually stopped moving, but remained lying on the ground without getting up, clearly having reached its limit. As for whether it would die immediately, Zhang Yang didn't dare to judge. However, the current situation was enough for him to make his move. He still gripped the branch with both hands, his entire body tense like a coiled spring, his eyes slightly narrowed. At this very moment, the ghost-faced lion was panting heavily on the ground. It felt intense pain all over its body. Its internal organs were completely numb, as if food had filled every part of its body. However, unlike the feeling of fullness it had experienced before, it felt terrible, exceptionally terrible. Its body also became weak, feeling life draining away. Roar! A low growl emerged from its throat as it recalled everything it had encountered over the past 2 days. Those humans were too cunning. They had designed so many traps for it, preventing a direct confrontation. Fortunately, the hateful humans had all been killed by it. All torn to shreds. Only one person ran away. It was that human seen by the stream. When it was in good condition, such humans were the most insignificant food, yet it never expected this most insignificant food to escape. Not only did it escape, but it also challenged its authority by attacking. Its eyes revealed the unique hatred and anger of a mutant beast. It wanted to tear that guy to shreds. Once it regained some strength, it would absolutely tear that guy to shreds. Bang! A strange sound appeared, and it almost instinctively looked up in the direction of the sound. Within its sight, a familiar face, clutching a cold gleam in its hand, was stabbing fiercely towards its cheek. Put! Zhang Yang's dissecting knife fiercely plunged into the brow of the ghost-faced beast. Chapter 54, Killing the Ghost-Faced Lion. In the darkness, silver light danced like a flying dragon, intertwined with splashes of crimson. Zhang Yang was well aware of the terrifying creature's tenacious vitality. His dissecting knife relentlessly targeted its weak points, as he sat on its head, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Every strike he delivered was with his full strength, yet he could still feel a sense of obstruction. It felt as if the knife was piercing stone. Only because of the exceptional quality of his dissecting knife did it not shatter at this point. Of course, his striking power was also crucial. With the bonus from 2 abilities, his strength had already reached more than 10 times that of others in the same realm. Only with such strength was it possible to inflict damage on the powerfully built ghost-faced lion. For anyone else in this realm, they would probably only be able to harm its fur. The ghost-faced lion was already exhausted, and combined with the sudden attack, the terrifying pain caught it off guard. It could only frantically shake its head, trying to throw Zhang Yang off. All creatures facing such life or death fear exhibit the same behavior. But the ghost-faced lion was not an ordinary mutant beast after all. After being attacked multiple times by Zhang Yang, it finally calmed down. It suddenly swung its claw at Zhang Yang with lightning speed and immense power, like a devastating thunderbolt. Zhang Yang's heart trembled. Seeing no escape, he mustered all his strength and punched upward. Boom! A dull sound came from the collision of their attacks. Zhang Yang actually repelled the paw strike with a single punch. After this blow, the ghost-faced lion seemed truly exhausted, collapsing to the ground motionless. Zhang Yang delivered many more strikes, panting heavily after confirming there was no sign of life. He looked at his swollen arm, still feeling a lingering fear. If this ghost-faced lion had been in good physical condition and undamaged, he absolutely would not have been able to block that previous attack. But there are no ifs in this world. He won. He had won. Detected bloodline absorption, automatically merging. Host's recovery ability has improved. Recovery ability? Zhang Yang's heart secretly rejoiced. This was the first time he had experienced such an enhancement after absorbing a bloodline since acquiring Cross-Realm LV3. The previous times were all about physical strength and muscle power. Finally, he gained some more practical abilities. Although his physical strength was higher than that of ordinary people, the corresponding muscle power consumption was equally immense. Now that his recovery ability had increased, it meant he only needed half the time to recover his physical and mental energy, allowing him to be more active in this mutant beast area. For instance, this time, if he had sufficient stamina, he could have completely exhausted the ghost-faced lion's stamina himself. As he thought, he could clearly feel his fatigue dissipating. A twofold increase in recovery ability was truly palpable in his body. He spun the dissecting knife in his hand and directly cut off the ghost-faced lion's ear. You have successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's ear, vitality plus 50 points. 100 points. As expected of a ghost-faced lion. Just one ear yielded a full 100 points. This one corpse alone could at least allow him to level up. Zhang Yang wasted no more words, skillfully dissecting organ after organ. You have successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's fur, vitality plus 80 points. You have successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's limbs, vitality plus 120,120 points. You have successfully dissected the ghost-faced lion's heart, vitality plus 150,150 points. When the last heart was removed, Zhang Yang's vitality had reached 12,200 points, which was a level 6 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Plus this heart. Zhang Yang looked at the object in his hand, a slight frown on his brow. According to the conversations of the people from the first martial artist guild, the vitality contained in this heart could at least elevate a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint by 2 realm levels. If that were the case, his realm could instantly rise to an 8-level martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Level 8 martial master. If he remembered correctly, the vice president of the second martial artist guild was only a level 10 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. But how should this thing be used? He subconsciously glanced at the unconscious man, only to find him squinting at him. Seeing Zhang Yang turn his head, the man immediately closed his eyes again. Well, this coward had been awake all along. Zhang Yang then walked step by step towards him. The man's forehead was visibly beaded with sweat, and as Zhang Yang approached, he finally couldn't help but open his eyes, kowtowing several times to Zhang Yang. Brother! Big brother! Oh no, Grandpa! I know I was wrong. Please, sir, be magnanimous and spare my life. Don't you want a phone? I have money, I'll send it to you as soon as I get back, so you can buy the latest Fruit 16 phone. He was truly terrified. Because when he woke up just now, he happened to see Zhang Yang punch open the ghost-faced lion's fist. Good heavens! How terrifying must that strength be? The thought that he had actually dared to try and make trouble for such a person made him want to slap himself twice. He kept kowtowing, making loud thudding sounds. Zhang Yang didn't speak, and he didn't dare to look up either. It wasn't until his head was bruised and bleeding that Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth and said, "Tell me about this mutant beast heart's realm advancement. Don't try any tricks on me." Hearing Zhang Yang finally speak, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't dare to look up and continued, "This isn't me talking nonsense, it's really true. When at the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm, vitality will completely surge into the heart to provide the body with more powerful strength. It can be understood as the heart becoming an engine, with all fuel also within the heart. Once a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm practitioner dies, this vitality can be used by others. However, each person can only consume the heart of a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint once in their lifetime. A second time will not yield the same effect. Although this ghost-faced lion hasn't reached the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm, it's almost there. Even without the full effect of a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm heart, it will still have a decent effect. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. How do I absorb this thing? Just drip a drop of blood on it, and the vitality within will gush out. Zhang Yang wasted no words and did as instructed. A large amount of white smoke instantly surged from it, like it had a life of its own, constantly drifting out and then covering his body. It had long been said that vitality entering the air was milky white, and indeed, it was just as the legends described. It was like an aromatherapy, the emerging white mist continuously pouring into his body, a comfort beyond description. Soon, Zhang Yang's cheeks were flushed, and he felt a fiery sensation all over his body, as if he were floating. This feeling was like being drunk, hazy but incredibly comfortable mentally. He could clearly feel his body temperature constantly rising. If he had a thermometer now, his temperature would be at least 42 degrees. But, compared to the advancement in realm, what are these trivial things? Chapter 55, Discovered. Zhang Yang's skin was entirely crimson. Waves of heat emanated from his body, and white smoke billowed from his 7 orifices. I don't know how long passed, maybe 10 seconds, or maybe several minutes. By the time he came to his senses, he felt completely refreshed. His vitality had reached 18,000 points, or 18,000 vitality. Level 9 Martial Master. Who could have imagined this a month ago? He had been a martial artist for less than a month. He broke through to Martial Master in the first half of the month, and reached level 9 Martial Master in the second half. Who could have imagined it? Zhang Yang stretched his limbs, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the man lying on the ground. It seems you don't recognize me? The man paused slightly, then immediately looked up. His gaze at Zhang Yang revealed a hint of confusion. Truth be told, although he hadn't seriously scrutinized Zhang Yang, he did find Zhang Yang somewhat familiar. He felt as if he had seen this face somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall where. Now, with Zhang Yang's prompt, he found Zhang Yang's face increasingly familiar. His eyes showed contemplation, then gradually turned to shock. You are that Zhang Yang? He stared at Zhang Yang in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had received intelligence from Wang Li that Zhang Yang's realm was, at most, a 9th level or 10th level martial artist. But the person in front of him? He must be at least a level 8 or 9 martial master. Is this even the same person? However, he immediately realized something, forcing a smile uglier than crying. Grandpa Zhang, actually, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Wang Li who wanted to find you. He asked for my help, but I never intended to assist him. Did you never intend to help him kill me, or never intend to help him find me? Zhang Yang interrupted him, his gaze growing colder. The man felt Zhang Yang's eyes were like a sharp steel blade pressing against his neck, making him dare only to breathe stealthily. A few seconds later, as if remembering something, he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. This is a combat skill I bought at a great price. It's a movement technique similar to Qingdong, and it's considered excellent among low-tier combat skills. I spoke without thinking. Grandpa Zhang, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Yang recalled how the man fled. Those escape skills were indeed not ordinary combat skills, so he reached out to take it. However, just as he was about to touch the combat skill book, a cold glint suddenly flew out from inside the book, heading straight for his glabella. Put! The steel needle almost pierced through Zhang Yang's arm, and the man swung the knife in his hand, slashing towards him. Bang! Zhang Yang's foot brutally kicked the opponent's chest, accompanied by a cracking sound of bone. Zhang Yang picked up the combat skill book and pulled out the steel needle, which had almost pierced his arm, tossing it aside. He felt a pang of lingering fear. He was merely a level 3 martial artist, yet the threat he posed was even greater than that from a mutant beast at the peak of martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint. If he hadn't encountered so many people who were one thing on the surface and another underneath, he might not have been so vigilant today. Zhang Yang looked at the man lying on the ground, then vanished from the spot without any mercy. Night gradually receded, and the light illuminating the earth began to shine upon it. The bloody scene was discovered by several people. Wang Li, go check if there are any traces left around, a man nearing 40 spoke. He wore the uniform of the 2nd Martial Artist Guild. Weariness showed in his eyes, but the authority in his brow gave him the air of someone long accustomed to high positions. Wang Li was standing in front of the ghost-faced lion's corpse at this moment, respectfully acknowledging the man's words. Yes, Vice Guild Master. I'll check the surroundings immediately. Although he agreed verbally, his attention remained on the corpse. Seeing how meticulously the corpse had been dissected, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that even the butchers in the martial artist market who specialized in selling mutant beast corpses and flesh couldn't dissect them with such precision. Coupled with the large number of dissected corpses seen in Zone 21, he couldn't help but suspect the perpetrator was a psychopath. And a psychopath capable of killing a ghost-faced lion. Such a warped individual could absolutely not appear in the city. They must be one of those desperate outlaws from the mutant beast activity zones. The thought of potentially encountering such a desperate outlaw at any moment sent shivers down his spine. But with such a terrifying guy around, Zhang Yang definitely won't survive. He hummed a tune and began inspecting the surroundings. The Vice Guild Master stood beside the dissected mutant beast corpse, staring at the body on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. The method of dissecting this mutant beast corpse was clearly identical to those in Zone 21, but in all his time with the Second Martial Artist Guild, he had never heard of such a person. That's right, not even among those desperados. What exactly does this person want to do? In any case, it's more likely that he's a desperado. If we encounter him, we must eliminate him, otherwise he poses a potential threat to the city's martial artists. His eyes gradually grew colder, and his expression became increasingly icy. He had toiled for the Martial Artists' Second Guild for 10 years, dedicating himself to the development of the Martial Artist Guild and the city's martial artists. He had to share the city's burdens. Vice President Wang Li ran back from a distance, out of breath. I found some footprints. If I'm not mistaken, they were left by the person who killed that ghost-faced lion. Should we chase after them? Chase, the Vice President immediately said. However, he pondered for another second, then continued, but we can't chase immediately. We need to find people from the First Guild and the City Martial Artist Bureau. Wang Li was shocked. City Martial Artist Bureau. In simple terms, they are an organization similar to the Martial Artist First and Second Guilds. The only difference is that they work for themselves, while the City Martial Artist Bureau is government-funded and works for the city. Vice President, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? For such a small matter, we can handle it ourselves, can't we? Why bother bringing in the other two parties, he said hesitantly. That's the City Martial Artist Bureau. If they came, he wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. If Zhang Yang was really found, he could only stare helplessly. No. You don't understand. The person who killed the mutant beast is very strong. I may not be his match. I need help. Wang Li's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Who was the Vice President? That was a peak martial master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint, just one step away from Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint. If even such a person said he was no match, then who exactly was the person dissecting the mutant beast? Gather the personnel and let's go. It's not suitable to stay here for long. If that person comes back now and finds us, it might be troublesome. Wang Li nodded. The shock had completely turned into pleasant surprise. If there really was such a terrifying guy, he probably wouldn't survive even without Zhang Yang, right? No. That guy might have died long ago, killed by that mutant beast. No matter what, he could confirm this trip that Zhang Yang was definitely dead. Zhang Yang. You really deserved it. Chapter 56, Level 10 Martial Master. 3 days later. District 19 City Ruins. Decades ago, this was the old urban area of the city, but after a mutant beast attack, it completely fell and became utter ruins. At this moment, a dark shadow swiftly darted through the old urban area. From a distance, it looked as if it were gliding across ice, moving very quickly. Just before colliding with a massive rock in front of him, Zhang Yang easily dodged it with a slight shift of his body, jumping up to land on it. Although this slide step is only a low-level combat skill, it's very practical and easy to learn. I feel it's no worse than an intermediate combat skill. Zhang Yang was somewhat excited. He hadn't expected to actually stumble upon a treasure by accident. When he first saw the learning steps and difficulty of the sliding step, he realized that although it was a low-level combat skill, its practicality was definitely not inferior to an intermediate combat skill. He even thought it would take a week to master it. However, thanks to his predator ability, which doubles his comprehension when dealing with mutant beasts, he unexpectedly mastered it with ease in just 4 days. He looked up at the ruins, a glimmer of anticipation rising in his heart. Is this the territory of the rhinoceros beetle beast? It seems much wider than I imagined. This might give me room to really show what I can do. The rhinoceros beetle beast is one of the 7 mutant beast overlords in the activity zone. Just like the deceased ghost-faced lion, the realm was at the peak of martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Zhang Yang had 2 reasons for coming for it. The first was due to vitality. After 4 days of accumulation, he had become a level 10 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. However, to go from level 10 martial master to grandmaster requires an additional 20,000 vitality points. Ordinary martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beasts no longer met his requirements for increasing vitality, so he prepared to target the lord. Of course, there was another reason: he wanted to gauge his current strength. During these 4 days, he not only increased his vitality by 1 level but also enhanced his bloodline power. His physical strength increased 15-fold, muscle strength 10-fold, and recovery ability doubled. Such a level could be considered unrivaled among those of the same realm, so he was ready to test his strength. Gazing at the ruins before him, he instantly disappeared into them with a gliding step. Just as he vanished, a group of figures appeared from the end of the ruins. The vice president stopped with Wang Li, both looking towards the center of the ruins. Vice President, is this where the rhinoceros beetle beast is located? Wang Li rubbed his hands, a little excited. Participating in the encirclement and suppression of a mutant beast leader was a rare opportunity. Since entering the mutant beast area, he had gained a lot of knowledge following the vice president, and he clearly understood this was intentional cultivation. The vice president nodded slightly. Originally, we planned to kill the ghost-faced lion, but we didn't expect someone to intercept it halfway, so now we can only switch targets. However, this rhinoceros beetle immortal beast is clearly more terrifying than that ghost-faced lion. Everyone must be careful and cautious in this operation. Otherwise, if you die here, you can't blame anyone else. Wang Li quickly nodded. The others also nodded along. For those who embark on martial arts, the most direct way to gain status in the martial arts world is naturally their own realm. However, besides realm, there are other aspects that earn respect, and that is one's actual combat power. For example, a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint of the same realm who has participated in the rhinoceros beetle beast hunt and one who hasn't are naturally different. Then when shall we make our move? Wang Li asked again. No rush. The rhinoceros beetle beast has extraordinary combat power. Our small team going there would definitely suffer heavy losses. Wait for the first Martial Artist Guild, and also people from the Martial Artist Bureau. The vice president's voice paused here. I wonder how far they've investigated the news of that mysterious person, and if they can make it in time. Ever since he discovered the corpse of the ghost-faced lion last time, he immediately contacted the other 2 parties to bring attention to the matter. However, although the other 2 parties agreed, it was clear they weren't as dedicated. But this is human nature. When the mysterious person hasn't truly touched their respective interests, most people prefer to deal with their own affairs first. For example, they also first targeted the predator, their target mutant beast. The rhinoceros beetle is not something a single faction or organization can easily kill. We should quietly wait here for the other 2 helpers to arrive before discussing further. The vice president waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest, then looked towards the deepest part of the area. He wondered if it was an illusion, but when he first arrived, he seemed to have seen a figure rush into the depths. As soon as this thought appeared, the vice president immediately shook his head, dismissing the idea. No. Absolutely impossible. The rhinoceros beetle is known to everyone here, and absolutely no one would be foolish enough to enter it alone. Of course, excluding those at the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm, but those are prominent figures in the city. Any unusual movement, and he would surely know. It seems I've been active in the mutant beast area for too long recently. My mind might be playing tricks on me. The vice president stopped overthinking and began to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, Zhang Yang, who had already entered the ruins, was constantly moving through them. His physical strength had already reached 15 times that of an ordinary realm. As long as he wasn't using 10 times his muscle strength at high intensity, he had plenty of stamina to scout his surroundings, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to exert his full strength during battle. He didn't immediately find the rhinoceros beetle beast in the ruins. Instead, he saw many other martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint level mutant beasts. They seemed to be followers of the rhinoceros beetle beast, constantly patrolling the area. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they all paused, then immediately pounced on him. But these mutant beasts were just a one-punch affair for the current Zhang Yang. 2 punches blew up 2 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint level mutant beasts, and the remaining mutant beasts all began to retreat. Their intelligence wasn't high, but they weren't fools. They clearly understood how terrifying Zhang Yang was. As they retreated frantically, Zhang Yang heard a buzzing sound. How to describe this sound? It was somewhat like the high-frequency flapping of wings in the air. As he heard the sound, he found it growing closer and closer, yet he couldn't pinpoint its source. Zhang Yang meticulously listened until the sound was right upon him, and only then did he finally discover its origin. He abruptly turned his head to look at a ruin. The sound was coming from inside that collapsed building. The instant he confirmed it, the debris inside the building was swept away, and a massive behemoth flew out from within. It was an oversized rhinoceros beetle. Its entire carapace reflected a dark luster, and its enormous horn, carrying a heart-pounding chill, flew towards Zhang Yang. By the time Zhang Yang came to his senses, the gigantic rhinoceros beetle was already upon him. Chapter 57 Rhinoceros Beetle Monster. Chapter 57. Bang! Boom! Massive tremors and roars. The vice captain opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Wang Li and the other team members also heard the explosion and immediately stood at the outermost perimeter of the ruins, looking inwards, wanting to see what exactly had happened. What's going on? Wang Li asked with some tension. The mutant beast inside was one of the 7 great mutant beast lords. Boom! A roar echoed again from the distance, and even signs of collapsing buildings could be seen. It must be the rhinoceros beetle monster fighting, the deputy leader judged immediately. Fighting? Are there other mutant beasts here that can contend with that rhinoceros beetle monster? Wang Li asked with a bewildered expression. The deputy leader's face was solemn. Probably not. This rhinoceros beetle monster has been establishing its territory here for a long time. If there really was a power capable of contending for territory with it, they wouldn't have just started now. Perhaps it's... He squinted slightly, his mind filled with images of the perfectly dissected corpse of the ghost-faced lion. Wang Li saw his solemn expression and cautiously asked, "Vice President, should we? What do we do now?" Wang Li was a little timid, and more so, nervous. His palms trembled as he gripped his weapon. The vice president frowned with a hint of disdain. "No need. We'll wait here until the battle is almost over, then we'll be the first to rush in and see. No matter what it's fighting, when 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. That will benefit us." No sooner had he spoken than a rough laugh came from behind him. "Ah, good idea, what a great idea. Since that's the case, our first guild will also join in the fun." Everyone turned to look. They saw a group of people wearing the uniforms of the martial artist first guild walking in. The one laughing was a burly man leading the group. He was in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and an arrogant look, as if everyone else was trash. Before the vice president could speak, several more people emerged from another direction. They were different from the people of the martial artist guild. There were only 3 of them, but they all wore uniform outfits, looking very formal. Each stood straight-backed. Although they didn't look like soldiers, they must have had some formal training. Leading them was a woman with a voluptuous figure. While not necessarily fair-skinned and beautiful, she certainly possessed outstanding temperament. The moment she appeared, the vice president and the burly man's expression subtly changed, showing respect. "Sister Song, why did you come personally?" The man immediately showed a fawning smile. Team leader Song, I didn't expect you to come in person, the vice president quickly added. The woman, addressed as Team leader Song, waved her hand. I didn't want to come, but too much has happened in the past half month. First, you two families had a big fight over a small martial artist, then there was the mutant beast riot in District 21, and finally, the ghost-face lion was killed. If our people don't step in and manage things, are you two families going to tear down this mutant beast activity zone? Both men's smiles stiffened slightly. Team leader Song seemed pleased with their reaction, a beautiful smile playing at the corners of her lips. You don't need to be too nervous. I'm just reminding you to handle your own affairs, and not to need our martial artist bureau to help with everything. What needs to be done now is, of course, the mutant beast in front of us. It's a rare opportunity to eliminate the rhinoceros beetle mutant. I'll need your two families to cooperate well later. Upon hearing her words, the two guilds finally breathed a sigh of relief. And so, the three stopped talking and quietly began to wait for the results. Inside the ruins. Boom! 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 The rhino beetle slammed into a disused shop, which instantly collapsed. Amidst the dust, Zhang Yang slid out as if treading on an extremely slippery ice surface. In his hand was a broken dissecting knife, which appeared no longer usable for normal combat. This was the consequence of his attempt to attack the rhino beetle earlier, discovering that there was no way to break through its defense. This creature was not only thick-skinned and tough-fleshed, but also possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary mutant beasts. No wonder this guy, despite not having reached Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint, has never been eliminated by the martial artists in the city. Perhaps even if a true Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint came, they might not be able to easily kill this guy, right? That's right. Although this guy was at the peak of Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint, it possessed three major advantages. First, an incredibly hard exoskeleton. This exoskeleton was probably impenetrable to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level attacks. Second, brute force. The physique of an ordinary mutant beast is multiple times that of a human in the same realm, and this creature was even more formidable. If he wasn't mistaken, this mutant beast likely possessed more than 15 times the strength of a Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint in the same realm. Third, and most troublesome, most terrifying point. That is, it could fly. Accompanied by a familiar buzzing sound, the rhino beetle flapped its wings and emerged again from within. Its constantly beating wings on both sides were like some factory machinery, instantly pulverizing any rubble and wood chips caught in them. Its emotionless eyes stared fixedly at Zhang Yang, continuously flapping its wings in mid-air. Zhang Yang threw the dissecting knife aside, knowing the weapon was useless. Now, to defeat such a terrifying mutant beast, the only way was to rely on his physical strength. No matter how hard your exoskeleton is, your internal organs must be soft, right? Zhang Yang stretched his muscles, every fiber in his body tensing. He closed in on the opponent at maximum speed, his fist smashing violently towards its head. Seeing a human he had been chasing suddenly take the offensive, the rhinoceros beetle immediately raised its head to meet the attack. Its hard shell was enough to protect it from harm, and it knew that its opponent couldn't break its defense. But the moment the fist made contact with its head, a terrifying immense force struck, accompanied by a resounding boom, and its entire mutant beast body felt the world spin. It swayed and spun around on the ground, its flapping wings out of control, causing it to slide across the ground and crash headfirst into the ruins. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, making a crunching sound, and walked step by step towards the ruins. Next, it was his turn to fight back. Chapter 58 Zhang Yang. The sound of battle has subsided, a winner should be decided. Let's go take a look. Hearing the battle sounds gradually diminish, group leader Song took the lead. The two teams followed behind, and the burly man from the martial artist first guild walked over to the vice president. I say, Vice President, sure, isn't it time you gave us an explanation regarding Zhang Yan? An explanation? What explanation? All your so-called claims about Zhang Yang being a murderer are nothing but speculation. Don't try to pin such a big accusation on our second guild, and besides, No one can even confirm Zhang Yang's whereabouts yet, right? The vice president narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. Humph. The towering man scoffed. Stop playing dumb with me. This matter must be explained to us when we return today. Everyone knows that the mortality rate for martial artist level rookies entering the mutant beast activity zone overnight is 90%. To stay alone in the activity zone for such a long time is sheer fantasy. Even someone like you or me, back then, could at most stay alone in the mutant beast activity zone for only a day or two. He said, his voice pausing, then looked at Wang Li beside him and sneered, I heard that kid is a little stronger than this Wang Li. You wouldn't be using the excuse that he might break through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint here, or that he's not dead, to keep dragging this out, would you? His words made the vice president's expression increasingly difficult. The guild had actually considered using such an excuse to stall, but everyone knew deep down that it was impossible. After all, the youngest martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints in both guilds were already in their early 20s, and they were geniuses who had been cultivated since childhood. Zhang Yang. A martial artist who started halfway would surely have become some mutant beast's excrement by now. Just to prevent the first martial artist guild from finding an excuse to extort them, he could only bite the bullet and say, stop spouting nonsense. Since there's no proof Zhang Yang is dead, then he's not dead. Seeing the vice president like this, the other party didn't get angry. Instead, he suddenly focused his gaze on Wang Li, a hint of playful sarcasm in his smile. My first martial artist guild isn't in a hurry, but this young man named Wang Li seems quite diligent in searching for Zhang Yang. What, do you know some inside information? The vice president paused, frowning as he looked at Wang Li. Wang Li hadn't expected his affairs to be exposed so directly, and his face turned somewhat unpleasant. Feeling the vice president's questioning gaze, he quickly chuckled, I just wanted to do my part for the guild, and I know Zhang Yang privately, so I also wanted to look for him. He could already sense the vice president's displeased look and dared not continue speaking. Undoubtedly, all the goodwill he had accumulated along the way vanished completely at this moment. After all, worried about trouble from the first guild, the second guild's best approach was to prevent anyone from finding Zhang Yang. But now he was specifically searching for Zhang Yang. Wasn't this a stab in the back for the guild? Damn Zhang Yang. Even in death, he won't let people rest. You better really be dead outside, don't let me find you. Wang Li muttered angrily to himself, not daring to look up from the back. He thought he could escape this ordeal, but his ideas were too naive. Wang Li. You are also one of the outstanding members of our guild's newest generation. This trip out was also for your training. Situations like today are rare. You take some people and go ahead to scout the path for everyone. Wang Li, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned even paler. Because he knew that the creatures fighting inside were not ordinary mutant beasts. However, seeing the vice president's icy gaze, he could only grit his teeth and comply. At this very moment, with every step he took, he cursed Zhang Yang inwardly. That's right, in his eyes, all of this was because of Zhang Yang. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, he wouldn't have been exposed by the first guild. Then he wouldn't have angered the vice president, nor would he have been sent here to face this danger. Damn Zhang Yang, if you're really not dead, don't let me find you. He clenched his fists tightly, holding his weapon, and cautiously walked towards the front of the ruins. Everyone present looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude, as if watching a clown. The more he felt such gazes, the more intensely his self-esteem was damaged, and the deeper his hatred for Zhang Yang became. With every step, he silently vowed to kill Zhang Yang. With every step, he hoped Zhang Yang would meet a terrible end. Just like that, after an unknown number of steps, a voice came from behind him. It was Squad Leader Song's voice, tinged with seriousness. Wait a minute. He subconsciously stopped and looked back, only to see Squad Leader Song's solemn face. He realized what was wrong and immediately surveyed the surroundings, only then discovering the chaotic scene, clearly showing signs of a battle. Wang Li felt himself shivering uncontrollably, realizing this was where the mutant beast had just fought, and grew even more panicked. However, in the next second, an explosion sounded from within the surrounding wall ruins, followed by a huge black shadow piercing through multiple obstacles and crashing heavily in front of him. Boom! The black shadow slammed into the ruins not far in front, making a huge muffled thud. Along with the massive crash, shattered stones flew, and dust rose everywhere. Everyone tensed their nerves, subconsciously taking up fighting stances to guard against danger. Wang Li was so nervous his body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the shadow in the dust. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the shape of the huge black shadow. It was a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, this rhinoceros beetle was completely lifeless. It lay in the ruins, with a large amount of green liquid seeping from its mouth and joints, emitting an unpleasant smell. Not only that, its entire carapace was caved in. It looked as if it had been beaten to death. Hiss! Many people gasped. They all knew how hard the carapace of a rhinoceros beetle beast was, having heard that only techniques above the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint levels could break through it. They never expected it to be beaten to death. What kind of thing possesses such terrifying power? Everyone's first thought was a mutant beast, so after recovering their senses, they immediately focused their attention on the direction from which the rhinoceros beetle beast had just flown. But when everyone looked over in unison, they were slightly taken aback. Slowly walking out of the ruins was actually a human figure. It's a person? Squad leader Song raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Wang Li was also shocked when he realized it was a person, but as he got a clear look at the gradually approaching figure, his shock turned into bewilderment and disbelief. He stared blankly at the familiar figure, his voice rising a notch. Zheng! Zhang Yan? Chapter 59, This mutant beast was killed by me. Zhang Yan. That's right. It's Zhang Yang. Isn't the person walking out Zhang Yang, who disappeared nearly a month ago? Wang Li rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. But no matter how much he confirmed, the person in front of him was Zhang Yang. The only difference was that Zhang Yang looked a bit disheveled, like a refugee on the run. When he saw Zhang Yang also saw them, and was slightly startled as well. Damn it! I was too engrossed in the fight. Zhang Yang's expression was a bit stiff, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, he quickly composed himself and slowly walked forward. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anymore. Although his realm had not yet reached martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm, Zhang Yang felt that even his current self had the ability to protect himself. If they were to pursue the matter, these people might not dare to touch him, let alone the fact that he might not even be held accountable. Zhang Yan! Why are you here? Wang Li, who had recovered, immediately shouted, his face full of disbelief. Why can't I be here? Do you live by the sea or something? Zhang Yang snorted coldly, directly retorting. Wang Li was choked by him, and a hint of anger immediately flared up. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Where is the person who killed this mutant beast? Have you seen them? Hearing Wang Li's question, everyone present fixed their gaze on Zhang Yang. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, partly because of Zhang Yang himself, and partly out of curiosity as to who had killed the rhinoceros beetle beast before them. That's right, none of them believed that Zhang Yang killed this mutant beast. After all, this mutant beast was the closest to the Grandmaster level, and what about Zhang Yang? He was merely a martial artist level guild member, absolutely no match for this exclusive immortal insect. So, everyone present's first reaction was that there must be someone else. Only this explanation made sense. Zhang Yang did not immediately answer his question, but instead looked at the group of people present. From their attire, they were from the first martial artist guild and the second martial artist guild, respectively. As for those few wearing special clothing, they should also be from some organizations. Zhang Yang, the leaders are talking to you. Are you deaf? Seeing Zhang Yang remain silent, Wang Li quickly approached, extending his hand to grab his collar. Wang Li's eyes revealed a hint of madness and anticipation, his movements swift and decisive. That's right, he was indeed somewhat expectant. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to actually be alive, and he had really run into him. To think he was just muttering about getting a chance to deal with Zhang Yang, and then Zhang Yang appeared. He had thought it all through very clearly, as long as Zhang Yang dared to resist, he could use this opportunity to properly deal with Zhang Yang. He was full of confidence. Although he had lost to Zhang Yang last time, he had, by a stroke of luck, increased his rank by nearly 2 levels in less than a month since returning. So, as long as Zhang Yang dared to resist, he would definitely be able to knock Zhang Yang down. As he thought this, his smile grew increasingly frenzied. But the next second, a tremendous force struck his cheek. Slap! Zhang Yang slapped him hard across the face, with such force that it sent him staggering back and sitting on the ground, holding his swollen cheek in a daze, clearly stunned. He hadn't even seen Zhang Yang make a move. Seeing Zhang Yang strike, many people present subtly changed their expressions. Especially the several leaders, who instinctively narrowed their eyes, a huge wave stirring in their hearts. Fast. Too fast. If their gazes hadn't been locked on Zhang Yang, they might not even have seen that slap. Zhang Yang, you're giving me a hard time, and today I'm going to teach you a good lesson for the leaders. Wang Li suddenly stood up, his face flushed. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to teach Zhang Yang a lesson and vent his anger, but instead, he was humiliated so badly, his self-esteem was severely wounded. However, before he could make a move, he was reprimanded by a voice. This person was none other than the vice president. Wang Li, stop! Reprimanded by him, Wang Li stood rooted to the spot, his face grim, but he dared not make another move. The vice president slowly walked up to Zhang Yang, scrutinizing him with a slight frown. He had heard Zhang Yang's name in the guild more than once, but this was the first time he'd met him today. He had previously heard he was a martial artist genius. The strongest feeling this young man gave him was that he was hard to gauge, probably much stronger than Wang Li. Zhang Yang, I am sure Jun, the vice president of the guild. We've been looking for you. Since you're safe and sound, the guild can rest assured. Now you need to tell me, how did this mutant beast die here? Did someone help you kill it? This was indeed the most pressing question for everyone present, as they had come for this mutant beast in the first place. If someone else killed it, it meant they couldn't easily take the valuable corpse of this mutant beast. If it was a mutant beast kill, then they would have to prepare for the next battle. I killed this mutant beast, Zhang Yang stated truthfully. Since he had already decided to return to the city, there was no need to keep it a secret anymore. The vice president frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, what are you saying? I said I killed this mutant beast. There are no other people or mutant beasts here, Vice President, you can rest assured. This time, the Vice President frowned deeply and re-examined Zhang Yang. Could it be? Had this kid been scared into madness in this mutant beast zone? This thought rose in his mind, and then he sighed helplessly. Never mind, as long as you're safe. Now, just follow the team back to the city. It really was me, Zhang Yang said, looking helpless. He didn't necessarily want to prove anything, it was just that this rhinoceros beetle mutant beast was very valuable, and if he didn't make it clear, it would definitely be divided up by those present. Put! Wang Li sneered from the side. This is a peak martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint level mutant beast. Even the vice president wouldn't dare say they could take it down easily. What nonsense are you spouting here? He paused there, his smile turning into a smirk. Zhang Yang, you wouldn't be trying to find such an excuse to get the guild to give you a share, would you? Do you have no shame? Do you know how much the guild paid to find you during your disappearance? And how many losses it covered for you? The vice president didn't interrupt Wang Li this time. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Zhang Yang, seemingly waiting for Zhang Yang's answer. It's clear that the vice president believes Wang Li is right in this matter. Seeing that the vice president did not speak, the smile and smugness on Wang Li's face grew more and more pronounced. His expression and demeanor were extremely excited, as if proclaiming to everyone present, no, as if telling the vice president that he, Wang Li, had made great contributions to the guild. And Zhang Yang is just a villain who constantly causes trouble for the guild and likes to siphon off the guild's profits. Zhang Yang slightly narrowed his eyes, sneering inwardly. Could he not see through such petty thoughts? This plan was really well conceived. Chapter 60, Forced Back with One Punch. Zhang Yang smiled. He looked mockingly at the smug Wanli. What do you mean I also want a share? This is originally a mutant beast I killed, so naturally, it's mine. The guild helped me and my family, and I am naturally willing to give a share to the guild, but... He paused here, his voice gradually turning cold. What kind of thing are you? Do you have a right to speak here? Did you kill this mutant beast? Or was the guild founded by your family? A terrifying murderous aura erupted from Zhang Yang, a viciousness tempered by dozens of close combat encounters with mutant beasts. This viciousness was something Wang Li, who merely followed behind others, could not comprehend, so he was scared and repeatedly retreated by this terrifying aura. He wanted to retort several times, but in the end, he didn't dare to utter another word. He not only lost in terms of presence but also completely lost in words. Enough, this matter ends here. In any case, let's return to the city first. Vice President Shi Jun finally spoke, signaling the two to stop arguing. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the carcass of the rhinoceros beetle, seemingly wanting to inspect the mutant beast's body, but was soon stopped by a towering and tall figure. The man from Martial Artist First Guild finally stepped forward, blocking the vice president and coldly saying, I say, Vice President Shi, this mutant beast is finders keepers. You don't think everyone present is a fool, do you? You two keep talking. Why does it sound like this mutant beast already belongs to your martial artist second guild? The vice president's face darkened when his thoughts were exposed, but he quickly calmed down. Then what do you mean? The man sneered, his gaze bypassing him and looking towards Zhang Yang behind him. You must be Zhang Yang, right? Setting aside the matter of Xiaochu's death for now, the fact that this mutant beast was privately here is something everyone present witnessed. If you think you can just take it away with any random excuse, that's impossible. His tone was filled with seriousness and gravity, instantly filling the air with the smell of gunpowder, creating a tense standoff. His words directly pushed Zhang Yang into the spotlight, and even squad leader Song, who had been silent all this time, furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. Just as the man said, such a significant profit wasn't something Zhang Yang could easily make them hand over the mutant beast corpses with just a few words. Feeling everyone beginning to target Zhang Yang, Wang Li, who was standing behind him, was secretly overjoyed. Humph. Let's see you be arrogant now. Why were you blaring like you wanted to eat someone just now? Why are you silent now? Just as Wang Li was about to see how ugly Zhang Yang's face was, he found that Zhang Yang showed no sign of panic. Not only was he not flustered, but he also appeared very calm, as if he still had a trump card. Wang Li's face looked rather grim. He couldn't understand why this damned guy could still be so calm at this moment. At this moment, Zhang Yang slowly opened his mouth and smiled. This must be a leader from the First Martial Artist Guild, right? How should I address you? I'm Qiao Fong, the General Captain of the First Martial Artist Guild. What tricks are you trying to pull, kid? The man snorted coldly. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly unafraid of any small moves Zhang Yang might make, exuding extreme confidence. Zhang Yang nodded. All right, Captain Qiao. Don't you think your actions are laughable? I killed the mutant beast, why should I have to prove it to you? Moreover, if, as you say, I can't prove it and must split it with you, how is your behavior any different from a bandit's? Xiao Fang's expression shifted slightly, growing even more somber. What nonsense are you spouting here, kid? Saying that people from our First Martial Artist Guild are bandits? Aren't you? Xiao Fang's face grew even darker. You people from the Second Martial Artist Guild are truly ill-mannered. It's time to help your guild master educate you. As he spoke, he suddenly strode forward, directly rushing past Vice Guild Master Shi Jun towards Zhang Yang, raising his shoulder as he spoke, clearly intending to attack. This move was too sudden. No one expected Qiao Fang, as a general captain, to suddenly make a move against a junior like Zhang Yang. By the time Vice Guild Master Shi Jun reacted, this person was already very close to Zhang Yang. At this point, no one could stop Qiao Fang, and they could only watch helplessly as he attacked. Stop! You dare! Shi Jun shouted, wanting to intervene, but it was clearly too late. Xiao Fang sneered, completely ignoring Shi Jun, and had already swung his fist. This punch of his wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but one he had been planning for a long time. He had been handling everything concerning Chu Guo and Zhang Yang. The Second Martial Artist Guild had consistently failed to give them an explanation regarding this matter, even suppressing it several times, causing their First Martial Artist Guild to lose face. Now that this kid named Zhang Yang had finally appeared, he had to get even. "Kid, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson." His fist whistled through the air, carrying a deep hum, like the motor hum of some mechanical arm, and his thick arm clearly exuded power. If this punch were to genuinely land on Zhang Yang, it would definitely cause serious injury. But that was precisely the effect he wanted. But the next second, his smile froze on his face. Because Zhang Yang's body suddenly slid away, easily dodging his attack. Combat skill. A sidestep. The scene of Zhang Yang successfully dodging startled everyone, probably taken aback. They hadn't expected this kid to possess such a combat skill. It was truly a close call. Before that thought could fully settle in their minds, their hearts were seized by Zhang Yang's next move. Zhang Yang, who had retreated, paused his steps and actually swung his own fist towards Qiao Feng. At this moment, everyone felt like their eyes were playing tricks on them. What kind of operation is this? Zhang Yang, who had just barely dodged an attack, was actually actively seeking death? He was crazy. Humph. You're asking for death. Qiao Feng was also stunned, immediately revealing a disdainful smile. However, that smile quickly vanished. Because he felt a tremendous force, an irresistible force, emanating from Zhang Yang's fist. That was another combat skill? Boom! Those present only heard a dull thud, and then immediately after, they saw a figure retreating wildly after a clash, their feet thudding against the ground in rapid, continuous succession. Qiao Feng, as the general captain of the First Martial Artist Guild, continuously stomped the ground to dissipate force, retreating nearly 10 meters in a disheveled state before thudding down onto the ground, his face blank with shock. Chapter 61, Not to be trifled with. Silence. The entire clearing was silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixated on Qiao Feng sitting on the ground, their minds completely blank. Had they seen wrong? Qiao Feng was actually forced back? Was actually repelled? Zhang Yang had punched him back? This incident was so unbelievable that everyone present didn't recover for dozens of seconds. Until Are you a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint? Qiao Feng sat on the ground, staring blankly at Zhang Yang, and blurted out this sentence. This sentence could be said to have exploded among the crowd like a nuclear bomb. Zhang Yang is a grandmaster. The vanished Zhang Yang is a grandmaster. And a grandmaster who could force back Qiao Feng, no less. But how is this possible? Now, another thought simultaneously arose in everyone's minds. That is, if Zhang Yang really possesses such skill, then the dead mutant beast, it really might have been killed by him. No! You can't be a grandmaster. Even if you had been cultivating since birth, you wouldn't have this level of skill. You actually took forbidden drugs. Qiao Feng suddenly stood up. He stared at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with rage. You brat actually dared to take forbidden drugs. Judging by the effect, it must have reached the level explicitly prohibited by the state. Drugs of this level are punishable by law. Team Leader Song, you happen to be here today. You absolutely cannot let this opportunist off the hook. Jun finally snapped back from his shock at this moment, and upon hearing his words, his face immediately changed dramatically. You guys from the First Martial Artist Guild, stop slandering others. Forbidden drugs of that level are impossible to get even if you wanted to. Don't bite wildly like a mad dog. As a vice president, he was very clear about such matters. If it truly were such a cross-level forbidden drug, the harm it would cause to the human body and mind would be immense. The most common reactions are mental instability and certain genetic mutation problems, so the harm from such drugs is extremely significant. In some sense, it can be compared to certain white powder products seen in police and gangster dramas. Therefore, such forbidden drugs are a very terrible and serious matter. But I'm talking nonsense? How old is Zhang Yang? Tell me, can he be at a similar level to mine? Forget about him forcing me back with one punch, even you don't have that level of skill. Team Leader Song, a thorough investigation is essential. Team Leader Song, who had been silent, squinted slightly, deep and thought about something. Zhang Yang's mental state at this moment appeared very normal, without any abnormalities, yet the combat power he displayed made people inevitably suspicious. Zhang Yang, I am the first team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau. I now need you to cooperate with my investigation. I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. Zhang Yang looked at the people present with a half smile. He knew very well that these people couldn't accept his realm improvement after all. Reaching this level after disappearing for just a month was quite astonishing. However, he was about to make everyone present understand that they were the clowns. No problem. Team Leader Song, go ahead and ask. What realm are you now? Chief Song asked directly. Peak Grandmaster. Zhang Yang spat out 4 words. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Peak Grandmaster. How old was Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang looked to be only 18 or 19, just barely an adult. Normally, a martial artist of level 5 or 6 at that age would already be terrifying, but Zhang Yang was directly a peak martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint. Peak Grandmaster. Yes. When did you become a martial artist? Less than 2 months ago. Less than 2 months? Chief Song saw him nod again and felt a little disoriented. He felt like he was dreaming. No. This isn't a dream. He realized that given how short a time Zhang Yang had been a martial artist and already achieved so much, things were starting to get suspicious. Who could become a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and peak martial saint within 2 months? Not even the leaders of the 2 major guilds. Zhang Yang, do you know what you're saying? Team Leader Song spoke again. Of course I do. Zhang Yang nodded. But I just want to tell Team Leader Song one thing, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I, Zhang Yang, can't. Aren't you questioning whether this mutant beast was killed by me? Well, now I'll prove my strength to you. Are you questioning my strength now? Then you can absolutely try it out and see if I really have that strength. His voice was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, yet filled with immense confidence. Why shouldn't he be confident? The strongest person present was only at the peak of martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, and as long as he wasn't a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint, he feared no one. Team Leader Song frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, if you're really a genius of this level, you shouldn't be afraid of a drug test. You'll need to cooperate with us for a checkup when you return. If there are no issues, our Martial Artist Bureau is willing to apologize in person. If your drug test has issues. Fair enough, but now, does anyone still have questions about the ownership of this mutant beast? Zhang Yang immediately nodded, waving his hand commandingly. Humph. Do you think proving you have this realm proves that the mutant beast was killed by you? Xiao Fong sneered again. He had now stood up from the ground, staring at Zhang Yang with a ferocious expression. The mutant beast was seen by everyone, so naturally, it should be equally divided among everyone. This mutant beast belongs to everyone present, not just you and the second martial artist guild. Team Leader Song also nodded. Zhang Yang, this alone cannot prove that this mutant beast is yours, you still have to share it. Vice President Shi, as a vice president, what's your view on this matter? Shi Jun's face turned somewhat ugly upon hearing Team Leader Song's words. The second martial artist guild could in no way be a match for the Martial Artist Bureau, and being asked by Team Leader Song like this, he really didn't know how to answer. Just as he was hesitating, Zhang Yang's words once again stunned everyone present. Team Leader Song, I think you might be misunderstanding something? This mutant beast was killed by me and belongs to me personally. The vice president cannot decide the ownership of this mutant beast. If you insist on taking a share, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Yang warned fiercely. This action was something no one had expected. Even group leader Song himself was momentarily stunned. As the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, who wouldn't treat her with utmost respect? It was the first time she had ever encountered someone like Zhang Yang treating her this way. Zhang Yang, what do you mean? She frowned slightly. Literally. Zhang Yang said curtly. No one knew better than him what he was doing. Because of what happened with Chu Ge, he's bound to be sought out by the First Guild and the Martial Artist Bureau sooner or later. So this first meeting. He's going to let these people know that he, Zhang Yang, is not to be trifled with. Chapter 62, Dismembering the Corpse. How dare you speak to squad leader Son like that, kid? Believe it or not, I'll arrest you right now. The several people behind team leader Song were visibly displeased, with some even rolling up their sleeves ready to act, but they were stopped by team leader Song. Team leader Song, this is not the place to act. Everything can wait until we're back in the city. Besides, Zhang Yang himself said he would cooperate with the drug test, didn't he? Team leader Song's gaze became somewhat unkind. Regardless of whether Zhang Yang had temporarily boosted his strength due to banned drugs, initiating a conflict here was clearly not a good decision. I will cooperate. Since team leader Song has no objection, does Captain Xiao have any objections? Zhang Yang nodded, then looked towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face was grim. Of course he had objections. Zhang Yang had humiliated him in front of so many people, how could he not have objections? However, no one understood Zhang Yang's punch just now better than him. It even faintly possessed a strength that seemed to transcend the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint realms, more like the power of a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint realm mutant beast. Getting too entangled here, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Zhang Yang, this matter isn't over. I'll settle accounts with you when we get back. Whether it's this matter or Shao Chu's, the First Martial Artist Guild will settle every single one with you. He looked fierce, like he was about to devour someone. Zhang Yang naturally wasn't afraid of his threats after all. The reason he dared to show up now was because he already possessed sufficient strength. However, there was another problem now facing them: how to deal with the corpse of the rhinoceros beetle beast. Its exoskeleton was extremely tough, and ordinary methods simply couldn't handle it. They couldn't possibly drag such a large corpse back, could they? Zhang Yang stood before the corpse, perplexed. The others also recognized the problem and couldn't help but mock him. Especially Xiao Feng, who had just suffered a loss at Zhang Yang's hands. He looked at the few people standing by the corpse and burst out laughing. Kid, looks like you can't even handle this corpse. Serves you right. This is a rhinoceros beetle beast. Never mind whether you can get its shell off. Even if you had the means to, you wouldn't be able to process the corpse properly. No one who hasn't dissected hundreds of corpses could possibly have the skill to dissect this. He cackled gleefully from the side. Zhang Yang ignored him and walked over to the vice president. Vice President, sure, my weapon was damaged during the fight just now. Could I trouble you to lend me a weapon that can break through its exoskeleton? You want to dissect and carve it up? Sure. Jun frowned. While Xiao Feng's words were harsh, what he said is true. This mutant beast's corpse cannot be randomly cut. You don't understand cutting and dissection. Without certain skills and proficiency, all the valuable parts on its body will be ruined. It's better to leave this matter to me. I have a 60% chance of successfully dissecting it, at least preserving the integrity of a large portion of its organs. I'm confident, absolutely confident. Zhang Yang interrupted him, his expression serious and earnest. Sure. Jun was slightly taken aback. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be joking, he frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then, he extended his wrist. On his wrist was a very peculiar-looking watch. A gray gem was embedded in the watch, and as his palm touched it, the gem emitted a faint gray light. A delicate machete, less than half a meter long, appeared in his hand. It was clearly no ordinary item. Spatial watch. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. He had heard of such things, watches with spatial power that could store about 2 or 3 square meters worth of items, like a spatial backpack. This item is not something that can be acquired with money. It's an extremely rare and precious artifact, the likes of which he's never seen before. Sure. Jun nodded slightly, handed him the exquisite cleaver, and slowly said, "This knife is specially designed for dissecting mutant beast corpses. Even the hardest shells will be shattered." Take this knife and try it out. If it really doesn't work, then hand it over to me. Zhang Yang thanked him, took the cleaver, and excitedly stroked the blade before approaching the rhinoceros beetle-like creature. Seeing Zhang Yang prepare to dissect, everyone present cast curious gazes his way. He really wanted to see how much value Zhang Yang would ruin of this corpse. Of course, a large part of the reason was that they wanted to see how many treasures could be retrieved from this rhinoceros beetle-like creature. But they knew very well that it was more likely they were looking forward to the Second Martial Artist Guild's misfortune. The vice president stood by, visibly nervous. After all, a part of this mutant beast's corpse belonged to the guild no matter what, and he naturally wanted to maximize its value. Zhang Yang, are you really sure you don't need my help? Seeing Zhang Yang about to start, he couldn't help but speak again. As expected, Zhang Yang refused him. Shi Jun, rejected again, paced anxiously back and forth, sighing occasionally. Everyone else could also see his anxiety, but most of them were gloating. Wang Li, who had been quiet for a while, finally found an opportunity at this moment and fanned the flames. Vice President, every organ of this mutant beast is very valuable. Are you just going to let him handle it? Wang Li spoke cautiously, afraid that Zhang Yang, who was preparing to handle the corpse nearby, would hear him. The vice president frowned deeply but said nothing. Vice President, Zhang Yang most likely took forbidden drugs. He will definitely be investigated when he returns. At that time, our second guild will have a hard time explaining. Perhaps we could try to communicate with Team Leader Song to take over. That way, not only will this corpse not be wasted in processing, but it will also save our guild a lot of trouble. The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became, as if he could already imagine the scene. The vice president's brows furrowed deeply. Wang Li, you'd better behave yourself. If it weren't for your father's sake, I wouldn't have brought you on this outing. Spending more effort on cultivation is better than anything else. It's not your place to tell me how to think. Wang Li was reprimanded, his face turning sour. However, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only retreat to the side. But his eyes grew increasingly dark, looking like a desperate villain silently calculating his plan. Although his words clearly had a provocative intention, they contained some truth. After all, Zhang Yang having such strength indeed had a high probability of being due to forbidden drugs, and the risks associated with his dissection skills were indeed present. Just as Vice President Shi Jun hesitated whether to act, Zhang Yang finally made his move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the machete in his hand instantly plunged into the corpse, the movement incredibly smooth, looking as if he were a master who had dissected countless bodies. Chapter 63. This dissection technique is exactly the same. Ha! Zhang Yang's fluid motion caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. There's a saying, an expert's first move reveals their skill, and this perfectly describes Zhang Yang's current situation. Everyone present was a martial artist. They often encountered dissection and dismemberment of bodies and understood certain techniques involved. Zhang Yang's fluid movements were rarely seen. One could tell at a glance that his dissection method was extraordinary. In a flash, a piece of carapace was perfectly dissected. Zhang Yang casually placed the carapace aside and continued his movements, like an emotionless machine. This skilled technique. He's dissecting so skillfully, could he have dissected this rhinoceros beetle beast before? Shi Jun stared at Zhang Yang, whose movements were getting faster and faster, and couldn't help but exclaim. No, impossible. This mutant beast is the only one in this activity area so far. This kid has absolutely never dissected one before. Even if he coincidentally had, he couldn't be this proficient from dissecting just one or two. He must simply have astonishing dissection and dismemberment skills. Shi Jun shook his head, his brows deeply furrowed. For some unknown reason, seeing Zhang Yang dissect with such proficiency, he felt certain memories gradually becoming clear. At this moment, it wasn't just him who was surprised, but also Chao Feng, who was ready to mock Zhang Yang. He watched Zhang Yang's movements grow faster and faster, and the organs being expertly separated one by one, his smile completely frozen on his face. He had originally planned to watch Zhang Yang make a fool of himself, but now, he had become the joke. Damn it, this kid is actually so experienced in dissection, he couldn't help but curse, his face clouded with gloom. Just then, a martial artist beside him suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao. Brother Xiao, don't you think the corpse on the ground looks a bit familiar? Familiar? What nonsense are you talking about? That's the corpse of a rhinoceros beetle. You've seen this mutant beast before, so of course it looks familiar. The martial artist became even more nervous after being reprimanded by him. No, Brother Xiao, I'm talking about the way the corpse has been dissected and broken down. It's been broken down too neatly. What gibberish, breaking it down neatly isn't the most basic. Xiao Fong muttered to himself, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He stared at the pieces of the dissected corpse on the ground, his eyes wide. Because the sight of it, neatly laid out on the ground after being broken down, was simply too familiar. It wasn't just him who was familiar, almost everyone present was familiar with it. That was the method of dissecting mutant beasts in District 21. Xiao Fong stared at the corpse in shock, speechless for a moment. If he was merely speculating, then Vice President Shi Jun felt a turbulent surge in his heart. He had seen the corpse of the ghost-masked lion with his own eyes, and had even personally and carefully examined the extent of its dissection. He could swear that the dissection technique was identical to the corpse Zhang Yang was currently dissecting. The Vice President looked at the corpses scattered across the ground in shock, his mind a blank. Could it be? Was the ghost-masked lion also killed by Zhang Yang? How can this be? What kind of forbidden drug could last this long? And still allow for such a significant increase in realm? He watched Zhang Yang's movements with a look of horror, his expression constantly changing. All eyes were on Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang himself was completely oblivious. It wasn't until he had completely dissected the corpse that he noticed the absolute silence around him. What's wrong? He frowned, looking at the people present, a puzzled expression on his face. The Vice President looked at him with a complex gaze and slowly said, Zhang Yang, do you know about a mutant beast called the ghost-faced lion in District 20? It's one of the 7 great mutant beasts, just like this realm. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard the question. He clearly remembered that when he first saw that ghost-faced lion, it was severely wounded. Even a fool would know that the ghost-faced lion had been ambushed by others, but he ended up taking advantage of the situation. Could it be? Was it the Vice President and his group who were hunting it down? Thinking this, he subtly nodded. Of course I know. Anyone in the Martial Artist Guild should know, right? It's dead. Did you kill it? Shi Jun asked directly. No. It's dead? That mutant beast has been entrenched in the activity zone for years. How could it die so easily? I've been around here this whole time, planning to kill this Hercules beetle. Shi Jun didn't speak, scrutinizing Zhang Yang with a serious expression. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he didn't press the matter further. Perhaps I was overthinking. Since the corpse has been dissected, it's time to return to the city. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Please trouble the Vice President to keep this corpse for now. Once I go back and handle the drug test, I'll return to the guild to deal with it. At the mention of this issue, Shi Jun's expression became particularly serious. Zhang Yang, I need to have a serious talk with you about this. If you've taken any forbidden drugs, tell me the truth right now. As long as you can explain the full story, the guild can help you to the greatest extent possible. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Vice President, I haven't taken any forbidden drugs. Rest assured. Shi Jun stared at him for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded slightly. As Vice President, he had already done everything he possibly could. Taking forbidden drugs is explicitly prohibited in the country, and even if he wanted to help Zhang Yang further, there was a limit. I will send someone with you. If anything truly happens, I will help you as much as possible. However, escaping a charge is something even the president can't manage. You must judge the situation yourself and make your own decisions. Zhang Yang knew the vice president didn't believe him, but this was completely normal, as his improvement had been far too rapid. As the two chatted, team leader Song had already approached them. Zhang Yang, now that things are mostly handled, just come back to the city's martial artist bureau with us. Don't worry, if it's really as you say, and you haven't taken forbidden drugs, no one will detain you. Although she said this, her tone clearly contained a hint of subtle sarcasm. It was evident that team leader Song was already fully convinced Zhang Yang had taken forbidden drugs. The people behind her stepped forward, looking fully prepared and ready to deal with him at any moment, treating Zhang Yang entirely as a dangerous individual who might go mad at any time. Seeing this tense scene, Xiao Fang couldn't help but laugh out loud, giving Zhang Yang a mocking smirk. I say, Zhang Yang, I'll be keeping a close eye on this matter. Let's see if the drug test machine is also willing to listen to your bragging and made-up stories. Let's wait and see. Chapter 64, An Invitation from the Martial Artist Bureau. In the special car heading to the city. Team leader Song stared at Zhang Yang through the rearview mirror and slowly said, Zhang Yang, taking forbidden drugs is strictly prohibited by the state. The seriousness of this matter is no less than a martial artist killing an ordinary person. If you really took them, I advise you to tell the truth now, and you'll be treated leniently. Otherwise, once we reach the martial artist bureau, anything you say will be too late. Zhang Yang didn't know how many times he had heard this, his ears were already calloused. Team leader Song, is it really that hard to admit someone is outstanding? Reaching the peak of Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint in 2 months doesn't prove I took forbidden potions, it proves I am an unparalleled genius. Humph. If you were a genius, your guild wouldn't just let you be, they would at least personally accompany you for testing. Team leader Song's subordinate sneered from the side. Do you know why he didn't choose to go for the drug test with you? It's because he's afraid you'll implicate the second martial artist guild. Team leader Song didn't speak in agreement but also didn't deny it, clearly endorsing her subordinate's statement. Expecting Zhang Yang to get agitated, he instead spread his palms and said helplessly, there's no other way, geniuses are always questioned by outsiders. What I need to do now is to dispel your doubts, isn't it? Team leader Song rubbed her forehead helplessly, a few veins popping out on her smooth forehead. She had a premonition that she had encountered quite a troublesome individual. Perhaps convicting Zhang Yang and going through the process to detain him would be an extremely problematic affair. Seeing them wisely stop talking, Zhang Yang leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Right now, he only wanted to quickly deal with his own issues and then go see his important person. I wonder how the materials Tian Tian helped me collect are coming along. His plan with Tian Tian was simple. Tian Tian would return to the city, leaving everything to him, and he would only return to the city when his strength was sufficient. Tian Tian had promised to help him look after his parents and also to inquire about the materials needed to cure his mother. About a month had passed now, and he wondered what the progress was. I hope everything goes smoothly. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Artist Bureau. Drug Testing Division. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Yang was stunned. Because Xiao Fang was actually here, standing at the doorway, with a look of enjoying the show. Zhang Yang, I hope you can successfully walk out of this door today. If you successfully walk out of this door, I will personally escort you to another door at the Martial Artist Bureau. If you can't walk out of this door, I'll make your crimes even worse. Others couldn't understand his words, but Zhang Yang did. It was about killing a novice. But, does he have proof? No, the other party absolutely couldn't know about this, so they were preparing to pin the entire incident on him. So, Xiao Fang was going to frame him no matter what. Though Zhang Yang's heart was heavy, he showed no emotion on the surface. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Yang said, walking straight into the drug testing department. Team leader Song followed him into the department and frowned slightly upon seeing Zhang Yang sitting leisurely in a chair, yawning. Could it be? Did Zhang Yang really not take any drugs? The drug testing machines at the Martial Artist Bureau were all top of the line. There was no possibility that certain special drugs couldn't be detected. So, in her opinion, Zhang Yang was almost certainly doomed today. Yet, in such circumstances, why could Zhang Yang remain so calm? As the professionals continuously drew blood and conducted tests, itemized data appeared before her, and her eyes gradually widened. As a high-ranking official within the Martial Artist Bureau, she should normally remain composed in any situation. But at this moment, seeing each data point meet the standard, her hands couldn't stop trembling. Zhang Yang. No problems were detected. What did this mean? It meant Zhang Yang is really a peak grandmaster. Team leader Song stood rooted to the spot, her mind a blank. How old was Zhang Yang? An 18 or 19-year-old peak grandmaster. No, the most terrifying thing was that Zhang Yang had only been a martial artist for 2 months. When all of this became a genuinely proven fact, any martial artist would know how shocking it was. Team leader Song. Can I leave now? Zhang Yang completed the last test and slowly stood up. Okay. I can. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang looked back at squad leader Song with curiosity. Zhang Yang, how did you do it? What? How did you break through to this realm within 2 months? Is there a method? Zhang Yang looked at her strangely and slowly said, if there were shortcuts in cultivation, you should know better than me, shouldn't you? Squad leader Song smiled helplessly. I just didn't expect such a so-called genius to actually exist in this world. Are you interested in joining our Martial Artist Bureau? The Martial Artist Bureau. Yes. Since I'm inviting you, I naturally have sincerity. Xiao Fang is outside. The members of their first martial artist guild died inexplicably, and the only person involved is you. So, they won't let you go no matter what. The truth doesn't matter. What matters is that they need to use you as an excuse to pressure the second martial artist guild. So, leaving here and returning to the second martial artist guild is not a good option for you no matter what. But if you join our martial artist bureau, I will handle the follow-up matters for you. Zhang Yang didn't speak immediately but fell into thought. He joined the second martial artist guild only for the money and resources to treat his mother. As for money, at his current realm level, he could earn money anywhere. As for resources, the Martial Artist Bureau would clearly be richer than the second Martial Artist Guild. I have 2 requests. Tell me, squad leader Song's eyes lit up. She wasn't afraid of Zhang Yang having requests, she was afraid of him having none. As the Martial Artist Bureau, they had the entire city behind them, and there was nothing they couldn't agree to. First, I am currently involved in many matters with the first and second martial artist guilds. I want the Martial Artist Bureau to handle all subsequent troubles for me. Second, my mother became a vegetative state due to a car accident. I want to cure her, and I hope the Martial Artist Bureau will fully assist me. Squad leader Song smiled upon hearing his words. First, rest assured, the Martial Artist Bureau is the Martial Artist Bureau after all, and the Martial Artist Guild won't cause you trouble. As for the second point. She paused here, then said seriously, even with the world's current development, a persistent vegetative state is an extremely difficult condition to cure. I can't guarantee too much, but I can guarantee to do everything in my power to help your mother receive treatment. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. He looked towards the doorway, faintly catching a glimpse of Xiao Fang's silhouette, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then let's go out and take a look. Don't keep our guest waiting too long. Chapter 65, Team Leader Zhang Yang. Outside the examination room. Xiao Fang sat in a chair, a smug expression plastered across his face. He glanced at the henchman beside him and slowly asked, how long has he been in there? Captain Xiao, about 20 minutes. He should be out any moment now. Xiao Fang sneered, not coming out for so long, there's an 80% chance something's wrong with the inspection. No, something must be wrong with the inspection. How could anyone cultivate so quickly? He must have taken some kind of potion. Xiao Fang's face beamed with delight, filled with anticipation. Of course he was anticipating this. Zhang Yang had not only cost him a lot of resources this time but had also publicly humiliated him. He was a squad leader, a prominent figure in the first martial artist guild. If this matter got out, how could he continue to thrive in the guild? So, no matter what, he had to deal with Zhang Yang today. He even had all the fabricated evidence in hand, ready to kick Zhang Yang while he was down and ensure he never walked out of this martial artist bureau. By the way, have you taken care of what I asked you to do? The man immediately displayed an obsequious smile and nodded. Don't worry, we've already sent people to find that martial artist named Tian Tian. We'll even tie her up and bring her here. As for Zhang Yang's family, his father is just an ordinary person. If gentle tactics don't work, we'll use force. We've taken so many precautions for this matter. Zhang Yang definitely won't be walking out of here today. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Fang revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed. You handled this matter well. When we get back, I'll arrange a captain position for you. The man's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say something, the door in front of him was pushed open. It was Zhang Yang. Oh, I didn't expect your luck to be quite good. You weren't immediately found out, were you? Xiao Fang stood up, his smile tinged with schadenfreude. As he spoke, he subtly frowned. Why wasn't Zhang Yang directly detained inside? Could it be that the type of potion he took was too special and required further confirmation? He thought about it carefully and felt that this possibility was very high. After all, ordinary potions couldn't raise a person to the martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint level in a short period. Xiao Fang felt his guess was correct, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Zhang Yang, I won't hide it from you. I came to find you today specifically for Xiao Chu's matter. Based on the information we currently have, it's highly likely that you killed Xiao Chu. You and your guild both owe me an explanation for this. Zhang Yang looked at him with a beaming smile. What kind of explanation do you want? And are you so sure that person was killed by me? Xiao Fang sneered. If not you, then who could it be? Everyone who was in that location that day died, only you survived. Given that, you couldn't possibly not know his whereabouts, and you deliberately concealed it, claiming ignorance. Furthermore, you directly entered other areas to operate without returning to the city. Don't you find this very strange? He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. What are you hiding? Tell me yourself, what are you hiding? The man beside Xiao Fang slowly pulled out a contract-like paper from his clothes. The former took the paper. This is the application for trial I have already submitted to the Martial Artist Bureau. Today, no matter what, you won't be leaving here. He paused in his speech, his smile becoming increasingly smug and arrogant. Of course, if you kneel down now and kowtow to me in apology, begging me to spare you, perhaps I might show you some mercy during the trial. Otherwise, what? Zhang Yang interrupted him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Your mother is a vegetable now, isn't she? Your father is just an ordinary person. Otherwise, not only will I make you face trial, but I'll make your whole family pariahs. You won't get a single cent less of the compensation you're owed. It's just that your father will have to bear the cost while you're incarcerated. Paying debts is only right and proper. If he has no money, then we'll just have to help him find a way. Zhang Yang's expression grew colder and colder. His eyes now held a hint of killing intent. If this weren't the city, he would have made his move long ago. Being stared at with such cold eyes, Xiao Fang not only showed no fear but instead revealed a smug smile. Zhang Yang, even though you've become a martial artist, you're still just a nobody. Being a martial artist also requires resources and connections. You can't compete with me, so if you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for not being a match for the first martial artist guild. The second martial artist guild won't back you up either, of course, they can't back you up. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became, unable to control his laughter. But as he laughed, he felt something was off, because he heard Zhang Yang laughing along with him. What are you laughing at? He frowned, looking at the laughing Zhang Yang with full vigilance. He truly couldn't understand why Zhang Yang could still laugh at a time like this. I'm laughing because you're right. Although I've become a martial artist, I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Even if I'm a decent fighter, the guild I chose is indeed the second martial artist guild, and I'm still no match for your first martial artist guild. Xiao Fang looked smug. Now you know the difference between us? But I changed my mind at first. I wasn't going to give you any chances. No, I think Captain Xiao, you've misunderstood something. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. The second martial artist guild indeed can't back me up, so I accepted team leader Song's invitation and am now a captain in the martial artist bureau. My backing is no longer the second martial artist guild, but rather here, the Martial Artist Bureau. Xiao Fang stared at him in astonishment, then burst out laughing. He seemed to have heard such a hilarious joke that he couldn't help but roar with laughter, attracting the gaze of many people. Xiao Fang kept wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, sneering, "You want to join the Martial Artist Bureau? You're just full of hot air. How could the Martial Artist Bureau invite a kid like you, who used forbidden drugs, and as a team leader at that? Do you know what a team leader is? They're only slightly lower than our first and second guildmasters, and if there's any problem, even the guildmasters have to cooperate with their investigation. You, wanting to become a team leader? That's really a laugh." Zhang Yang didn't speak but instead asked him, "Who told you I took forbidden drugs?" Xiao Fang froze, his smile stiffening slightly. He saw that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be joking, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, the door behind Zhang Yang slowly opened. Team Leader Song slowly walked out from inside, his voice carrying a hint of authority. A formal announcement. This person will be Zhang Yang, the leader of the fourth group of the Martial Artist Bureau from now on. All enforcement authority for your first martial artist guild area is hereby transferred into his hands. Chapter 66, Return to Crisis. Chapter 66. What? Xiao Fang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Team Leader Song, what are you saying? He joined the Martial Artist Bureau? Zhang Yang joined the Martial Artist Bureau? How is that possible? He's someone who took forbidden drugs. Team Leader Song, how can you make such a joke? Who's joking with you? Zhang Yang's drug test results showed absolutely no problems. He reached his current level through his own strength. The Martial Artist Bureau has now officially invited Zhang Yang to become the fourth group leader, and he is now taking over the jurisdiction of your first martial artist guild. Team Leader Song spoke slowly, his expression serious. Xiao Fang looked at Zhang Yang, who had a mocking smile on his face, and was utterly shocked. What did he hear? Zhang Yang really didn't take any forbidden drugs. How is that possible? Xiao Fang couldn't believe it for a second, but the reality was right in front of him. After all, Group Leader Song would never deceive him by covering for someone. Xiao Fang felt a million wild horses galloping in his heart, filled with immense regret at this moment. Zhang Yang became the leader of Team 4. And the jurisdiction he received was still the first martial artist guild. Didn't this mean Zhang Yang could brazenly ride on his head and take a dump in the future? The more he thought about it, the more he feared. The more he thought about it, the more choked up he felt. He couldn't understand why something like this would suddenly happen. He took a deep breath, determined not to sit idly by. He had already offended Zhang Yang today, and that kid wouldn't let him off the hook in the future. So, he had to do something. Group Leader Song, although Zhang Yang has realm, his character is not upright, and he even massacred martial artists from our first martial artist guild. Such a person's fate should be punished by the Martial Artist Bureau, not become a member of the Martial Artist Bureau. Group Leader Song frowned slightly, then slowly said, I will still investigate Zhang Yang's matter. If the situation is truly as you describe, I am willing to apologize for this action, but... She squinted slightly, her voice already tinged with a hint of coldness. But right now, Zhang Yang is our Martial Artist Bureau's group leader, and no one is allowed to slander him. You! Xiao Fang didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so firm, and all the arguments he had prepared got stuck. What you? This matter will be handled as I've stated. Zhang Yang, what Captain Xiao said is not entirely without reason. As a group leader in our Martial Artist Bureau, you absolutely must not cross the line. Although I promise to help you resolve your troubles, that is only if there are no principled issues. If I really find any problems after my investigation, you will be held responsible. Of course, I am now aware of the matters between the two of you. People from the First Martial Artist Guild have applied for your punishment several times, but there has always been insufficient evidence. This time, during my investigation, both sides can submit additional evidence at any time to prove that you are in the right. She said, then frowned and thought for a moment, seemingly considering if there was anything else to add. Zhang Yang, you will operate independently during this period. Consider it your probation. Be sure not to tarnish the Martial Artist Bureau's reputation. This matter will be handled this way. Do either of you have any other opinions? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. My conscience is clear, so naturally I have no objections. Then, Captain Xiao, what about you? Xiao Fan's expression was a little grim. But with things as they were, what more could he say? He glared fiercely at Zhang Yang, then turned and left. Zhang Yang, we'll see about this. Zhang Yang frowned. During their earlier argument, Captain Xiao had mentioned Tian Tian and her parents. Given Xiao Fang's personality and status, he was now very worried that the other party might do something out of line while searching for evidence. Zhang Yang, a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau, is a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau. Even during your internship, you're not someone others can casually offend. You have the law enforcement power to investigate everything. Of course, you need to understand that you only have the law enforcement power to investigate everything. Now you can use this power to prove your innocence. Don't disappoint me. Team Leader Song patted him on the shoulder, giving him a look that said, I have high hopes for you. Zhang Yang hadn't expected Team Leader Song to trust him so much and was a little moved for a moment. Team Leader Song, Team Leader Song didn't let him continue, instead giving him a look that said, you don't need to say more, I understand. I don't believe someone with such talent would commit murder over a trivial matter, and besides, that kid surnamed Chu is also a frequent visitor here. I'm very familiar with that kid's behavior, he's not a good person. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Yes. He was very clear about the outrageous things guys like Brother Chu had done before. How could the Martial Artist Bureau be completely unaware of someone like that? Thinking of this situation, Zhang Yang felt much more relaxed. Team Leader Song, rest assured, I will definitely resolve this matter. Yes. Go take care of your own business. The First Martial Artist Guild has grown to its current level and is not easy to deal with. Plan early. Zhang Yang didn't waste any more words and left the Martial Artist Bureau immediately. Zhang Yang immediately called his father. But after a few rings, it was Tian Tian who answered the phone. Tian Tian's breathing was a little short, sounding somewhat weak and urgent. Zhang Yang, you truly aren't dead. I didn't expect you to call at this time, it truly is a cruel twist of fate. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Zhang Yang, I really have tried my best. Our ultimate plan ultimately didn't succeed. I'm sorry. Her voice grew increasingly self-reproachful and weak, sounding as if she had suffered some particularly severe injury. Zhang Yang's heart sank, and an extremely ominous premonition kept surfacing. What happened? Where are you? He asked Tian Tian anxiously, but there was no response from the other end. Immediately after, he heard a tragic scream. Ah! No, as long as you let them go, I'll do anything. That was his father's voice. Hello? So you're Zhang Yang, huh? I knew you weren't dead, damn it. If you don't want your woman and these old farts to get hurt, get your ass over here now. Zhang Yang's face was covered in a layer of frost, and his killing intent slowly spread. You're asking for death. Chapter 67, Get your ass out here. The voice on the phone belonged to a man. The voice was very distinctive, giving the impression that its owner was a thin, boastful hooligan with dyed yellow hair. The other party's attitude was arrogant, and his voice carried a hint of deranged madness. Zhang Yang, I knew you weren't dead, goddammit. Get to Wenlin Street, number 63, now. I'll give you 10 minutes. For every minute you're late, I'll chop off one of your father's fingers. If you're 3 minutes late, I'll let your woman be taken turns with by us. Arrogant laughter came from the phone, and the veins on Zhang Yang's hand, gripping the phone, bulged. He tried to calm himself, his voice icy cold. Who are you? Who am I? What the hell does it matter who I am to you? All right. No matter who you are, if you dare to lay a finger on them, I will make you pay an unimaginable price. A frantic laugh came from the other side again. Zhang Yang, I hope you're still as cooperative when the time comes. With that, the other party hung up, giving Zhang Yang no further chance to question them. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and immediately called Section Chief Song. Zhang Yang, is there anything else you're unclear about? Section Chief Song's voice came through the phone. I need all the information related to Chu Ji's people, the more detailed the better, and quickly. No problem, I was just about to send it to you. Like I said, that kid's no good, he's a regular at the bureau, his information has long been compiled. That's even better. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and immediately received the document from Section Chief Song, then hailed a random taxi. Seeing his frantic look, the driver immediately floored the accelerator. He had just seen with his own eyes that this kid swaggered out of the martial artist bureau. He was most likely a staff member there, and such a person was not to be messed with. Wanlin Street. This was the most famous black street in the city. It was a melting pot of people, where all sorts of obscure and illicit deals took place, and it was a favorite haunt for various vagrants and undesirables. As for why such a place still existed, only a poem could describe it. Wildfire cannot burn them all, they rise again with the spring breeze. Zhang Yang arrived in front of the so-called number 63 storefront and frowned slightly. It was less a storefront and more a basement. However, this basement had clearly connected many units underground, with a few large characters written on the surface in a flamboyant style. Bar K. At this moment, faint low music and noise were coming from inside, and Zhang Yang frowned slightly. A bar? No. It was only a bar on the surface. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the main door. The moment he pushed the door open, he was hit by an overwhelming stench of alcohol. Inside, the lights flickered ceaselessly as countless men and women swayed to the music. However, compared to more legitimate, larger venues, this place gave off a chaotic and sinister vibe. Entry fee is 880. A drunken man grabbed Zhang Yang, who was about to squeeze inside, his face filled with contempt as he spoke. His expression seemed to be a warning to Zhang Yang that this was not a place for him to cause trouble. Just as he was about to say more, Zhang Yang suddenly reached out, grabbed his collar, and then he saw Zhang Yang raise a fist the size of a sandbag and smash it brutally into his face. Bang! The man was just an ordinary martial artist. Before he could even react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. This violent fall affected many people, immediately drawing gasps of surprise, and more people became aware of the situation here. They saw a young man with an imposing presence standing there, looking left and right, seemingly searching for someone. Soon, the young man seemed to find what he was looking for, his eyes lighting up. They watched as the young man strode purposefully in one direction, and following his gaze, they saw a number of security guards. They were called security guards, but they were actually hoodlums, known tough guys on this street. When they encountered young people like this, they would usually give them a severe beating, and then accidentally beat them half to death and send them to the hospital. It was common. Just as everyone was silently mourning for this young man, he suddenly ran faster and faster, finally launching a flying kick. Immediately after, he punched them one by one, beating these tough guys like little children. Finally, he even sat down on one of the men and slapped him loudly. The music gradually quieted down. They finally heard the young man's voice. Are you going to talk? Where's your boss? Where? Thwack! Clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. They could see that the man lying on the ground getting beaten truly wanted to speak. However, this young man was too brutal. The other party had already been slapped into a pig's head. This caused the other party's mouth to only be able to make ooh sounds non-stop, followed by repeated slaps, each time with an expression of fear and despair. Thwack! With a crisp slap, everyone saw the man directly slapped unconscious. Everyone shuddered. They subconsciously took a step back, and some even ran out of the bar. This person was definitely a desperate madman. Just then, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. Hey, hey, hey! You've messed up my place. The person had a slight lisp when speaking, but overall, there was no problem with his speech. He was 26 or 7, covered in tattoos. As soon as he appeared, the scene became silent once again. If those people looked at Zhang Yang with the fear one might have for a madman, then the fear displayed by the person before them was absolutely heartfelt. Double Sticks Red Flower. It's Double Sticks Red Flower. The so-called double sticks red flower refers to the best fighter within a certain gangster organization, the most elite combatant. And on One Lin Street, the double sticks red flower's value and status go without saying. Everyone could see the man's chest bore the badge representing a level 10 martial artist. Hey, hey, hey! Handsome, handsome guy. Are you going to give me an explanation? Zhang Yang looked up at him. What kind of fucking explanation do you expect from me, a street hustler? Call your boss out. Before Zhang Yang's voice had even faded, the other party leaped from a nearby high platform, soaring nearly 10 meters towards Zhang Yang. That astonishing presence, a fierce aura cultivated from years of fighting, instilled fear in people. But in the next second, they saw a swift figure appear in the man's flight path. Then, a palm pressed hard against his face, slamming him heavily to the ground. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the ground. Zhang Yang slowly lifted his palm from the face of the double sticks red flower, who was now rolling his eyes. His voice boomed like thunder throughout the entire underground area. I'll only say this once. Who's in charge here? Get your ass out here. Chapter 68, First Glimmer of Joy. Zhang Yang's voice was deafening, yet no one answered his question. Seeing that people were about to run off, Zhang Yang somewhat helplessly slapped the double sticks red flower. The slap immediately woke him up, but both sides of his face were swollen. He looked at Zhang Yang with utter terror, his voice trembling. Don't kill me. This has nothing to do with me, it was all Xiao Long who made me do it. Yes, it was him. He sent people to capture your family, it has nothing to do with me. Twin Stick Red Flower was scared to death. He never dreamed that the person in front of him was a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint, and that he was no match at all. Of course, there was also the killing intent emanating from Zhang Yang, which was definitely the killing intent of someone who had killed before, completely different in intensity from his usual petty viciousness. Oh, it seems you know me, and you know who I am. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, take me to find them. How could Twin Stick Red Flower dare to say more? He quickly nodded, trembling. Zhang Yang's attention was completely focused on saving people, and he didn't notice that Twin Stick Red Flower exchanged glances with others as he passed them. Soon, they arrived at a basement inside the KTV. That's right, their place was already a basement, and there was even another basement. After winding through, he heard a familiar scream. Ah! It was his father. Yes, it was his father. That piercing scream instantly darkened Zhang Yang's face, his gaze fixed on an iron door not far away. Inside the iron door, Tian was tied up in mid-air, completely bound with iron chains. Her clothes were torn and ragged, and her body was covered in cracks and bloodstains, with large patches of pale skin exposed, looking exceptionally desolate. Her face was streaked with tears, and she bit down hard on her teeth, looking at Father Zhang lying on the ground, her expression tinged with despair. Father Zhang lay on the ground, the fingernails of all 10 fingers had completely fallen off, 2 of his fingers were even completely deformed, and his entire right wrist was dislocated, clearly indicating a broken bone. He was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, covering his chest with his left hand, looking incredibly pained. The severe pain from his chest seemed to surpass that of his completely dislocated wrist, which showed how terrifying the blow he had suffered was. Yellow Hair grabbed Father Zhang's hair and lifted him up, his eyes bloodshot, filled with madness and laughter. Old man, can't handle this? My brother suffered 10,000 times more when he died than you are now. I want you and your son to repay it 1,000, 10,000 times over. Your son will be here soon, and I'll kill you in front of him. And that bitch. As he spoke, his eyes were almost completely bloodshot, like a red-eye special effect. He pinched Tian hard, causing her to cry out in pain, but the next second a huge palm slapped her cheek. Slap! The blondie, as if he had gone mad, slapped Tian's face again and again. Scream! Scream! You damn bitch, I'll make you scream. My brother clearly went to help you, yet you repaid his kindness with enmity and killed him. I'm going to kill you today. No. I want you to live a life worse than death. Tian Tian's cheeks were flushed bright red, a horrifying contrast to her normally fair skin. Despair showed in her eyes as she gave a bitter smile. Her only hope now was that Zhang Yang wouldn't come, or he would just be throwing his life away here for nothing. As long as Zhang Yang didn't come, someone would eventually help her get justice and take revenge. After all, Zhang Yang's father was also here. Chu Shijin, this is the city center. If you kill us, it won't do you any good, and your brother won't come back. Besides, I wasn't the one who killed your brother. I've explained to you many times that he just disappeared with Zhang Yang. You can ask him when he returns. Stop fucking bullshitting me. Chu Shijin delivered another slap. The next second, he pulled a handful of nails from his pocket, forcibly stuffed them into Tian Tian's mouth, and, under her terrified gaze, raised his hand again. Boom! Just at that moment, the door was kicked open. The heavy iron door fell to the ground with a loud bang, and Zhang Yang walked in, his face etched with urgency. Seeing someone enter, the few lackeys who had been leaning in the corner of the room suddenly stood up, drawing the large sabers they used against mutant beasts. The gleaming blades reflected a cold, terrifying light. Well, I was wondering which blind dog had stumbled in. Turns out the stray dog has come back to find its home. Chu Shijin bared his teeth in a grin at the sight of Zhang Yang, his smile looking extremely excited. Zhang Yang ignored him, instead scanning the room and discovering the miserable state of Tian Tian and his father. Zhang Yang swore that he had never been so furious. He clearly had the realm and strength, he clearly had status. Yet, the people closest to him were instead suffering unfair treatment they had never experienced before. A flame called regret burned fiercely in his heart. Still the same words, no matter who you are, you must pay a heavy price today. Zhang Yang slowly walked into the room, the chill on his body growing stronger, and his bones creaked and popped. Zhang Yang, run! You're no match for him. He's a grandmaster. Tian Tian suddenly screamed. But because of her excessive impatience, she didn't spit out all the nails in her mouth, and immediately, her mouth was full of blood. Sweat constantly streamed down her smooth forehead, showing just how anxious she was. She was indeed very anxious. If Zhang Yang hadn't appeared here, Chu Shijin might have still had some reservations because they were in the city. But if Zhang Yang was here, a frenzied Chu Shijin would very likely kill everyone to leave no witnesses. She wanted to reason with Zhang Yang, but at this moment, Zhang Yang seemed completely consumed by anger and wouldn't listen to anything she said, his steps growing faster and faster. In a few seconds, Zhang Yang was less than 5 steps away from them. She saw with her own eyes Chu Shijin's several henchmen blocking the door behind them, and she also saw Chu Shijin pick up a long saber from nearby, emanating an aura of pure killing intent. It's over. Everything is over. She closed her eyes in pain, already imagining the scene of despair that was about to unfold. She thought of Zhang Yang lying in a pool of blood, of the tragic father Zhang, and of the endless torment she was about to suffer at the hands of countless men. Despair surged in her heart. She had already bitten her tongue, and just as she was about to bite down hard, she suddenly heard the sound of bones shattering. Along with the sound of bones shattering, there was also a huge roar. Then, clang! The chains that bound her were opened. What? Tian Tian suddenly opened her eyes, wide with shock. Chapter 69, I have connections at the Martial Artist Bureau. Tian Tian opened her eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. Zhang Yang then easily crushed the iron chains that bound her and helped Father Zhang up. As for Chu Shijin lay several meters away, his right wrist completely deformed, even worse than Father Zhang's. You broke through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint? Tian Tian stared at Zhang Yang in shock, her face full of astonishment. She hadn't expected Zhang Yang to actually do it. In less than a month, not only did he not die in the mutant beast active zone, but he also broke through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint. This was completely different from what she had imagined, even somewhat beyond her understanding. After all, she had struggled for a very long time to reach her current martial artist realm. Of course, otherwise, how can we teach this beast a lesson? Zhang Yang supported the now trembling Father Zhang, his voice growing colder and colder. Zhang Yang, his name is Chu Shijin, and he's brother Chu's biological younger brother. He's convinced that you and I harmed brother Chu. I've explained it to him many times, but he simply won't listen. Tian's voice trembled, a hint of fear mixed with her nervousness. Others hearing her say that might think it was just a simple explanation of the situation, but in Zhang Yang's ears, it carried a completely different meaning. With the brotherhood between them, resolving this matter peacefully with Chu Shijin is impossible, and walking away easily is even more so. But he also had no intention of resolving it peacefully, because he would never allow anyone to harm those close to him. At this moment, several of Chu Shijin's cronies helped him up, but he directly shook them off. What the hell are you all staring at? Get him! Kill them all! I'll take responsibility for anything that happens, he roared in anger, his eyes practically wanting to devour someone. No, if looks could kill, then Zhang Yang and the others would have been completely eaten by now. His cronies swarmed forward, but screams soon followed as Zhang Yang knocked them down one by one with swift punches. These people were merely martial artists trying to deal with Zhang Yang was almost a pipe dream. Useless. You're all damn useless. Chu Shijin cursed immediately when he saw that these people were no match for Zhang Yang. Seeing that he was no match for Zhang Yang, he turned to run, but just as he turned, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. That's right, it was a flash, it was Zhang Yang. He was clearly closer to the door than Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang got there before him. Combat skill. You even know combat skills? He couldn't help but exclaim in obvious surprise. Did I say you could leave? Zhang Yang blocked the doorway, his voice sending chills down one's spine. Fear showed on Chu Shijin's face even in his madness, he knew he was no match for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, don't you dare be so arrogant with me here. My people have already notified the Martial Artist Bureau, and they are already on their way. They'll be here in 5 minutes at most. I'm not afraid to tell you, the person from the Martial Artist Bureau who's coming is my brother. Today, you're dead. He grew more and more frenzied as he spoke, the muscles in his cheeks almost twisted together. He laughed arrogantly, pointing at the wrist that Zhang Yang had crippled. You hurt me, and you'll pay the price, but I hurt you, and I won't suffer any punishment. Do you know how big the gap between us is? You have absolutely no chance of winning. Chu Shijin originally thought these words would scare Zhang Yang, but when he looked closely, he found that Zhang Yang was not only unafraid but his expression had grown even colder. Chu Shijin was scared. Crunch! With the sound of breaking bones, Zhang Yang kicked him hard in the chest. Chu Shijin flew backward, slamming heavily into the wall, then slid down to the ground, leaning against the wall, spitting up large mouthfuls of blood. He clutched his chest, his mouth full of blood, looking almost exactly like Zhang's father just now. Clearly, he brought it upon himself. Zhang Yang was about to step forward again but was held back by Tian, who said anxiously, Zhang Yang, don't be impulsive. You've just come back, you absolutely cannot be impulsive. Even though he's annoying, what he said just now is true. He knows someone in the Martial Artist Bureau. Let's leave now. There's no need to delay here and waste time with him. Zhang Yang slightly shook his head. He treated you two like that. There's no way I'd let him off easily. No one around me, Zhang Yang, is allowed to be bullied like this. Those who harm my people must pay a heavy price. A warm current flowed through Tian's heart upon hearing this, but she immediately said, Zhang Yang, you've already done very well. But the most important thing now is for everyone to be safe. We can't provoke this lunatic yet, we need to leave quickly. Ha ha ha. Leave? Neither of you will get away. Once the Martial Artist Bureau arrives, they'll seal off the city immediately. Zhang Yang, you've committed murder and assault, making your crimes even worse. Don't even think about escaping. Chu Shijin coughed violently, his smile ferocious and deranged. Zhang Yang's expression grew even colder as he watched Chu Shijin's arrogance. He first draped his jacket over Tian, then pulled a chair over for Zhang's father to sit on. After a quick check confirmed Zhang's father had no fatal injuries, he slowly looked up. Run? Who said I was going to run? I told you, if you dared to touch the two of them, I would make you regret it. Haven't you always been confident in the Martial Artist Bureau? Well, I'll wait right here today. When your so-called martial artist bureau arrives, I'd like to see if they can protect you. Zhang Yang, are you crazy? Didn't I just make it clear to you? Hurry up and leave. Tian was stunned by his words and quickly pulled him again, trying to get him to leave. But with her current realm, she couldn't move Zhang Yang at all. He felt like a mountain. I said, since he touched you too, he must pay the price. You! Tian stamped her foot in anger. Zhang Yang valued her just as much, which by rights was a good thing, and she even felt a little secret delight inside. However, even so, it depended on the situation. Staying in this situation now was clearly courting death. After all, Chu Shijin had connections in the martial artist bureau. Zhang Yang, your matter with brother Chu hasn't been cleared up yet. If the martial artist bureau really comes, they will definitely use this opportunity to investigate you. Chu Shijin has acquaintances in the martial artist bureau. They'll collude and definitely won't make things easy for you. Think about it, if you go inside, wouldn't Chu Shijin become even more unrestrained? She earnestly advised him, but Zhang Yang simply wouldn't listen. He pulled another chair over and sat down. I'd like to see what the martial artist bureau can do when they arrive. And whether they can protect this beast. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard from outside. Search it for me. Turn this place upside down for me. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in broad daylight in my jurisdiction. Chapter 70, turns out he's a deputy captain. Ha ha. Brother Hui, it's Brother Hui. Zhang Yang, you're finished. You're dead today. My brother Hui is here. Chu Shijin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly burst into laughter. Judging by his reaction, this person named Brother Hui seemed to hold a significant position. Wu Anhui. It's Wu Anhui. Tian's voice trembled, and she almost slid off her chair. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows slightly, showing a hint of curiosity. Who is this person? Why don't I know him? Indeed, he really didn't know him. On his way here, he had briefly asked Team Leader Song about matters within the Martial Artist Bureau, so that he could greet colleagues in his future work. Team Leader Song had also briefly told him about his colleagues and superiors, but he hadn't heard this name. The Martial Artist Bureau's hierarchy was relatively simple: 1 director, 1 deputy director, 4 team leaders, and 19 captains. Team leaders were the highest-ranking individuals after the director and deputy director. Each team leader managed 4 to 5 captains, and the captain level was where positions directly involved leading teams to handle work began. It could be said that team leaders and above were management, while those below team leaders were essentially employees. He hadn't heard the name Wu Anhui among those at the team leader level or above, which meant the person was at most a captain, so there was no need to worry. Sure enough, Tian's explanation was as he imagined, yet also somewhat different. Tian said nervously, Wu Anhui is the most famous deputy captain recently. Since he became a deputy captain, there have been almost no problems in any area he's appeared in. I heard he's going to become a captain after only 1 year as a deputy captain. The most important thing is that he's also very powerful, having reached advanced martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint levels. He's very famous. Zhang Yang's expression was strange. He never dreamed that the other party was only a deputy captain. However, he immediately realized something: the Martial Artist Bureau itself was not easy to get into. The reason he was recruited by Team Leader Song and promoted to captain was, first, because his hard power was sufficient, and second, because he killed the rhinoceros beetle. Thinking of this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. He really wanted to see what kind of person this deputy captain Wu was. As soon as this thought emerged, several people appeared at the room's entrance. The owner of the footsteps finally reached the door. The man leading the group was nearly 30, tall and strong, dressed in the Martial Artist Bureau uniform. The moment he walked in, his imposing aura was felt by everyone in the room. It was a murderous intent that transcended malice, coupled with a sense of realm oppression, hinting that this guy's combat power far exceeded others at the same realm. Brother Wu, you're finally here. You must seek justice for me. The moment he saw the man, Chu Shijin, who was on the ground, began to wail. He stumbled over to the man's side, and his frenzied voice suddenly disappeared, replaced by a wrong tone, as if he had been bullied. What's wrong? Wu Anhui's brows furrowed when he saw how miserable Chu Shijin was. Chu Shijin pointed at Zhang Yang and said, "It's him. We were fine here, and then he suddenly came in with his two companions and severely injured me. My wrist is basically crippled now, and a few of my ribs were broken by his kicks. He never gave a reason from beginning to end, and even threatened that he would still act even if people from the Martial Artist Bureau came. Only just before you arrived did I realize that this person is the long-missing Zhang Yang, the Zhang Yang who killed my brother. You absolutely must seek justice for me. He's too arrogant." Wu Anhui listened quietly as he recounted the events, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. When he heard that the other party was Zhang Yang, his eyes seemed to shoot out sharp blades, glaring piercingly at Zhang Yang. "No! It's not like that. This guy first tied up my father and Zhang Yang's father here to torment us." Tian quickly explained. Zhang's father had wanted to speak from the very beginning, but he seemed to be too heavily injured several times. The words he tried to utter were hoarse and unclear. "Deputy Captain Wu, you absolutely cannot believe." "Enough!" Wu Anhui interrupted Tian. "I have eyes, I can judge what happened here, and I have my own judgment." He waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang, scrutinizing him up and down. "You are Zhang Yang?" "I am Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Not quite like the legends say. To be able to defeat this kid proves you have some skill, at least a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint." He paused in his speech, then waved at his team members and said, "Tie him up and take him back. If he dares to resist, immediately detain him with the highest protocol." "Deputy Captain Wu, are you trying to pervert justice? They were clearly in the wrong. First, if anyone should be arrested, it should be Chu Shijin." Tian panicked, immediately shielding Zhang Yang, looking very angry. Wu Anhui gazed at her coldly, a sneer appearing on his face. "It's not your place to tell me how to do my job. You're defending Zhang Yang so much, be careful or I'll consider you an accomplice." "You?" Tian's face turned ugly. "What you?" "I'll tell you honestly, I'm not concerning myself with today's incident for now. I'm arresting Zhang Yang now because of what happened with Chu Jinxi's brother. Zhang Yang has been inexplicably missing, and now he suddenly appears here, and has even severely injured Chu Shijin. I have every reason to suspect his motives." Wu Anhui's voice grew colder and colder. He looked up at Zhang Yang, his brows furrowing even deeper. Because he noticed that this kid, Zhang Yang, seemed unfazed from beginning to end. He had already explained things to this extent, and this kid still hadn't said a word? Was there no need to explain, or something else? He felt that things weren't that simple, so he looked up and stopped the person who was about to act. "Zhang Yang, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Do you have anything to explain or say right now?" "To be honest, a new team leader has arrived in our area, so this time I will absolutely perform my duty with 100% seriousness. You have no chance to pull any strings. So, I suggest you confess directly now, sparing me the interrogation process back at the station. That way, it's better for everyone involved." "Exactly, Zhang Yang, I advise you to quickly confess about killing my brother, otherwise Captain Wu will definitely make you suffer." Chu Shijin added fuel to the fire from the side, the expression on his face showing how smug he was. His arrogant attitude was like sentencing Zhang Yang to death. Zhang Yang heard his words, the curve of his lips deepened, and the words he slowly spoke shocked everyone present. "Confess? You want me to confess here? Are you worthy?" He looked up at Wu Anhui's somber face. "Is your rank high enough?" Chapter 71. If you're a team leader, I'm the bureau chief. "What did you say?" Wu Anhui's brows furrowed. "I said, you're not qualified to interrogate me. If you truly want to interrogate me, you need to bring the deputy director or the director." Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui was startled, almost thinking he had misheard. Zhang Yang mentioned the deputy director and director. Does Zhang Yang have connections? No, absolutely impossible. That thought flashed through his mind and was immediately dismissed. Yes, absolutely impossible. Because recently, the Bureau even held a meeting regarding Zhang Yang and the person surnamed Chu, as the first and second martial artist guilds had caused such a big stir. He could be certain that Zhang Yang had absolutely no background or influence. Therefore, this kid is just acting crazy. Zhang Yang, I see you won't back down until you hit a wall. I'm taking you back right now. As he finished speaking, several team members stepped forward. Zhang Yang, however, sneered, let's see who dares. Take one more step forward, and don't blame me for showing no mercy. His aura was astonishing, and the terrifying coldness directly intimidated the few people who were about to advance. The team members exchanged glances, not daring to take another step. They felt an aura from Zhang Yang that was even more formidable than their vice-captains, and for a moment, they felt uncertain. Zhang Yang, you dare to openly defy the Martial Artist Bureau's people, aren't you afraid of aggravating your crime? Wu Anhui shouted. Zhang Yang sneered. Wu Anhui, you dare to interfere with your superior's investigation and even prepare to use force, aren't you afraid of aggravating your crime? His words were startling, leaving everyone present somewhat bewildered. Interfere with a superior? What superior? The highest-ranking person here was Wu Anhui. Superior? What superior? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? First the deputy director and director, and now you're playing tricks here? Zhang Yang said coldly, I am your superior. I am now the fourth team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, the world so quiet you could hear a steel needle drop. Until. Morons. If you're the team leader, then Brother Wu must be the director. Chu Shijin cursed with a look of utter idiocy on his face. The others also smiled, shaking their heads. Zhang Yang is the team leader? How could Zhang Yang be the team leader? If he were the team leader, he wouldn't have stayed hidden all this time, never showing himself. Everyone shared this thought, even Tian. After all, both of them knew why they had parted ways, so Zhang Yang absolutely could not be the team leader. But no one expected Zhang Yang to actually play alone. Wu Anhui, your behavior today has greatly disappointed me. If you were to diligently investigate the scene and seriously question the witnesses about what they saw, perhaps I would still promote you to captain. In the current situation, I'm afraid you can only start over as a team member, learning how to truly become a member of the Martial Artist Bureau, and what a member of the Martial Artist Bureau should do. Wu Anhui's face gradually darkened. You really can put on an act. You don't need to worry about what a member of the Martial Artist Bureau should do. Everyone, attack! Following his words, the eager team members finally couldn't hold back and lunged forward. They rushed towards Zhang Yang, almost completely unprepared. In their view, their identity was their weapon. Even if Zhang Yang's realm was stronger than theirs, he definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But what awaited them were Zhang Yang's slaps and punches. In less than a minute, everyone present was lying on the ground. It was at this moment that Wu Anhui felt something was wrong. Zhang Yang's strength far exceeded his imagination. Just those few moves, he was at least his equal. This kid is at least a level 7 grandmaster. Confirming in his heart that Zhang Yang was no ordinary person, his brows furrowed deeply. Zhang Yang was completely different from the intelligence he had received. What was going on? He rubbed his head in distress. How unlucky, I should have known not to come myself. That's right. Just today, he received a notice from his superiors saying that the long vacant leader position for Squad 4 now had someone. Who it specifically was, he didn't know, only that their surname was Zhang. But a new official takes office with 3 fires, and the captain required him to handle matters seriously starting today, so he came in person. He had a reputation, and originally thought he could easily resolve things by just going through the motions, but he didn't expect to encounter a big problem. That's right, it was a big problem. Zhang Yang's affair had long been a hot topic. How could it not be considered a big problem? This matter was already giving him a headache, but he hadn't expected Zhang Yang to be even more difficult than he imagined, causing a bigger ruckus than he thought. It seems I'll have to go all out today. He gave a bitter smile, then began to stretch his muscles and bones. The next second, the aura around him grew increasingly sharp. At the same time, he stood on his tiptoes, bent his arms and placed them on either side of his head, striking a boxer's pose. Zhang Yang, you brought this upon yourself. I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender now. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed in surprise. He saw Zhang Yang rushing forward, moving incredibly fast, like a swift ice skater. Combat skill. This guy's combat skill is focused on his legs. The thought flashed through his mind, and before it could completely fade, Zhang Yang's fist had already smashed into him. This punch. It even carried a whistling sound. At that moment, Zhang Yang's aura became even more terrifying. In that instant, he felt as if he saw a lord of a mutant beast attacking him with its powerful body. Wu Hui, his scalp tingled. Isn't this fucking guy a grandmaster? This was definitely not the same realm as him. His heart was utterly shocked, and for a moment his mind went blank, even forgetting to defend himself. It wasn't that he was foolish, but rather a reaction, like walking on the road and suddenly a car speeding at 200 miles an hour appears out of nowhere and heads straight for you. You simply can't react in time. At that moment, the most you might be able to think is how fast the car is going, along with a sense of fear. He was feeling the same way now. His mind's thought was how terrifying this punch was. Bang! He was sent flying backward, smashing heavily against the wall behind him with a thud. He struggled to get up several times on the ground, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wu Hui felt his entire arm go numb, completely losing sensation. If it weren't for his own abnormal physique, that punch would have knocked him out cold. Hello, hello. This is Wu Hui, calling for backup. Captain, I found Zhang Yang. He's estimated to be close to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint. I'm no match. Wu Hui pulled out the walkie-talkie from behind him, calling his teammates immediately. And Zhang Yang. His expression grew even stranger. Chapter 72, is he really the team leader? Captain? Even if the deputy captain level didn't recognize him, the captain level should recognize him by now, right? He stood not far away, squinting slightly, having no intention of interrupting Wu Hui. Wu Hui was using a walkie-talkie, so the sound was loud, and Zhang Yang could clearly hear what was being said. Zhang Yang? Which Zhang Yang? A slightly nervous voice came from the walkie-talkie, sounding somewhat agitated. It's the Zhang Yang related to that guy surnamed Chu. He's right here now. Don't move, whatever you do, don't move. If he tries to leave, let him go. I'll be there right away. An even more nervous voice came from the walkie-talkie, audible to everyone present. However, only Zhang Yang understood the meaning of this nervous voice. The others did not. Brother Wu, are you all right? He dared to lay a hand on you? He's dead meat. Don't worry, just tell me what to do now, and I'll definitely help you handle it. Although I'm not this kid's match, I'm willing to charge into battle for you. Chu Shijin ran to Wu Hui's side and helped him up, looking like a loyal brother. Chu Shijin's face indeed showed more anger upon hearing his words. Looking at Zhang Yang again, his eyes became even colder, and he said sternly, Zhang Yang, everything that happened today is your own doing. Daring to lay hands on someone from the Martial Artist Bureau and obstructing law enforcement, your life is over. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. Your brain isn't working too well. It seems you really need some good training at the grassroots level. With that, he couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with the two of them. Instead, he sat back down on the chair, closing his eyes to rest and wait. Since you've already called someone over, I can't let them make a wasted trip. I'll just wait here. When Zhang Yang said this, he remained composed, showing no signs of panic, and spoke with an air of confidence. Just then, Tian came over to him again, carefully tugging at his sleeve, and whispered, Zhang Yang, I know you're strong. Even if a captain-level person comes, they might not be able to beat you. But you haven't reached the Martial King realm yet, after all. Why can't you fight the group leader after fighting the captain? Although there's no room for reversal in this matter, we're not just going to wait here to die. Listen to me, let's leave first and go back to the guild area to figure something out. With the potential and strength you've shown, I believe the guild will absolutely not give up on you easily. The more Tian spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice beginning to tremble with excitement. She knew this was the last chance to stop Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had already caused enough trouble. If he went any further, it would be irreparable. However, don't worry, I have it under control. Upon hearing this, Tian felt as if all her strength had left her, and she slumped onto a chair. She knew that with Zhang Yang's personality, he would absolutely not change his mind. This also meant she couldn't escape either. After all, if Zhang Yang was found to be problematic, she would certainly be implicated. Forget it. When I went back to save you, I was already prepared to die. Consider today as repaying you for that life in advance. She leaned back in the chair, no longer speaking. Zhang's father gripped Zhang Yang tightly, his hoarse voice unclear but conveying a simple meaning to Zhang Yang. Dad supports you. A warm current flowed through Zhang Yang's heart, making him feel even more certain of his decision. Both Chu Shijin and Wu Anhui were hidden dangers to his family and Tian. The best course of action today was to completely uproot this hidden danger to prevent future complications. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside again. This time, a bald middle-aged uncle entered, looking somewhat greasy and bloated, dressed in the rather comical uniform of the Martial Artist Bureau. He was breathing heavily, rushing into the room in a hurry. Where is he? Where's Zhang Yang? Wu Anhui, clutching her chest and a bit breathless, wanted to speak but couldn't immediately. Instead, Chu Shijin seized the opportunity and quickly stepped forward with an obsequious smile. Captain Wang! Captain Wang, he's over there! The killer, Zhang Yang, is right there! He excitedly pointed the way for the incoming fat man, looking as if he was about to beat gongs and drums. Wang Lin followed his gaze and immediately saw Zhang Yang in the seat. After carefully observing Zhang Yang's appearance to confirm it was him, he then looked at the two people beside Zhang Yang. As a captain, how shrewd he was to immediately spot the anomaly. Especially the middle-aged man next to Zhang Yang, who looked 7 or 8 parts similar to Zhang Yang. One could tell they were related even with their eyes closed. Sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was at this moment that his eyes met Zhang Yang's. Seeing his panicked gaze, Zhang Yang slowly said, "It seems you already know about me, but your subordinate doesn't seem to. He acts indiscriminately, wanting to forcibly take me away without even asking about the cause of the incident. He even tried to cover for the real perpetrator, not questioning Chu Shijin's actions at all. Is this how people at the Martial Artist Bureau handle things?" Zhang Yang's voice grew colder, causing the sweat on Wang Lin's forehead to drip continuously. Before he could speak, Chu Shijin jumped out from the side. Are you still F-King pretending here? Captain Wang is a captain-level figure with the direct right to enforce the law here. Do you believe Captain Wang could cripple you right here, right now? Captain Wang, dealing with such heinous villains requires special methods, wouldn't you agree? He spoke with an obsequious smile, but after waiting a few seconds, he found that Wang Lin neither acknowledged him nor spoke. He looked up in confusion, discovering that Wang Lin's face was pale at this moment, with beads of sweat like soybeans appearing on his forehead. Captain Wang, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing the look on Wang Lin's face, he was startled. But Wang Lin still didn't speak. Because he didn't know what to say, nor what to do. He just knew that this time, the trouble was big. That was the team leader in the team leader's family, and most importantly, he didn't understand the team leader in front of him, so he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and causing problems. Now he had only one thought: he wanted to hear what Zhang Yang had to say, to see how he would respond. Sure enough, Zhang Yang spoke. I'll tell you why he's not speaking, it's because he's waiting for me to speak. Zhang Yang slowly stood up, his gaze instantly fixed on him, his expression exceptionally serious. Captain Wang, do you agree with what I said? Chapter 73 Reversal. Still don't dare to speak? Who do you think you are? Chu Shijin saw Zhang Yang's arrogance and his expression suddenly turned ferocious. But the next second, he felt a huge force from his back, and he was sent flying. After rolling several times around the room, the sharp pain in his body made him grimace. He looked up to see that Wang Lin had kicked him. How dare you speak to team leader Zhang like that? I think you've had enough of peaceful days. Someone, take him back and investigate everything thoroughly. Don't miss a single thing about him. Wang Lin waved his hand, decisively giving the order. He was waiting for this opportunity, an opportunity for Zhang Yang to give him a way out. If his kick surprised everyone, then that phrase team leader Zhang could be said to have temporarily robbed everyone of their ability to think. Zhang Yang. Is team leader Zhang? Those present were dumbfounded, reacting in various ways. But without exception, shock was written on all their faces. CA Captain Wang, what did you say? Chu Shijin forced a smile uglier than a cry, his voice trembling. I said team leader Zhang Yang is the new leader of the 4th group at the Martial Artist Bureau. You dare to commit violence and injure someone in front of our team leader? Prepare to face the sanctions and punishment of the Martial Artist Bureau. Chu Shijin's already pale face grew even paler upon hearing his confirmed answer. His eyes widened in disbelief. He even thought he had misheard. Team Captain, did something go wrong? Wu Anhuan spoke up at this moment. He had just managed to clear a little of the stuffiness in his chest, staring at Wang Lin in shock. Zhang Yang is the team leader? How is this possible? Hasn't he always been wanted by the Bureau? How did he suddenly transform into a team leader, becoming his superior? Wait. Superior. His pupils suddenly constricted as he recalled the notice he received today. The new team leader's surname is Zhang. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang is really the team leader? He forced a smile uglier than crying, finally understanding. The captain told him there was a new team leader above them, asking him to improve his work efficiency. He never expected his work efficiency to land directly on the team leader's head. Humph. I told you to come and check the situation, and this is how you checked it for me, is it? Starting today, you are suspended for 1 month to reflect. When you return, you will start again as a grassroots employee. Wang Lin snorted, his expression unusually serious. After all this, he then showed an ingratiating smile and said, Team leader Zhang, please rest assured, I will investigate everything here thoroughly and handle it properly. Thud. Before Zhang Yang could speak, Chu Shijin, who was beside him, had already collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Yang actually became the team leader. Ha. Brother, you can't rest in peace. Chu Shijin screamed like a madman, sending shivers down everyone's spine. His frantic appearance was as if he had truly suffered some kind of unfair treatment. If Zhang Yang hadn't known everything that happened, he would have really thought how wrong Brother Chu was. It's just others didn't know. After all, Chu Shijin's various associates disappeared with Zhang Yang, and now Zhang Yang is here completely unharmed, while another has vanished forever. Anyone would be suspicious. They all looked at Zhang Yang immediately, their gazes extremely complex. Just as everyone thought Zhang Yang would try every means to silence Chu Shijin, Zhang Yang sneered. Chu Shijin, what right do you have to yell and complain for your brother here? Leaving aside that your brother is missing, even if he really died, he deserved it. Others might not know what your brother was doing in the mutant beast activity zone, but don't you? Zhang Yang's words instantly brought silence to the room. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, they felt something was off. Chu Shijin was still screaming, but upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, a trace of panic clearly showed on his face. What did you say? I don't understand what you're saying. You want to use your authority to coerce a confession out of me? That's absolutely impossible. Zhang Yang continued, you know best what I'm talking about. Your brother robbed and killed people in the mutant beast zone, his hands stained with blood. It's what he deserved to be killed by an enemy or counter-killed in the mutant beast zone. If I hadn't met you today, I really might not have been able to make things clear, but I didn't expect your appearance to solve a problem that has been bothering me. Since you're willing to avenge your brother, it proves that your relationship is good. You must have known about the robbery and murder, so you're involved, aren't you?" Zhang Yang's words grew more astonishing, and increasingly terrified Chu Shijin. Seeing his expression, Zhang Yang became even more certain of his suspicions. "Captain Wang, you must have heard what I just said. Thoroughly investigate his connections, and also look into all the martial artists who have mysteriously died outside over the past year. Anyone who had contact with these two brothers needs to be investigated." Do these two brothers really think they can just pin blame on anyone? Those martial artists exiled outside won't just let you frame them. It's not a skill to frame others, the real skill is not to harm others. Zhang Yang's words made Chu Shijin's face grow paler and paler. His expression said it all. Wang Lin slapped his own forehead. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that problem? My attention was entirely on those two people. That's right. Their attention had previously been on Chu Gu and Zhang Yang, and with the commotion caused by the first and second martial artist guilds, it was even less likely that their attention would be on Chu Shijin. Now, with Zhang Yang's reminder, they had a new lead. Perhaps Chu Shijin's brother really was killed out of revenge. He quickly had his men take Chu Shijin away, and then brought his men to Zhang Yang. He was about to say something, but Zhang Yang interrupted. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it later. I need to take my people to the hospital now. Wang Lin was also a sensible person and immediately arranged for a police car to take everyone to the hospital. On the way, Tian still hadn't fully recovered, her gaze towards Zhang Yang filled with shock. You joined the Martial Artist Bureau? Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Only then is it possible to cure my mother. Although the second Martial Artist Guild is also good, it is ultimately a bit inferior to the Martial Artist Bureau. Tian nodded, indeed, but it's great that you're back. Regardless, I'm happy for you. She was about to say something else when Zhang Yang suddenly felt his phone ring. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Yang instinctively answered, but the voice that came through made his expression turn cold again. It was Qiao Fang's voice. Zhang Yang, I didn't expect you to be so quick. But don't think that catching Chu Shijin proves your innocence. Chapter 74, How have you been since I've been gone? Chapter 74. Did you arrange this? Zhang Yang tightened his grip on the phone. I didn't arrange anything, I just notified the family in a timely manner. Chu Shijin's brother disappeared under our Martial Artist Guild system, so of course, I have the right to inform his family. Don't play games with me here. The truth will be revealed soon, you'd better be honest, otherwise, I'll make sure you and the second Martial Artist Guild suffer greatly. Zhang Yang's voice didn't fluctuate much, but it conveyed an extremely terrifying chill. There was a brief silence on the other end, then a voice slowly spoke, but you are ultimately just one person. Having offended our first Martial Artist Guild, remember to be careful when you go out in the future. The call was cut off. In the office, Xiao Fang frowned, looking up at the man sitting in the chair. Guild Master, Zhang Yang seems to have resolved the problem. The man in the chair, with his back to him, nodded slightly. After all, he's become the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau. He can't possibly fail to resolve these small skirmishes. Then, what do we do? Xiao Fang's face showed some reluctance, looking a bit irritated. No need to rush. There will be plenty of time. As long as the first Martial Artist Guild exists, he won't have an easy time. We'll settle this score slowly. He left the second Martial Artist Guild to join the Martial Artist Bureau. The second Martial Artist Guild won't be pleased. And I heard this kid has grudges with the Wang and Bai families. So, let's pull some strings to make him understand the harsh realities of society. Xiao Fang stood to the side, thought for a moment, and slowly asked, then, to what extent should we go? A brief silence fell in the room. He is now a leader. For us, such a person becoming a leader is a big problem. Either he should be our closest friend, or his family should be utterly destroyed. Xiao Fang didn't speak, but he understood the other party's meaning. His expression gradually turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Understood. I'll go do it now. First hospital. Inpatient department. Zhang Yang pushed open the door and saw the middle-aged woman lying in bed. In just 1 month, his mother had lost a lot of weight, so much so that her skeletal frame was visible. She kept her eyes tightly shut, her body covered in instruments and tubes. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Mom, I will save you, I will cure you, and we'll be a reunited family. No matter what happens, no matter what obstacles I face, I will cure you. Beep. Beep. Zhang Yang suddenly heard a sound from the instrument and looked over in alarm, realizing it was the electrocardiogram fluctuating intensely, proving his mother could hear him speak. Doctor! Doctor, come quickly! Zhang Yang nervously pulled the doctor over. After a brief examination, the doctor sighed. There's nothing wrong, she might have been briefly conscious for a moment, which caused the emotional fluctuations. You're the patient's child, right? Spend more time with her, perhaps it will have a better effect. Zhang Yang felt a pang in his heart. He grabbed his mother's hand, wanting to say something to her. But he opened his mouth several times without speaking, eventually just continuously rubbing her palm with his scarred hand. A tear slid from the corner of Zhang Yang's mother's eye, landing on the bed with a soft plop. Zhang Yang was stunned. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely make you recover, definitely. Clatter! Another tear fell, then another and another. Dad, come over and look. Zhang Yang panicked a little and quickly called his father, who was resting nearby. I don't know what's wrong with Mom, she suddenly became like this. I clearly said I would save her, so why is she crying? He was anxious because he had heard that a vegetative patient needed to maintain a strong will to live to recover, otherwise, once consciousness was lost, they could disappear from this world forever. His father frowned upon hearing his words, then used a warm towel to wipe his mother's cheeks, sighing, Silly child, your mom is just worried about you suffering. It's nothing for us to become vegetative, but we hope you don't have to endure such painful things, and those scars on you. His father looked at Zhang Yang with complex emotions, then touched the scars on his cheek, scars left from fighting mutant beasts. Although they looked like mere flesh wounds, they represented Zhang Yang's terrifying struggles. Zhang Yang was startled, unsure what to say. He looked at his mother lying on the bed, a pang in his heart. However, he understood even more clearly that he had to become stronger to protect his family and to have a chance of bringing his mother back. You're with the Martial Artist Bureau now, not some reckless kid anymore. You need to be careful. But I've been very careful, and I still make the wrong choices. Like this time, if I had come back sooner, you and Tian wouldn't have had to suffer. Zhang Yang's heart ached as he looked at his father, who was covered in injuries. Zhang's father shook his head. Then don't have regrets. Never have regrets. You're already the most successful person in our family. No one is more successful than you. So any choice you make is already the best choice for our family. Even if it's wrong, it was still our best choice at the time. There's no need for regret. The confusion in Zhang Yang's eyes gradually faded. I understand. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mom. I'm going to find a cure right now. Zhang Yang wasted no more time. He walked out of the room and saw Tian, who had been waiting at the door. Tian was holding a box, which looked to be custom-made. Zhang Yang, I didn't go back on my promise. I've been searching for the medicinal herbs your aunt needs, and they're all here. Unfortunately, there's still one herb I couldn't find. It's practically extinct. You'll have to ask around for that one yourself. Now that you're a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau, you might actually be able to find it. Zhang Yang took the box, feeling its considerable weight. He said gratefully, if you need anything, come find me. As long as I'm a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau, I'll help you. Tian smiled and nodded. I believe you. I'll come to you if I need anything. She paused, then said hesitantly, now that you're back, you should go see your girlfriend when you have time. While you were gone, it was like she'd lost her soul. And I haven't seen her for many days. She used to come see your aunt and uncle every day. Maybe something happened. Chapter 75, She is My Family. During his time away, the people he was most concerned about were naturally his parents. After his parents, it was Bai Meng. He knew very well that if Bai Meng couldn't find him, she would suffer a huge blow. He immediately dialed Bai Meng's number. Inside a villa in the city center. Bai Meng sat pale-faced in the living room, her eyes somewhat vacant. The sudden ringing of her phone brought her back to her senses. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, she was stunned for a moment, then rubbed her eyes. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she answered the phone with trembling hands. "Hello?" Her voice trembled, clearly filled with anxiety. "It's me." Zhang Yang's voice came from the phone. Bai Meng froze instantly. She covered her mouth as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Accompanied by choked sobs, the living room gradually filled with the sound of wailing. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yang finally sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm back now, aren't I?" Bai Meng's voice was choked with sobs, and she was almost out of breath. "Brother Yang, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere. I couldn't find you anywhere. They wouldn't help me look for you, they even stopped me from looking. Sometimes, they even restricted my freedom. They told me to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams, to become a martial master, a grandmaster, a martial king, a martial saint, and forget you. But I couldn't focus in class, and I couldn't cultivate." Zhang Yang listened quietly to the voice on the other end of the line, saying nothing. He just knew that Bai Meng cried over and over again, only calming down after the umpteenth time. "Brother Yang, where are you?" "I'm in the hospital." "Wait for me." "All right." Zhang Yang hung up the phone, a smile uncontrollably gracing the corners of his mouth. To him, Bai Meng was a pure land within his heart. No matter the time, this girl always had him in her thoughts. No matter the situation, she would unconditionally stand by his side. Tian took in his expression, a trace of imperceptible disappointment appearing deep in her eyes. "You two seem to have a good relationship." "Yes, we've known each other since we were kids." "So, childhood sweethearts." "So, is she your girlfriend?" Tian's question made Zhang Yang pause for a moment. He, who didn't even flinch in the face of a mutant beast, actually felt a little flustered at this moment. He subconsciously touched his nose, momentarily at a loss for how to answer. After several seconds, an answer formed in his mind, so he replied with conviction, "She's my family." "Very important." Tian pondered thoughtfully for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. If you need any help, remember to find me. I'll walk you out." "No need, you should handle your own affairs. The matter with Chu Shijin probably still needs to be dealt with. It's related to the First Martial Artist Guild, so don't take it lightly. Also, weren't you looking for medicine for your aunt? Now that you're a team leader, you should make good use of this opportunity and race against time." Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to see Tian out. He called team leader Song to ask about the last medicinal ingredient. "You mean the soul-returning herb? That thing does have the effect of treating people in a vegetative state, but its effects are extremely unstable. After it was improved by a professor at Kyoto First University, almost no one uses the original anymore. Because of the immense danger it poses, even if I found it for you now, few people would know how to refine and use it. I think it would be even more dangerous." Team leader Song's words made Zhang Yang's heart sink to the bottom. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean my mom will almost never recover?" Zhang Yang's voice trembled. He never imagined that there were things in this world that even martial artists couldn't do, things that money couldn't solve. No, he knew such things existed, but he never thought something like this would happen to him so soon. Now he had finally become a powerful martial artist, with social status and wealth, yet he still couldn't change anything. Sigh, it's not entirely hopeless. If you can get into Kyoto University and find that professor to help you, there might still be a glimmer of a chance. Team leader Song's voice came again, like a sound from heaven. "Really? It's true, but don't get your hopes up too high. He's the top professor in the country, and I hear he has a very eccentric personality. I'll help you ask around. You handle your own affairs first. The affair she was referring to was, naturally, the matter with Chu-gu. I've already sent people to handle it. I believe we'll have results soon. Basically, there shouldn't be any more surprises. I hope Team Leader Song can help me inquire about it sooner. Team Leader Song on the phone fell silent for a moment, then said sternly, Zhang Yang, things are far from simple. Chu-gu is just a small fry, but have you ever thought about why he could be involved in something so big? You've cultivated to this realm, so you should be very clear about the stakes involved. In any case, just be careful. Unless the first martial artist guild takes the initiative to declare this matter closed, it will be very difficult to end. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang's expression was grave. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Almost at the exact moment he had this bad feeling, he received another call. The caller was none other than Wang Lin, whom he had met before. Team Leader Zhang, the investigation is more or less complete. That guy Chu Shijin really does have a large quantity of martial artist supplies in his home that don't belong to him, including items from people who have gone missing in recent months. It seems you were right. That guy was an accomplice in that bastard Chu Ji's murders and robberies. However. But what? I investigated many people through Chu Shijin. Many of them indeed had contact with Chu-gu, but not a single one could find any trace of him, nor could they prove that Chu-gu died in the mutant beast area. It seems, you can't clear your name. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Of course, he can't absolve himself of the crime, because he's the one who killed them. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't admit it, even if the other party had struck first. What's the solution the first martial artist guild has come up with so far? Zhang Yang had a massive headache. Make the second martial artist guild give up 1/3 of its recruitment slots for several years, and also help handle 1/3 of the mutant beast cleanup tasks that should have belonged to the first martial artist guild. Only then will the second martial artist guild not be held responsible. Zhang Yang forced another bitter smile. It seems the second martial artist guild won't agree. I'll have to make a trip myself. Team leader, you're the team leader now. I think you can solve this problem easily. You should make a trip to the second martial artist guild. Yes. I'll go in person. No matter what, I will resolve this issue. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and smiled helplessly. Was it really that easy to solve? Now that the second martial artist guild knew he had directly joined the martial artist bureau and become a team leader, wouldn't they jump at the chance to make an exorbitant demand? Chapter 76, I'll handle it myself. Hospital corridor. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Bai Meng's phone calls weren't going through. And she hadn't shown up. He wasn't worried that something had happened to Bai Meng. After all, with her father around, no one could harm her. If he wasn't mistaken, her father must have found out he was back. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Bai Meng was currently living, otherwise he would definitely pay a personal visit. Zhang Yang remained in this mood until the next morning. He still hadn't received any news from Bai Meng, and his calls went unanswered. I'll go to the second martial artist guild first. Zhang Yang rubbed his aching temples and headed for the second martial artist guild. At the second martial artist guild, Vice President Shijun sat in his office, his brows tightly furrowed. In front of him stood another man. Although this man's hair was graying, his overall spirit and energy were much better than Shijun's. You're telling me you didn't know about this? You came back with Zhang Yang. The man tapped the desk, his expression exceptionally grave. Shijun's face was grim. At this very moment, his heart was filled with extremely complex emotions. He never would have imagined that Zhang Yang had actually not taken any potions. That kid actually reached such a high level without taking any potions. He shook his head in regret, a look of unwillingness on his face. He was genuinely remorseful. If he had known this was the case, he absolutely would not have let Zhang Yang go to the martial artist bureau alone. He would have definitely kept such a talent. Ultimately, in his heart, he had considered Zhang Yang a menace, not a talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a blunder. Every time he remembered Zhang Yang repeatedly telling him that he truly hadn't taken any potions, he felt his guts turn green with regret. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. President, no matter what, he is still a member of our second martial artist guild. Even if he wants to leave the second martial artist guild, he must bear the consequences for what happened to Chu Gu. Because of this incident, we have suffered enormous losses, and even Zhou Feiken died out there. The president nodded slightly. Then I'll leave this matter for you to handle. Make sure it's handled well. Rest assured. Just as their conversation ended, a knock came from the door. Vice President, Zhang Yang wishes to see you. The two were slightly taken aback and exchanged a glance. Enter. The door was pushed open, and Zhang Yang walked into the office. When he saw someone else next to Shi Jun, he frowned slightly. Zhang Yang, you've come at the right time. This is our President Hao. The guild never gave up on you, all thanks to President Hao's support. Zhang Yang sized up President Hao and noticed that he did indeed resemble Hao Zhaozhao and seemed rather kind-faced. Seniors, I've returned this time to handle the matter concerning Chu Gu. I heard the first martial artist guild has set very difficult conditions, is that right? President Hao didn't speak. Instead, Shi Jun slowly said, Zhang Yang, you've caused the guild a great deal of trouble this time. The first martial artist guild has been eyeing us like a tiger for a long time. Now that this incident has blown up, the guild has been shouldering all the pressure. You can't just desert us now. Zhang Yang knew he was talking about the Martial Artist Bureau matter, so he decided not to hide it any longer. I'm sure you both already know that I've joined the Martial Artist Bureau, so I won't hide anything from you. I'm here representing the Martial Artist Bureau to handle this matter. Tell me the specific details now. President Hao spoke slowly. Regarding this matter, the first Martial Artist Guild's stance is absolutely no compromise. The conditions they've proposed are too outrageous. First is the recruitment quota. They want us to give them 1/3 of our fixed annual recruitment period. This includes recruitment from various academies and even slots for special talent events. This is absolutely unacceptable. You know our guild's situation. The second point is that they want us to help them handle 1/3 of the mutant beast activity zones they are supposed to manage. Most importantly, the 1/3 they've sectioned off are areas where desperados are exceptionally active. Zhang Yang frowned deeply. You just tolerate their arrogance? President Hao sighed. They are indeed that arrogant because the current second martial artist guild can't recruit enough people each year as it is, and our reputation isn't as good as the first martial artist guilds. If Brother Chu's matter truly drags on, the impact on us will be fatal, but it won't be for the first martial artist guild. Zhang Yang understood the stakes involved. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, then let's solve it this way. First, I can use my identity as a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau to help promote you in other places. President Hao was visibly relieved, yet his expression remained troubled. Even so, the second guild still can't accept the second condition. That would cause us to lose many guild members, and no one is a fool. They would never agree to it. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. This part is also simple. I will handle that region on your behalf. What? The other two people in the room were simultaneously stunned. The Martial Artist Guild can help with this too? You have to understand, not only are there many desperados in that region, but there are also a large number of bloodline mutant beasts active there. Aren't you afraid of losses? Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, his expression firm. What I mean is, I'll handle it myself. Chapter 77, Unworthy of the Position. What I mean is, you don't need to send anyone. Whether the Martial Artist Bureau agrees or not, I will handle it myself, Zhang Yang said slowly. This was a matter that had to be resolved no matter what. With neither the first nor the second Martial Artist Guild willing to back down, it was up to him, the person at the center of it all, to solve it. Inside the room, the two stared at Zhang Yang in astonishment. After a long moment, Chairman Hao said with a serious expression, you need to understand, in that area alone, the number of active mutant beasts with powerful bloodlines is several times that of other regions. Not only that, but there are also many desperados there. I don't need to explain how dangerous that makes it, do I? Zhang Yang really wanted to tell him that having a beast with a bloodline would be even better for him. As for those desperados, he was even less afraid. It wasn't as if he had never encountered them before. I'll handle this. Just do as I say. Go negotiate with the First Martial Artist Guild and bring this matter to a complete close. Zhang Yang waved his hand, his demeanor not at all like that of a young man under 20. Responsible, passionate, and capable. A hint of appreciation grew in President Hao's eyes. Zhang Yang, if you're willing to stay with the Second Martial Artist Association, I'm prepared to train you as the next president. I can't promise you anything else, but I can guarantee we'll do everything in our power to help treat your mother. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, I've already joined the Martial Artist Bureau. It was highly unlikely he would rejoin the Second Martial Artist Association. The facts were plain to see. The Martial Artist Bureau was simply stronger than the Second Martial Artist Association. This was true both in terms of training resources and the medicinal resources needed to treat his mother. A flicker of disappointment crossed President Hao's eyes, but he didn't press the matter. In that case, I won't insist. As for handling the two associations, don't worry. I'll send people to take care of it right away. I guarantee everything will proceed smoothly. As for the mutant beasts, I'll be waiting for your good news. Zhang Yang nodded and turned to leave. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Only after Zhang Yang had disappeared from the office did the expressions of the two men gradually turn serious. What do you think? President Hao asked with a grave expression. Sure, Jun sighed. Zhang Yang certainly has guts, but things look a bit uncertain. Take his offer to help me with recruitment in his capacity as a Martial Artist Bureau team leader, for example. Even if he is a team leader, he's just a young one. He doesn't have much of a reputation within the Martial Artist Bureau. Even if this plan works, the recruitment results he could bring us wouldn't be very impressive. Of course, that's just the first thing. Then there's the matter of dealing with the mutant beast region. He is indeed quite powerful, but it'll be incredibly difficult for him to pacify that area on his own. That's not a region one person can handle. He's being a bit reckless. The more he spoke, the more solemn his expression became, and his brows furrowed. He had wanted to bring this up earlier. From this perspective, Zhang Yang was far too unreliable to handle this matter. The guild president. Why would he agree? President Hao seemed to sense his thoughts, a smile touching the corner of his mouth. I think he can do it. After all, if we were to handle the trouble with the First Martial Artist Guild ourselves right now, it's not something we could resolve in a short time either. We might as well let him give it a try. Sure, Jun sighed, but if we really cooperate with him, and it turns out he can't handle anything, wouldn't our guild suffer a huge loss? President Hao said meaningfully, you thought the same way before he became a team leader, but didn't he become one anyway? Sure, Jun was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. I still think it's a bit risky. The fact that he could become a team leader had a fair bit of luck involved. We'll see this time whether luck was involved or not. Zhang Yang was unaware of their conversation. As Zhang Yan walked out of the Second Martial Artist Guild, he felt an immense headache coming on. Sure enough, coming back before reaching Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint is just asking for trouble. This time, I'll go solve the problem in the Mutant Beast Activity Zone and quickly break through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint. That's right. Ultimately, all these troubles existed because he hadn't broken through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint. If he were a Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint right now, instead of what he currently was, the First Martial Artist Guild wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After all, the highest realm among these organizations was only Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint. If I could master the crowning ability, everything would be easy, Zhang Yang sighed. As a level 4 ability, crowning possessed a terrifying slaughtering intent. Under the slaughtering intent, he could instantly kill any mutant beast of the same or lower rank. Mastering this ability to complete the regional cleanup would be incredibly easy. Even breaking through to Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint would become a simple matter. Kill a mutant beast with a bloodline. Zhang Yang sighed softly. Indeed, many problems in the world were like this. Things would become easy if you could just master a certain ability or know certain things beforehand, but frustratingly, you couldn't. Looks like I'll just have to deal with it honestly. Yes, he could only kill them one by one, honestly. Fortunately, President Hao was efficient. He received a message from President Hao that very evening. The talks with the first martial artist guild went smoothly. All he had to do now was a week-long sweep of Area 24. Of course, although they said a week, there was still a requirement for the number of mutant beasts killed. The city's standard for the first martial artist guild was to eliminate all mutant beasts at the 10th level martial artist realm and above. So now that he had taken on this dirty job, he also needed to meet that standard. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang boarded a private car early the next morning and headed to Area 24. Before leaving, he tried calling by Meng several more times, but still couldn't get through. He hesitated for a moment, then asked someone to help find the Bai family's address before entering the dense forest. A week later. Inside the first martial artist guild's office. It was the same man, still Qiao Feng. President, it's been a week. Although Zhang Yang is able to hunt and kill mutant beasts every day, the number is limited. At this rate, a problem we could normally solve in a week will take him at least 20 days, or even more. The president of the first martial artist guild let out a low laugh upon hearing this. Isn't that even better? If this drags on, perhaps we won't even need to do anything. The Martial Artist Bureau will start to get dissatisfied. An intern team leader who's busy clearing out mutant beasts every day will naturally cause dissatisfaction among certain people. When that time comes. He didn't continue, but the coldness and smugness in his tone were already obvious. Zhang Yang, society is a dangerous place. This time, I'll let you understand the consequences of not being worthy of your position. You're not worthy of offending my martial artist guild. Chapter 78, Who in the world are you? Bang! Little Song, explain this to me. What exactly is this Zhang Yang you recommended trying to do? The director of the Martial Artist Bureau slammed the file in his hand onto the desk, utterly enraged. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Team Leader Song's forehead. He never would have dreamed that Zhang Yang would actually encourage the second Martial Artist Guild to agree to the first Martial Artist Guild's demands. The crucial point was, it would have been fine if Zhang Yang had the ability to solve these two matters he'd taken upon himself, but the problem now was that he couldn't. Promote the second Martial Artist Guild? Zhang Yang was just an intern team leader. What right did he have to represent the Martial Artist Bureau when making promotions? Help the first Martial Artist Guild meet the city's quota for clearing out mutant beasts? Then what about the Martial Artist Bureau's own work? Was he just going to ignore it? Director. Zhang Yang isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he has his own ideas. Bullshit, the director roared in anger. Little Song, he's a person with a controversial past. I know you're eager to nurture talent, but you need to open your eyes. Now that he's stirred up such a huge mess, you tell me, should our Martial Artist Bureau get involved or not? Team Leader Song's expression turned ugly. Get involved? That was absolutely impossible. Wouldn't that be cleaning up Zhang Yang's mess? The problem was, Zhang Yang had never contributed anything to the Bureau, and he was still just an intern. Don't get involved? No matter what, Zhang Yang was now a team leader in name. If he handled this poorly, it would damage the dignity of the Bureau's team leaders. Little Song, go find Zhang Yang for me right now. Tell him to solve this immediately. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer, tell him to get the hell out of the Martial Artist Bureau today. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Team Leader Song stood outside the door, his expression constantly shifting. Her cheeks flushed red and pale in turn as she gritted her teeth. Zhang Yang, you'd better give me an explanation, or I'll flay you alive. Team Leader Song stomped her foot in anger, then hurriedly disappeared down the corridor. District 24. A young man stood atop an earthen mound. The young man had a resolute face, excitedly clenching his fists as if sensing his power. Kingmaker! Is this the power of a kingmaker? That's right, just moments ago, he had obtained the ability of a kingmaker. At the same time, the reward he received for acquiring a new ability was incredible. The next time he gained a new ability, he could choose one extra. Although he couldn't use it for now, for him, having an extra LV5 ability would be a qualitative leap. He had acquired the slaughter domain. He had slain 100 mutant beasts with bloodlines, gaining massive enhancements. 20 times the muscle strength. 50 times the stamina. 10 times the recovery ability. 10 times the self-healing ability. 10 times the reaction speed. His vitality reached 40,000 points, and he officially broke through to become a martial king. And the LV5 ability chart had been unlocked. However, the LV5 ability chart was too difficult, so he wasn't interested for the time being. Right now, his mind was filled with a single thought: to quickly resolve the problem here. After all, he was doing this in a personal capacity. The Martial Artist Bureau must already know about this matter. Having delayed this long for personal reasons, Team Leader Son was probably in a difficult position. It's been about a week. It's about time I went back to explain. I'll just finish clearing out District 24 in one go. Zhang Yang stretched his limbs and then took out a packet of powder from his satchel. He blew gently, and the powder scattered into the air with the wind, then completely vanished from sight. This was a powder used to attract mutant beasts, something that even teams of martial artists wouldn't dare use lightly. If anyone had seen this, they would have thought Zhang Yang was insane. But this was precisely the effect he wanted. Only by doing this could he possibly gather all the mutant beasts in one place. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Yang could already hear rustling sounds from his surroundings. About 10 minutes later, he could see the shadows of many mutant beasts darting about. Gradually, more and more mutant beasts gathered around, about a dozen or so. At this point, Zhang Yang finally made his move. He took the initiative to walk toward the mutant beasts that had been lured by the powder. Seeing this human actively approaching, the mutant beasts lurking in the shadows all became wary. However, when they realized they had the advantage in numbers, they began to let out warning growls one by one. The next second, they lunged forward, each one exuding a bloodthirsty, greedy gaze. The powder had stimulated their most primal desires, to the point that they completely failed to sense the threat Zhang Yang posed. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. When they were still 5 meters away from Zhang Yang, his lips moved slightly. Slaughter domain. In an instant, an unprecedented killing intent filled the air around Zhang Yang. The aura was so thick it was as if the air were filled with viscous blood. In the eyes of these reckless mutant beasts, the air around Zhang Yang had turned red. Put! The mutant beast at the very front, the one closest to Zhang Yang, stiffened. Then, its body exploded directly. This was only the beginning. The rest of the mutant beasts followed suit, their bodies stiffening for an instant before exploding. Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, one mutant beast after another turned into a mist of blood. The slaughter domain was like an invisible Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives with an unseen scythe. Under this extreme, terrifying destruction, even the mutant beasts that had lost their sanity began to gradually regain their senses. Their gazes towards Zhang Yang were filled with nothing but terror. At this moment, the humans seemed to be the very incarnation of the Grim Reaper. Finally, some mutant beasts reacted, wanting to turn and flee, but it was already too late. The 5-meter distance was the range within which the domain could be activated, but the attack's furthest reach was 10 meters. The reason he waited until they were within 5 meters was precisely to prevent these mutant beasts from escaping. With a series of explosions, all dozen or so beasts died before Zhang Yang. So it consumes a corresponding amount of stamina. Zhang Yang murmured to himself, feeling the drain on his energy. Based on a rough sense, killing one mutant beast with this domain consumed the same amount of stamina as one of his full-powered strikes. This stamina consumption wasn't too much, but it wasn't insignificant either. If he used it continuously, killing 100 mutant beasts wouldn't be a problem. It's enough. Zhang Yang calmed himself and walked deeper. An hour later, Section Chief Song appeared in this area. He entered District 24 immediately. His purpose for coming here was simple: to question Zhang Yang. If he couldn't get a satisfactory answer, or rather, an answer that would satisfy the bureau chief, he would expel Zhang Yang from the Martial Artist Bureau on the spot. She strode aggressively into the depths, searching for any sign of Zhang Yang. It wasn't until she saw an area littered with the exploded corpses of mutant beasts that she stopped in her tracks, shocked. She clearly identified one of the corpses as a Martial King-level mutant beast. What kind of attack could possibly pulverize a mutant beast's body like this? She stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, a storm raging in her heart. This is... What kind of master was responsible for this? Chapter 79, Scarface did all of this. What kind of terrifying method could cause mutant beasts to die so miserably? A martial king, huh? Section Chief Song shook her head. As the team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, he had seen a martial king in action before. Although a martial saint was powerful, even they couldn't inflict such horrifying wounds. Could it be? Did that guy Scarface have another realm breakthrough? Team leader Song's face was ashen and grim. Scarface was the leader of those desperados, and over the years, he had caused no small number of casualties among the city's martial artists. The Martial Artist Bureau had even launched several encirclement and suppression operations, all of which ended in failure. His expression changed slightly. He immediately retreated from the edge and dialed the Martial Artist Bureau's number. In the Martial Artist Bureau office, the director was sitting in his chair, his fingers tapping continuously on the desk. His brow was furrowed, as if he were pondering some serious issue. Suddenly, the phone in front of him rang, startling him. "Didn't I tell you to resolve the matter with Zhang Yang before contacting me again? Why are you calling so soon?" His voice was furious, but it immediately cut off. He shot to his feet, his face grave. "What did you say? Scarface broke through? You hold your position there. I'll notify the Martial Artist Association to head over right now." "But Zhang Yang is still inside. What should we do?" Team leader Song couldn't help but ask. "If we wait for you all to arrive, he'll likely be in mortal danger. If Scarface truly broke through, he's definitely dead by now," the director interrupted him, his voice icy. "Even if there's a chance he's still alive, this is the path he chose himself." "But there are no buts. He brought this upon himself. Little Song, it seems I've been too lenient with you. Making Zhang Yang a team leader was an impulsive decision on your part. I hope you can be more mature and steady in the future." That's it. The call was disconnected. Team leader Song looked into the depths of District 24 with a troubled expression. An hour later, a group of fully armed martial artists appeared here. If anyone with high social standing or a public office position from the city were present, they would surely recognize most of the faces here. They were all pillars of various martial artist organizations, individuals who usually only appeared for exceptionally serious missions. To have so many gathered this time was a rare sight. Leading them was the director of the Martial Artist Bureau. The director's real name was Yin Man, a powerhouse at the martial saint level. In terms of both prestige and strength, he was second to none among those present. "Little Song, have you confirmed the situation?" Yin Man asked, full of confidence now that everyone had arrived. Team leader Song immediately led everyone over to the corpses, causing their expressions to change slightly. "Your guess was right. The only one who could cause this level of destruction must be at the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint level. Among the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint realm experts we know, no one can inflict damage of this magnitude. Only Scarface, after his breakthrough, could possibly do it. He was already at the pinnacle of the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint realm. This breakthrough is no small matter. It seems our mission this time will be quite difficult." Hearing his words, the others all revealed solemn expressions. "Everyone, follow me. We must be extremely cautious. a large contingent of people followed him into Sector 24. Everyone was on high alert, their muscles tensed. They were all wary of mutant beasts that could appear at any moment. Although they were mostly at the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint level and above, they had to be careful when facing desperate mutant beasts. Suddenly, a thick stench of blood wafted from ahead. This overwhelming smell of blood tensed the nerves of everyone present. Ing Man led the way, pushing aside the bushes in front of him, his pupils contracting. Before them were rows upon rows of corpses reduced to pulp. Their deaths were extremely gruesome, identical to the mutant beasts they had seen earlier. The difference was that they had only seen a dozen or so corpses before, whereas the number of bodies in front of them was simply countless. The ground covered in corpses reeked of blood, with pools of not yet dried blood still flowing. All the mutant beasts had died in the same way, killed by a single blow. Gazing at the hellish scene before him, even Ing Man, the bureau chief, broke out in a cold sweat. That madman Scarface is too terrifying. I'm afraid even I, as I am now, wouldn't be his match. That's right, even as the chief of the Martial Artist Bureau, he wasn't confident he could achieve such a feat. Chief, should we? Team Leader Song came to his side, a worried look on his face. We must pursue. Even if I die here, we absolutely cannot let Scarface run rampant. After this breakthrough, he'll probably prey on the martial artists who enter Sector 24. If we don't deal with such a dangerous individual now, it will be even more impossible to handle him later. Ing Man took a deep breath, his face resolute. However, his resolve didn't last long. As they advanced, they saw more and more mutant beasts that had died in the same manner. From the initial corpses of martial artist level mutant beasts, they later found the bodies of Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint level mutant beasts. In the end, they even saw the corpse of a peak Martial Saint level mutant beast. Team Leader Song wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes already betraying his fear. It's unknown who it was, but someone suddenly said something that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone, have we, up until now, not seen a single living mutant beast? The person's voice trembled, clearly terrified. This trace of fear spread among the crowd like a plague. Yes. To this point, they hadn't seen a single living mutant beast. From this, one could tell how brutal the person who killed the mutant beasts was, killing every single one they encountered. Such strength combined with such ruthlessness, it must be Scarface. Ing Man took a deep breath, his expression turning ugly. Originally, he had held a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed certain to be Scarface. He stood where he was, momentarily unsure whether to advance or retreat, his expression exceptionally complex. At the same time, in the deepest part of District 24, Zhang Yang, with a blank expression, instantly killed the surrounding mutant beasts, his eyes cold and indifferent. He was so close, just a little bit more, and he could clear out all the mutant beasts and complete the mission of clearing District 24. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped. Footsteps, and the sound of discussion. Someone's here? Zhang Yang frowned and looked up in a certain direction. He was sure someone was coming from over there, and from the sounds of it, there were quite a few people. Although the distant sounds were continuous and unclear, Zhang Yang could make out that what they were saying was all profanity. The first thought that came to his mind was the bald man he had once met. That man was a desperado, and these people probably were too. What a coincidence! A meaningful smile touched the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. Chapter 80, The Self-Righteous Scarface. Zhang Yang hadn't expected such a coincidence. He had just run into those desperados last time, and now he was running into them again. However, last time he had met a minor leader, he wondered who he would encounter this time. I'm not afraid of anyone now, no matter who they are, Zhang Yang murmured, clenching his fists. He had already reached the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint realm and had mastered a LV4 ability. Forget a minor leader, even if the real boss showed up, they would be no match for him. With the boost to all his attributes, he was now practically invincible among those in the same realm, so he had no need to worry about his opponent's level. If his opponent was truly courting death, he wouldn't mind sending them to meet their maker. Thinking this, he made no effort to hide his aura and strode forward. 100 meters away. Scarface, the leader of the desperados, was in a foul mood. The last time he discovered a major move by the martial artists in the city, he had immediately led his men in a counterattack. But he hadn't gained any advantage, and many of his capable subordinates had died in this recent turmoil. That idiot Baldy actually died out there for nothing. He gritted his teeth, his expression as grim as it could be. If he was the local tyrant of this area before, he was now a down-and-out one. In a single battle, almost his entire fortune had been lost. At this moment, he wished he could tear those high and mighty people from the city to shreds, one by one. Don't let me get a chance to catch your families, or I'll make them wish they were dead. I'll carve the flesh from their bones piece by piece and show them the consequences of offending me. He was about to curse some more when he suddenly noticed a figure appear in his line of sight. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but after a closer look, he realized it was a young man. A young man who looked to be only 18 or 19. His face was a bit pale, as if he had just been through a major battle and exhausted a lot of stamina. Right now, this young man's attention was completely focused on the direction he was walking, and he hadn't noticed their presence at all. Boss, a lone martial artist, a lackey beside him also noticed the situation and excitedly pointed it out. "Oomph, you think I'm blind? Who asked you to butt in? But this kid is really unlucky, running into me when I'm in such a bad mood." He sneered, his smile growing more mocking and playful. In his eyes, the young man not far away was no longer a person, but a toy for his amusement. That's right, a toy. He is a martial king. Although the underlings around him weren't high-level martial artists, they were all genuine martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints, and every one of them could be considered his trusted confidant. With such a formidable lineup, he couldn't imagine how the young man before them could possibly resist. The only fate awaiting this kid was a miserable death. As he thought of this, the smile on his face grew increasingly sinister and maniacal. His current appearance was exactly like a villain from a movie or TV show, and a mentally unstable one at that, maniacal and unsettling. Seeing his expression, the henchman beside him couldn't help but shiver. Having followed Scarface for so long, they knew his character well. Every time he wore such an expression, someone was about to die a miserable death. That's right, a miserable death. As the leader of a group of desperados, Scarface's methods and brutality were far more terrifying and twisted than any of theirs. They looked at the approaching young man, a hint of pity in their eyes. They could already imagine the tragic sight of this young man kneeling and begging for mercy in a moment. Just as they were lost in their fantasies, the young man was already very close to them. He was probably less than 20 meters away, but it was as if he hadn't seen them, continuing on his original path. It looked as though he was on a city street, intending to brush past them and go about his business. The henchman exchanged a glance, immediately ran out, and surrounded the young man. His path blocked, Zhang Yang slowly raised his head. Seeing the mocking smiles on their faces, he too revealed a mocking smile. "Apologies, everyone. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please don't waste my time. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, and I'm the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau's 4th Division." Facing these ruffians, Zhang Yang was calm and composed, speaking his mind in a slow, deliberate manner. "Oh? You're actually the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau's 4th Division?" A detached voice came from behind the men. Scarface stared at Zhang Yang with a mocking expression. "That's right, I am." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, answering him again. "Put." This time, Scarface's response was a sneer. It was as if he had seen through some lie, his smile thick with ridicule. He said smugly, "Kid, don't think you can bluff your way through this. There's no one I haven't seen. The Martial Artist Bureau has only 3 division leaders, and I've met all of them. And you probably don't know, the Martial Artist Bureau did indeed have 4 division leaders once. I was the one who killed that 4th person. I dismembered him, piece by piece. He wasn't killed by the dismemberment itself, but rather, he eventually died from the sheer pain, while still alive." He paused here, his smile taking on a more cruel and crazed edge. "Now, do you still want to pretend to be the leader of the 4th Division? A roar of laughter erupted from the surroundings. "You little brat, you actually tried to use the identity of the fourth group's leader to scare our boss? How blind can you be? To tell you the truth, kid, we specialize in killing people from the Martial Artist Bureau. Your little disguise has failed." These desperate fugitives surrounded Zhang Yang, laughing heartily. At this moment, Zhang Yang stood among them like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Scarface stood excitedly on the spot, carefully observing Zhang Yang's expression, anticipating the look of despair that would appear on his face. But the mocking smile on his lips suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted abruptly. He saw that not only did Zhang Yang show no signs of panic, but he was exceptionally calm, as if he was completely confident, not taking them seriously at all. Damn it! Where did this composure come from? Years of being on the run and living a dangerous life made Scarface immediately sense that something was wrong, but it seemed his realization came a bit too late. He saw Zhang Yang's gaze lock onto him, and in an instant, a bone-chilling killing intent made even him feel fear in his heart. "Oh? Looks like you figured it out?" He understood every word Zhang Yang said, but an indescribable fear began to spread and escalate within his heart. In just a few seconds, he found his body starting to tremble physiologically, beyond his control. This person before him. Who in the world was he? Chapter 81, Time to boost my performance. "You, who in the world are you?" Scarface was utterly panicked. He felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from Zhang Yang. This kid must also be a martial king, and not just an ordinary one. One must know that ever since he broke through to the martial saint realm, he had almost never felt such pressure. Although he was only a first-level martial saint, with his years of experience living on the edge, even second-level martial saints in the city would go out of their way to avoid him. But the young man before him was different. This kid gave him the feeling of a superior, whether it was the murderous aura from killing or the pressure from his realm, he was clearly much stronger. "I said, my name is Zhang Yang. I'm the leader of the Martial Artist Bureau's 4th team. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hurry up and..." Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Damn it! The Martial Artist Bureau, you people are relentless. You just have to hunt us down to the last man, don't you? Fine. It's not like I haven't killed a team leader before. Today, I'll kill another one just to show you who's the real boss in this area." Scarface's extreme fear turned into rage, his ferocious expression a sign of the madness he was about to unleash. He was the king here. He would either erupt amidst the encirclement or perish within it. Following his roar, his underlings swarmed forward, each one charging with ferocious momentum, looking as if they wouldn't rest until Zhang Yang was dead. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. "At least let me finish talking. I just wanted you guys to get lost. Don't get in the way of me killing mutant beasts." That was what he was thinking, but the thugs charging at him now didn't see it that way, or rather, Scarface didn't. Living in this area, he had mostly encountered ferocious mutant beasts and the urban martial artists who came from the city to exterminate them. So, in their eyes, victory and defeat determined right and wrong. Now, Zhang Yang, a member of the Martial Artist Bureau, was standing before them, and that in itself was wrong. Killing Zhang Yang to intimidate those in the city who were always thinking about wiping them out, that was right. However, the moment these men got close to Zhang Yang, they were frozen in terror, unable to move. Zhang Yang walked past them step by step, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although his slaughter domain couldn't instantly kill humans, it seemed to have a deterrent effect, one that was physiologically imposed. The instant he released the domain, he clearly saw the fear of death surge in their eyes. Perhaps. At that moment, in their minds, they had already died once. Yes, Zhang Yang's guess was correct. The instant they approached Zhang Yang, they had a fleeting vision of their own heads flying into the air. They could even see their own bodies toppling over stiffly. The horrifying scene was simply indescribable. By the time they snapped out of it, Zhang Yang had already walked past them. No, to be more precise, he had glided past them. Combat skill, sliding step. Zhang Yang headed straight for Scarface, closing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Scarface had pulled out 2 daggers from somewhere, his body radiating killing intent. "Kid, do you really think you're the only one with combat skills?" His voice was icy, and the daggers in his hands actually left afterimages as he brandished them. The afterimages were created by the cold glint of the blade's tips, forming a terrifying flower of knives. Seeing this display, Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. He practically pressed forward, activating his slaughter domain once again. Clearly, his opponent's movements slowed by a beat, his entire body momentarily stunned. In that brief pause, it was obviously too late to execute the combat skill he had been preparing. Scarface could only change his attack, using the power of his weapons to strike at Zhang Yang's vital points. He thought he could suppress or even kill Zhang Yang with his rich combat experience, but after just a dozen rounds, he was already drenched in sweat. "What level are you exactly? Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint?" Yes, what level was this kid exactly? Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint? That oppressive force was terrifying. His rich combat experience. And his reaction speed, which far surpassed his own. Such terrifying qualities meant his realm had to be at least 2 levels higher. Of course, these were the things he could still manage to resist. There were also things he couldn't resist. For example, boom! Zhang Yang's punch had paralyzed the entire right side of his body. He felt his brain go numb. This person. Was he a damn mutant beast in human form? That strength could knock his soul right out of his body. But he had no time to complain, because Zhang Yang was raising his fist again. However, having experienced the last punch, he wasn't an idiot. He quickly adjusted his stance, crossing his dagger-wielding hands to block the opponent's fist. However, boom! The moment Zhang Yang threw his punch, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash across the sky, thunder rumbled, and the air itself began to compress under the force of this fist. No! It was actually compressing. He saw with his own eyes that there seemed to be an invisible barrier around Zhang Yang's fist, acting as a buffer between the fist and the blades as it struck him hard. 2 combat skills. Before this thought could even fade from his mind, a terrifying force had already spread throughout his entire body. A series of crisp, crackling sounds of breaking bones echoed as he was sent flying backward, landing on the ground a full dozen meters away. Run! Run! Just as Scarface was about to hit the ground, someone in the crowd shouted something and turned to run. Lying on the ground, Scarface didn't even have time to feel the excruciating pain all over his body. He scrambled up, staring in disbelief at his underlings scattering in all directions, his body trembling with rage. Seeing those people flee, Zhang Yang instinctively frowned. Although these people were a disorganized mob, they were all wanted fugitives here. As a team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau, he should, by right, intercept them all, but just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a burst of cursing from the distance. The fleeing group seemed to have run into another group of people. His first reaction was that it was another band of desperados, so he subconsciously glanced at Scarface. But when he saw Scarface looking just as confused, he knew they weren't his people. Then who? Just as he was wondering, he heard a familiar shout. "All of you, stay put. Where's your boss, Scarface? Where is he? Why are you all running?" That voice. It was Team Leader Song. Hearing that it was Team Leader Song, Zhang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at Scarface, who was lying prone on the ground, and a thought-provoking smile touched the corners of his mouth. "Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or are you going to surrender without a fight? I happen to be a little short on my performance quota to report to the higher-ups. Will you come with me willingly, or should I beat you up first and then take you?" Scarface. His smile was uglier than a crying face. At the same time, the voices in the distance gradually quieted down. Chapter 82, less than 3 hours. Team Leader Song was a bit dazed right now. That's right, dazed. It wasn't just her, everyone else who had arrived was also a bit dazed. Before them lay some of the most difficult criminals they had ever dealt with. There were malicious murderers. There were home invasion rapists. There was even a villain who had slaughtered an entire family over a $3 bowl of noodles. These were all fellows who had been a constant headache for them. They could be said to have been entrenched in this mutant beast activity zone for a long time, and their threat level was even higher than that of the mutant beasts themselves. In fact, just a few minutes ago, they were still on the road, worried about this very matter. They thought that if they ran into these people, it would probably be another huge hassle. But just now, this group of people had suddenly rushed out from ahead, each with a look of terror on their face. Especially after seeing them, the fear on their faces deepened, as if they were malevolent ghosts, ready to devour people at any moment. Under such circumstances, these people had almost no will to fight. The battle, it could be said, was resolved with extreme ease. We were wrong. We confess our crimes. Please don't do anything, we'll do whatever you say. Their voices trembled, their faces filled with despair. This was no act, they were genuinely desperate. After all, even their own boss had been dealt with by the 5 stars of the 3 gorges. What chance did they stand? They originally thought they might have a chance if they escaped in time, but when they saw the high-ranking officials from the Martial Artist Bureau, they understood completely. This time, the other party intended to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Team Leader Song frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. After all, this operation felt too surreal. To solve such a major problem so easily was simply too smooth to be true. Where is your boss? She grabbed someone who looked like a second in command, her expression grim. Having been in the Martial Artist Bureau for so long, no one knew better than her that these people were just small fry. The true backbone of the group had not appeared. He's in the back. It was all him. He forced us to do everything. Your leader has already caught him. Leader? Team Leader Song was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What leader? Her leader, the chief of the Martial Artist Bureau, was right here. She instinctively turned her head to look at Yin Man, who wore an equally bewildered expression, feeling even more confused. What nonsense are you talking about? What leader? All our high-ranking officials are right here. This in turn dumbfounded the captured man. He pointed tremblingly to a spot not far away and said in astonishment, "Isn't that young man your leader? He defeated our boss in just a few moves." That's right. In his and his accomplices' minds, the one with the highest combat strength was the leader. Zhang Yang must be some new leader they had never seen before, which was why they had suffered a loss this time. A young man? This time, Yin Man was also a bit stunned. He had organized this operation, so he was the supreme leader. He couldn't recall sending anyone to infiltrate this place in advance, nor could there be anyone capable of striking such fear into the hearts of these desperados. Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of someone. This person was indeed from their Martial Artist Bureau and was also in this area. It's just... no. Impossible. That kid Zhang Yang might have some skills, but he's definitely no match for this group. He extinguished his own fantasy, his brows tightly furrowed. Where is that person? It's over there, probably only 50 or 60 meters away. The captured man spoke again. He wasn't pointing far, and everyone present subconsciously looked up in that direction. A casual glance revealed 2 figures walking toward them. Team Leader Song and the others immediately drew their weapons, their expressions grim as they prepared for battle. Not until they saw Scarface, his face looking terrible and his appearance wretched, walking towards them while coughing. It seemed he was even limping slightly. Seeing Scarface in such a sorry state, those present showed a hint of confusion but immediately became guarded. They were all people who had dealt with Scarface many times and knew full well his strength and ruthlessness. Even an ordinary level 2 martial master, grandmaster, martial king, or martial saint might not be able to handle this ruthless character, and a moment of carelessness could cost them their lives. Scarface. I advise you to surrender without a fight, or else we won't mind killing you right here. Yin Man took a step forward and nervously drew his weapon. Team Leader Song immediately came to his side, looking as if the 2 of them would strike at the slightest unusual movement. Scarface, who was walking ahead, was stunned by their shout, and then his expression immediately changed. He turned his head and roared at the figure behind him, "Damn it, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Are you people from the Martial Artist Bureau all insane? I've already surrendered, and you're still telling me to surrender without a fight? How am I supposed to do that? You want me to chop off my own hands or something?" His furious roar left everyone present dumbfounded. However, some of the quicker ones immediately understood what was happening. There really is one of our people? Team leader Song frowned and looked behind Scarface. It wasn't just her association president Yin Man, and many others also looked up, wanting to see who this sacred figure was. But when they saw the person's youthful face, they were all stunned. This person? So young? That's right, far too young. He looked only 18 or 19, more like a high school student about to graduate. Furthermore, he seems to be a new face, doesn't he? Whose man is he? Someone in the crowd raised a question. I don't know. Not one of ours. Not one of ours either. Most of the people present shook their heads. After all, although Zhang Yang had become a team leader in the Martial Artist Bureau, he rarely made public appearances, so most people here did not recognize him. However, a few people did recognize Zhang Yang. Seeing him here, they were all shocked, unsure of what to say for a moment. Zhang Yang? Team leader Song knew Zhang Yang. The moment she saw him, her mind went blank. Why was Zhang Yang here? Could it be that the leader these people were talking about was Zhang Yang? She turned to look at Yin Man, only to find the expression on her director's face was as theatrical as it could possibly be. Yin Man stared at Zhang Yang in astonishment, unable to process it for a moment. He could only say subconsciously, Is that Zhang Yang? He hadn't expected that all of this was truly Zhang Yang's handiwork. But with Zhang Yang's strength, how did he manage it? At this moment, under everyone's stunned gazes, Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Team leader Song, I ran into these people on the road. They wanted to kill me, so out of necessity, I had no choice but to subdue them. I didn't expect to run into you all. Your timing is perfect. These people are likely desperados who couldn't make it in the city. Catching them all in one go today would be a contribution to the city. Chapter 83, Problem Solved. But how did you do it? He's a martial saint. Team leader Song was still a bit dazed. But she immediately realized something, her eyes revealing an expression of utter disbelief. You've advanced to martial saint? That's right. I was lucky enough to become a martial saint, but it's been less than 3 hours since my breakthrough. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, not denying it. Scarface, who had been listening to the conversation from the side, froze, his eyes widening abruptly. What did you say? You're saying you broke through to Martial Saint less than 3 hours ago? No, impossible. You're even stronger than some of the old-timers I've encountered. There's no way you just broke through to Martial Saint. He was deeply skeptical, but Zhang Yang's reaction didn't seem like he was lying at all, which shattered his worldview. It wasn't just him, everyone present was impacted by Zhang Yang's verbal bombshell. Most of the people didn't know Zhang Yang, but hearing that he had just broken through not long ago and had already taken care of Scarface, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. And the few who did know Zhang Yang and his past were even more profoundly shocked. Becoming a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint in less than 3 months, and right after becoming one, he directly dealt with Scarface, who had been a constant headache for the city. Zhang Yang, you've done well. Yin Man calmed himself from the shock, a warm smile appearing on his face. I've heard about you from Little Song. You young people are truly driven. Not only did you successfully resolve the issues with the first and second martial artist guilds, but now you've performed another great service. You are truly worthy of being a team leader in our Martial Artist Bureau. Team leader Song stared at Yin Man, whose attitude had changed so drastically, his expression stunned and the corner of his mouth twitching. Yin Man cleared his throat gravely and announced very seriously in front of everyone, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is our 4th team's leader, Zhang Yang. You are all pillars of the city. Please look after our young friend from now on. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the representatives from the first and second martial artist guilds, his look and expression filled with a strong sense of threat. Even a fool could see that from this day forward, Zhang Yang's status in the Martial Artist Bureau would be extremely high, perhaps even high enough to warrant the personal intervention of the bureau chief, Yin Man, himself. From this day forward, the name Zhang Yang would spread throughout the city, becoming known to everyone in the martial artist circle. Zhang Yang revealed a satisfied smile. He knew very well that Yin Man's words meant his position as team leader was secure. As for the matter with the first and second martial artist guilds, that could also be considered completely resolved. He was satisfied, and Yin Man was satisfied too. Yin Man had his men take all the fugitives into custody, preparing to return the way they came. Behave yourself. I'll ask, you'll answer. If you answer honestly, I can make sure the city gives you a quick end when we get back. Yin Man pressed down on Scarface, his voice icy. I'll answer your grandpa. If you have the guts, then sentence me. Let's see if you can pull it off. Scarface looked disdainful, seemingly unafraid of being taken back to the city. A man like him had seen all sorts of dangers. Unless suppressed by absolute martial force, no one could make him cooperate. Yin Man's face turned ashen. Don't think anyone can protect you this time. With all the crimes you've committed, the city will definitely bring you to justice. Answer honestly, now. What were you trying to do by killing so many mutant beasts? As soon as he said this, everyone present focused their attention on them. Their expressions were all serious, their eyes filled with curiosity. Along the way, they had all seen the corpses of those mutant beasts. The gruesome state of the bodies was extremely horrifying, and anyone who saw them would want to know why so many mutant beasts had been slaughtered with such methods. Most likely, everyone automatically associated these corpses with some bizarre combat skill or evil technique. In any case, it was chilling to the bone. Mutant beast. What mutant beasts? Since when is it a goddamn crime for me to kill mutant beasts? Scarface was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage out of shame. You don't know anything? Yin Man frowned. What know anything or not know anything? Yin Man, I think you're sick. This time, Yin Man was bewildered. Those dismembered bodies weren't killed by you? Almost all the mutant beasts in this Sector 24 were killed, wasn't it you who led people to kill them? This time Scar was also bewildered. His bewildered expression made Yin Man realize that this guy wasn't lying, he truly didn't know. Then, how did these mutant beast corpses appear? Suddenly, everyone's faces turned grim. The mass deaths of mutant beasts would ordinarily be a good thing for the city, but such inexplicable mass deaths were terrifying. They vaguely remembered the last time mutant beasts died in large numbers, and soon after, a terrifying beast tide entered the city, killing 30% of the city's martial artists. Just as everyone was simultaneously worried about this matter, a voice made everyone pause. I killed those mutant beasts, what's wrong? Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to stare at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood there, looking at everyone with some confusion, subconsciously touching his nose. What's wrong? Is there a problem? He genuinely didn't know what the problem was. Could it be that his slaughter domain was too brutal for killing the mutant beasts? Do urban martial artists now need to be humanitarian when killing mutant beasts? Do they have to make them die a pretty death? Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't seem to be lying, Yin Man asked in astonishment, You killed all those mutant beasts? Yes. Over 100 of them? Yes. How did you do it? Instant kills. Yin Man. Team leader Song. Everyone else? Zhang Yang grew even more bewildered, asking with a puzzled look, Didn't I come here this time to clear out District 24? Is there a problem? Yin Man immediately shook his head. No problem at all. Well done, young man. You truly live up to your title as a team leader in our Martial Artist Bureau. Although he said this, he was clearly a bit unnerved. His own realm was that of a third-tier martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, yet he couldn't have accomplished what Zhang Yang had. In fact, it made him feel immense pressure. Everything Zhang Yang had done was beyond his expectations. The thought that he had been somewhat opposed to Zhang Yang at first made him want to slap himself and curse his own blindness. They said no more, instead escorting the group back to the city. In the vehicle heading back to the city, team leader saw him lean closer to him and said in a low voice, "Zhang Yang, I never thought you'd actually succeed. You really had me worried. After we get back this time, the first martial artist guild will definitely not dare to cause you trouble again." Zhang Yang also broke into a relaxed smile. I bet the first martial artist guild thought they had me in the bag. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out about this. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 84, Slapping the First Martial Artist Guild in the Face. The First Martial Artist Guild. Director Zhao, the guild president, was in a good mood today, even personally pouring tea for Qiao Feng. How about it? It's been over a week now. Still no news from that kid Zhang Yang, right? In less than 3 days, he'll lose his title as team leader because of his own recklessness and be personally driven out. By then, that kid Zhang Yang will know the price of youthful arrogance. Qiao Feng heard the profound meaning in his voice and also burst out laughing. President, we don't have to wait until then. Director Ian has already taken his people to District 24. I hear Scarface seems to have had a breakthrough in his realm, so the city headquarters sent him to handle it immediately. If we're lucky, not only will Zhang Yang die in there, but the Martial Artist Bureau will also suffer heavy losses this time. Perhaps we'll hear some fantastic news today. The two exchanged a glance and a smile, as if they had both already pictured that outcome. The grins on their faces were simply irrepressible. A few seconds later, they even began to laugh unrestrainedly. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the office door. This is bad. President, this is bad. Anxious knocking came from outside, the urgency clear in the sound. Councilman Zhao frowned and chided with some displeasure. Enter. What's the rush? Is there anything our first guild can't handle? The door was pushed open, and a guild member walked in, panting and looking anxious. President, Captain Xiao, things are bad. Over at District 24. There's a problem over there. Hearing this, their first reaction was actually excitement. Right now, they were hoping for something to happen to the people in District 24, especially the Martial Artist Bureau. Any trouble for the Bureau would be absolutely fantastic news for their first Martial Artist Guild. Did something happen to the Martial Artist Bureau? Yes. Ha, I knew it, Xiao Feng said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Quick, tell us how many people the Martial Artist Bureau lost. Was it Scarface who made the move? How many casualties did Scarface's group suffer this time? He excitedly voiced his speculations, his smile growing wider. Just as he was fantasizing about the outcome he wanted to hear, the guild member who came with the news shook his head. No. That's not what happened. The Martial Artist Bureau successfully brought Scarface back. The news is already causing a huge sensation. Not only that, it seems the mutant beasts in District 24 have also been completely cleared out. They say a team leader from the Martial Artist Bureau did it, single-handedly turning that area into a safe zone. What? This time, it wasn't Xiao Feng who cried out in alarm, but Councilman Zhao, the president. Although trouble for the Martial Artist Bureau wasn't a good thing, for the first Martial Artist Guild, it was a rare opportunity to rise in power, which was why he had been waiting for it. But now? Not only had the Martial Artist Bureau avoided disaster, but they had achieved such a great merit. This made it even more impossible for the first Martial Artist Guild to surpass the Martial Artist Bureau's influence in the city. How could this be? Didn't you say Scarface had a breakthrough? He angrily questioned Xiao Feng, who also looked completely bewildered. The intel I received was indeed accurate. Scarface had a breakthrough, and that's precisely why that man couldn't sit still and went to encircle and annihilate him. It's not just me, many organizations knew this news. President, you knew about it back then too. Director Zhao froze, his brows furrowing. He did indeed know about this matter. Not only him, but all the major organizations knew. Because the city had issued a mandatory order for each of their organizations to contribute personnel to help, their first guild had also sent people. Then why did it turn out like this? This whole thing doesn't make any sense. It truly didn't make sense. No matter how you looked at it, it was illogical. Just as the two of them were frowning deeply, the guild member who had brought the news slowly spoke up. It seems to be because of the fourth group's leader from the Martial Artist Bureau. It seems that group leader broke through to the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint Realm. This mutant beast cleanup was also single-handedly. Before he could finish, both men shot to their feet simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. What did you say? The fourth group. It's Zhang Yang? The guild member was startled by their reaction, then after a moment of thought, he nodded heavily. Yes, it's Zhang Yang. Bang! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhao slammed his hand down, shattering the desk. The dull thud made the other two in the office shiver, and they looked at Director Zhao with a hint of fear. At this moment, Director Zhao's face was ashen and ugly, his eyes practically spitting fire. He actually broke through to Martial King. No wonder. No wonder he dared to coordinate us and the second martial artist guild like that. So this guy has been playing the wolf in sheep's clothing all along. I was wondering how someone could have continuous breakthroughs in such a short amount of time. It turns out this guy has been hiding his strength all along. Xiao Fong, standing to the side, said with a grim expression, "You mean, this Zhang Yang was deliberately released by the Martial Artist Bureau? For the purpose of..." Director Zhao snorted coldly. Of course, he's someone deliberately put forward by the Martial Artist Bureau. Otherwise, how could they suppress our first martial artist guild in a seemingly legitimate and compliant way? Zhang Yang is so young. It's highly likely he's connected to one of them and has been secretly cultivated all along, a long-term plan to ensnare us. The more he spoke, the uglier his expression became, his face growing darker and more sinister. That's right, it must be so. At this very moment, he was regretting it so much his intestines could turn green. He was truly a fool. He had thought from the start that the conditions Zhang Yang proposed were clearly disadvantageous to Zhang Yang himself, yet he had gone along with it without hesitation. He had even secretly called the other guy a fool behind his back, but now it seemed he was the real fool. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. With nowhere to vent his rage, he finally turned his gaze to Xiao Fong, whose face was equally grim. Xiao Fong. As the general captain, I've cultivated you so much, yet you were so careless. You were the one who first met Zhang Yang, right? You were also responsible for reporting the subsequent situation to me. Why were you so careless? Why didn't you investigate thoroughly? Xiao Fong's face turned pale from the scolding, but he was stunned into silence, unable to utter a single word. What could he say? Even if he had another chance, he probably wouldn't have investigated Zhang Yang's background. If this was truly a deliberate setup, no one would have been able to find anything out. You what? I think you need to reflect on yourself properly. Starting tomorrow, you're demoted back to captain. Take your team and go out to fight for a month. Xiao Fong's expression immediately turned ugly, but at this point, he could only endure it silently. He walked out of the office dejectedly as angry roars echoed from within. Damn it! Damn it! The Martial Artist Bureau. Zhang Yang. This isn't over. The first Martial Artist Guild will get its revenge for this sooner or later. Chapter 85, this time, I have everything. Inside the Martial Artist Bureau. Zhang Yang walked out of the mutant beast processing area, stretched lazily, and let out a comfortable groan. Team Leader Song emerged from the back, looking at Zhang Yang's blissful expression with a slightly unnatural smile. Little brother Zhang Yang, you don't happen to have any peculiar hobbies, do you? This is the first time I've ever seen someone enjoy dissecting and processing corpses so much. Indeed, she had initially thought that when Zhang Yang returned and offered to help process the mutant beast corpses, he just wanted a share. But upon entering the processing area, she realized that wasn't the case at all. Zhang Yang was, one might say, completely immersed in the act of dissection, looking as excited as a pervert while doing it. Recalling the gruesome state of the dead mutant beasts she had seen in District 24, she increasingly felt that Zhang Yang was a bit of a deviant. Zhang Yang paused for a moment. I just want to better understand the anatomy of mutant beasts. Only then can I deliver a fatal blow when facing them. Of course, this was an excuse he had prepared in advance. He couldn't just tell people that dissecting mutant beasts could make him stronger, could he? Hearing his explanation, the doubt in team leader Song's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by admiration. No wonder you were able to become a martial master at your age. It seems you truly have your own extraordinary qualities. With your focus and talent, you might even have a chance at reaching the threshold of the Capital Martial Artist University. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. He knew this school was the best martial artist university in the country. He had heard team leader Song mention it last time. But he was already a martial master at just 18 years old. Was a level like this still only barely enough to meet the threshold? Perhaps noticing his surprised expression, team leader Song said with a hint of smugness, "You wouldn't know about this, would you? After all, no matter how outstanding you are, it's only within our city. The so-called geniuses in our city are considered the lowest tier among the martial artist families in the capital, where generations of artists reside. I've heard that children from some families have already reached the martial master level by the time they're in middle school, and that's just for the mid-tier ones. There are even more talented individuals who, at your age, have already broken through to realms above martial master and have earned military ranks and distinguished merits on the front lines. Those people command thousands, even tens of thousands, on the front lines, guarding the territory of our dragon country. They become powerhouses in their own right, revered by those abroad." The more she spoke, the more pleased and yearning she became, her eyes filled with a touch of longing. The path of a martial artist is one where the stronger you become, the more you desire to become even stronger. It's the same principle as a person's endless desire for money. No, perhaps it's even more formidable than money. The feeling of holding that kind of power in your hands is simply indescribable. Zhang Yang also couldn't help but show a trace of longing, and he blurted out, "Those people, can they easily get their hands on the medicine to cure my mother?" Team leader Song nodded. "I wouldn't say easily, but if they want to, they can definitely get it with the resources at their disposal. Unlike us, even if we perform our duties diligently every day, it's not enough. We don't even have the channels. We're just people who go to purchase and search for resources, while they themselves create resources. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang nodded and sighed helplessly. If he hadn't become a martial artist, his mother might never have recovered. But even now that he was a martial artist, he still had to give his all just to fight for a few qualifications. "Zhang Yang, I'm not saying these things to discourage you, but to give you a heads up. I've already looked into the matter you asked me about last time. So far, the only channel we can access is to find that professor at Kyoto University. Our martial artist bureau has one guaranteed admission spot. This spot is usually very precious and reserved for internal personnel, but since you've made such a huge contribution this time, I believe the director will give it to you." Zhang Yang was slightly taken aback. "Guaranteed admission spot? You mean, you want me to go to Kyoto University?" "That's right," team leader Song nodded. "That professor is no longer developing the project for treating vegetative state patients, and he has a very eccentric personality. He's not someone who will help just for money. However, I've heard that he's very good to his own students. As long as you can successfully get into Kyoto University and become his student, you'll have a chance to get his help." Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, his emotions complex. He had thought he would never experience school life again, but he never expected to get such an opportunity. His high school years had not been pleasant, and he had long looked forward to university life, but unfortunately, he ended up dropping out. He never imagined that by a twist of fate, he would get another chance at school life. Even though he had long given up hope, a new sense of longing still arose in his heart. "I'll go talk to the director about this matter shortly. You can look into it in the meantime. Don't you have high school classmates and teachers?" They should know more about it. She patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and smiled. The thought of school matters gave Zhang Yang a bit of a headache, but it did remind him of Bai Meng. Although Bai Meng was likely safe under her father's protection, the fact that she hadn't sent him any news for so long made him genuinely worried about her well-being. By the way, I'd like to inquire about someone's address, I was wondering. For something that's simple, just go to the bureau and have someone look it up. You're a team leader now. Oh, and you can go to the resources department to collect your own spatial watch. A spatial watch? Zhang Yang's face instantly flushed red. He had long wanted a spatial watch of his own, and with his upcoming trip to Capital University, he needed one even more. He had never held out much hope for getting one, as they were priceless and not readily available on the market. He never imagined he would be able to claim one now. Excited, he rushed to the bureau. First, he looked up Bai Meng's address, then he picked up a slender, black spatial watch. Sitting in the car on the way to Bai Meng's address, he played with his new spatial watch, exceptionally thrilled. The space inside the watch was about 5 square meters. While not enormous, it was enough to store a great many mutant beast carcasses. Every time he went out, he had to discard large numbers of carcasses, and his heart would ache seeing all those valuable parts go to waste. He gazed at the receding scenery, a complex look gradually flickering in his eyes. Little Meng. This time, I'm no longer the penniless boy I once was. If you need it, I can back you up. An image of Bai Meng's father flashed through his mind, and his expression turned colder. This time. Can you still look down on me with that high and mighty attitude like before? He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and waited quietly. City suburbs, Villa District. A black private car slowly came to a stop in front of a magnificent villa. Little brother, we're here. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes and pushed open the car door. Chapter 86, The Wang Father and Son. Zhang Yang swore. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen such a magnificent villa. This wasn't just a villa, there was clearly a considerable distance inside, a villa courtyard. Although the courtyard wasn't as exaggerated as the tens of thousands of square meters of lawn seen in TV dramas, it was definitely as large as half a high-end residential complex. It seemed Bai's father had indeed done very well for himself these past few years. To be able to buy such a villa here was something he, at least for now, could not achieve. He walked up to the villa and peered inside, trying to catch a glimpse of Bai Meng, but evidently, she was not there. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar, sarcastic voice. Ouch! Well, who do we have here? Isn't it Zhang Yang? How come you haven't been locked up yet? Did you escape from the martial artist bureau? He turned his head and saw Wang Li's punchable face. His eyes turned slightly cold, and a scornful smile played on his lips. What, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Hearing his words, Wang Li's smile froze. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, hiding behind the middle-aged man who was with him. Only then did Zhang Yang notice there was another person here. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, adorned with many expensive pieces of jewelry, and even wore 2 spatial watches on his wrist. This was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Wang Li. He must be Wang Li's father. Father, this blind fool is Zhang Yang. He's the one who's injured me several times. He's incredibly arrogant just because he has a bit of skill. Last time, if it weren't for others being present, he might have crippled me. Oh? The middle-aged man's face instantly turned cold. He stretched his limbs and walked up to Zhang Yang, looking down at him condescendingly. His voice was icy as he said, "So you're the kid named Zhang Yang. Do you have any idea who I am?" Zhang Yang slowly raised his head and spoke only a single word softly. "Get lost. Before I lose my temper, get the hell out of my sight." Wang Li's father was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected Zhang Yang to say such a thing and became furious in an instant. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I, Wang Yuanmin, am one of the 2 major suppliers of martial artist technology in this city. I supply half of the weapons for the martial artists in the entire city. Countless martial masters, grandmasters, martial kings, and martial saints owe me favors. I could crush you with just a lift of my finger." You dare to touch my, Wang Yuemin's, son, and you dare to insult me? You're courting death. He spoke with an air of smug satisfaction, a confidence radiating from deep within. It was clear he was the type who genuinely believed he was the king of the world. Indeed, with such a powerful faction behind him, a bit of arrogance was to be expected. Anyone else would have likely tried to avoid him at all costs, but who did Zhang Yang fear? From the very first day he became a martial artist, he had been constantly challenging his superiors and defying authority. So, are you planning to pick a fight with me, the team leader of the Martial Artist Bureau? Zhang Yang looked at him with utter disdain. You're just a peak martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint, right? You don't even bring a bodyguard when you go out. Be careful, or you might drop dead with no one to inherit your fortune. As he spoke, a ferocious and chilling aura instantly erupted from his body, unleashing his slaughter domain in a flash. The terrifying slaughter domain instantly washed over the Wang father and son, and the color drained from their faces in a whoosh. Wang Yuemin fared better, merely feeling an irresistible terror, as if a ferocious mutant beast was releasing its killing intent right in front of him. Wang Like, however, was in a terrible state. He was just some trash at the martial artist level. Upon feeling this terror, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his legs gave out, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He was shaking all over, unable to even speak a single word. You? What are you going to do? Believe it or not, I'm calling the Martial Artist Bureau right now to have you arrested. Wang Yuemin looked at him nervously, showing fear. He never dreamed that this person named Zhang Yang would be so terrifying. He was clearly just a high schooler, yet he exuded such an oppressive aura. Is he a martial king? A shocking thought emerged, and his heart filled with immense apprehension. Go ahead and try calling then. But let me remind you, the call you make will most likely end up with me, Zhang Yang said, looking at the two weaklings with a disdainful expression. Do you think I'm easily scared? Wang Yuemin immediately dialed the number. Hello? I want to report something. I'm reporting that Zhang Yang has escaped from the Martial Artist Bureau. Isn't he a person under investigation? He's in Villa Districta right now, and he's even threatening to assault me on the street. You need to send people over here immediately. Wang Yuemin even turned on the speakerphone so Zhang Yang could hear, looking at him smugly. His expression seemed to be telling Zhang Yang that he was still far too inexperienced to compete with him. However, the smile on his face didn't last long. It froze completely upon hearing the response from the person on the phone. Hello, sir. Please be mindful of your words. Zhang Yang is the team leader of Group 4 in our Martial Artist Bureau. He has made significant contributions to this city. If you continue to speak nonsense, we will definitely take action. Also, if you obstruct team leader Zhang in the performance of his official duties, we will take immediate action against you. Have I made myself clear? Although the voice on the phone was polite, it clearly carried a hint of cold anger. Zhang Yang was certain that the person who answered the phone was someone with a special fondness for the Martial Artist Bureau. Only someone with such feelings would become so angry when others defamed a member of the Martial Artist Bureau. The smile on Wang Yuemin's face completely froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the lingering smile looked as ugly as it could possibly be. He probably never dreamed of such an outcome and, for a moment, forgot to reply. His silence displeased the female voice on the phone. She spoke again, this time in a much more serious tone. Let me confirm one last time, did you understand what I meant? I understood. Wang Yuemin broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare say he didn't understand? If he said he didn't understand at this point, he would simply be asking for trouble. Well then, sir, is there anything else? No. Thank you for your call. Please rate your experience shortly. The call ended, and a robotic voice came on, asking if he was satisfied with the conversation. Wang Yuemin's first instinct was to complain about the poor service, but feeling Zhang Yang's gaze, he seemed to realize something and forced himself to say he was satisfied. The phone was hung up, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Of course, it was awkward for Wang Yuemin, not for Zhang Yang. Wang Yuemin felt Zhang Yang's gaze grow colder and colder, and he forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace. Team Leader Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Chapter 87, White Hair, White Cat. Isn't Zhang Yang a fugitive who took counterfeit elixirs? How did he become a team leader? He turned his head to look at Wang Li, only to find the boy looking completely bewildered. Wang Li was indeed bewildered. Ever since he got injured last time, he had been recuperating at home. You could say this was his first day out, and he was unaware of the events of the past few days. So, at this moment, he was also utterly confused. Facing his father's fierce gaze, he was as frightened as a little mouse. He felt he had to do something, or else he'd face the whip when he got home. Suddenly, he saw the villa's main gate and an idea struck him. A smug smile gradually appeared on Wang Li's pale face. Zhang Yang, don't you act all high and mighty here. I don't know how you became a team leader. But we haven't done anything, so you have no reason to do anything to us. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on to your position as team leader. You're here to see Bai Meng this time, aren't you? Sorry, but you won't be able to see Bai Meng. My father and I, however, are here to visit Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai won't let you see Bai Meng, so just give up on that thought. The more he spoke, the more confident and smug he became. How about this? I'm not one to hold a grudge. If you get on your knees right now, kowtow, and call me Dad and my father Grandpa, I'll be merciful and take you inside. How about it? Without me, you might never see Bai Meng for the rest of your life. A delighted smile also appeared on Wang Yuemin's face. Good son, that was brilliantly said. Even a team leader can't just attack people at will, can he? Otherwise, don't blame us for ruthlessly knocking that official's hat right off your head. Father and son attacked together, their words more befitting of dogs and pigs than men. Hearing their outrageous statements, Zhang Yang couldn't help but applaud them. Do you think this place is your home? Then again, you really do have the makings of watchdogs. Zhang Yang looked at them mockingly, his body slightly bent as he began to sink lower. The next second, under the ugly stares of the two, he leaped up and directly jumped into the villa area. You! How dare you trespass? Wang Li pointed at Zhang Yang, unable to help but exclaim. Zhang Yang merely gave him a cold glance, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Excuse me, gentlemen, I am investigating this villa in my capacity as head of the Martial Artist Bureau. Because the matter is quite serious, unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter, otherwise, if any weapon is found, both of you will be implicated. Zhang Yang's words were like an invisible hand, delivering a harsh slap to the two. Their already shameless faces were slapped red. The father and son, Wang, were utterly defeated by Zhang Yang's words, standing rooted to the spot, their faces alternating between green and red, unable to utter a single word. What could they say? This time, they had lost completely. Who are you trying to scare? Today, we're going to see if you really have that much authority. Wang Yuemin was furious and was about to press the doorbell. Zhang Yang didn't speak, just stared at him with a cold sneer, his gaze growing increasingly icy. Feeling this biting coldness, Wang Yuemin finally stopped his actions. He really didn't dare. Zhang Yang was the team leader. If he entered the villa area under that pretext, he truly had the power to take him away. After much thought, he could only grit his teeth, squeezing out a sound from between them. Zhang Yang, you're ruthless. This matter isn't over between us. I refuse to believe you won't have a handle for me to use in this lifetime. And before you get a handle on me, I'll definitely drag you down with me. Zhang Yang replied without changing his expression, his voice making the other party's body tremble. This time, Wang Yuemin said no more, but pulled Wang Li aside and hurried away. He wasn't a fool, he could see that Zhang Yang was not to be trifled with. Seeing them completely disappear, Zhang Yang sneered, then got up and walked into the villa area. Inside the villa, Bai Meng stared icily at the white-haired man standing at the door. Bai Mao, get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Bai Mao yawned nonchalantly, a look of indifference on his face. Don't waste your energy, miss. The boss said if you're not allowed to leave, you're not allowed to leave. Everything has been taken care of with the school. During this time, if you want to study, a tutor will come over. After your college entrance exams are over, you'll be sent to Kyoto immediately, and then you'll be free. Furious, Bai Meng grabbed a nearby stool and threw it at him, but Bai Mao shattered it with a single punch. Bang! With a cracking sound, the chair was reduced to splinters all over the floor. His gaze turned colder. The boss said that if necessary, I can use forceful means, as long as your life isn't in danger. Feeling the coldness on his face, Bai Meng took a step back. Although her talent was decent and she had resources to back her up, she was currently only a newly promoted level 2 martial artist. This might be considered genius among ordinary people, but in front of Bai Mao, who had been fighting alongside Father Bai for years, it was simply not worth mentioning. Besides, she knew Bai Mao's personality very well. The man was an out-and-out lunatic with an unstable mental state. Seeing that her emotions were gradually stabilizing, Bai Mao finally spoke slowly. I must say, miss, you truly have no judgment. That Zhang Yang is a complete piece of trash. So what if he was lucky enough to survive? I heard a while ago that he was taken into the Martial Artist Bureau over some potion incident. There's been no news of him lately. It's highly likely the Martial Artist Bureau found out about his forbidden drugs and locked him up. Even if he gets out by some stroke of luck, the first and second martial artist guilds won't let him go. With his level of skill, just getting away would be a problem. How could he possibly become the boss's son-in-law? It's none of your business. Bai Meng said angrily. Don't think I don't know what you're after. You're just using my dad. If you ever manage to climb to a high position, who knows what you'll do? If I were my dad, I'd kick you out of the team right now. Upon hearing this, White Cat's expression suddenly turned savage. It was as if a nerve had been struck, and a trace of iciness appeared in his eyes. A glint of cold light appeared from his waist. It was a dagger, reflecting a chilling aura. Miss, the only person who can speak to me like that is the boss. So, do you have any idea who you're talking to? His voice was now clearly laced with killing intent, its coldness sending a shiver down one's spine and causing a look of terror to appear on Bai Meng's face. Just as the air in the hall froze, the door behind White Cat creaked as it was slowly pushed open. Chapter 88, Time to Talk Sense. The sudden sound of the door opening stunned both people present. In an instant, White Cat put away his dagger and shot Bai Meng a threatening look. Miss, you know I can't do anything to you. After all, you're the boss's daughter. But I'm a bit crazy. If you really make me unhappy, you won't have a good time either. You know that better than anyone. As he spoke, he quickly looked toward the door, his expression becoming more respectful. Creak. The door was pushed open. A figure appeared in the doorway. When they both saw that the person at the door was Zhang Yang, they froze on the spot. White Cat stared at Zhang Yang, a little dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Yang Gu. Am I dreaming? Bai Meng murmured to herself, also in a bit of a daze. Zhang Yang scanned the two people in the room, his brow furrowing slightly. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a fleeting wisp of killing intent. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misjudged it. After acquiring the slaughter domain ability, his perception of killing intent had become even more sensitive. Therefore, he was definitely not mistaken. However, there were only two people in the room. He knew Bai Meng better than anyone, so it couldn't be her. The only possibility was... He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the white-haired man before him, his voice icy. You just had killing intent, didn't you? As soon as these words were spoken, White Cat's expression changed slightly, but it quickly turned ruthless. Do you know where this is? You brat, you actually dared to come knocking. It seems the boss was too merciful with you. As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, his voice laced with an extra touch of coldness. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, I'll have to send you on your way to the afterlife. White Cat, you dare! Bai Meng finally reacted, shouting suddenly. Brother Yang, run! He's a peak martial king! She cried out anxiously, wanting Zhang Yang to flee. No one knew better than her just how dangerous this white cat was. Not only is this person incredibly strong, but his mental state is also quite unstable. When he says he'll kill Zhang Yang, he very likely means it. Hearing her anxious laughter, the white cat subconsciously looked back at her. Seeing the added anxiety and paleness on her delicate face, his smile became even more twisted. Rest assured, Mississippi. I will handle what the boss has instructed. This kid is dead for sure today. Oh? You think you're enough? Zhang Yang's voice came from behind him, sending a jolt of shock through his heart. That voice was too close. It was right behind him. He whipped his head around, only to find that in the split second he had just spoken, Zhang Yang had somehow appeared behind him. In his panic, the dagger in his hand instantly moved like a dragon, transforming into a glint of cold light as it shot toward the other's neck. However, bang! Zhang Yang seized his dagger-wielding hand, holding the entire arm motionless in mid-air. White Cat subconsciously tried to pull his hand back, only to discover that Zhang Yang's strength was terrifyingly immense. He used all his strength but couldn't move it an inch, as if a giant iron clamp had locked him firmly in place, rendering him utterly immobile. He had only ever felt such a sensation from his father, who was a martial master, grandmaster, martial king, and martial saint. He tried to grab Zhang Yang with his other hand, but it was similarly caught and held fast, unable to move at all. His expression grew more ferocious as he raised a leg to attack Zhang Yang's vital area, but in the next second, bang! Zhang Yang kicked him directly to his knees, and his wrist was easily twisted. Ah! A miserable scream echoed through the room, sounding extremely painful. Bai Meng stared at the scene before her in shock, her mind a complete blank. Zhang Yang. When did he become so powerful? Brother Yang, what on earth happened to him during this time, she muttered to herself. Zhang Yang now had White Cat completely subdued. His gaze was icy as he looked at him, his voice plunging the listener into a frozen abyss. I'll only ask one last time. Did you just have the intent to kill? Zhang Yang's eyes grew colder, his killing intent intensifying. There were only two people in the room just now. Without a doubt, this guy's killing intent was directed at Bai Meng. Bai Meng was the most important person to him. If anyone dared to lay a hand on her, Zhang Yang would absolutely not let them go. No matter who they were. Completely subdued, sweat dripped continuously from White Cat's forehead due to the pain. At this very moment, he felt an unprecedented killing intent from Zhang Yang, which made him subconsciously terrified. You, why are you? Why are you a martial king? The White Cat didn't understand. He was clearly just an ordinary person. How could he have achieved such a leap in power in such a short time? Had he taken some forbidden drugs? But why had no one arrested him? Why had the Martial Artist Bureau let him go? One thought after another flashed through his mind, and he completely forgot to answer Zhang Yang's question. I said, did you just have killing intent? Zhang Yang repeated, word by word, his fist slowly rising. At this moment, the White Cat felt an incomparably terrifying destructive force from that fist. It will die. He would definitely die. He's going to do it. He's definitely going to do it. The instant he saw this, the White Cat had a strong intuition. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't. It was only at this moment that he realized he was so terrified he couldn't even speak. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Yang swung his fist at him. The oppressive feeling made him see Zhang Yang with a red-eyed special effect, as if the man himself had become terrifyingly immense. Boom! A terrifying boom erupted, and the glass in the living room shattered in an instant, carried by the shockwave. Zhang Yang was forced back a step by the immense force, while a figure, dragging the White Cat, retreated a good 5 or 6 steps before stopping. It was Father Bai. Father Bai had saved the White Cat at the most critical moment. He stared coldly at Zhang Yang, his eyes narrowed slightly. Behind his back, his hand was trembling ceaselessly. It was the very fist that had just clashed with Zhang Yang's. Is this kid? Where did he get such immense power? Outwardly, Father Bai remained composed, but inside, his heart was a raging storm. He was, after all, a peak third-tier martial saint, renowned for his combat skills, and his strength was by no means weak. Yet, that punch just now felt as if a small mountain was crashing down on him, sending a jarring shock through his entire body. If he had been just a moment later, this white cat. Humph. Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? This is the Bai family residence. Don't you know this is trespassing? Father Bai tossed aside the white cat, who was already limp with fear, his expression glacial and furious. Zhang Yang laughed upon hearing his words. Uncle Bai, that's not what you taught me the last time we met. You taught me that you don't have to play by the rules. What's this? You're choosing to reason with me this time? Chapter 89, Justification is what matters. Father Bai's expression turned ugly. He never expected that in such a short time, Zhang Yang would have already caught up to his own realm. He had clearly sensed just now that Zhang Yang had reached the martial saint realm. This shocking fact was still hard for him to accept. How on earth did this kid do it? How could he advance so quickly? He had struggled and fought for so many years to reach the martial saint realm, only to be effortlessly overtaken by Zhang Yang. Could it be? Had he truly misjudged him? Zhang Yang, I'll only say this one last time. Get out of my house now, or don't blame me for being merciless. Father Bai's voice was ice cold. Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Yang was saving me just now. The white cat wanted to kill me. Bai Meng interjected at this moment. Although she hadn't sensed the white cat's killing intent, she trusted Zhang Yang's judgment because Zhang Yang would never harm her. Besides, she knew best what kind of person the white cat was. Judging by his frenzied state just now, it was more than enough to make one suspect he would have hurt her. Father Bai didn't listen to her at all, threatening Zhang Yang once more. Zhang Yang, I'll say this one last time. Leave now. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. From now on, as long as you don't associate with Xiaomeng, I won't have people cause you trouble. Father Bai's aura changed. It became exceptionally dangerous, the determination in his eyes leaving no room to doubt his sincerity. Dad, my business with Brother Yang is my own business. It's not your place to make decisions for me. Thwack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hall. Bai Meng clutched her face, staring at her father in disbelief. Father Bai spoke in an unquestionable tone, shut up. The prerequisite for you to make your own decisions is that you can support yourself without me. You can't even handle White Cat, yet you're full of empty talk. Do you think this kid in front of you is any better off than you are? Father Bai's words silenced the entire hall. Zhang Yang, if you're truly capable, then take my daughter away openly and honorably, not like this. Zhang Yang frowned, his gaze turning resolute as he looked at Bai Meng, who was still dazed and clutching her cheek. I came here today just to see if Bai Meng was safe. I will take Bai Meng away, but not now. You are her father. Since you've said such words, I, Zhang Yang, will accept the challenge. No matter the reason, I can resolve it. One day, I will take Bai Meng out of this house, openly and honorably. As Zhang Yang spoke, he vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing beside White Cat before Father Bai could even react. As Xiaomeng's father, it's understandable for you to strike her, but I absolutely cannot forgive your murderous intent toward her. Tell me, what were you trying to do? He looked down at White Cat, his intense killing intent suffocating the man. Boss, save me! White Cat shouted to Father Bai, feeling Zhang Yang's killing intent. Father Bai's brow furrowed, and he said coldly, Zhang Yang, I advise you to think carefully before you act. White Cat is my man. If he truly had such intentions, I wouldn't need you to deal with him. Zhang Yang actually paused upon hearing this, but his gaze remained extremely sharp. You'd better do as you say. He walked over to Bai Meng, ignoring the displeased look on her father's face. At this moment, Bai Meng finally came to her senses and threw her arms around Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, I thought you'd never come back. Zhang Yang gently stroked her hair and said slowly, you should focus on your studies right now and develop your own martial path. Trust me, if you're willing, I will take you away from this family openly and honorably. Bai Meng nodded emphatically, hugging Zhang Yang tightly. She only reluctantly let go when she could hear her father's angry panting. Brother Yang, I believe you can do it. I just hope that day comes sooner. Don't worry, my dad is just biased against you. He's not a bad person. Bai Meng explained, holding Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang could even see her swollen, red cheek, which made her look pitiful and lovely. Zhang Yang could see the urgency in her eyes and knew she didn't want the conflict here to continue. He sighed slowly. Don't worry. I'll come for you very soon. Zhang Yang gave her head one last pat, then walked towards the main gate. He gradually disappeared from sight as Bai Meng watched with tear-filled eyes. Outside the villa district, Zhang Yang felt his head spinning. Bai Meng was the most important person to him, but unfortunately, he had no way to take her away openly and honorably right now. Her father's meaning was clear: he had a pile of messes to clean up, and Bai Meng had not yet officially embarked on the path of a martial artist. Nothing was stable enough. Combined with the strained relationship between him and her father, it made everything even more impossible. Since you think I'm not good enough, I'll make you look up to me. When that time comes, let's see who dares to say a single word against it. Zhang Yang clenched his fists slightly, his heart set on this resolution. However, the road ahead was long, and he had to take it one step at a time. The most urgent task now was to secure a guaranteed admission spot to Kyoto Academy. He needed to go back to school first and inquire about Kyoto Martial Artist Academy. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed his homeroom teacher's number. His homeroom teacher enthusiastically told him about Kyoto University, giving him a very detailed understanding of Kyoto Martial Artist University. First of all, as the political and economic center of the Dragon Country, everything in Kyoto was of the highest caliber. The students there are basically all locals from Kyoto. Their realms are worlds apart from those here in Yuzhou City. The minimum entry level for students is likely Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, or Martial Saint. Of course, those are just the regular students. They also have so-called elite classes, for which, as Team Leader Song mentioned, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, and Martial Saint are the minimum standards. And to get in touch with that professor and become his student, not only must one get into an elite class, but they also have to apply for the professor's military research project, and even then, it's only possible if they have resources at their disposal. In other words, whether it's power, wealth, or influence, one must be at the very top to have a chance of even approaching him. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang felt a major headache coming on. It's less than a month until the college entrance exams, and less than 3 months until the school year starts. It seems I'll need to work hard on improving my strength and accumulating wealth during this time. Team Leader Song said he's only responsible for the plane ticket of a guaranteed admission spot. He clenched his fist slightly, his gaze growing more determined. A few hours later, he sat in a private car heading towards the Mutant Beast Activity Zone, stretching his muscles as he gazed at the scenery outside the window. For this next period, I'll have to rely on my own efforts. Mom, don't worry, your son will definitely cure you. Xiaomeng, don't worry, I will absolutely prove myself. When I come back after graduation, I'll be the most dazzling presence in Yuzhou City. Chapter 90, Graduation Season. Graduation Season. Martial Artist College Entrance Exam Site. Bai Meng walked out of the examination hall, her beautiful face attracting the gazes of countless members of the opposite sex, who all turned to look back at her. A smile blossomed on her face as she quickly took out her phone and began sending a message to Zhang Yang. Brother Yang, it went really well. My test result is a 4-star martial artist. I'm pretty talented too. Although not as much as you, I'll surpass my dad sooner or later. Don't feel too much pressure. Once I'm strong enough on my own, he won't be able to do anything to me. And the university I applied to is in Kyoto. I heard your Kyoto Martial Artist Academy has a closed campus, but that's okay, I'll come see you when I have time. She finished sending the message and put her phone in her pocket. Father Bai saw this from a distance, frowning slightly. He never dreamed that Zhang Yang would actually get into Kyoto Martial Artist University. If Bai Mang also got into a university in Kyoto, there would probably still be chances for the two of them to meet. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with Kyoto Martial Artist University. It was a closed-off school, and most importantly, it was known for being extremely strict and demanding. You really think you're a genius? It's only when you get there that you'll realize what a frog at the bottom of a well you are. We'll see if you can make something of yourself. If you want to marry my daughter, you'll need to be strong enough to leave me speechless. He muttered to himself with a cold snort and walked forward to greet them. Another month passed. Inside the martial artist bureau. Director Ian Man was all smiles, sitting leisurely in his office and sipping tea. Ha ha. I really wasn't wrong about that kid, Zhang Yang. In just 2 months, he's practically done a year's worth of my work. I heard he recently killed another mutant beast at the Martial Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Saint level? Sitting nearby, team leader Song nodded slightly. That's right. Of the original 7 mutant beast lords, only 2 are left now. Not only that, Zhang Yang has also cleared out the mutant beasts in several areas. The innermost mutant beast activity zone is almost completely empty now. Thanks to him, we've made a hefty profit from the mutant beast corpses we've acquired these past 2 months. Speaking of this, team leader Song sighed. Zhang Yang is a filial child. He works so hard to cure his mother's illness. It's a pity. A pity that it's Capital Martial Artist University. The kids in the elite class there are all heaven's favored children. I don't know if his pride can handle it. Ian Man's expression turned somewhat serious upon hearing his words. Tapping the table, he said, on this matter, I have to criticize you. Didn't you tell him the truth back then? Letting him have such high hopes will inevitably lead to disappointment. Team leader Song gave a bitter smile. Of course, I told him the truth. It's just, he certainly wouldn't accept it. Ian Man also smiled bitterly. True. A martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial saint under the age of 19 is the absolute top genius in our parts. If I were him, I'd be even more arrogant. It's just a shame, in their eyes, we're just small-town swats. I'll see him off personally when he leaves this time. Right, you should contact him. Send him to the capital in the next 2 days. Let him get some rest. Otherwise, he won't be able to handle the military training when school starts. That's not your ordinary military training. Fine. A few hours later, Zhang Yang was in a private car heading back to the city. He lay in the car, feeling exhausted all over, but a satisfied smile spread across his face as he looked at the data status screen in front of him. Host, Zhang Yang. Vitality, 280,000 points, level 7 Martial King. Current abilities, Dissection Rebate LV1, Predator LV2, Surpassing Ranks LV3, Becoming King LV4. Current abilities available for mastery. Leader LV5, host can share one of their abilities. The recipient will increase the level of the host's shared ability based on their cumulative usage time. Condition met, lead the recipient to meet the conditions for the shared ability 10 times. For example, for a dissector, the host needs to lead and guide them to perfectly dissect 10 mutant beasts. Coronation LV5, host can share all abilities. The recipient gains a portion of the abilities and, when using them, provides a portion of the benefits back to the host. For example, vitality cashback from dissectors, cashback for bloodline ability upgrades across tiers, etc. Condition met, the recipient must kill a mutant beast 1 tier higher than the host at least once, in collaboration with the host. Soul Sovereign LV5 can permanently share each ability with one person, receiving 100% ability feedback. Condition met, lead the recipient to kill 10 mutant beasts of their own tier. His cultivation during this period had been very effective. He successfully became a level 7 martial saint. At this level, there was probably no one stronger than him in all of Yuhang City. Even if there were, they would be exceedingly rare. Not only that, but the bloodline ability he obtained from advancing through the ranks had also doubled all his attributes. 40 times the muscle strength. 100 times the stamina. 20 times the recovery ability. 20 times the self-healing ability. 20 times the reaction speed. Such physical qualities made him far superior to powerhouses of the same realm. Zhang Yang estimated that with this physique, he could challenge opponents 2 levels above him. In other words, he now dared to take on even a level 9 martial saint. However, he had also discovered a few problems. Namely, his vitality improvement was starting to lag behind. As his realm advanced, the amount of vitality required grew larger and larger. Just reaching the martial saint realm had already required 20,000. When the day came to break through the martial saint realm, the required vitality would be an immense amount. If he had to rely on dissecting mutant beasts one by one, he would probably work himself to death. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to his newest level 5 abilities. Among the level 5 abilities, both Coronation and Soul Sovereign could provide him with some vitality feedback. This was like a fission effect, allowing him to significantly increase his vitality. The random reward from the last time I gained an ability was that I could choose 2 abilities to upgrade this time. This is good news for me. However, the Soul Sovereign ability is clearly a bit weaker. I should prioritize upgrading Coronation and Leader. I happen to have heard that you can create your own clubs in university. I can use this opportunity to form a small team for hunting mutant beasts, which will also help me build connections. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, already growing excited at the thought. University life, huh? Here I come, Zhang Yang. Londu Martial Artist University, just wait for me to shine. Filled with excited anticipation, Zhang Yang walked into his mother's hospital room that night. Mother Zhang was even thinner than before. Although the best nutrient solution was available here, a person would still waste away without eating or drinking. Lying there, she was almost completely transformed. Zhang Yang held her hand tightly and said softly, "Mom, your son has been accepted into a martial artist university. I was admitted through a special recommendation, and it's to the best martial artist university in the country, Dragon Capital Martial Artist University. I'll definitely become the most outstanding student there, successfully become that professor's student, and bring the medicine back for you. When that time comes, our family will be reunited, and everything will be alright." As always, the corners of Zhang's mother's eyes grew moist. Zhang Yang said a few more words and was slowly getting up to leave when suddenly, his mother gripped his hand tightly. "Mom!" Feeling the force in her grip, Zhang Yang's heart swelled with excitement. He saw his mother's lips quivering non-stop, as if she had something to say. "Mom, are you awake?"